him at the top of your voice. Bless the Lord of righteousness and exalt the King of the ages. In the land of my exile, I acknowledge him and show his power and majesty to a nation of sinners. Turn back, you sinners, and do what is right before you. Perhaps he may look with favor upon you and show you mercy. As for me, I exalt my God, and my soul rejoices in the King of heaven. Let all people speak of his majesty and acknowledge him in Jerusalem. O Jerusalem, the holy city, he afflicted you for the deeds of your hands, but will again have mercy on the children of the righteous. Acknowledge the Lord, for he is good, and bless the King of the ages, so that his tent may be rebuilt in you in joy. Maybe he cheer all those within you who are captives, and love all those within you who are distressed, to all generations forever. A bright light will shine to all the ends of the earth. Many nations will come to you from far away, the inhabitants of the remotest parts of the earth to your holy name, bearing gifts in their hands for the King of heaven. Generation after generation will give you joyful praise in you. The name of the chosen city will endure forever. Cursed are all who speak a harsh word against you. Cursed are all who conquer you and pull down your walls, all who overthrow your towers and set your homes on fire. But blessed forever will be all who revere you. Go, then, and rejoice over the children of the righteous, for they will be gathered together and will praise the Lord of the ages. Happy are those who love you, and happy are those who rejoice in your prosperity. Happy also are all people who grieve with you because of your afflictions, for they will rejoice with you and witness all your glory forever. My soul blesses the Lord, the great King, for Jerusalem will be built as his house for all ages. How happy I will be if a remnant of my descendants should survive to see your glory and acknowledge the King of heaven. The gates of Jerusalem will be built with sapphire and emerald, and all your walls with precious stones. The towers of Jerusalem will be built with gold, and their battlement with pure gold. The streets of Jerusalem will be paved with ruby and with stones of Ophir. The gates of Jerusalem will sing hymns of joy, and all her houses will cry, Hallelujah. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, and the blessed will bless the holy name forever and ever. Tobit chapter 40. So ended Tobit's words of praise. Tobit died in peace when he was 112 years old and was buried with great honor in Nineveh. He was 62 years old when he lost his eyesight, and after regaining it, he lived in prosperity, giving alms and continually blessing God and acknowledging God's majesty. When he was about to die, he called his son Tobias and the 7 sons of Tobias and gave this command: My son, take your children and hurry off to Media, for I believe the word of God that Nahum spoke about Nineveh, that all these things will take place and overtake Assyria and Nineveh. Indeed, everything that was spoken by the prophets of Israel whom God sent will occur. None of all their words will fall, but all will come true at their appointed times. So it will be safer in Media than in Assyria and Babylon. For I know and believe that whatever God has said will be fulfilled and will come true. Not a single word of the prophecies will fail. All of our kindred inhabitants of the land of Israel will be scattered and taken as captives from the good lands, and the whole land of Israel will be desolate. Even Samaria and Jerusalem will be desolate, and the temple of God in it will be burned to the ground, and it will be desolate for a while. But God will again have mercy on them, and God will bring them back into the land of Israel, and they will rebuild the temple of God, but not like the first one, until the period when the times of fulfillment shall come. After this, they all will return from their exile and will rebuild Jerusalem in splendor, and in it the temple of God will be rebuilt, just as the prophets of Israel have said concerning it. Then the nations in the whole world will all be converted and worship God in truth. They will all abandon their idols, which deceitfully have led them into their error, and in righteousness they will praise the eternal God. All Israelites who are saved in those light days and are truly mindful of God will be gathered together. They will go to Jerusalem and live in safety forever in the land of Abraham, and it will be given over to them. Those who sincerely love God will rejoice, but those who commit sin and injustice will vanish from all the earth. So now, my children, I command you, serve God faithfully and do what is pleasing in His sight. Your children are also drawn to be commanded to do what is right and to give alms and to be mindful of God and know bless and to bless His name at all times with sincerity and with all their strength. So now, my son, leave Nineveh. Do not remain here. On whatever day you bury your mother beside me, do not stay overnight within the confines of the city. For I see that there is much wickedness within it, and that much deceit is practiced within it, while the people are without shame. See, my son, what Nadab did to Ahikar, who had reared him. Was he not, while still alive, brought down into the earth? For God repaid him to his face for the shameful treatment. Ahikar came out into the light, but Nadab went into the eternal darkness because he tried to kill Ahikar, because he gave alms. Ahikar escaped the fatal trap that Nadab had set for him, but Nadab fell into himself and was destroyed. So now, my children, see what almsgiving accomplish, and what injustice it brings death. But now my breath fails me. Then they laid him on his bed, and he died. And he received an honorable funeral. When Tobias' mother died, he buried her beside his father. Then he and his father and children returned to Media and settled in Ecbatana with Rakul, his father-in-law. He treated his parents-in-law with great respect in their old age and buried them in Ecbatana of Media. He inherited both the property of Ragul and that of his father Tobit. He died highly respected at the age of 117 years. Before he died, he heard of the destruction of Nineveh, and he saw its prisoners being led into Media, those who King, King Cyprus of Media had taken captive. Tobias praised God for all he had done for the people of Nineveh and Assyria before he died. He rejoiced over Nineveh, and he blessed the Lord God forever. Amen. Judith chapter 1. It was the 12th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, who ruled over the Assyrians in the great city of Nineveh. In those days, Arphaxad ruled over the Medes in Ecbatana. He built walls around Ecbatana with hewn stones 3 cubits thick and 6 cubits long. He made the walls 70 cubits high and 50 cubits width. At its gate he raised towers 100 cubits high, 60 cubits wide at the foundations. He made its gates 70 cubits high and 40 cubits wide to allow its armies to march out in force and his infantry to form their ranks. Then King Nebuchadnezzar made war against King Arphaxad in the great plain that is on the borders of Rago. They rallied to him all the people of the hill country and all those who lived along the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Hydaspes, and on the plain. Arioch, king of the Elamites, thus many nations joined the forces of the Chaldeans. Then Nebuchadnezzar, king of Assyrians, sent messengers to all who lived in Persia and to all who lived in the west, those who lived in Cilicia and Damascus, Lebanon and Lebanon, and all who lived along the seacoast, and those among the nations of Carmel and Gilead and Upper Galilee, the great plain of Esdraelon, and all who were in Samaria and its town, and beyond the Jordan as far as Jerusalem, and Bethany, and Silius, and Kadesh, and the river of Egypt, and Tahpanhes, and Ramses, and the whole land of Goshen, even beyond Tanis and Memphis, and all who lived in Egypt, as far as the borders of Ethiopia, but all who live in the region disregarded the summons of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Assyrians, and refused to join him in the war, for they were not afraid of him but regarded him as only one man. So they sent back his messengers empty handed and in disgrace. Then Nebuchadnezzar became very angry with his whole region and swore by his throne and kingdom that he would take revenge on the whole territory of Cilicia, Damascus, and Jerusalem, that he would kill with his sword also all the inhabitants of the land of Moab, and the people of Ammon, and all Judea, and every one in Egypt, as far as the coast of the two seas. In the 17th year he led his force against King Arphaxad and defeated him in battle, overthrowing the whole army of Arphaxad and all his cavalry and all his chariots. Thus he took possession of his town and came to Ecbatana, captured its towers, built it, plundered its markets, and turned its glory into disgrace. He captured Arphaxad in the mountains of Ragu and struck him down with his spears, thus destroying him once and for all. Then he returned to Nineveh, he and all his combined forces, a vast body of troops, and there he and his forces rested and feasted 120 days. Judith chapter 2. In the 18th year, on the 22nd day of the first month, they were talked in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, about carrying out his revenge on the whole region. Just as he had said, he summoned all his ministers and all his nobles and set before them his secret plan and recounted fully with his own lips all the wickedness of the region. They decided that everyone who had not obeyed his command should be destroyed. When he had completed this plan, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Assyria, called Holofernes, the chief general of his army, second only to himself, and said to him, "Thus says the great king, the Lord of the whole earth, leave my presence and take with you men confident in their strength. 120,000 foot soldiers and 20,000 cavalry march out against all the land to the west, and because they and tell them to prepare earth and water. For I am coming against them in my anger, and will cover the whole face of the earth with the feet of my troops. I to whom I will hand them over to be plundered, and their wounded shall fill their ravines and gullies, and the swelling river shall be filled with their dead. I will lead them away captive to the ends of the whole earth. You shall go and seize all the territory for me in advance. They must yield themselves to you, and you shall hold them for me until the day of their punishment. But to those who resist, show no mercy, but hand them over to slaughter and plunder throughout your whole region. For as I live and what I have power of my kingdom, what I what I have spoken I will accomplish by my own hand, and you take care not to transgress any of your Lord's commands, but carry them out exactly as I have ordered you. Do it without delay. So Holofernes left the presence of this Lord and summoned all the commanders, generals, and officers of the Syrian army. He mustered the picked troops by division as his lord had ordered him to do, 120,000 of them, together with 12,000 archers on horseback. And he organized them as a great army is marshaled for a campaign. He took along a vast number of camels and donkeys and mules for transport, and innumerable sheep and oxen and goats for food. Also amber ration for everyone, and a huge amount of gold and silver were made from the royal palace. Then he set out with his whole army to go ahead of King Nebuchadnezzar and to cover the whole face of the earth, near to water to the west with their chariots and cavalry and picked foot soldiers. Along with them went a mixed crowd, like a swarm of locusts, like the dust of the earth, and a multitude that could not be counted. They marched for 3 days from Nineveh to the plain of Bethlehem and camped opposite Bethlehem near the mountain that is to the north of Upper Cilicia. From there, Holofernes took his whole army, the infantry, cavalry, and chariots, and went up into the hill country. He ravaged, put and loot, and plundered all the Rezites and the Ishmaelites on the border of the desert south of the country of the Chaldeans. Then he followed the Euphrates and passed through Mesopotamia and destroyed all the fortified towns along the brook Abron as far as the sea. He also seized the territory of Cilicia and killed everyone who resisted him. Then he came to the southern border of Japheth, facing Arabia. He surrounded all the Medians and burned their tents and plundered their sheepfolds. Then he went down into the plain of Damascus during wheat harvest and burned all their fields and destroyed their flocks and herds and sacked their towns and ravaged their lands and put all their young men to the sword. So fear and dread of him fell upon all the people who lived along the seacoast as Sidon and Tyre, and those who live in Sur and Oceania, and all who lived in Jamnia, those who lived in Azotus and Asalon feared him greatly. Judith chapter 3. They therefore sent messengers to him to sue for peace in these words. We, the servants of Nebuchadnezzar the great king, lie prostrate before you. Do with us whatever you will. See, our buildings and all our land and all our wheat fields and our flocks and herds and all our encampments lie before you. Do what them Do with them as you please. Our towns and their inhabitants are also your slaves. Come and deal with them as soon as you see fit. The men came to Holofernes and told him all this. Then he went down into the seacoast with his army and stationed garrisons in the fortified towns and took picked men from them as auxiliaries. This people and all in the countryside welcomed him with garlands and dances and tambourines. Yet he demolished all their shrines and cut down their sacred groves, for he had been commissioned to destroy all the gods of the earth, so that all nations should worship Nebuchadnezzar alone, and that all their dialects and tribes should call upon him as a god. Then he came toward Esdrain near Dothan, facing the great bridge of Judges. He captured the moment. He camped between Geba and Scythopolis and remained for a whole month in order to collect all the supplies for his army. Judith chapter 4. When the Israelites living in Judea heard of everything that Holofernes, the general of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of the Assyrians, had done to the nations, and how he had plundered and destroyed all their temples, they were therefore greatly terrified at his approach. They were alarmed both for Jerusalem and for the temple of the Lord their God, for they had only recently returned from exile, and all the people of Judea had just now gathered together, and the sacred vessels and altar and the temple had been consecrated, and after their profanation. So they sent word to every district of Samaria and Kona, Bethhoron, Bemin, and Jericho, and to Choba and Ezro and the valley of Selene. They immediately seized all the high hilltops and fortified the villages on them, and stored up food in preparation for war, since their fields had recently been harvested. The high priest Joachim, who was in Jerusalem at the time, wrote to the people of Bethlehem and Bethmesatem, which faces Esdraelon opposite the plain near Dothan, or ordering them to seize the mountain passes, since by them Judea could be invaded, and it would be easy to stop any who tried to enter, for the approach was narrow, wide enough for only two at a time to pass. So the Israelites did as they had been ordered by the high priest Joachim and the senate of the whole people of Israel in session at Jerusalem. And every man of Israel cried out to God with great fervor, and they humbled themselves with much fasting. They and their wives and their children and their cattle and every resident alien and hired laborer and purchased slave, they all put sackcloth around their waist. And all Israelite men, women, children living at Jerusalem prostrated themselves before the temple and put ashes on their heads and spread out their sackcloth before the Lord. They even draped the altar with sackcloth and cried out in unison, praying fervently to the Lord God of Israel, not to allow their infants to be carried off and their wives to be taken as booty, and the towns they had inherited to be destroyed, and the sanctuary to be profaned and desecrated to the malicious joy of the Gentiles. The Lord heard their praise and had regard for their distress, for the people fasted many days throughout Judea and in Jerusalem before the sanctuary of the Lord Almighty. The high priest Joachim and all the priests who stood before the Lord and ministered to the Lord with sackcloth around their loins and offered the daily burnt offering with the votive offerings and the freewill offerings of the people. With ashes on their turbans, they cried out to the Lord with all their might to look with favor on the whole house of Israel. Jude chapter 5. It was reported to Holofernes, the general of the Assyrian army, that the people of Israel had prepared for war and has closed all the mountain passes and fortified all the high hilltops and set up barricades in the plains. In great anger, he called together all the princes of Moab and the commanders of Ammon and all the governors of the coastland and said to them, "Tell me, you Canaanites, what people is this that lives in the hill country? What town do they inhabit? How large is their army? And in what does their power and strength consist? Who rules over them as king and leads their army? And why have they alone of all who live in the west refused to come out and meet me?" Then Achior, the leader of all the Ammonites, said to him, "May my lord please listen to a report from the mouth of your servant, and I will tell you the truth about this people that lives in mountain district near you. No falsehood shall come from your servant's mouth. These people are descended from the Chaldeans. At one they lived in Mesopotamia because they didn't wish to follow the God of their ancestors who were in Chaldea. Since they had abandoned the ways of their ancestors and worshipped the gods of heaven, the God they had come to know, or their ancestors drove them out from the preference of their gods. So they fled to Mesopotamia and lived there for a long time. Then their God commanded them to leave the place where they were living and go to the land of Canaan. There they settled and grew very prosperous in gold and silver and very much stock. Barkimore. Judith chapter 5, verse 10.
Judith chapter 5 verse 25 now. When a famine spread over the land of Canaan, they went down to Egypt and lived there as long as they had food. There they became so great a multitude that their race could not be counted. So the king of Egypt became hostile to them. He exploited them and forced them to make bricks. They cried out to their God, and he afflicted the whole land of Egypt with incurable plagues. So the Egyptians drove them out of their sight. Then God dried up the Red Sea before them, and he led them by the way of Sinai and Kadesh Barnea. They drove out all the people of the desert and took up residence in the land of Amorites. and by their might destroy all the inhabitants of Heshbon, and crossing over the Jordan, they took possession of all the hill country. They drove out before them the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Shechemites, and all the Girgasites, and lived there a long time. As long as they did not sin against their God, they prospered. For the God who hates iniquity is with them. But when they departed from the way he had prescribed for them, they were utterly defeated in many battles and were led away captive to a foreign land. The temple of their God who the temple of their God was razed to the ground, and their towns were occupied by their enemies. But now they have returned to their God and have come back from the places where they have scattered and have occupied Jerusalem, where their sanctuary is, and have settled in the hill country because it was inhabited. So now, my Master and Lord, if there is any oversight in this people and they sin against their God, and we find out their offense, then we can go up and defeat them. But if they are not a guilty nation, and then let my Lord pass them by, for the Lord and God will defend them, and we shall become the laughing stock of the whole world. Uh, when Achior had finished saying these things, all the people standing around the tent began to complain. Holofernes, officers, and all the inhabitants of the seacoast and Moab insisted that he should be cut to pieces. They said, "We are not afraid of the Israelites. They are a people with no strength or power for making war. Therefore, let us go ahead. Lord Holofernes and your vast enemy will swallow them up." Judith chapter 6. When the disturbance made by the people outside the council had died down, Holofernes, the commander of the Assyrian army, said to Achab in the presence of all the foreign contingents, "Who are you, Achior, and you mercenaries of Ephraim, to prophesy among us as you have done today, and tell us not to make war against the people of Israel, because their God will defend them? What God is there except Nebuchadnezzar? He will send his forces and destroy them from the face of the earth. Their God will not save them. We, the king's servant, will destroy them as one man. They cannot resist the might of our cavalry. We will overwhelm them. Their mountains will be drunk with their blood, and their fields will be full of their dead. Not even their footprints will survive our attack. They will utterly perish. So says King Nebuchadnezzar, Lord of the whole earth. For he has spoken, none of his words shall be in vain. As for you, Achior, you Ammonite mercenary, you have said these words in a moment of perversity. You shall not see my face again from this day until I take revenge on this race that came out of Egypt. Then at my return, the sword of my army and the spear of my servants shall pierce your sides, and you shall fall among their wounded. Now my slaves are going to take you back into the hill country and put you in one of the towns besides the passes. You will not die until you perish along with them. If you really hope in your heart that they will not be taken, then do not look downcast. I have spoken, and none of my words shall fail to come true. Then Holofernes ordered his slaves who waited on him in his tent, seize a cheer, and take him away to Bethuel and hand him over to the Israelites. So the slaves took him and led him out of the camp into the plain, and from the plain they went up into the hill country and came to the springs below Bethuel. When the men of the town saw them, they seized their weapons and ran out of the town of the top of the hill, and all the slingers kept them from coming up by throwing stones at them. So, having taken shelter below the hill, they bound a chair and left him lying at the foot of the hill and returned to their master. Then the Israelites came down from their town and found him. They untied him and brought him to Bethlehem and placed him before the magistrates of their town, who in those days were Uzziah son of Micah of the tribe of Shimon, and Chabrison of Gotholion, and Chalmishan son of Melchiel. They called together all the elders of the town, and all their young men and women ran to the assembly. They set a chair in the midst of all their people. The Uzziah questioned him about what had happened. He answered and told them what had taken place at the Council of Holofernes, and all that he had said in the presence of Assyrian leaders, and all the Holofernes had boasted he would do against the house of Israel. Then the people fell down and worshipped God and cried out, O Lord God of heaven, see their arrogance and have pity on our people in their humiliation, and look kindly toward today on the faces of those who are consecrated to you. Then they reassured a cheer and praised him highly. Uzziah took him from the assembly to his own house and gave a banquet for the elders. And all that night they called on the God of Israel for help. Judith chapter 7. The next day, Holofernes ordered his whole army and all the allies who had joined him to break camp and move against Bethulia, and to seize the passes up into the hill country and make war on the Israelites. So all their warriors marched off that day. Their fighting forces numbered 170,000 infantry and 12,000 cavalry, not counting the baggage and the foot soldiers handling it, a very great multitude. They encamped in the valley near Bethulia, beside the spring, and they spread out in breadth over Dudan as far as Balabim, and in length from Bethulia to Salmon, which faces Ezra. When the Israelites saw their vast numbers, they were greatly terrified and said to one another, They will not they will now strip clean the whole land. Neither the high mountains nor the valley nor the hills will bear their weight. Yet they all seized their weapons, and when they had kindled fires on their towers, they remained on guard all that night. On the second day, Holofernes led out all his cavalry in full view of the Israelites in Bethulia. He reconciled the approaches to their town and visited the springs that supplied their waters. He seized them and set guards of soldiers over them, and then returned to his army. Then all the chieftains of the Edomites and all the leaders of the Moabites and the commanders of the coastline came to him and said, Listen to what we have to say, my lord, and your army will suffer no losses. These people, the Israelites, do not rely on their spears, but on the height of the mountains where they live, for it is not easy to reach the tops of their mountains. Therefore, my lord, do not fight against them in regular formation, and not a man of your army will fail. Remain in your camp and keep all the men in your forces with you. Let your servants take possession of the spring of water and flows from the foot of the mountain. For this is where all the people of Bethulia get their water. So thirst will destroy them, and they will surrender their town. Meanwhile, we and our people will go up to the tops of the nearby mountains and camp there. to keep watch to see that no one gets out of the town. They and their wives and children will waste away with famine, and before the sword reaches them, they will be strewn about in the streets where they live. Thus you will pay them back with evil because they rebelled and did not receive your peaceably. These words pleased Holofernes and all his attendants, and he gave orders to do as they had said. So the army of the Ammonites moved forward together with 5,000 Assyrians, and they encamped in the valley and seized the water supply and the springs of the Israelites. And the Edomites and the Ammonites went up and encamped in the hill country opposite Dothan, and they sent some of their men towards the south and the east, towards Agribah, which is near Chusi, beside the Wadi much more. The rest of the Azarian army encamped in the plain and covered the whole face of the land. Their tents and supply trains spread out in great number, and they formed a vast multitude. The Israelites then cried out to the Lord their God, for their courage failed, because all their enemies had surrounded them, and there was no way to escape from them. The whole Israel army, the infantry, chariots, and cavalry surrounded them for 34 days until all the water containers of every inhabitant of Bethulia were empty. Their cisterns were going dry, and on no day did they have enough water to drink, for their drinking water was rationed. The children were listless, and the women and young men fainted from thirst and were collapsing in the streets of the town and in the gateways. They no longer had any strength. Then all the people, the young men, the women, and the children gathered around Uzziah and the rulers of the town and cried out with a loud voice and said before all the elders, let God judge between you and us. You have done us a great injury in not making peace with the Assyrians. For now we have no one to help us. God has sold us into their hands to be strewn before them in thirst and exhaustion. Now summon them and surrender the whole town as the booty of the army of Holofernes and to all his forces. For it would be better for us to be captured by them. We shall indeed become slaves, but our lives will be spared, and we shall not witness our little ones dying before our own eyes, our wives and children drawing their last breath. We we call to witness against you, heaven and earth, and our God, the Lord of our ancestors, who punishes us for our sins and the sins of our ancestors. Do today the things that we have described. Then great and general lamentations arose throughout the assembly, and they cried out to the Lord God with a loud voice. But Uzziah said to them, courage, my brothers and sisters, let us hold out for 5 days more. By that time, the Lord our God will turn his mercy to us again. For he will not forsake us utterly. But if these days pass by and no help comes for us, I will do as you say. Then he dismissed the people to their various posts, and they went up on the walls and towers of their town. The women and children he sent home in the town they were in great misery. Judith chapter 8. Now in those days Judith heard about these things. She was the daughter of Merizim of Oxen of Joseph, son of Oxiel, son of Elkiah, son of Ananias, son of Gideon, son of Raphael, son of Ahitub, son of Elijah, son of Hilkiah, son of Eliab, son of Nathaniel, son of Salamiel, son of son of Israel, her husband Manasseh, who belonged to their who belonged to her tribe and family, had died during the Barley War. For as he stood overseeing those who were binding sheaves in the field, he was overcome by burning the heat, and took to his bed and died in his town, Bethulia. So they buried him with his ancestors in the field between Dothan and Balamor. Judith remained as a widow for 3 years and 4 months at home, where she set up a tent for herself on the roof of her house. She put sackcloth around her waist and dressed in widow's clothing. She fasted all the days of her widowhood except the day before the Sabbath and the Sabbath itself, the day before the new moon and the day of the new moon, and the festivals and the day of rejoicing of the house of Israel. She was beautiful in appearance and was very lovely to behold. Her husband Manasseh and had left her gold and silver, men and women, slaves, livestock, and fields, and she maintained this estate. No one spoke ill of her, for she feared God with great devotion. When Judith heard the harsh words spoken by the people against the ruler, because they were faint for lack of water, and when she heard all that Uzziah said to them, and how he promised them under oath to surrender the town to the Assyrians after 5 days, she sent her maid, who was in charge of all she possessed, to summon Uzziah and Jabez and Jarmus, the elders of her town. They came to her, and she said to them, "Listen to me, rulers of the people of Bethulia. What you have said to the people today is not right. You have even sworn and pronounced this oath between God and you, promising to surrender the town to our enemies unless the Lord turns and helps us within so many days. Who are you to put God to the test today and to set yourself up in the place of God in human affairs? You are putting the Lord Almighty to the test, but you will never learn anything. You cannot plumb the depths of the human heart or understand the workings of the human mind. How do you expect to search out God who made all these things and find out his mind or comprehend his thought? No, my brothers, do not anger the Lord our God, for he does not choose to help us within these 5 days. He has power to protect us within any time he pleases, or even to destroy us in the presence of our enemies. Do not try to bind the purpose of the Lord our God, for God is not like a human being to be threatened, or like a mere mortal to be won over by pleading. Therefore, while we wait for his deliverance, let us call upon him to help us, and he will hear our voices if it pleases him. For never is our generation, nor in these present days, has there been any tribe or family or people or town of ours that worship gods made with hands, as was done in days gone by. That was why our ancestors were handed over to the sword and to pillage, so they suffered a great catastrophe before our enemies. But we know no other God but Him, and so we hope that He will not disdain us or any of our nation, for we are captured all. Judah will be captured, and a sanctuary will be plundered, and he will make us pay for its discretion with our blood. The slaughter of our kindred, and the captivity of the land, and the desolation of our inheritance, all this will bring on our heads among the Gentiles we were wherever we serve as slaves, and we shall be an offense and a disgrace in the eyes of those who acquire us. For our slavery will not bring us into favor, but the Lord our God will turn it to dishonor. Therefore, my brothers, let us set an example for our kindred, for their lives depend upon us, and the sanctuary, both the temple and the altar, rests upon us. In spite of everything, let us give thanks to the Lord our God, who is putting us to the test as he did our ancestors. Remember what he did with Abraham and how he tested Isaac and what happened to Jacob in Syrian Mesopotamia while he was tending the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother. For he has not tried us with fire as he did them to search their hearts, nor has he taken vengeance on us. But the Lord scorches those who are close to him in order to admonish them. Then Uzziah said to her, all that you have said was spoken out of a true heart, and there is no one who can deny your words. Today is not the first time your wisdom has been shown, but from the beginning of your life, all the people have recognized your understanding, for your heart's disposition is right. But the peoples were so thirsty that they compelled us to do for them what we have promised and made us take an oath that we cannot break. Now, since you are a God fearing woman, pray for us so that the Lord may send us rain to fill our cisterns. Then we will no longer feel faint from thirst. Then Judith said to them, listen to me. I am about to do something that will go down through all generations of our descendants. Stand at the town gate tonight so that I may go out with my maid, and within the days after which you have promised to surrender the town of our enemies, the Lord will deliver Israel by my hand. Only do not try to find out what I am doing, for I will not tell you until I have finished and what I am about to do. Uzziah and the rulers said to her, go in peace, and may the Lord God go before you to take vengeance on our enemies. So they returned from the tent and went to their post. Judith chapter 9. Then Judith prostrated herself, put ashes on her head, and covered the sackcloth she was wearing. At the very time when the evening incense was being offered in the house of the God in Jerusalem, Judith cried out to the Lord with a loud voice and said, O Lord God of my ancestor Shimon, to whom who gave a sword to take revenge on those strangers who had torn off a virgin's clothing, to defile her and exposed her thighs to put her to shame, and polluted her womb to disgrace her. For you said, it shall not be done, yet they did it. So you gave up their rulers to be killed, and their bed, which was ashamed of the deceit they had practiced and stained with blood. And you struck down the slaves along with prince, and the prince on their thrones. You gave up their wives for booty, and their daughters to captivity, and all their booty to be divided among your beloved children, who burned their zeal for you, and abhorred the pollution of their blood, and called on you for help. O God, my God, hear me also, a widow, for you have done these things and those that went before and those that followed. You have designed the things that are now and those that are to come. What you had in mind has happened. The things you decided on presented themselves and said, here we are, for all your ways are prepared in advance, and your judgment is with knowledge. Here now are the Assyrians, a greatly increased force, priding themselves in their horses and riders, boasting in the strength of their foot, soldiers and trusting in shields and spears, in bows and slings. They do not know that you are the Lord, who crushes wars. The Lord is your name. Break their strength by your might, and bring down their power in your anger, for they intend to defile your sanctuary and to pollute the tabernacle where your glorious name resides, and to break off the horns of your altar with the sword. Look at their pride and send your wrath upon their heads. Give to me a widow, the strong hand to do what I plan. By the deceit of my lips, strike down the slave with the prince and the prince with his servant. Crush the arrogance by the hand of a woman. For your strength does not depend on numbers, nor your might on the powerful, but you are the God of the lowly, helper of the oppressed, upholder of the weak, protector of the forsaken, savior of those who hope. Please, please, God of my father, God of the heritage of Israel, Lord of heaven and earth, creator of the waters, king of all your nation, creation, hear my prayer. Make, make my deceitful words bring wound and bruise on those who have planned cruel things against your covenant, and against your sacred house, and against Mount Zion, and against the house your children possess. Let your whole nation and every tribe know and understand that you are God, the God of all power and might, and that there is no other who protects the people of Israel but you alone. Judith chapter 10. When Judith had stopped crying out to the God of Israel and had ended all these words, she rose from where she lay prostrate. She called her maid and went down into the house where she lived on Sabbaths and on her festival days. She removed the sackcloth she had been wearing, took off her widow's garment, bathed her body with water, and anointed herself with precious ointment. She combed her hair, put on a tiara, and dressed herself in the festive attire that she used to wear while her husband Manasseh was living. She put sandals on her feet and put on her anklets, bracelets, rings, earrings, and all her other jewelry. Thus she made herself very beautiful to entice the eyes of all the men who might see her. She gave her maid a skin of wine and a flask of oil, and filled a bag with roasted grain, dried fig cakes, and fine bread. Then she wrapped up all her dishes and gave them to her to carry. Then they went out to the town gate of Bethulia and found Uzziah standing there with the elders of the town, Chabrish and Charmis. When they saw her transformed in appearance and dressed differently, they were very greatly astonished at her beauty and said to her, May the God of our ancestors grant you favor and fulfill your plans, so that the people of Israel may glory and Jerusalem may be exalted. She bowed down to God. Then she said to them, Order the gate of the town to be opened for me, so that I may go out and accomplish the things you have just said to me. So they ordered the young men to open the gate for her, as she requested. When they had done this, Judith went out accompanied by her maid. The men of the town watched her until she had gone down the mountains and passed through the valley, where they lost sight of her. As the women were going straight on through the valley, as an Assyrian patrol met her and took her into custody. They asked her, To what people do you belong, and where are you coming from, and where are you going? She replied, I am a daughter of the Hebrews, but I am fleeing from them, for they are about to be handed over to you to be devoured. I am on
Slamo,
my way.
Slamo, it's time.
Oh,
I am on my way to see Holofernes, the commander of your army, to give him a true report. I will show him a way by which he can go and capture all the hill country without losing one of his men, captured or slain. When the men heard her words, and observed her face. She was in their eyes marvelously beautiful. They said to her, "You have saved your life by hurrying down to see our Lord. Go at once to his tent. Some of us will escort you and hand you over to him. When you stand before him, have no fear in your heart, but tell him what you have just said, and he will treat you well." They chose from their number 100 men to accompany her and her maid, and they brought them to the tent of Holofernes. There was great excitement in the whole camp, for her arrival was reported from tent to tent. They came and gathered around her as she stood outside the tent of Holofernes, waiting until they told him about her. They marveled at her beauty and admired the Israelites, judging them by her. They said to one another, "Who can despise these people who have women like this among them? It is not wise to leave one of their men alive, for if we let them go, they will be able to bejewel the whole world." Judith is brought before Holofernes. Then the guards of Holofernes and all his servants came out and led her into the tent. Holofernes was resting on his bed under a canopy that was woven with purple and gold, emeralds, and other precious stones. When they told him of her, he came to the front of the tent with silver lamps carried before him. When Judith came into the presence of Holofernes and his servants, they all marveled at the beauty of her face. She prostrated herself and did obeisance to him, but his slaves raised her up. Judith chapter 11. Then Holofernes said to her, "Take courage, woman, and do not be afraid in your heart, for I have never hurt anyone who chose to serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of all the earth. Even now, if your people who live in the hill country had not slighted me, I would never have lifted my spear against them. They have brought this on themselves. But now tell me why you have fled from them and have come over to us. In any event, you have come to safety. Take courage. You will live tonight and ever after. No one will hurt you. Rather, all will treat you well, as they do the servants of my lord King Nebuchadnezzar." Judith explains her presence. Judith answered him, "Accept the words of your slave, and let your servant speak in your presence. I will say nothing false to my lord this night. If you follow out the words of your servant, God will accomplish something through you, and my Lord will not fail to achieve his purposes. By the life of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the whole earth, and by the power of him who has sent you to direct every living being, not only do human beings serve him because of you, but also the animals of the field and the cattle and the birds of the air will live because of your power under Nebuchadnezzar and all his house. For we have heard of your wisdom and skill, and it is reported throughout the whole world that you alone are the best in the whole kingdom, the most informed, and the most astounding in military strategy. Now, as for Achaea's speech in your council, we have heard his words, for the people of Bethulia spared him, and he told them all he said to you. Therefore, Lord and Master, do not disregard what he said, but keep it in your mind, for it is true. Indeed, our nation cannot be punished, nor can this word prevail against them, unless they sin against their God. But now, in order that my Lord may not be defeated and his purpose frustrated, death will fall upon them, for a sin has overtaken them, by which they are about to provoke their God to anger when they do what is wrong. Since their food supply is exhausted and their water has almost given out, they have planned to kill their livestock and have determined to use all that God, by his laws, has forbidden them to eat. They have decided to consume the first fruits of the grain and the tithes of the wine and oil, which they had consecrated and set aside for the priests who minister in the presence of our God in Jerusalem, thinks it is not lawful for any of the people even to touch with their hands. Since even the people in Jerusalem have been doing this, they have sent messengers there in order to bring back permission from the council of the elders. When the response reaches them and they act upon it, on that very day they will be handed over to you to be destroyed. So when I, your slave, learned all this, I fled from there. God has sent me to accomplish with you things that will astonish the whole world wherever people shall hear about them. Your servant is indeed God fearing and serves the God of heaven night and day. So, my Lord, I will remain with you, but every night your servant will go out into the valley and pray to God. He will tell me when they have committed their sins. Then I will come and tell you, so that you may go out with your whole army, and not one of them will be able to withstand you. Then I will lead you through Judea until you come to Jerusalem. There I will set your throne. You will drive them like sheep that have no shepherd, and no dog will so much as growl at you. For this was told me to give me foreknowledge. It was announced to me, and I was sent to tell you. Her words pleased Holofernes and all his servants. They marveled at her wisdom and said, no other woman from one end of the earth to the other looks so beautiful or speaks so wisely. Then Holofernes said to her, God has done well to send you ahead of the people to strengthen our hands and bring destruction on those who have despised my Lord. You are not only beautiful in appearance, but wise in speech. If you do as you have said, your God shall be my God, and you shall live in the palace of King Nebuchadnezzar and be renowned throughout the whole world. Judith chapter 12. Judith as a guest of Holofernes. Then he commanded them to bring her in where his silver dinnerware was kept, and ordered them to set a table for her with some of his own delicacies and with some of his own wine to drink. But Judith said, I cannot partake of them, or it will be an offense, but I will have enough with the things I brought with me. Holofernes said to her, if your supply runs out, where can we get you more of the same? For none of your people are here with us. Judith replied, as surely as you live, my lord, your servant will not use up the supplies I have with me before the Lord carries out by my hand what he has determined. Then the servants of Holofernes brought her into the tent, and she slept until midnight. Toward the morning watch she got up and sent this message to Holofernes. Let my lord now give orders to allow your servant to go out and pray. So Holofernes commanded his guards not to hinder her. She remained in the camp 3 days. She went out each night to the valley of Betulia and baited at the spring in the camp. After baiting, she prayed the Lord God of Israel to direct her way for the triumph of his people. Then she returned purified and stayed in the tent until she ate her food toward evening. Judith attends Holofernes' banquet. On the fourth day, Holofernes held a banquet for his personal attendants only and did not invite any of his officers. He said to Bagwas, the, the eunuch who had charge of his personal affairs, go and persuade the Hebrew woman who is in your care to join us and to eat and drink with us. For it would be a disgrace if we let such a woman go without having intercourse with her. If we do not seduce her, she will laugh at us. So Bagwas left the presence of Holofernes and approached her and said, let this pretty girl not hesitate to come to my lord to be honored in his presence, and to enjoy drinking wine with us, and to become today like one of his Assyrian women who serve in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar. Judith replied, who am I to refuse my lord? Whatever pleases him, I will do at once, and it will be a joy to me until the day of my death. So she proceeds to dress herself in all her woman's finery. Her maid went ahead and spread for her on the ground before Holofernes and lambskins she had received from Bagoas for her daily use in reclining. Then Judith came in and lay down. Holofernes' heart was ravished with her, and his passion was aroused, for he had been waiting for an opportunity to seduce her from the day he first saw her. So Holofernes said to her, "Have a drink and be merry with us." Judith said, "I will gladly drink, my lord, because today is the greatest day in my whole life." Then she took what her maid had prepared and ate and drank before him. Holofernes was greatly pleased with her and drank a great quantity of wine, much more than he had ever drunk in any one day since he was born. Judith chapter 13. Judith beheads Holofernes. When evening came, his slaves quickly withdrew. Bagoas closed the tent from outside and shut out the attendants from his master's presence. They went to bed, for they all were weary because the banquet had lasted so long. Then Judith was left alone in the tent, with Holofernes stretched out on his bed, for he was dead drunk. Now Judith had told her maid to stand outside the bedchamber and to wait for her to come out, as she did on the other days, for she said she would be going out for her prayers. She had said the same thing to Bagoas. So everyone went out, and no one, either small or great, was left in the bedchamber. Then Judith, standing beside his bed, said in her heart, "O Lord God of all might, look in his hour on the work of my hands for the exaltation of Jerusalem. Now indeed is the time to help your heritage and to carry out my design to destroy the enemies who have risen up against us." She went up to the bedpost near Holofernes' head and took down his sword and hung there. She came close to his bed, took hold of his hair of his head, and said, "Give me strength today, O Lord God of Israel." Then she struck his neck twice with all her might and cut off his head. Next, she rolled his body off the bed and pulled down the canopy from the posts. Soon afterward, she went out and gave Holofernes' head to her maid, who placed it in her food bag. Judith returns to Bethulia. Then the two of then the two of them went out together, as they were accustomed to do for prayer. They passed through the camp, circled around the valley, and went up the mountain to Bethulia and came to its gates. From a distance, Judith called out to her sentries at the gates, "Open, open the gate. God, our God, is with us, still showing his power in Israel and his strength against our enemies, as he has done today." When the people of her town heard her voice, they hurried down to the town gate and summoned the elders of the town. They all ran together, both small and great, for it seemed unbelievable that she had returned. They opened the gate and welcomed them. Then they lit a fire to give light and gathered around them. Then she said to them with a loud voice, "Praise God, or praise him. Praise God who has not withdrawn his mercy from the house of Israel, but has destroyed our enemies by my hand this very night." Then she pulled the head out of the bag and showed it to them and said, "See here, the head of Holofernes, the commander of the Assyrian army, and here is the canopy beneath which he lay in his drunken stupor. The Lord has struck him down by the hand of a woman. As the Lord lives, who has protected me in the way I went, I swear that it was my face that seduced him to his destruction, and that he committed no sin with me to defile and shame me." All the people were greatly astonished. They bowed down and worshipped God, and said with one accord, Blessed are you, our Lord, who have this day humiliated the enemies of your people. Then Uzziah said to her, O daughter, you are blessed by the Most High God above all other women on earth, and blessed be the Lord God who created the heavens and the earth, who has guided you to cut off the head of the leader of our enemies. Your praise will never depart from the hearts of those who remember the power of God. May God grant this to be a perpetual honor to you, and may He reward you with blessings, because you risked your own life when our nation was brought low, and you averted our ruin, walking in the straight path before God. And all the people said, Amen, Amen. Judith chapter 14. Judith's counsel. Then Judith said to them, Listen to me, my friends. Take this head and hang it upon the parapet of your wall. As soon as day breaks and the sun rises on the earth, each of you take up your weapons and let every able bodied man go out of the town, set a captain over them, as if you were going down to the plain against the Assyrian outpost, only do not go down. Then they will seize their arms and go into the camp and rouse the officers of the Assyrian army. They will rush into the tent of Holofernes and will not find him. Then panic will come over them, and they will flee before you. Then you and all who live within the borders of Israel will pursue them and cut them down in their tracks. But before you do all this, bring Achior the Ammonite to me, so that he may see and recognize the man who despised the house of Israel and sent him to us as if to his death. So they summoned Achior from the house of Uzziah. When he came and saw the head of Holofernes in the hand of one of the men in the assembly of the people, he fell down on his face in a faint. When they raised him up, he threw himself at Judith's feet and did obeisance to her and said, Blessed are you in every tent of Judah, in every nation. Those who hear your name will be alarmed. Now tell me what you have done during these days. So Judith told him in the presence of the people all that she had done from the day she left until the moment she began speaking to them. When she had finished, the people raised a great shout and made a joyful noise in their town. When Achior saw all that the God of Israel had done, he believed firmly in God. So he was circumcised and joined the house of Israel, remaining so to this day. Holofernes' death is discovered. As soon as it was dawn, they hung the head of Holofernes on the wall. Then they all took their weapons, and they went out in companies to the mountain passes. When the Assyrians saw them, they sent word to their commanders, who then went to the generals and the captains and to all their other officers. They came to Holofernes' tent and said to the steward in charge of all his personal affairs, Wake up, our lord, for the slaves have been so bold as to come down against us to give battle to their utter destruction. So Bagavas went in and knocked at the entry of the tent, for he supposed that he was sleeping with Judith. But when no one answered, he opened it and went into the bedchamber and found him sprawled on the floor dead, with his head missing. He cried out with a loud voice and wept and groaned and shouted and tore his clothes. Then he went to the tent where Judith had stayed, and when he did not find her, he rushed out to the people and shouted, The slaves have tricked us. One Hebrew woman has brought disgrace on the house of King Nebuchadnezzar. Look, Holofernes is lying on the ground, and his head is missing. When the leaders of the Assyrian army heard this, they tore their tunics and were greatly dismayed, and their loud cries and shouts rose up throughout the camp. Judith chapter 15. The Assyrians flee in panic. When the men in the tents heard it, they were amazed at what had happened. Overcome with fear and trembling, they did not wait for one another, but with one impulse all rushed out and fled by every part across the plain and throughout the hill country. those who had camped in the hills around Bethulia also took to flight. Then the Israelites, everyone that was a soldier, rushed out upon them. Uzziah sent men to Betomastalim and Koba and Kola and to all the frontiers of Israel to tell what had taken place and to urge all to rush out upon the enemy to destroy them. When the Israelites heard it, with one accord they fell upon the army and cut them down as far as Koba. Those in Jerusalem and all the hill country also came, for they were told what had happened in the camp of the enemy. The men in Gilead and in Galilee outflanked them with great slaughter, even beyond Damascus and its borders. The rest of the people of Bethulia fell upon the Assyrian camp and plundered it, acquiring great riches. And the Israelites, when they returned from the slaughter, took possession of what remained. Even the villages and towns in the hill country and in the plain got a great amount of booty, since there was a vast quantity of it. The Israelites celebrate their victory. Then the high priest Joachim and the leaders of the Israelites who lived in Jerusalem came to witness the good things that the Lord had done for Israel, and to see Judith and to wish her well. When they met her, they all blessed her with one accord and said to her, "You are the glory of Jerusalem. You are the great boast of Israel. You are the great pride of our nation. You have done all this with your own hand. You have done great good to Israel, and God is well pleased with it. May the Almighty Lord bless you forever." And the people said, Amen. All the people plundered the camp for 30 days. They gave Judith the tent of Holofernes and all his silver dinnerware, his beds, his bowls, and all his furniture. She took them and loaded her mules and hitched up her carts and piled the things on them. All the women of Israel gathered to see her and blessed her, and some of them performed a dance in her honor. She took ivy wreathed wands in her hands and distributed them to the women who were with her. And she and those who were with her crowned themselves with olive wreaths. She went before all the people in the dance, leading all the women, while all the men of Israel followed, bearing their arms and wearing garlands and singing hymns. Offers a hymn of praise. Judith began this thanksgiving before all Israel, and all the people loudly sang this song of praise. Judith chapter 16. And Judith said, "Begin a song to my God with tambourines, sing to my Lord with cymbals, raise to him a new psalm, exalt him and call upon his name. For the Lord is a God who crushes wars. He sets up his camp among his people. He delivered me from the hands of my pursuers. The Assyrian came down from the mountains of the north. He came with myriads of his warriors, their numbers blocked upon the waddles, and their cavalry covered the hills. He boasted that he would burn up my territory and kill my young men with the sword, and dash my infants to the ground, and seize my children as booty, and take my virgins as spoil. But the Lord Almighty has foiled them by the hand of a woman. For their mighty one did not fall by the hands of the young men, nor did the sons of the Titans strike him down, nor did tall giants set upon him. But Judith, daughter of Merari, with the beauty of her countenance, undid him. For she put away her widow's clothing to exalt the oppressed in Israel. She anointed her face with perfume. She fastened her hair with a tiara and put on a linen gown to beguile him. Her sandals ravished his eyes, her beauty captivated his mind, and the sword severed his neck. The Persians trembled at her boldness, the Medes were daunted at her daring. Then the oppressed people shouted, My weak people cried out, and the enemy trembled. They lifted up their voices, and the enemy were turned back. Sons of slave girls pierced them through and wounded them like the children of fugitives. They perished before the army of my Lord. I will sing to my God a new song. O Lord, you are great and glorious, wonderful in strength, invincible. Let all your creatures serve you, for you spoke, and they were made. You sent forth your spirit, and it formed them. There is none that can resist your voice. For the mountains shall be shaken to their foundations with the waters. Before your glance, the rocks shall melt like wax. But to those who fear you, you show mercy. For every sacrifice as a fragrant offering is a small thing, and the fat of all whole burnt offerings to you is a very little thing. But whoever fears the Lord is great forever. Woe to the nations that rise up against my people. The Lord Almighty will take vengeance on them in the day of judgment. He will send fire and worms into their flesh. They shall weep in pain forever. When they arrived at Jerusalem, they worshipped God. As soon as the people were purified, they offered their burnt offerings, their freewill offerings, and their gifts. Judith also dedicated to God all the possessions of Holofernes, which the people had given her, and the canopy that she had taken for herself from his bedchamber, she gave as a votive offering. For 3 months, the people continued feasting in Jerusalem before the sanctuary, and Judith remained with them. The renown and death of Judith. After this, they all returned home to their own inheritances. Judith went to Bethulia and remained on her estate. For the rest of her life, she was honored throughout the whole country. Many desired to marry her, but she gave herself to no man all the days of her life after her husband Manasseh died and was gathered to his people. She became more and more famous and grew old in her husband's house, reaching the age of 105. She set her maid free. She died in Bethulia, and they buried her in the cave of her husband Manasseh. And the house of Israel mourned her for 7 days. Before she died, she distributed her property to all those who were next of kin to her husband Manasseh and to her own nearest kindred. No one ever again spread terror among the Israelites during the lifetime of Judith or for a long time after her death. Esther chapter 1. Mordecai's dream. In the second year of the reign of Ahasuerus the Great, on the first day of Nisan, Mordecai, son of Jair, son of Shimei, son of Kish, of the tribe of Benjamin, had a dream. He saw a Jew king in the city of Susa, a great man, serving in the court of the king. He was one of the captives whom King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon had brought from Jerusalem with King Jeconiah of Judah, and this was his dream. Noises and confusion, thunders and earthquake, tumult on the earth. Then two great dragons came forward, both ready to fight, and they roared terribly. At their roaring, every nation prepared for war, to fight against the righteous nation. It was a day of darkness and gloom, the tribulation and distress, affliction and great tumult on the earth. And the whole righteous nation was troubled. They feared the evils that threatened them, and were ready to perish. Then they cried out to God, and at their outcry, as though from a tiny spring, there came a great river with abundant water. Light came, and the sun rose, and the lowly were exalted and devoured those held in honor. Mordecai saw
So,
in this dream what God had determined to do, and after he awoke, he had it on his mind, seeking all day to understand it in every detail.
Stoma, time I.
Very much. Um,
Evil.
Esther chapter.
Yeah. Uh, Now Mordecai took his rest in the courtyard with Bigthan and Teres, the two eunuchs of the king who kept watch in the courtyard. He overheard their conversation and inquired into their purposes and learned that they were preparing to lay hands on King Ahasuerus, and he informed the king concerning them. Then the king examined the two eunuchs, and after they had confessed it, they were led away to execution. The king made a permanent record of these things, and Mordecai wrote an account of them. And the king ordered Mordecai to serve in the court and rewarded him for these things. But Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, who was in great honor with the king, determined to injure Mordecai and his people because of the two eunuchs of the king. Esther chapter 1. This happened in the days of Ahasuerus, the same Ahasuerus who ruled over the 127 provinces from India to Ethiopia. In those days, when King Ahasuerus sat on his royal throne in the citadel of Susa, in the third year of his reign, he gave a banquet for all of his reign. He gave a banquet for all his officials and ministers. The army of Persia and Media and the nobles and the governors of the provinces were present, while he displayed the great wealth of his kingdom and the splendor and pomp of his majesty for many days, 180 days in all. When these days were completed, the king gave for all the people present in the citadel of Susa, both great and small, a banquet lasting for 7 days. In the court of the garden of the king's palace, there were there were white cotton curtains and blue hangings tied with cords of fine linen and purple to silver rings, and marble pillars. There were couches of gold and silver on a mosaic pavement of porphyry, marble, mother of pearl, and colored stones. Drinks were served in golden goblets of different kinds, and the royal wine was lavished according to the bounty of the king. Drinking was by flagons, without restraint, for the king had given orders to all the officials of his palace to do as each one desired. Furthermore, Queen Vashti gave a banquet for the women in the palace of King Ahasuerus. On the seventh day, when the king was merry with wine, he commanded Mehuman, Bista, Harbona, Bigtha, and Abagtha, Zethar, and Carcass, the seven eunuchs who attended him, to bring Queen Vashti before the king, wearing the royal crown, in order to show the peoples and the officials her beauty, for she was fair to behold. But Queen Vashti refused to come at the king's command conveyed by the eunuchs. At this, the king was enraged and his anger burned within him. Then the king consulted the sages who knew the laws, for this was the king's procedure toward all who were versed in law and custom, and those next to him were Karshena, Shethar, Admatha, Tarshish, Meres, Marsena, and Memucan, the seven officials of Persia and Media, who had access to the king and sat first in the kingdom. According to the law, what is to be done to Queen Vashti, because she has not performed the command of the king Ahasuerus conveyed by the eunuchs. Then Memucan said in the presence of the king and the officials, not only has the queen not only has Queen Vashti done wrong to the king, but also to all the officials and all the people who are in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus. For this deed of the queen will be made known to all women, causing them to look with contempt on their husbands, since they will say, King Ahasuerus commanded Queen Vashti to be brought before him, and she did not come. This very day, the noble ladies of Persia and Media, who have heard of the queen's behavior, will rebel against the king's officials, and there will be no end of contempt and wrath. If it pleases the king, let a royal order go out from him, and let it be written among the laws of the Persians and the Medes, so that it may not be altered, that Vasi is never again to come before King Ahasuerus. And let the king give her royal position to another who is better than she. So when the decree was decree made by the king is proclaimed throughout all his kingdom, vast as it is. All women will give honor to their husbands, high and low alike. This advice pleased the king and the officials, and the king did as Miss Mukan proposed. He sent letters to all the royal provinces, to every province in its own script, and to every people in its own language, declaring that every man should be master in his own house. Esther chapter 2. After these things, when the anger of King Ahasuerus had abated, he remembered Vashti and what she had done, and what had been decreed against her. Then the king's servant who attended him said, let beautiful young virgins and be sought out for the king, and let the king appoint commissioners in all the provinces of his kingdom to gather all the beautiful young virgins to the harem in citadel of Susa, under custody of Haggai the king's eunuch, who is in charge of the women. Let their cosmetic treatments be given them, and let the girl who pleases the king be the queen instead of Vashti. This pleased the king, and he did so. Now there was a Jew in citadel of Susa whose name was Mordecai, son of Jair, son of Shimeon of Kish, a Benjaminite. Kish had been carried away from Jerusalem among the captives carried away with King Jeconiah of Judah, whom King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon had carried away. Mordecai had brought up Hadassah, that is Esther, his cousin, for she had neither father nor mother. The girl was fair and beautiful, and when her father and her mother died, Mordecai adopted her as his own daughter. So when the king's order and his edict were proclaimed, and when many young women were gathered in the citadel of Susa in custody of Haggai, Esther also was taken into the king's palace and put in custody of Haggai, who had charge of the women. The girl pleased him and won his favor, and he quickly provided her with her cosmetic treatments and her portion of food, and with 7 chosen maids from the king's palace, and advanced her and her maids to the best place in the harem. Esther did not reveal her people or kindred, for Mordecai had charged her not to tell. Every day Mordecai would walk around in front of the court of the harem to learn how Esther was and how she fared. The turn came for each girl to go into King Ahasuerus after being 12 months under the regulations for the woman. Since this was the regular period of their cosmetic treatment, 6 months with oil of myrrh and 6 months with perfumes and cosmetics for women. When the girl went in to the king, she was given whatever she asked for to take with her from the harem to the king's palace. In the evening, she went in. Then in the morning she came back to the second harem in custody of Shazgaz, the king's eunuch, who was in charge of the concubines. She did not go in to the king again, unless the king delighted in her, and she was summoned by name. When the turn came for Esther, daughter of Abihail, the uncle of Mordecai, who had adopted her as his own daughter, to go in the king, she asked for nothing except what Haggai, the king's eunuch, who had charge of the woman, advised. Now Esther was admired by all who saw her. When Esther was taken to King Ahasuerus in his royal palace in the 10th month, which is the month of Tebeth in the 7th year of the reign, the king loved Esther more than all the other women. Of all the virgins, she won his favor and devotion, so that he set the royal crown on her head and made her queen instead of Vashti. Then the king gave a great banquet to all his officials and ministers, and Esther's banquet. He also granted a holiday to the provinces and gave gifts with royal liberty. When the virgins were being gathered together, Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate. Now Esther had not revealed her kindred or her people as Mordecai had charged her, for Esther obeyed Mordecai just as when she was brought up by him. In those days, while Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate, Bigthan and Teresh, two of the king's eunuchs who guarded the threshold, became angry and conspired to assassinate King Ahasuerus. But the matter came to the knowledge of Mordecai, and he told it to Queen Esther. And Esther told the king in the name of Mordecai. When the affair was investigated and found to be so, both the men were hanged on the gallows. It was recorded in the book of the annals in the presence of the king. Esther chapter 3. After these things, King Ahasuerus promoted Haman, son of Hammedatha the Agagite, and advanced him and set his seat above all the officials who were with him. And all the king's servants who were at the king's gate bowed down and did obeisance to Haman, for the king had so commanded concerning him. But Mordecai did not bow down or do obeisance. Then the king's servants who were at the king's gate said to Mordecai, why do you disobey the king's command? When they spoke to him day after day, he would not listen to them. They told Haman, in order to see whether Mordecai's words would avail, for he, for he had told them that he was a Jew. When Haman saw that Mordecai did not bow down or do obeisance to him, Haman was infuriated. But he thought it beneath him to lay hands on Mordecai alone. So, having him told who Mordecai's people were, Haman plotted to destroy all the Jews, the people of Mordecai, throughout the whole kingdom of Ahasuerus. In the first month, which is the month of Nisan, in the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, they cast Pur, which means the Lord, before Haman for the day and for the month. And the Lord fell on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month of Adar. Then Haman said to King Ahasuerus, there is a certain people scattered and separated among the peoples in all the provinces of your kingdom. Their laws are different from those of every other people, and they do not keep the king's law, so that it is not appropriate for the king to tolerate them. If it pleases the king, let a decree be issued for their destruction, and I will pay 10,000 talents of silver into the hands of those who have charge of the king's business, so that they may put it into the king's treasuries. So the king took his signet ring from his hand and gave it to Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews. The king said to Haman, the money is given to you, and the people as well, to do with them as it seems good to you. Then the king's secretaries were summoned on the 13th day of the first month, and an edict, according to all that Haman commanded, was written to the king's satraps and to the governors over all the provinces and to the officials of all the peoples, to every province in its own script and every people in its own language. It was written in the name of King Ahasuerus and sealed with the king's ring. Letters were sent by couriers to all the king's provinces, giving orders to destroy, to kill, and to annihilate all Jews, young and old, women and children, in one day, the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month of Adar, and to plunder their goods. Addition B. The king's letter. This is a copy of the letter the great king Ahasuerus writes the following to the governors of the 127 provinces from India to Ethiopia and to the officials under them. Having become ruler of many nations and master of the whole world, not elated with presumption of authority but always acting reasonably and with kindness. I have determined to settle the lives of my subjects in lasting tranquillity and, in order to make my kingdom peaceable and open to travel throughout all its extent, to restore the peace desired by all people. When I asked my counselors how this might be accomplished, Haman, who excels among us in sound judgment and is distinguished for his unchanging goodwill and steadfast fidelity, and has attained the second place in the kingdom, pointed out to us that among all nations in the world there is scattered a certain hostile people who have laws contrary to those of every nation and continually disregard the ordinances of kings, so that the unifying of the kingdom that we honorably intend cannot be brought about. We understand that this people and it alone stands constantly in opposition to every nation, perversely following a strange manner of life and laws, and is ill disposed to our government, doing all the harm they can so that our kingdom may not attain stability. Therefore, we have decreed that those indicated to you in the letters written by Haman, who is in charge of affairs and is our second father, shall all, wives and children included, be utterly destroyed by swords of their enemies without pity or restraint on the 14th day of the 12th month Adar of this present year, so that those who have long been hostile and remain so may in a single day go down in violence to Hades and leave our government completely secure and untroubled here. End of addition B. Esther chapter 3. A copy of the document was to be issued as a decree in every province by proclamation, calling on all the peoples to be ready for that day. The couriers went quickly by order of the king, and the decree was issued in the citadel of Susa. The king and Haman sat down to drink, but the city of Susa was thrown into confusion. Esther chapter 4. When Mordecai learned all that had been done, Mordecai tore his clothes and put on a sackcloth and ashes, and went through the city, wailing with a loud and bitter cry. He went up to the entrance of the king's gate, for no one might enter the king's gate clothed with sackcloth. In every province, wherever the king's command and his decree came, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting and weeping and lamenting, and most of them lay in sackcloth and ashes. When Esther's maid and her eunuchs came and told her, the queen was deeply distressed. She sent garments to clothe Mordecai, so that he might take off his sackcloth. But he would not accept them. Then Esther called for Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs who had been appointed to attend her, and ordered him to go to Mordecai to learn what was happening and why. Hathach went out to Mordecai in the open square of the city in front of the king's gate, and Mordecai told him all that had happened to him, and the exact sum of money that Haman had promised to pay into the king's treasures for the destruction of the Jews. Mordecai also gave him a copy of the written decree issued in Susa for their destruction, that he might show it to Esther, explain it to her, and charge her to go to the king to make supplication to him and entreat him for her people. Hathach went and told Esther that what Mordecai had said. Then Esther spoke to Hathach and gave him a message from Mordecai, saying, all the king's servants and the people of the king's provinces know that if any man or woman goes to the king inside the inner court without being called, there is but one law: all alike are to be put to death. Only if the king holds out the golden scepter to someone may that person live. I myself have not been called to come in the king for 30 days. When they told Mordecai what Esther had said, Mordecai told them to reply to Esther, Do not think what Do not think that in the king's palace you will escape any more than all the other Jews. For if you keep silence at such a time as this, relief and deliverance will rise for the Jews from another quarter. But you and your father's family will perish. Who knows? Perhaps you have come to royal dignity for such a time as this. Then Esther said in reply to Mordecai, Go, rather all the Jews be found in Susa, and hold a fast on my behalf, and neither eat nor drink for 3 days, night or day. I and my maids will also fast, and you as you do. After that I will go to the king, though it is against the law, and if I perish, I perish. Mordecai then went away and did everything as Esther had ordered from him. Addition C. Then Mordecai prayed to the Lord, calling to remembrance all the works of the Lord. He said, O Lord, you rule as king over all things. For the universe is in your power, and there is no one who can oppose you when it is your will to save Israel. For you have made heaven and earth and every wonderful thing under heaven. You are Lord of all, and there is no one who can resist you, the Lord. You know all things. You know, O Lord, that it was not in insolence or pride or for any love of glory that I did this, and refused to bow down to this proud Haman. For I would have been willing to kiss the soles of his feet to save Israel. But I did this so that I might not set human glory above the glory of God. And I will not bow down to anyone but you, who are my Lord. And I will not do these things in pride. And now, O Lord God and King, God of Abraham, spare your people, for the eyes of our foes are upon us to annihilate us. And this desire to destroy the inheritance that has been yours from the beginning. Do not neglect your portion, which you redeemed for yourself out of the land of Egypt. Hear my prayer and have mercy upon your inheritance. Turn our mourning into feasting, that we may live and sing praise to your name. O Lord, do not destroy the lips of those who praise you. And all Israel cried out mightily, for their death was before their eyes. Esther's prayer. Then Queen Esther, seized with deadly anxiety, fled to the Lord. She took off her splendid apparel and put on the garments of distress and mourning. And instead of costly perfumes, she covered her head with ashes and dung. She utterly humbled her body, and every part that she loved to adorn she covered with her tangled hair. She prayed to the Lord God of Israel and said, O my Lord, you only are our King. Help me, who am alone and have no helper but you. For my danger is in my head. Ever since I was born, I have heard in the tribe of my family that you, O Lord, took Israel out of the nations and our ancestors from among all their forebears for an everlasting inheritance, and that you did for them all that you promised. And now we have sinned before you, and you have handed us over to our enemies. Because we glorified their gods. You are right, O Lord, and now they are not satisfied that we are in bitter slavery, but they have covenanted with their idols to abolish what your mouth has ordained, and to destroy your inheritance, to stop the mouths of those who praise you, and to quench your altar and the glory of your house, to open the mouths of the nations for the praise of vain idols, and to magnify forever a mortal king. O Lord, do not surrender your scepter to what has no being, and do not let them laugh at our downfall, but turn their plan against them and make an example of him who began this against us. Remember, O Lord, make yourself known in this time of our affliction, and give me courage, O King of gods and Master of all dominion. Put eloquent speech in my mouth before the lion, and turn his heart to hate the man who is fighting against us, so that there may be an end of him and those who agree with him. But save us by your hand, and help me, who am alone and have no helper but you. O Lord, you have knowledge of all things, and you know that I hate the splendor of the wicked and abhor the bed of the uncircumcised and of any alien. You know my necessity, that I abhor the sign of my proud position, which is upon my head on days when when I appear in public. I abhor it like a filthy rag, and I do not wear it on the days when I am at leisure. And your servant has not eaten at Haman's table, and I have not honored the king's feast or drunk the wine of libations. Your servant has had no joy since the day that I was brought here until now, except in you, O Lord God of Abraham. O God, whose might is over all, hear the voice of his despairing, and save us from the hands of evildoers, and save me from my fear. End of addition C. Addition D. On the third day, when she ended her prayer, she took off the garments in which she had worshipped and arrayed herself in splendid attire. Then, majestically adorned after invoking the aid of all seeing God and Saviour, she took two maids with her, On one she leaned gently for support while the other followed carrying her train. She was radiant with perfect beauty and she looked happy, as if beloved, but her heart was frozen with fear. When she had gone through all the doors, she stood before the king. He was seated on his royal throne, clothed in full array of his majesty, and covered with gold and precious stones. He was most terrifying. Lifting his face, flushed with splendor, he looked at her in fierce anger. The queen faltered and turned pale and faint, and collapsed on the head of the maid who went in front of her. Then God changed the spirit of the king to gentleness, and in alarm he sprang from his throne and took her in his arms until she came to herself. He comforted her with soothing words and said to her, "What is it, Esther? I am your husband. Take courage. You shall not die, for a law applies to uh, for our law applies only to our subjects. Come near." Then he raised the golden scepter and touched her neck with it. He embraced her and said, "Speak to me." She said to him, "I saw you and my Lord like an angel of God, and my heart was shaken with fear at your glory. For you are wonderful, my Lord, and your countenance is full of grace." And while she was speaking, she fainted and fell. Then the king was agitated, and all his servants tried to comfort her. End of addition D. Esther chapter 5. The king said to her, "What is it, Queen Esther? What is your request? It shall be given to you, even to the half of my kingdom." Then Esther said, "If it pleases the king, let the king and Haman come today to a banquet that I have prepared for the king." Then the king said, "Bring Haman quickly, so that they so that we may do as Esther desires." So the king and Haman came to the banquet that Esther had prepared. While they were drinking wine, the king said to Esther, "What is your petition? It shall be granted to you. And what is your request? Even to the half of my kingdom, it shall be fulfilled." Then Esther said, "This is my petition and request. If I have won the king's favor, and if it pleases the king to grant my petition and fulfill my request, let the king and Haman come tomorrow to the banquet that I will prepare for them, and then I will do as the king has said." Haman went out that day happy and in good spirits. But when Haman saw Mordecai in the king's gate and observed that he neither rose nor trembled before him, he was infuriated with Mordecai. Nevertheless, Haman restrained himself and went home. Then he sent and called for his friends and his wife Zeresh, and Haman recounted to them the splendor of his riches, the number of his sons, all the promotions with which the king had honored him, and how he had advanced him above the officials and the ministers of the king. Haman added, "Even Queen Esther let no one but myself come with the king to the banquet that she prepared. Tomorrow also I am invited by her, together with the king. Yet all this does me no good so long as I see Jew Mordecai sitting at the king's gate." Then his wife Zeresh and all his friends said to him, "Let a gallows 50 cubits high be made, and in the morning tell the king to have Mordecai hanged on it. Then go with the king to the banquet in good spirits." This advice pleased Haman, and he had the gallows made. Esther chapter 6.
Slow-mo, time I.
Okay, next reading is from Esther chapter 6.
Okay.
Esther, Barakimar, Esther chapter 6. On that night the king could not sleep, and he gave orders to bring the book of records, the annals, and they were read to the king. It was found written how Mordecai had told about Bigthana and Teresh, two of the king's eunuchs who guarded the threshold and who had conspired to assassinate King Ahasuerus. Then the king said, "What honor or distinction has been bestowed on Mordecai for this?" The king's servants who attended him said, "Nothing has been done for him." The king said, "Who is in the court?" Now Haman had just entered the outer court of the king's palace to speak to the king about having Mordecai hanged on the gallows that he had prepared for him. So the king's servants told him, "Haman is there, standing in the court." The king said, "Let him come in." So Haman came in, and the king said to him, what shall be done for the man whom the king wishes to honor? Haman said to himself, whom would the king wish to honor more than me? So Haman said to the king, for the man whom the king wishes to honor, let royal robes be brought, which the king has worn, and a horse that the king has ridden, with a royal crown on his head. Then the robe and the horse be handed over to one of king's most noble officials. Let him robe the man whom the king wishes to honor, and let him conduct the man on the horseback through the open square of the city, proclaiming before him, thus shall it be done for the man whom the king wishes to honor. Then the king said to Haman, quickly take the robe and the horse, as you have said, and do so to the Jew Mordecai, who sits at the king's gate. Leave out nothing that you have mentioned. So Haman took the robes and the horse and robed Mordecai and led him riding through the open square of the city, proclaiming, thus shall it be done for the man whom the king wishes to honor. Then Mordecai returned to the king's gate, but Haman hurried to his house, mourning and with his head covered. When Haman told his wife Zeresh and all his friends everything that had happened to him, his advisers and his wife Zeresh said to him, if Mordecai, before whom your downfall has begun, is of a Jewish people, you will not prevail against him, but will surely fall before him. While they were still talking with him, the king's eunuchs arrived and hurried Haman off to the banquet. Esther chapter 7. That Esther had prepared, so the king and Haman went into the feast with Queen Esther. On the second day, as they were drinking wine, the king again said to Esther, what is your petition, Queen Esther? It shall be granted you. And what is your request? Even to half of my kingdom it shall be fulfilled. Then Queen Esther answered, if I have won your favor, O king, if it pleases the king, let my life be given me, that in my petition the lives of my people, that is my request. So we have been sold, I and my people, to be destroyed and to be killed and to be annihilated. If we have been sold merely as slaves, men and women, I would have held my peace. But no enemy can compensate for this damage to the king. Then King Ahasuerus said to Queen Esther, who is he and where is he who has presumed to do this? Esther said, a foe and enemy, this wicked Haman. Then Haman was terrified before the king and the queen. The king rose from the feast in wrath and went into the palace garden. But Haman stayed to beg his life from Queen Esther, for he saw that the king had determined to destroy him. When king returned from the palace garden to the banquet hall, Haman had thrown himself on the couch where Esther was reclining, and king said, will he even assault the queen in my presence, in my own house? As the words left the mouth of the king, they covered Haman's face. Then Harbona, one of the eunuchs in the attendance on the king, said, look, the very gallows that Haman has prepared for Mordecai, whose word saved the king, stands at Haman's house, 50 cubits high. And the king said, hang him on that. So they hanged Haman on the gallows that he had prepared for Mordecai. Esther chapter 8. Then the anger of the king abated. On that day, King Ahasuerus gave to Queen Esther the house of Haman. The enemies of the Jews and Mordecai came before the king, for the Esther had told what he was to her. Then the king took off a signet ring, which he had taken from Haman, and gave it to Mordecai. So Esther set Mordecai over the house of Haman. Then Esther spoke again to the king. She fell at his feet, weeping and pleading with him to avert the evil design of Haman the Agagite and the plot that he had devised against the Jews. The king held out the golden scepter to Esther, and Esther rose and stood before the king. She said, if it pleases the king, and if I have won his favor, and if the thing seems right before the king, I have this approval. Let an order be written to revoke the letters devised by Haman, son of Hammedatha the Agagite, which he wrote, giving orders to destroy the Jews who are in all the provinces of the king. For now can I bear to see the calamity that is coming on my people? Or how can I bear to see the destruction of my kindred? Then King Ahasuerus said to Queen Esther and to the Jew Mordecai, see, I have given Esther the house of Haman, and they have hanged him on the gallows. because he plotted to lay hands on the Jews. You may write as you please with regard to the Jews in the name of the king, and seal it with the king's ring. For an edict written in the name of the king and sealed with the king's ring cannot be revoked. The king's secretaries were summoned at that time in the 3rd month, which is the month of Sivan, on the 23rd day, and the edict was written according to all that Mordecai commanded to the Jews and to the satraps and governors and the officials of the provinces from India to Ethiopia. 127 provinces, to every province in its own script, and to every people in its own language, and also to Jews in their script and their language. He wrote the letters in the name of King Ahasuerus, sealed them with the king's ring, and set them by mounted couriers riding on fast steeds bred from the royal herd. By these letters, the king allowed the Jews who were in every city to assemble and defend their lives, to, uh, to destroy, to kill, and to annihilate any armed force of any people or province that might attack them with their children and women, and to plunder their goods on a single day throughout all the provinces of King Ahasuerus on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month of Adar. Esther 16, edition E. The copy is the following is a copy of this letter. The great King Ahasuerus to the governors and to the of the provinces from India to Ethiopia, 127 provinces, and to those who are loyal to our government, greetings. Many people, to the more they are honored with the most generous kindness of their benefactors, the more proud they become, and not only seek to injure other subjects, but in their inability to stand prosperity, they even undertake to scheme against their own benefactors. They not only take away thankfulness from others, but carried away by the boast of those who know nothing of goodness. They even assume that they will escape the evil hating justice of God, who always sees everything. And often many of those who are set in palaces of authority have been made in part responsible for shedding of innocent blood, and have been involved in irremediable calamities by the persuasion of friends who have been entrusted with the administration of public affairs, when these people, by the false treachery of their evil natures, beguile the sincere goodwill of their sovereigns. What has been wickedly accomplished throughout the pestilent behavior of those who exercise authority unworthily can be seen, not so much from the most ancient records that we hand on, as from investigation of matters close at hand. In the future, we will take care to render our kingdom quiet and peaceable for all, by changing our methods and always judging what comes before our eyes with more equitable consideration. For Haman, son of Amadatha, Macedonian, really an alien to the Persian blood, and quite devoid of all kindliness, have become our guest, enjoyed so fully the goodwill that we have from every nation, that he was called a father and was continually bowed down to by all as a person second to the royal throne. But unable to restrain his arrogance, he undertook to deprive us of our kingdom and our life, and with integrate craft and deceit against for the destruction of Mordecai, our savior and perpetual benefactor, and of Esther, the blameless partner of our kingdom, together with their whole nation. He thought that by these methods he would catch us undefended, and would transform the kingdom of Persians to the Macedonians. But we find that the Jews, who are consigned to annihilation by this thrice accursed man, are not evildoers, but are governed by the most righteous laws, and are children of the living God, most high, most mighty, who has directed the kingdom both for us and for our ancestors in the most excellent order. You will therefore do well not to put in execution the letters sent by Haman, son of Hamadatha, since he, the one who did these things, have been hanged at the gate of Susa with all his household. For God, who rules over all things, has speedily inflicted on him the punishment that he deserved. Therefore, post a copy of this letter publicly in every place, and permit the Jews to live under their own laws, and give them reinforcements, so that on the 13th day of the 12th month Adar, on that very day, they may defend themselves against those who attack them at the time of oppression. For God, who rules over all things, have made this day to be a joy for his chosen people instead of a day of destruction for them. Therefore, you shall observe this with all good cheer as a notable day among your commemorative festive day among your festive festivals, among your commemorative festivals, so that both now and thereafter it may represent deliverance for you and the loyal Persians, but that it may be a reminder of destruction for those who plot against us. Every city and country, without exception, does not act accordingly shall be destroyed in wrath with spear and fire. It shall be made not only impassable for human beings, but also most hateful to wild animals and birds for all time. Esther chapter 8. A copy of the writ was to be issued as a decree in every province and published to all people, and the Jews were to be ready with on that day to take revenge on their enemies. So the couriers, mounted on their swift royal steeds, hurried out, urged by the king's command. The decree was issued in the citadel of Susa. Then Mordecai went out from the presence of the king, wearing royal robes of blue and white, with a great golden crown and the mantle of fine linen and purple, while the city of Susa shouted and rejoiced. For the Jews there was light and gladness, joy and honor. In every province and in every city, wherever the king's command and his edict came, there was gladness and joy among the Jews, a festival and a holiday. Furthermore, many of the people of the country professed to be Jews became because the fear of the Jews had fallen upon them. Esther chapter 9. Now in the 12th month, which is the month of Adar, on the 13th day, when king's command and edict was about to be executed, on the very day when the enemies of the Jews hoped to gain power over them, by which they have changed to a day when the Jews would gain power over their foes. The Jews gathered in their cities throughout all the provinces of King Ahasuerus to lay hands on those who have sought their ruin, and no one could withstand them, because the fear of them had fallen upon all people. All the officials of the provinces, the satraps and governors, and the royal officials were supporting the Jews, because the fear of Mordecai had fallen upon them. For Mordecai was powerful in the king's house, and his fame spread throughout all the provinces as the man Mordecai grew more and more powerful. So the Jews struck down all their enemies with the sword, slaughtering and destroying them, and did as they pleased to those who hated them. In the citadel of Susa, the Jews killed and destroyed 500 people. They killed Parshandata, Dalphon, Ashpata, Porata, Adalia, Aridata, Parmashta, Arisai, Aridai, Vaizakta, the 10 sons of Haman, son of Hamadatta, the enemy of the Jews, but they did not touch the plunder. That very day, the number of those killed in the citadel of Susa was reported to the king. The king said to the queen Esther, in the citadel of Susa, the Jews have killed 500 people and also the 10 sons of Haman. We have done this in the rest of the king's provinces. Now, what is your petition? Shall be granted you. And what further is your request? It shall be fulfilled. Esther said, if it pleases the king, let the Jews who are in Susa be allowed tomorrow also to do according to this day's edict, and let the 10 sons of Haman be hanged on the gallows. So the king commanded this to be done. A decree was issued to Susa, and the 10 sons of Haman were hanged. The Jews who were in Susa gathered all also on the 14th day of the month of Adar, and they killed 300 persons in Susa. They did not touch the plunder. Now the other Jews who were in the king's provinces also gathered to defend their lives, and gained relief from their enemies, and killed 75,000 of those who hated them. but they laid no hand on the plunder. This was on the 13th day of the month of Adar, and on the 14th day they rested and made that a day of feasting and gladness. But the Jews who were in Susa gathered on the 13th day and on the 14th, and rested on the 15th day, making that day of feasting and gladness. Therefore, the Jews of the village who live in the open towns hold the 14th day of the month of Adar as a day for gladness and feasting, a holiday on which they send gifts of food to one another. Mordecai recorded these things and sent letters to all the Jews who were in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus, both near and far, enjoining them that they should keep the 14th day of the month Adar and also the 15th day of the same month year by year as the days on which the Jews gained relief from their enemies, and as the month that had been turned for them from sorrow into gladness and from mourning into a holiday, that they should make them days of feasting and gladness, days for sending gifts of food to one another and presents to the poor. So the Jews adopted as a custom what had been begun to do as Mordecai had written to them. Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of all the Jews, had plotted against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast Pur, that is the lot, to crush and destroy them. But when Esther came before the king, he gave orders in writing that the wicked plot that had been devised against the Jews should come upon his own head, and that he and his sons should be hanged on the gallows. Therefore, these days are called Purim, for from the word Pur, thus because of all that is written in this letter and of what had been faced in this matter and for what had happened to them, the Jews established and accepted as a custom for themselves and their descendants, all who joined them, that without fail they would continue to observe these 2 days every year as it was written and all the time appointed. These days should be remembered and kept throughout every generation, in every family, province, and city. And these days of Purim should never fall into disuse among the Jews, nor should the commemoration of these days cease among their descendants. Queen Esther, daughter of Abihail, along with the Jew of Mordecai, gave full written authority confirming the second letter about Purim. Later, letters were sent wishing peace and security of all the Jews to the 127 provinces of Kingdom of Ahasuerus and giving orders that these days of Purim should be observed at the appointed seasons, and the Jew Mordecai and Queen Esther enjoined on the Jews just as they had laid down for themselves and for their descendants regulation concerning their fast and their lamentation. The command of Queen Esther fixed these practices of Purim, and it was recorded in writing. Esther chapter 10. King Ahasuerus laid tribute on the land and on the islands of the sea, all the acts of his power and might, and the full account of the king of the high honor of Mordecai to which the king advanced him, and they were written in the annals of the kings of Media and Persia. For Mordecai the Jew was next in rank to King Ahasuerus, and he was powerful among the Jews and popular with his many kindred, and he sought the good of his people and interceded for the welfare of all his descendants. And Mordecai said, "These things have come from God, for I remember the dream that I have concerning these matters, and none of them have been failed to be fulfilled. There was a little spring that became a river, and there was light and sun and abundant water. The river the river is Esther, whom the king married and made queen. The two dragons are Haman and myself. The nations are those that gathered to destroy the name of the Jews. And my nation, that is Israel, who cried out to God and was saved. The king has saved these people, and Lord had rescued us from all these evils. God has done great signs and wonders that have never happened among the nations. For this purpose, he made two laws, one for the people of God and one for all the nations, that these two lots came to the honor and moment and day of decision before God and among all the nations. and God remembered his people and vindicated his inheritance. So they will observe these days in the month of Adar on the 14th and the 15th of that month with an assembly and joy and gladness before God from generation to generation forever among his people Israel. Esther chapter 11. In the 14th year of reign of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, Dositheus, who said that he was a priest and a Levite, and his son Ptolemy brought to Egypt the preceding letter about Purim, which they said was authentic and had been translated by Lysimachus, son of Ptolemy, one of the residents of Jerusalem. 1 Maccabi chapter 1. After Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came from the king of Kittim, had defeated King Darius of the Persians and the Medes, he succeeded him as king. He had previously become king of Greece. He fought many battles, conquered strongholds, and put to death the kings of the earth. He advanced to the ends of the earth and plundered many nations. When the earth became quiet before him, he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. He gathered a very strong army, ruled over countries, nations, and princes, and they became tributary to him. After this, he fell sick and perceived that he was dying. So he summoned his most honored officers who had been brought up with him from youth and divided his kingdom among them while he was still alive. And after Alexander had reigned 12 years, he died. Then his officers began to rule, each in their own place. They all put on crowns after his death, and so did their descendants after them for many years, and they caused many evil on the earth. From them came forth a sinful root, Antiochus Epiphanes, son of King Antiochus. They have been a hostage in Rome. They began to reign in He began to reign in 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days, certain renegades came out from Israel and misled many, saying, "Let us go and make a covenant with the Gentiles around us, for since we separated from them, many disasters have come upon us." This proposal pleased them, and some of the people eagerly went to the king, who authorized them to observe the ordinances of the Gentiles. So they built a gymnasium in Jerusalem according to the Gentile custom, removed the marks of circumcision, and abandoned the Holy Covenant. They joined with the Gentiles and sold themselves to do evil. When Antiochus saw that his kingdom was established, he determined to become king of the land of Egypt in order that he might reign over both kingdoms. So he invaded Egypt with strong force, with chariots and elephants and cavalry, and with a large fleet. He engaged King Ptolemy of Egypt in battle, and Ptolemy turned and fled before him, and many were wounded and fell. They captured the 45 cities in the land of Egypt, and he plundered the land of Egypt. After subduing Egypt, Antiochus returned in the 143rd year. He went up against Israel and came to Jerusalem with a strong force. He arrogantly entered the sanctuary and took the golden altar, the lampstand for the light, and all its utensils. He took also the tables for the bread of the presence, the cups for the drinking offering, the bowls and the golden censers, the curtain, the crowns, and the gold decoration on the front of the temple. He stripped it all off. He took the silver and the gold and the costly vessels. He took also the hidden treasures that he found. Taking them all, he went into his own land. He shed much blood and spoke with great arrogance. Israel mourned deeply in every community. Rulers and elders groaned. Young women and young men became faint. The beauty of the woman faded. Every bridegroom took up the lament. She who sat in the bridal chamber was mourning. Even the land trembled for its inhabitants, and all the house of Jacob was clothed with shame. 2 years later, the king sent to the cities of Judah a chief collector of tribute, and he came to Jerusalem with a large force. Deceitfully he spoke peaceful words to them, and they believed him. But he suddenly fell upon the city, dealt it a severe blow, and destroyed many people of Israel. He plundered the city, burned it with fire, and torn down its houses and its surrounding walls. They took captive the women and children and seized the livestock. Then they fortified the city of David with strong wall and strong towers, and it became their citadel. They stationed there a sinful people, men who were renegades. They strengthened their position. They stored up arms and food, and collecting the spoils of Jerusalem, they stored them there and became a great menace. For the citadel became an ambush among the sanctuary, an evil adversary of Israel at all times. On every side of the sanctuary, they shed innocent blood. They even defiled the sanctuary. Because of them, the residents of Jerusalem fled. She became a dwelling of strangers. She became strange to her offspring, and her children forsook her. Her sanctuary became desolate like a desert. Her feasts were turned into mourning, her Sabbath into a reproach, her honor into contempt. Her dishonor now grew as great as the glory. Her exaltation were turned into mourning. Then the king wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people and that all should give up their particular customs. All the Gentiles accepted the command of the king. Many, even from Israel, gladly adopted his religion. They sacrificed to idols and profaned the Sabbath. And the king sent letters by messengers to Jerusalem and the towns of Judea. He directed them to follow custom strange to the land, to forbid burnt offering and sacrifices, and drink offerings in the sanctuary, and to profane Sabbath and festivals, to defile the sanctuary and the priest, to build altars and sacred precincts and shrines of idols, to sacrifice swine and other unclean animals, and to leave their sons uncircumcised. They were to make themselves abominable by everything unclean and profane, so that they would forget the law and change all the ordinances. He added, and whoever does not obey the command of the king shall die. In such words, he wrote to his whole kingdom. He appointed inspectors over all the people and commanded the towns of Judah to offer sacrifices town by town. Many of the people, everyone who forsook the law, joined them, and they did evil in the land. They drove Israel into hiding in every place of refuge they had. Now, on the 15th day of Kislev in the 145th year, they erected a desolating sacrilege on the altar of burnt offering. They also burnt altars in the surrounding towns of Judah and offered incense at the doors of the houses and in the streets. The books of the law that they found, they tore to pieces and burnt it with fire. Anyone who found possessing the book of the covenant or anyone who adhered to the law was condemned to death by decree of the king. They kept using violence against Israel, against those who were found month after month in the town. On the 25th day of the month, they offered sacrifice on the altar that was on the top of the altar of burnt offering. According to the decree, they put to death the women who had their children circumcised and their families and those who circumcised them, and they hung the infants from their mother's neck. But many in Israel stood firm and were resolved in their heart not to eat unclean food. They chose to die rather than to be defiled by food or to profane the holy covenant, and they did die. Very great wrath came upon Israel. 1 Maccabi chapter 2.
Slow mo. Indeed, time is up.
1 Maccabees chapter 2. In those days, Mattai, son of John, the son of Simon, a priest of the family of Jorib, moved from the Jerusalem and settled in Modian. He had 5 sons: John, surnamed Gadi, Simon called Tasi, Judas called Maccabees, Eleazar called Aviran, and Jonathan called Aphas. He saw the blasphemies being committed in the Jude and Jerusalem and said, Alas, why was I born to see this, the renewal of my people and the renewal of the holy city, and to live there when it was given over to the enemy, the sanctuary given over to aliens. Her temple has become like a person's without honor. Her glorious vessels have been carried into exile. Her infants have been killed in her street, her youth by the sword of the foe. What nation has not inherited her palace and has not seized her spoils? All her adornment has been taken away. No longer free, she has become a slave. And see our holy place, our beauty and our glory have been laid waste. The Gentiles have profaned them. Why should we live any longer? Then Matthias and his sons tore their clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned greatly. The king's officers who were enforcing the apostrophe came to the town of Modin to make them offer sacrifice. Many from Israel came to them, and the Matthias and his sons were assembled. Then the king's offer spoke to Matthias as follows: You are a leader, honor and great in his town, supported by sons and brothers. Now be the first to come and do what the king commands, all the Gentiles and the people of the Jude and those that are left in Jerusalem have done. Then you and your sons will be numbered among the friends of the king, and you and your sons will be honored with silver and gold and many gifts. But Matthias answered and said in a loud voice, Even if all the nations that live under the rule of the king obey him and have chosen to obey his commandments, every one of them abandoning the regions of this ancestor, I and my son and my brother will continue to live by the covenant of all ancestors. Far be it from us to desert the law and the ordinance. We will not obey the king's words by turning aside from our regions to the right hand or to the left. When he had finished speaking these words, a Jewish came forward in the sight of all to offer sacrifice on the altar in Modin, according to the king's command. When Matthias saw it, he burned with zeal and his heart was stirred. He gave vent to righteous anger. He ran and killed him on the altar. At the same time, he killed the king's officer who was forcing them to sacrifice. And he tore down the altar and he burned with the seal for the law just as the Phinehas did against the Zimri, son of Salu. The Matthias cried out in the town with a loud voice, saying, Let everyone who is jealous for the law and the support, the covenant come out with me. And he and his son filled to the hills and left all that they had in the town. At that time, many who were seeking righteousness and justice went down to the wilderness to live there, they, their sons, their wives, and their livestock, because troubles pressed heavily upon them. And it was reported to the king's officers and to the troops in Jerusalem, the city of David, that those who had rejected the king's commandment had gone down to the hiding places in the wilderness. Many pursued them and overtook them. And claimed opposite them and prepare for the battle against them on the Sabbath day. They said to them, Enough of this, come out and do what the king commands, and you will live. But they said, We will not come out, nor will we do what the king commands, and so profane the Sabbath day. Then the enemy quickly attacked them, but they did not answer them, or hurl a stone at them, or block up their hiding places. For they said, Let us all die in our innocence. Heaven and earth testify for us that you are killing us unjustly. So they attacked them on the Sabbath, and they died, with their wives and the children and the livestock, to the number of 1,000 people. When Matthias and his friends learned of it, they mourned for them deeply, and all said to their neighbors, If we all do as our kingdom have done and refuse to fight with the Gentiles for our lives and for our ordinance, they will quickly destroy us from the earth. So they made their decisions that day. Let us fight against anyone who comes to attack us on the Sabbath day. Let us not all die as kindred die in their hiding places. Then there united with them a company of Hasidians, mighty warriors of Israel, all who offered themselves willingly for the law, and all who became fugitives to escape their trouble joined them and reinforced them. They organized an army and struck down sinners in their anger and renegades in their wrath. The survivors fled to the Gentiles for safety, and Matthias and his friends went around and tore down the altars. They forcibly circumcised all the uncircumcised boys that they found within the borders of Israel. They hunted down the arrogant and the work process in their hands. They rescued the law out of the hands of the Gentiles and kings, and they never let the sinner gain the upper hand. Now the days drew near to the Matthias to die, and he said to his son, arrogance and scorn have now become strong. It is a time to renew and furious anger. Now, my children, show zeal for the law and give your lives for the covenant of our ancestor. Remember the deeds of the ancestor, which they did in their generations, and you will receive great honor and everlasting name. Was not Abraham found faithfully when tested, and it was renowned to him as righteous? Joseph, in the time of his distress, kept the commandments and became the Lord of Egypt. Phinehas, our ancestor, because he was deeply jealous, received the covenant of the everlasting priesthood. Joshua became he fulfilled the commandments, became a judge in Israel. Caleb, because he testified in assembly, received as inheritance in the land. David, because he was merciful, inherited the throne of the kingdom forever. Elijah, because of great zeal for the law, was taken up into heaven. Hananiah, Azariah, and Misael believed and were saved from the flame. Daniel, because of his innocence, was delivered from the mouth of the lions. And so observe from generations to generations that none of those who put their trust in him will lack strength. Do not fear the words of the sinners, for their splendor will turn into dung and bones. Today they will be exalted, but tomorrow they will not be found, because they will have returned to the dust, and their plans will have perished. My children, be courageous and grow strong in the law, for by it you will gain honor. Here is your brother Simon, who I know is wise in counsel. Always listen to him, he shall be your father. Judas Maccabees has been a mighty warrior from his youth. He shall command the army for your fight, for you, and fight the battle against the peoples. You shall relay around you all who observe the law and avenge the wrong done to your people. Pay back the Gentiles in the full and obey the commandments of the law. Then he blessed them and was gathered to his ancestor. He died in the 146th year and was buried in the tomb of his ancestor at Modian. And all the Israelites mourned for him with great lamentations. First Maccabees chapter 3. Then his son Judas, who was called Maccabees, took command in his place. All his brothers and all who had joined his father helped him, and they gladly fought for Israel. He extended the glory of his people. Like a Gentile, he put on his breastplate. He bound on his armor of war and gauged battles, protecting the camp by his sword. He was like a lion in his deeds, like a lion's cub roaring for prey. He searched out and pursued those who broke the law. He burned those who troubled his people. Lawbreakers shark back for fear of him. All the evildoers were confounded, and deliverance proposed by his hand. He embittered many kings, and he made Jacob glad by his deeds, and his memory is blessed forever. He went through the cities of Judah. He destroyed the ungodly out of the land, and thus he turned away wrath from Israel. He was renowned to the ends of the earth. He gathered in those who were pursuing. Apollonius now gathered together Gentiles and a large force from the Samaria to fight against Israel. When Judas learned of it, he went out to meet him, and he defeated and killed him. Many were wounded and fell, and the rest fled. Then they seized their spoils, and Judas took the sword of Apollonius and used it in the battle for the rest of his life. When Sharon, the commander of the Syrian army, heard that Judas had gathered a large company, and including a body of faithful soldier who stayed with him and went out to battle. He said, I will make a name for myself and win honor in the kingdom. I will make war on Judas and his companion who scorns the king's commandment. Once again, a strong army of God, godless men went up with him to help him to take revenge to the Israelites. When he approached the ascendants of Bithoram, Judas went out to meet him with a small company. But when they saw the army coming to meet them, they said to Judas, how can we, few as we are, fight against so great and so strong a multitude? When we faint, we faint, for we have eaten nothing today. Judas replies, it is easy for many to hemmed in by few, for in the sight of heaven there is no difference between saving by many or by few. It is not on the seas of the army that victory is battle depends, but strength comes from the heaven. They come against us in great insolence and lawlessness to destroy us and our wives and our children and to despoil us. But we fight our lives and our laws. We himself will curse them before us. As for you, do not be afraid of them. Then he finished speaking. He rushed suddenly against Sirah and his army, and they were crushed before him. They pursued them down the descent of Bethoron to the plain. 800 of them fell, and the rest fled into the land of Philistines. Then Judas and his brother began to be fear, and terror fell on the Gentiles all around them. His fame reached the king, and Gentiles talked of the battles of Judas. When the king Antiochus had heard this report, he was greatly angered, and he sent and gathered all the forces of his kingdom, a very strong army. He opened his coffers and gave a year's pay to his forces and ordered them to be ready for any need. Then he saw that the money in the treasure was exhausted and that the revenues from the country were small because of the dissensions and disasters that he had caused in the land by abolishing the laws that had existed from the earliest day. He feared that he might not have such funds as he had before of his expenses and for the gifts that he used to give more lavishly than preceding kings. He was greatly perplexed in mind. Then he determined to go to Persia and, and collect the revenues from those regions and raise a large fund. He sent Lyrus and a distinguished man of loyal in age in charge of the king's affairs from the rear Euphrates to the border of Egypt. Laius was also to take care of his son Antiochus until he returned, and he turned out to Lysias half of his force and the elephants, and gave him order about all that he wanted done. As for the residents of Judah and Jerusalem, Lysias was to send a force against them to wipe out and destroy the strength of Israel and remnant of Jerusalem. He was banished the memory of them from the place, settle aliens in all their territory, and distribute their lands by lot. Then the king took the remaining half of his force and left Antiochus, his capital, in 147th year. He crossed the Euphrates river and went through the upper province. Lysias Lysias chose Ptolemy, son of Daironeus, and Nicanor and Gorius, able men among the friends of the king, and sent with them 40,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry to go into the land of Judah and destroy it, as the king had commanded. So they set out with their entire force, and when they arrived, they encamped near Amos in the plain. When the traders of the region heard what was said to them. They took silver and gold in immense amount and fetters and went to the camp to get the Israelites for slaves. And forced from Syria and the land of the Philistines joined with them. Now Judas and his brothers saw that in force unfortunates had increased and that the forces were encamped in their territory. They also learned what the king had commanded to be done to the people to cause their final destructions. But they said to one another, let us restore the revenues of our people and fight for our people and sanctuary. So the congregations assembled to be ready for battle and to pray and ask for mercy and compassion. Jerusalem was inhabited like a wilderness. Not one of her children went into us in or out. The sanctuary was trampled down, and aliens held the citadel. It was lodging place for the Gentiles. Joy was taken from Jacob, and flute and harp ceased to play. Then they gathered together and went to Mizpah opposite Jerusalem because Israel formerly had a place of prayer in Mizpah. They fasted that day, put on sackcloth and sprinkled ashes on their head and tore their clothes. And they opened the book of the law to inquire into those matters about which the Gentiles consulted the images of their gods. They also brought the vestment of the priesthood and the first fruits and the tithers, and they stirred up the Nazarites who had completed their days, and they cried out to heaven and say, what shall we do with this? Where shall we take them? Your sanctuary is trembled down and profane, and your priests mourn in humiliations. Here the Gentiles are assembled against us to destroy us. You know what they plot against us. How will we be able to withstand them? If you do not help us, then they sounded the trumpets and gave a loud shout. After this, Judas appointed leaders of the people in charge of the thousands and hundreds and fifteens and tens, those who are building houses or were about to be married or were planting a vineyard or were faint-hearted, he told to go home again in accordance with the law. Then the army marched out and enclamed to the south of the Emers. And Judas said, arm yourselves, be courageous. Be ready early in the morning to fight with these Gentiles who have assembled against us to destroy us and our sanctuary. It is better for us to die in battle than to see the misfortunes of our nations and of the sanctuary. But as his will in heaven may be, so shall we do. First Maccabees chapter 4. Now Gorgias took 5,000 infantry and 1,000 picked cavalry, and these divisions moved out by night to fall upon the camp of Jewish and attack them suddenly. Men from the citadel were his guides, but Judas heard of it, and he and his warriors moved out to attack the king's force in Amos. While the divisions was still absent from the camp, when Gorgias entered the camp of Judas by night, he found no one there. So he looked for them in his, because he said, these men were running away from us. At daybreak, Judas appeared in the plain with the 3,000 men, but they did not have armor and swords such as they desired. And they saw the camp of the Gentiles strong and fortified, with a cavalry all around it, and these men were trained in war. But Judas said to these who were with him, Do not do not fear their numbers or be afraid when they charge. Remember how our ancestors were saved at the Red Sea when Pharaoh with his forces pursues them. And now let us cry to heaven to see whether he will favor us and remember his covenant with our ancestor and curse his army before us today. Then all the Gentiles will know that there is one who redeems and save Israel. When the foreigners looked up and saw they coming against them, they went out from their camp to battle. Then the men with Judas blew their trumpets and engaged in battle. The Gentiles were crushed and fled in the plain, and all those in the rear fell by the sword. They pursued them to Gazara and to the plains of Idumea and Azotus and Zamnia, and 3,000 of them fell. Then Judas and his force turned back from pursuing them, and he said to the people, "Do not be greedy for plunder, for there is a battle before us. Gorgias and his force are near us in the hills, but stand now against our enemies and fight them, and afterwards seize the plunder broadly." Just as the Judas was finishing his speech, this piece, a detachment appeared coming out of the hills. They saw that their army had been put to flight, and that the Jews were burning the camp, for the smoke that was seen showed what had happened. When they perceived this, they were greatly frightened, and when they also saw the army of Judah drawn up in the plain for battle, they all fled into the land of Philistines. Then Judah returned to plunder the camp, and they seized a great amount of gold and silver, and clothed dyed blue and sea purple and great riches. On their return, they sang hymns and praises to heaven, for he is good, for his mercy endures forever. Thus Israel had a great deliverance that day. Those of the foreigners who escaped went and reported to Lysias all that had happened. When he heard it, he was perplexed and discouraged, for things had not happened to Israel as he had intended, nor had they turned out as the king had ordered. But the next year he mustered 60,000 picked infantry and 5,000 cavalry to subdue them. They came into Idumea and encamped at Bethzur, and Judas met them with 10,000 men. When he saw that the army was strong, he prayed, saying, "Blessed are you, O Savior of Israel, who crushed the attack of the mighty warrior by the hands of your servant David, and gave the camp of the Philistines into the hands of Jonathan, the son of Saul, and of the man who carried his armor, him in his army by the hand of your people Israel, and let them be ashamed for their troops and their cavalry. Fill them with the cowardice, melt the brownness of their strength. Let them tremble in their destruction. Strike them down with the sword of those who love you, and let all who know your name praise you with hymns." Then both sides attacked, and there fell of the army of Lysias 5,000 men. They fell in actions. When Lysias saw the rout of his troops and observed the boldness that inspired those of Judah, and how ready they were either to live or to die nobly, he withdrew to Antioch and enlisted mercenaries in order to invade Judah again with an even larger army. Then the Judas and his brothers said, "See, our enemies are cursed. Let us go up to cleanse the sanctuaries and dedicate it." So all the army assembled and went up to the Mount Zion. There they saw the sanctuary desolated, the altar profane, and the gates burned. In the court they saw bushes sprung up as in the thicket, or as on one of the mountains. They saw also the chambers of the priest in ruins. Then they tore their clothes and mourned with the great lamentations. They sprinkled themselves with ashes and fell face down and ground. And when the signal was given with the trumpets, they cried out to the heaven. Then the Judas dilated man to fight against those in the Gidal until he had cleansed the sanctuary. He chose blameless priests devoted to the law, and they cleansed the sanctuaries and removed the defiled stones to an unclean place. They delivered what to do about the altar of the burnt offerings, which had been profaned, and they thought it best to tear it down, so that it would not be a lasting shame to them that the Gentiles had defiled it. So they tore down the altar and stored the stones in the covenant place of the temple hill until a prophet should come to tell what to do with them. Then they took an him stone as the law directs, and built a new altar like the former one. They also rebuilt the sanctuary and the interior of the temple and concentrated the court. They made new holy vessels and brought the lampstand, the altar of the incense, and the table into the temple. Then they offer incense on the altar and lit the lamps on the lampstand and this gave light in the temple. They placed the bread on the table and hung up the curtains. Thus they finished all the work they had undertaken. Early in the morning on the 25th day of the ninth month, which is the month of Kishil, in the 148th year, they rose and offered sacrifice, as the Lord directs on the new altar of burnt offerings that they had built at the very season and on the very day that the Gentiles had profaned it. It was dedicated with songs and harps and lutes and cymbals. All the people fell on their faces and worshipped and blessed heaven, who had prospered them. So they celebrated the dedications of the altar for 8 days and joyfully offer burnt offerings. They offered a sacrifice of well being and thanksgiving offerings. They decorated the front of the temple with a golden crown and small shields. They restored the gate and the chambers for the priest, and they fitted them with doors. There was very great joy among the people, and the disgrace brought by the Gentiles was removed. Then Judas and his brother and all the assembly of Israel determined that every year at that season the days of dedications of altar should be observed with a joy and gladness for 8 days, beginning with the 25th day of the month of three leaves. At that time, they fortified Mount Zion with high walls and strong towers all round to keep the Gentiles from coming and trampling them down as they had done before. Judas stationed a garrison and there to guide it. He also forfeited Bethzur to guide it, so that the people might have strong hold that faced Idumea. First Micaiah chapter 5. When the Gentiles all around heard that the altar had been rebuilt and the sanctuary dedicated as it was before, they became very angry and they determined to destroy the descendants of Jacob who live among them. So they began to kill and destroy among the people. But the Judas made war on the descendants of Esau in the Idumea at Akrabatir because of they kept lying in wait for Israel. He dealt them a heavy blow and humbled them and despoiled them. He also gathered the wickedness of the son of Bahian, who were trapped and snared to the people and ambushed them out of the highways. They were shut up by him in their towers, and he encamped against them, vowed their complete destructions, and burned with fire their towers and all who were in them. Then he crossed over to attack in Ammonites, where he found a strong band and many people with Timothy as their leader. He engaged in many battles with them, and they were crushed before him. He struck them down. He also took Zazar and its valiance that he returned to Judah. Now the Gentiles and Gilead gathered together against the Israelis to live in their territories and planned to destroy them. But they fled to the stronghold of the Tiama and sent to Judas and his brothers a letter that said, the Gentiles around us have gathered together to destroy us. They are preparing to come and capture the stronghold to which we have fled, and Timothy is ready, leading their forces. Now then, come and rescue us from their hands, for many of us have fallen, and all our kindred who were in the land of Tob have been killed. The enemy have captured their wives and children and goods, and have destroyed about 1,000 people. And while the letter was still being read, other messengers with their garments torn came from the Galilee and made a similar report. They said that the people of the Ptolemais and the Tyre and Sidon and all the Galilee and the Gentiles had gathered together against them to annihilate us.
Slow mo. Sijan, time is up.
Okay. okay? And
అడిగేలా
okay,
వచ్చు.
I think this is First Maccabees chapter 5, verses 14 onwards.
Okay.
While the letter was still being read, other messengers with their garments torn came from Galilee and made a similar report. They said that the people of Ptolemais and Tyre and Sidon and all Galilee of the Gentiles had gathered together against them to annihilate us. When Judas and the people heard these messages, a great assembly was called to determine what they should do for their kindred who were in distress and were being attacked by enemies. Then Judas said to his brother Simon, "Choose your men and go and rescue your kindred in Galilee. Jonathan, my brother, and I will go to Gilead." But he left Joseph, son of Zechariah and Azariah, a leader of the people, with the rest of the forces in Judah to guard it, and he gave them this command: "Take charge of these people, but do not engage in battle with the Gentiles until we return." Then 3,000 men were assigned to Simon to go to Galilee, and 8,000 to Judas for Gilead. So Simon went to Galilee and fought many battles against the Gentiles, and the Gentiles were crushed before him. He pursued them to the gate of Ptolemais. As many as 3,000 of the Gentiles fell, and he despoiled them. Then he took the Jews of Galilee and Arbata with their wives and children and all they possessed and led them to Judah with great rejoicing. Judah, Maccabeus and his brother Jonathan crossed the Jordan and made 3 days' journey into the wilderness. They encountered the Nabateans, who met them peace happened to their kindreds in Gilead. Many of them have been shut up in Bosra and Bosor, in Alema and Chaspo, Maked and Karnaim. Maked and Karnaim. All these towns were strong and large, and some have been shut up in the other towns of Gilead. The enemy are getting ready to attack the strongholds tomorrow and capture and destroy all these people in a single day. Then Judas and his army quickly turned back and by the wilderness road and to Bosra, and he took the town and killed every male by the edge of the sword. Then he seized all its spoils and burned it all the way to stronghold of Datema. At dawn they looked out and saw a large company, which could not be counted, carrying ladders and engines of war to capture the stronghold and attacking the Jews with it. Judah saw that the battle had begun and that the cry of the town went to heaven. With the trumpets and loud shouts, and he said to the men of his forces, "Fight today for your kindred." Then he came up with behind them in 3 companies, who sounded the trumpets and cried aloud in prayer. And the army of Timothy realized that it was Maccabeus. They fled before him, and he dealt them a heavy blow. As many as 8,000 of them fell that day. Next, he turned aside to Mapha and fought against it and took it, and he killed every male in it, plundered it, and burned it with fire. From there he marched on and took Chaspo, Maked and Bosor, and the other towns of Gilead. After these things, Timothy gathered around another army and encamped opposite Raphon on the other side of the stream. Judah sent men to spy out the camp, and they reported to him all the Gentiles around us. They also have
hired Arabs to help them, and they are against you. And Judas went to meet them. Now, as Judas and his army drew near to Moses, said to the officers of his forces, if he crosses over us first, we will not be able to resist him, for we will surely defeat us, or he will surely defeat us. But if he shows fear and camps on the other side of the river, we will cross over to him and defeat him. When Judas approached the stream of water, he stationed the officers of the army at the stream and gave them this command: permit to permit no one to encamp, but to make them all enter the battle. Then he crossed over against them first, and the whole army followed him. All the Gentiles were defeated before him, and they threw away their arms and fled into the sacred precincts at Karnaim. But he took the town and burned the sacred precincts with fire, together with all who were in them. Thus Karnaim was conquered. They could stand before Judas no longer. Then Judas gathered together all the Israelites in Gilead, the small and the great, with their wives and children and goods, a very large company, to go to the land of Judah. So they came to Ephron. This was a large and very strong town of the road, and they could not go around it on the they could not go around it to the right or to the left. They had to go through it, but the people of the town shut them out and blocked up the gates with the stones. Judah sent them this friendly message: let us pass through your land to get to our land. No one will do you harm. We will simply pass by foot, or pass by on foot. But they refused to open it. Then Judas ordered proclamation to be made to the army that all should encamp where they were. So the men of the forces encamped, and he fought against the town all that day and the night, and the town was delivered into his hands. He destroyed every male by the edge of the sword and razed and plundered the town. Then he passed through the town all with the bodies of the dead. Then they crossed the Jordan into the large plain before Beth Shan. Judas kept rallying the laggards and encouraging the people all the way until he came to the land of Judah. They went up to Mount Zion with joy and gladness and offered burnt offerings because they had returned in safety. Not one of them had fallen. Now, while Judas and Jonathan were in Gilead and their brother Simon was in Galilee before Ptolemy's, Joseph, son of Zechariah, and Azariah, the commanders of the forces, heard of their brave deeds and of the heroic war they had fought. So they heard, let us also make a name for ourselves. Let us go and make war on the Gentiles around us. So they issued orders to the men of the forces that were with them and marched against Jamnia. Georgias and his men came out of the town to meet them in battle. Then Joseph and Azariah were routed and were pursued to the borders of Judah. As many as 2,000 of the people of Israel fell that day. Thus the people suffered a great rout because, thinking to do a brave deed, they did not listen to Judas and his brothers. But they did not belong to the family of those men through whom deliverance was given to Israel. The man Judas and his brothers were greatly honored in all Israel and among all Gentiles wherever their name was heard. People gathered to them and praised them. Then Judas and his brothers went out and fought the descendants of Esau in the land of to the south. He struck Hebron and its villages and tore down its strongholds and burned its towers on all sides. Then he marched off to go into the land of the Philistines and pass through Marisa. On that day, some priests who wished to do a brave deed fell in battle, for they went out to battle unwisely. But Judas turned aside to Azotus in the land of the Philistines. He tore down their altars and the carved images of their gods he burned with fire. he plundered the towns and returned to the land of Judah. First Maccabees chapter 6. King Antiochus was going through the upper provinces when he heard that Elymais in Persia and was a city famed for its wealth in silver and gold. Its temple was very rich, containing golden shields, breastplates, and weapons left there by Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian king who first reigned over the Greeks. So he came and tried to take the city and plunder it, but he could not because his plan had became known to the citizens, and they withstood him in battle. So he fled and, in great disappointment, left there to return to Babylon. Then someone came to him in Persia and reported that the armies that had gone into the land of Judah had been routed, that Lysias had gone first with the strong force, but had turned and fled before the Jews. That the Jews had thrown from the arms, supplies, and abundant spoils that have taken from the armies they had cut down. That they had torn down the abomination that he had erected on the altar in Jerusalem, and that they had surrounded the sanctuary with high walls as before, and also Bethsur his town. When the king heard this news, he was astounded and badly shaken. He took to his bed and became sick from disappointment because things had not turned out for him as he had planned. He lay there for many days because deep disappointment continually gripped him, and he realized that he was dying. So he called all his friends and said to them, sleep has departed from my eyes, and I am downhearted with worry. I said to myself, to what distress I have come, and into what a great flood I now am plunged. For I was kind and beloved in my power, but now I remember the wrong I did in Jerusalem. I seized all its vessels of silver and gold, and I sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judah without good reason. I know that it is because of this that these misfortunes have come upon me. Here I am, perishing of bitter disappointment in a strange land. Then he called for Philip, one of his friends, and made him ruler over his kingdom. He gave him the crown and his robe and his signet, so that he might guide his son Antiochus and bring him up to be king. Thus King Antiochus died there in the 149th year. When Lysias learned that the king was dead, he set up Antiochus, the king's son, to reign. Lysias had brought him up from boyhood. He named him Eupator. Meanwhile, the garrison in the citadel kept hemming Israel in around the sanctuary. They were trying in every way to harm them and strengthen the Gentiles. Judas therefore resolved to destroy them and assembled all the people to besiege them. They gathered together and besieged the citadel in the 114th year, and he built siege towers and other engines of war. But some of the garrison escaped from the siege, and some of the ungodly Israelites joined them. They went to the king and said, how long will you fall to do justice and to avenge our kindness? We were happy to serve your father, to live by what he said, and to follow his commands. For this reason, the sons of our people besieged the citadel and became hostile to us. Moreover, they have to they have to put to death as many of us are as they have caught, and they have seized our inheritances. It's not against us alone that They have stretched out their hands, but they have also attacked all the lands on their borders. And see, today they have encamped against the citadel in Jerusalem to take it. They have fortified both the sanctuary and Bethsur. Unless you quickly prevent them, they will do still greater things, and you will not be able to stop them. The king was enraged when he heard this. He assembled all his friends, the commanders of his forces, and those in authority. Mercenary forces also came to him from other kingdoms and from other islands of the seas. The number of his forces was 100,000 foot soldiers, 20,000 horsemen, and 32 elephants accustomed to war. They came through Idumea and is encamped against Bethsur, and for many days they fought and built engines of war. But the Jews sallied out and burned these with the fire and fought courageously. Then Judas marched away from the citadel and encamped at Beth Zachariah, opposite the camp of the king. Early in the morning, the king set out and took his army by a forced march along the road to Bethsacharia, and his troops made ready for battle and sounded their trumpets. They offered the elephants the juice of grapes and mulberries to arouse them for battle. They distributed the animals among the phalanxes. With each elephant, they stationed 1,000 men and armed with coats of mail and with brass helmets on their heads. And 500 picket horsemen were assigned to each bust. These took their position beforehand wherever the animal was. Wherever it went, they went with it, and they never left it. On the elephants were wooden towers, strong and covered. They were fastened on each animal by special harness, and on each were 4 armed men who fought from there, and also its Indian driver. The rest of the cavalry were stationed on either side on the 2 flanks of the army to harass the enemy while being themselves protected by the phalanxes. When the sun shone on the shields of gold and brass, the hills were ablaze with them, and they gleamed like flaming torches. Now a part of the king's army was spread out down the high hills, and some troops were on the plain, and they advanced steadily and in the good order. All who heard the noise made their multitude by the marching of their multitude and the clanging of their arms trembled, for the army was very large and strong. But Judas and his army advanced to the battle, and 600 of the king's army fell. Now Eleazar called Avaran, so that one of the animals was equipped with the toil armor. It was taller than all the others, and he supposed that the king was on it. So he gave his life to save his people and to win for himself an everlasting name. And he encourageously ran into the midst of the phalanx to reach it. He killed men right and left, and they parted before him on both sides. He got under the elephant, stabbed it from beneath, and killed it, but it fell to the former it fell to the ground upon him, and he died. When the Jews saw the royal might and fierce attack of the forces, they turned away in light. The soldiers of the king's army went up to Jerusalem against them, And the king encamped in Judea and Mount Zion. He made peace with the peoples of Bethsur, and they evacuated the town because they had no provisions there to withstand a siege, since it was a sabbatical year for the land. So the king took Bethsur and stationed a guard there to hold it. Then he encamped before the sanctuary for many days. He set up siege towers, engines of war to throw fire and stones, machines to shoot arrows and catapults. The Jews also made engines of war to match theirs and fought for many days. But they had no food on storage because it was the 7th year. Those who had found safety in Judah from the Gentiles had consumed the last of the stores. Only a few men were left in the sanctuary. The rest scattered into their own only few men were left in the sanctuary. The rest scattered to their own homes, for the famine proved too much for them. Then Lysias heard that Philip, whom King Antiochus was, while still living, had appointed to bring up his son Antiochus to be king, had returned from Persia and Media with the forces that had gone with the king, and that he was trying to seize control of the government. So he quickly gave orders to withdraw and said to the king, to the commanders of the forces, and to the troops, daily we grow weaker. Our food supply is scant. The place against which we are fighting is strong, and the affairs of the kingdom rest urgently on us. Now then left us now then let us come to items with these people and make peace with them and with all their nation. Let us agree to let them live by their own laws as they did before, for it was on account of their laws that we abolished, that they became angry and did all these things. The speech pleased the king and the commanders, and he sent to the Jews an offer of peace, and they accepted it. So the king and the commanders gave them their oath. On these conditions, the Jews evacuated the stronghold. But when the king entered Mount Zion and saw that a strong fortress the place was, he broke the oath he had sworn and gave orders to tear down the wall all around. Then he set off in haste and returned to Antioch. He found Philip in control of the city, but he fought against him and took the city by force. Chapter on First Maccabees chapter 7. In the 151st year, Demetrius, son of Seleucus, was set out from Rome, sailed with a few men to a town by the sea, and there began to rain. And he was entering the royal place of his ancestors. The army seized Antiochus and Lysias to bring them to him. But this act became known to him. He said, No, he said, do not let me see their faces. So the army killed them, and Demetrius took his seat on the throne of his kingdom. Alchemus and high priest. Alchemus there then there came to him all the renegade and godless men of Israel. They were led by Alcimus, who wanted to be high priest. They brought to the king this accusation against the people. Judas and his brothers have destroyed all your friends and have driven us out of our land. Now then send a man whom you trust. Let him go and see all the ruin that Judah and had brought to us and on the land of the king, and let him punish them and all those who help them. So the king chose Bacchates, one of the king's friends, governor of the province beyond the river. He was a great man in the kingdom and was faithful to the king. he sent him, and with him he sent the ungodly Alchemus, whom he made a high priest. And he commanded them to take vengeance on the Israelites. So they marched ahead and came with a large force into the land of Judah. And he sent messengers to Judah and his brothers with peaceable but treacherous words. But they said they paid no attention to their words, but for they saw that they had come with a large force. Then a group of scribes appeared in a body before Alchemus and Bacchides, who asked for just items. The Hasidians were first among the Israelites to seek peace from them, for they said, a priest of the line of Aaron has come with the army, and he will not harm us. Alchemus spoke peaceable words to them, and swore this oath to them: We will, we will not seek to injure you or your friends. So they trusted him, but he seized 60 of them and killed them in one empty, in accordance with the word of God was written. The flesh of your faithful one and the blood they poured out all around Jerusalem, and and was there and there was no one to bury them. Then the fear and dread of them fell on the people, for they said, there is no truth or justice in them, for they have violated the agreement and the oaths that they swore. Then Bacchides withdrew from Jerusalem and encamped in Bethlehem, and he sent and seized many of the men who had deserted to him, and some of the people, and killed them and threw them into a great pit. He placed Alchemus in charge of the country and left with him a force to help him when Bacchides went back to the king. Alchemus struggled to maintain his high priesthood, and all who were troubling their people joined him. They gained control of the land of Judah and did great damage in Israel. And Judah saw all the wrongs that Alchemus and those with him had done among the Israelites. It was more than the Gentiles had done. So Judah went out into the surrounding parts of Judah, taking vengeance on those who had deserted and preventing those in the city from going out into the country. When Alchemus saw that Judas and those with him had grown strong and realized that he could not withstand them, he returned to the king and brought malicious charges against them. Then the king sent Nicanor, one of his honored princes who hated and detested Israel, and he commanded him to destroy the people. So Nicanor came to Jerusalem with a large force and treacherously sent Judas and his brothers this peaceable message: Let there be no fighting between you and me. I shall come with a few men to see you face to face in peace. So he came to Judas, and they greeted one another peaceably, but the enemy were preparing to kidnap Judas. It became known to Judas that Nicanor had come to him with a treacherous intent, and he was afraid of him and would not meet him again. When Nicanor learned that his plan had been disclosed, he went out to meet Judas in battle near Kapar Salama. About 500 of the army of Nicanor fell, and the rest fled into the city of David. After these events, Nicanor went up to Mount Zion. Some of the priests from the sanctuary and some of the elders of the people came out to greet him peaceably and to show him the burnt offering that was being offered to the king. But he mocked them and derided them and defiled them and spoke arrogantly. And in anger, he swore this oath: Unless Judas and his army are delivered into my hands this time, then if I return safely, I will burn up this house. And he went out in
Slow-mo.
great anger. Yes, please.
Slow-mo
Yeah.
hindi. Chapter and words on one.
Chapter, this is chapter, first Maccabees chapter 7. I have read up to verses 35.
Okay.
At this, the priests went in and stood before the altar and the temple. They wept and said, "You chose this house to be called by your name, and to be for your people a house of prayer and supplication. Take vengeance on this man and on his army, and let them fall by the sword. Remember their blasphemies, and let them live no longer." Now Nicanor went out from Jerusalem and encamped in Beth Horon, and the Syrian army joined him. Judas encamped in Adasa with 3,000 men. Then Judas prayed and said, "When the messengers from the king spoke blasphemy, your angel went out and struck down 185,000 of Assyrians. So also crush this army before us today. Let the rest learn that Nicanor has spoken wickedly against the sanctuary and judge him according to his wickedness." So the armies met in battle on the 13th day of the month of Adar. The army of Nicanor was crushed, and he himself was the first to fall in the battle. When his army saw that Nicanor had fallen, they threw down their arms and fled. The Jews pursued them a day's journey from Adasa as far as Gazara, and as they followed, they kept sounding the battle call on the trumpets. People came out of all the surrounding villages of Judea, and they outflanked the enemy and drove them back to their pursuers, so that they all fell by the sword. Not even one of them was left. Then the Jews seized the spoils and the plunder. They cut off Nicanor's head and the right hand that he had so arrogantly stretched out, and brought them and displayed them just outside Jerusalem. The people rejoiced greatly and celebrated that day as a day of great gladness. They decreed that this day should be celebrated each year on the 13th day of Adar. So the land of Judah had rest for a few days. 1 Maccabees chapter 8. Now Judas heard of the fame of the Romans, that they were very strong and very well disposed towards all who made an alliance with them, that they pledged friendship to those who came to them, and that they were very strong. He had been told of their wars and of the brave deeds that they were doing among the Gauls, how they had defeated them and forced them to pay tribute, and what they had done in the land of Spain to get control of the silver and gold mines there, and how they had gained control of the whole region by their planning and patience, even though the place was far distant from them. They also subdued the kings who came against them from the ends of the earth until they crushed them and inflicted great disaster on them. The rest paid them tribute every year. They had crushed in battle and conquered Philip and King Perseus of the Macedonians, and the other who rose up against them. They also had defeated Antiochus, the great king of Asia, who went to fight against them with 120 elephants and with cavalry and chariots and a very large army. He was crushed by them. They took him alive and decreed that he and those who would reign after him should pay a heavy tribute and give hostages and surrender some of their best provinces, the countries of India, Media, and Lydia. These they took from him and gave to King Eumenes. The Greeks planned to come and destroy them, but this became known to them, and they sent a general against the Greeks and attacked them. Many of them were wounded and fell, and the Romans took captive of their wives and children. They plundered them, conquered the land, tore down their strongholds, and enslaved them to this day. The remaining kingdoms and islands, as many as ever opposed them, they destroyed and enslaved. But with their friends and those who rely on them, they have kept friendship. They have subdued kings far and near, and as many as have heard of their fame have feared them. Those whom they wish to help and to make kings, they make kings. And those whom they wish to dispose, they have been greatly exalted. Yet for all this, not one of them has put on a crown or worn purple as a mark of pride. But they have built for themselves a senate chamber, and they have every day 300 senators constantly deliberate concerning the people to govern them well. They trust one man each year to rule over them and to control all their land. They all heed the one man, and there is no envy or jealousy among them. So Judas chose Euphalemus, son of John, son of Achos, and Jason, son of Eleazar, and sent them to Rome to establish friendship and alliance, and to free themselves from the yoke. For they say that the kingdom of the Greeks was enslaving Israel completely. They went to Rome a very long journey, and they entered the Senate chamber and spoke as follows: Judas, who is also called Maccabeus, and his brothers and the people of the Jews have sent us to establish alliance and peace with you, so that we may be enrolled as your allies and friends. The proposal pleased them, and this is a copy of the letter that they wrote in reply on bronze tablets and sent to Jerusalem to remain with them there as memorial of peace and alliance. May all go well with the Romans and with the nations of the Jews at sea and on land forever. And may sword and enemy be far from them. If war comes first to Rome or to any of their allies in all their dominion, and the nation of the Jews shall act as their allies wholeheartedly, as the occasion may indicate to them. To the enemy that makes war, they shall not give or supply grains, arms, money, or ships, as just Rome has decided, and they shall keep their obligations without receiving any return. In the same way, if war comes first to the nations of the Jews, the Romans shall willingly act as their allies as the occasion may indicate to them. And to their enemies, they shall not be given grains, arms, money, or ships, just as Rome has decided. And they shall keep these obligations and to do without deceit. Thus, on these terms, the Romans make a treaty with the Jewish people. If after these terms are in effect, both parties shall determine to add or delete anything, they shall do so at their discretion, and any addition or deletion that they make may shall be valid. Concerning the wrongs that King Demetrius is doing with them, we have written to him as follows: Why have you made your yoke heavy on our friends and allies, the Jews? If now they appeal again for help against you, we will defend the right and fight you on sea and on land. 1 Maccabees chapter 9. When Demetrius heard that Nicanor and his army had fallen in battle, he sent Bacchides and Alcimus into the land of Judah in second time, and with them the right wing of the army. They went by the road that leads to Gilgal and encamped against Misaloth in Arbela, and they took it and killed many people. In the first month of the 152nd year, they encamped against Jerusalem. They then marched off and went to Berea with 20,000 foot soldiers and 2,000 cavalry. Now Judas was encamped in Elasa, and with him there were 3,000 picked men. When they saw the huge number of the enemy forces, they were greatly frightened, and many slipped away from the camp, until no more than 800 of them were left. When Judas saw that his army had slipped away and the battle was imminent, he was crushed in spirit, and he had no time to assemble them. He became faint, but he said to those who were left, let us get up and go against our enemies. We may have the strength to fight them. But they tried to dissuade him, saying, we do not have the strength. Let us rather save our own lives now, and let us come back with our kindred and fight them. We are too few. But Judah said, Far be it from us to do such a thing as to flee from them. If our time has come, let us die bravely for our kindred and leave no cause to question our honor. Then the army of Bacchides marched out from the camp and took its stand for the encounter. The cavalry was divided into two companies, and the slingers and the archers were ahead of the army, as did all the chief warriors. Bacchides was on the right wing, flanked by two companies. The phalanx advanced to the sound of the trumpets, and the men with Judas also blew their trumpets. The earth was shaken by the noise of the armies, and the battle raged from morning until evening. Judas saw that Bacchides and the strength of his army were on the right. Then all the stout-hearted men went with him, and they crushed the right wing, and they pursued them as far as Mount Azotus. When those on the left saw that the right wing was crushed, they turned and followed close behind Judas and as his men. The battle became desperate, and many on both sides were wounded and fell. Judas also fell, and the rest fled. Then Jonathan and Simon took their brother Judas and buried him in the tomb of their ancestors at Modin and wept for him. All Israel made great lamentation for him. They mourned many days and said, how is the mighty fallen, the savior of Israel? Now the rest of the acts of Judas and his wars and the brave deeds that he did and his greatness have not been recorded, but they were many. After the death of Judas, the renegades emerged in all parts of Israel. All the wrongdoers reappeared. In those days, a very great famine occurred, and the country went over to their side. Bacchides chose the godless and put them in charge of the country. They made inquiry and searched for the friends of Judas and brought them to Bacchides, who took vengeance on them and made sport of them. So there was great distress in Israel, such as had not been since the time that prophet ceased to appear among them. Then all of the friends of Judas assembled and said to Jonathan, since the death of your brother Judas, there has been no one like him to go against our enemies and Bacchides, and to deal with those of our nation who hate us. Now, therefore, we have chosen you today to take his place as our ruler and leader to fight our battle. So Jonathan accepted the leadership at that time in place of his brother Judas. When Bacchides learned of this, he tried to kill him, but Jonathan and his brother Simon and all who were with him heard of it, and they fled into the wilderness of Tekoa and camped by the water of the pool of Asphar. Bacchides found out on the Sabbath day that, and he with all his army crossed the Jordan. So Jonathan sent his brother as leader of the multitude and begged the Nabateans, who were his friends, for permission to store with them the great amount of baggage that they had. But the family of Jambri from Medeba came out and seized John and all that he had and left with it. After these things, it was reported to Jonathan and his brother Simon, the family of Jambri are celebrating a great wedding, and they're conducting the bride, the daughter of one of the great nobles of Canaan, from Nadabat with a large escort. Remembering how their brother John had been killed, they went up and hid under cover of the mountain. They looked out and saw a tumultuous procession and with a great amount of baggage. And the bridegroom came out with his friends and his brothers to meet them with tambourines and musicians and many weapons. Then they rushed to them from the ambush and began killing them. Many were wounded and fell, and the rest fled to the mountain, and the Jews took all their goods. So the wedding was turned into mourning, and the voice of the musicians into a funeral dire. After they had fully avenged the blood of their brother, they returned to the marshes of the Jordan. When Bacchides heard of this, he came with a large force on the Sabbath day to the banks of the Jordan. And Jonathan said to those with him, let us get up now and fight for our lives, for today things are not as they were before. For look, the battle is in front of us and behind us. The water of Jordan is on the side and on that, with marsh and thicket. There is no place to turn. Cry out now to heaven that you may be delivered from the hands of our enemies. So the battle began, and Jonathan stretched out his hand to strike Buckeyes, but he eluded him and went to the rear. Then Jonathan went to the men with him, leaped into the Jordan, and swam across the other side. And the enemy did not cross the Jordan to attack them. And about 1,000 of Buckeyes' men fell that day. Then Buckeyes returned to Jerusalem and built strong cities in Judea, the fortress in Jericho, and Emmaus, and Bethhoron, and Bethel, and Timnath, and Pharathon, and Tephon, and high walls, and gates, and bars. And he placed garrisons in them to harass Israel. He also fortified the town of Bethzur and Gazara and the citadel, and in them he put troops and stores of food. And he took the sons and the leading men of the land as hostages and put them under guard in the citadel at Jerusalem. In the 153rd year, in the second month, Alcimus gave orders to tear down the wall of the inner court of the sanctuary. He tore down the work of the prophets, but he only began to tear it down for that for at that time Alcimus was stricken and his work was hindered. His mouth was stopped and he was paralyzed, so that he could no longer say a word or give commands concerning his house. And Alcimus died at the time in great agony. When Bacchides saw that Alcimus was dead, he returned to the king and the land of Judah and rest for 2 years. Then all the lawless plotted and said, see, Jonathan and his men are living in quiet and confidence. So now let us bring Bacchides back, and he will capture them all in one night. And they went and consulted with him. He started to come with a large force and secretly sent letters to all his allies in Judea, telling them to seize Jonathan and his men, but they were unable to do it because their plan became known. And Jonathan's men seized about 50 of the men of the country who were leaders in this treachery and killed them. Then Jonathan and his men and Simon withdrew in Beth-Basi in the wilderness. He rebuilt the parts of it that had been demolished, and they fortified it. When Bacchides learned of this, he assembled all his forces and sent orders to the men of Judea. Then he came and encamped against Beth-Basi. He fought against it for many days and made machines of war. But Jonathan left his brother Simon in the town while he went out into the country, and he went with only a few men. He struck down Odemira with his kindred and the people of Phasiron in their tents. Then he began to attack and went into battle with his foes, and Simon and his men sailed out from the town and set fire to the machines of war. They fought with Bacchides, and he was crushed by them. They pressed him very hard, for his plan and his expedition had been in vain. So he was very angry at the renegades who had counseled him to come into the country, and he killed many of them. Then he decided to go back to his own land. When Jonathan learned of this, he sent ambassadors to take him, to make peace with him, and obtain release of the captives. He gathered and did as he said, and he swore to Jonathan that he would not try to harm him as long as he lived. He restored to him the captives whom he had taken previously from the land of Judah, and he turned and went back to his own land and did not come again into their territory. Thus the sword ceases from Israel. Jonathan settled in Michmash and began to judge the people, and he destroyed the godless out of Israel. 1 Maccabees chapter 10. In the 160th year, Alexander Epiphanes, son of Antiochus, landed and occupied Ptolemais. They welcomed him, and there he began to reign. When King Demetrius heard of it, he assembled a very large army and marched out to meet him in battle. Demetrius sent Jonathan a letter in peaceable words to honor him. For he said to himself, let us act first to make peace with him, before he makes peace with Alexander against us. For he will remember all the wrongs that we did to him and his brother and his nation. So Demetrius gave him authority to recruit troops, to equip them with arms, and to become his ally. And he commanded that the hostages in the citadel should be released to him. Then Jonathan came to Jerusalem and read the letter in the hearing of all the people and of those in the citadel. They were greatly alarmed when they heard that the king had given him authority to recruit troops. But those in the citadel released the hostages to Jonathan, and he returned them to their parents. And Jonathan took up residence in Jerusalem and began to rebuild and restore the city. He directed those who were doing the work to build the walls and encircle Mount Zion with squared stones for better fortification, and they did so. Then the foreigners who were in the strongholds that Bacchides had built fled. All of them left their places and went back to their own lands. Only in Bethzur did some remain who had forsaken the law and the commandments, for it served as a place for refuge. Now King Alexander heard of all the promises that Demetrius had sent to Jonathan, and he heard of the battles that Jonathan and his brothers had fought, of the brave deeds that they had done, and of the troubles that they had endured. So he said, shall we find another such man? Come now, we will make him our friend and ally. And he wrote a letter and sent it to him in the following words. King Alexander, to his brother Jonathan, greetings. We have heard about you, and you are a mighty warrior and worthy to be our friend. And so we have appointed you today to be the high priest of your nation. You are to be called the king's friend, and you are to take our side and keep friendship with us. He also sent him a purple robe and golden crown. So Jonathan put on the sacred vestments in the 7th month of the 160th year at the festival booths, and he recruited troops and equipped them with arms in abundance. When Demetrius heard of these things, he was distressed and said, what is this that we have done? Alexander had gotten ahead of us in forming a friendship with the Jews to strengthen himself. I also will write them words of encouragement and promise them honor and gifts so that I may have their help. So he sent a message to them in the following letter. King Demetrius, the nation of the Jews, greetings. Since you have kept your agreement with us and have continued your friendship with us and have not sided with our enemies, we have heard of it and rejoiced. Now continue still to keep faith with us, and we will repay you with good for what you do for us. We will grant you many immunities and give you gifts. I now free you and exempt all the Jews from payment of tribute and salt tax and crown levies. And instead of collecting the third of the grain and the half of the fruit of the trees that I should receive, I release them from the day and henceforth. I will not collect them from the land of Judah or from the 3 districts added to it from Samaria and Galilee, from this day and for all the time. Jerusalem and its environs in its tithes and its revenues shall be holy and free from tax. I release also my control of the citadel in Jerusalem and give it to the high priest, so that he may station in it men of his own choice to guard it. And every one of the Jews taken as a captive from the land of Judah into any part of my kingdom, I set free without payment, and let all officials cancel also the taxes on their livestock. All the festivals and Sabbaths and new moons and appointed days, and the 3 days before the festival and 3 after the festival. Let them all be days of immunity and release for all the Jews who are in my kingdom. No one shall have authority to exact anything from them or annoy any of them about any matter. Let Jews be enrolled in the king's forces to the number of 30,000 men, and let the maintenance be given them that is due to all the forces of the king. Let some of them be stationed in the great strongholds of the king, and let some of them be put in positions of trust in the kingdom. Let their officers and leaders be of their own number, and let them live by their own laws, just as the king has commanded to the king of Judah. As for the 3 districts that have been added to Judea from the country of Samaria, let them be annexed to Judea so that they may be considered to be under one ruler and obey no other authority than the high priest. Ptolemais and the land adjoining it I have given as a gift to the sanctuary of Jerusalem to meet the necessary expenses of the sanctuary. I also grant 15,000 shekels of silver yearly out of the king's revenue from appropriate places, and all the additional funds that the government officials have not paid as they did in the first year. They shall give from now on for the service of the temple. Moreover, the 5,000 shekels of silver that many officials have received every year from the income of the services of the temple, this too is cancelled because it belongs to the priests who minister there. And all of who you take refuge at the temple in Jerusalem or any of its precincts, because they owe money to the king or are in debt. Let them be released and receive back all their property in my kingdom. Let the cost of rebuilding and restoring the structures of the sanctuary be made from the revenues of the king. And let the cost of the rebuilding of walls of Jerusalem and fortifying it all around, and the cost of rebuilding the walls of Judea also be part from the revenues of the king. When Jonathan and the people heard these words, they did not believe or accept them, because they remembered the great wrongs that Demetrius had done in Israel and how much he had oppressed them. They favored Alexander because he had been the first to speak peaceable words to them, and they remained his allies all his days. Now King Alexander assembled large forces and encamped opposite Demetrius. The two kings met in battle, and the army of Demetrius fled, and Alexander pursued him and defeated them. We pressed the battle strongly until the sun set, and on that day Demetrius fell. Then Alexander sent ambassadors to Ptolemy, king of Egypt, and with the following message: Since I have returned to my kingdom and have taken my seat in the throne of my ancestors and established my rule, for I crushed Demetrius and gained control of his country. I met him in battle, and he and his army were crushed by us, and we have taken our seat on the throne of his kingdom. Now, therefore, let us establish friendship with one another. Give me your daughter as my wife, and I will become your son in law, and will make gifts to you and to her in keeping with your position. Ptolemy the king replied and said, Happy was the day on which you returned to the land of your ancestors and took your seat on the throne of their kingdom. And now I will do for you as you wrote, but meet me at Ptolemais so that we may see one another. And I will become your father in law as you have said. So Ptolemy set out from Egypt, and he and his daughter Cleopatra, and came to Ptolemais in the 162nd year. King Alexander met him, and Ptolemy gave him his daughter Cleopatra in marriage and celebrated her wedding at Ptolemais with great pomp and as things do. Then King Alexander wrote to Jonathan to come and meet him. So he went with pomp to Ptolemais and met the two kings. He gave them their friend silver
Slow-mo.
and gold.
Slow-mo. Chapter and verses ഒന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു.
1 Maccabees chapter 11 verses 61. 60 വരെ വായിച്ചു, 61 continue.
More. 1 Maccabees chapter 10 verses 60. So he went with pomp to Ptolemais and met the two kings. He gave them and their friends silver and gold and many gifts, and found favor with them. A group of malcontents from Israel, renegades, gathered together against him to accuse him. But the king paid no attention to them. The king gave orders to take off Jonathan's garments and to clothe him in purple, and they did so. The king also seated him at his side, and he said to his officers, "Go out with him into the middle of the city, and proclaim that no one is to bring charges against him about any matter, and let no one annoy him for any reason." When his accusers saw the honor that was paid him in accord with the proclamation, and saw him clothed in purple, they all fled. Thus the king honored him and enrolled him among his chief friends, and made him general and governor of the province. And Jonathan returned to Jerusalem in peace and gladness. In the 165th year, Demetrius, son of Demetrius, came from Crete to the land of his ancestors. When King Alexander heard of it, he was greatly distressed, and returned to Antioch. And Demetrius appointed Apollonius the governor of Cilicia, and he assembled a large force and encamped against Gemnia. Then he sent the following message to the high priest Jonathan: "You are the only one to rise up against us, and I have fallen into ridicule and disgrace because of you. Why do you assume authority against us in the hill country? If you now have confidence in your forces, come down to the plain to meet us, and let us match strength with each other there, for I have with me the power of the cities. Ask and learn who I am and who the others are that helping us. People will tell us that you cannot stand before us, for your ancestors were twice put to flight in their own land. And now you will not be able to withstand my cavalry and such an army in the plain, where there is no stone or pebble or a place to flee." When Jonathan heard the words of Apollonius, his spirit was aroused. He chose 10,000 men and set out from Jerusalem, and his brother Simon met him to help him. He encamped before Joppa, but the people of the city closed its gates, for Apollonius had a garrison in Joppa. So they fought against it, and the people of the city became afraid and opened the gates. And Jonathan gained possession of Joppa. When Apollonius heard of it, he mustered 3,000 cavalry and a large army, and went to Azotus as though he were going farther. At the same time, he advanced into the plain, for he had a large troop of cavalry and put confidence in it. Jonathan pursued him to Azotus, and the armies engaged in battle. Now Apollonius had secretly left 1,000 cavalry behind them. Jonathan learned that there was an ambush behind him, for they surrounded his army and shot arrows at his men from early morning until late afternoon. But his men stood fast as Jonathan had commanded, and the enemy's horses grew tired. Then Simon brought forward his force and engaged the phalanx in battle, for the cavalry was exhausted. They were overwhelmed by him and fled, and the cavalry was dispersed in the plain. They fled to Azotus and entered Bet Dagon, the temple of the idol, for safety. But Jonathan burned Azotus and the surrounding towns and plundered them. And the temple of Dagon and those who had taken refuge in it, he burned with fire. The number of those who fell by the sword with those burned alive came to 8,000. Then Jonathan left there and encamped against Ascalon, And the people of the city came out to meet him with great pomp. He and those with him then returned to Jerusalem with a large amount of booty. When King Alexander heard of this, he honored Jonathan still more, and he sent to him a golden buckle, such as it is in the custom to give to the king's men. He also gave him Ekron and all its environs as his possession. 1 Maccabees chapter 11. Then the king of Egypt gathered great forces like the sand by the seashore and many ships, and he tried to get possession of Alexander's kingdom by trickery and add it to his own kingdom. He set out for Syria with peaceable words, and the people of the towns opened their gates to him and went to meet him. For King Alexander had commanded them to meet him, since he was Alexander's father-in-law. But when Ptolemy entered the towns, he stationed forces as a garrison in each town. When he approached Azotus, they showed him the burnt-out temple of Dagon and Azotus and its suburbs destroyed, and a corpse lying about, and the charred bodies of those whom Jonathan had burned in the war, for they had piled them in heaps along his route. They also told the king what Jonathan had done, to throw blame on him, but the king kept silent. Jonathan met the king at Joppa with pomp, and they greeted one another and spent the night there. And Jonathan went with the king as far as the river called Eleutheris. Then he returned to Jerusalem. So King Ptolemy gained control of the coastal cities as far as Seleucia by the sea, and he kept devising wicked designs against Alexander. He sent envoys to King Demetrius, saying, "Come, let us make a covenant with each other, and I will give you in marriage my daughter, who was Alexander's wife, and you shall reign over your father's kingdom. I now regret that I give him my daughter, for he has tried to kill me." He threw blame on Alexander because he coveted his kingdom. So he took his daughter away from him and gave her to Demetrius. He was estranged from Alexander, and their enmity became manifest. Then Ptolemy entered Antioch and put on the crown of Asia. Thus he put two crowns on his head, the crown of Egypt and that of Asia. Now King Alexander was in Cilicia at that time, because the people of that region were in revolt. When Alexander heard of it, he came against him in battle. Ptolemy marched out and met him with a strong force and put him in fight. So Alexander fled into Arabia to find protection there, and King Ptolemy was triumphant. Zabdiel the Arab cut off the head of Alexander and sent it to Ptolemy, but King Ptolemy died 3 days later, and his troops in the strongholds were killed by the inhabitants of the strongholds. So Demetrius became king in the 167th year. In those days, Jonathan assembled the Judeans to attack the citadel in Jerusalem, and he built many engines of war to use against it. But certain renegades who hated their nation went to the king and reported to him that Jonathan was besieging the citadel. When he heard that this, he was angry, and as soon as he heard it, he set out and came to Ptolemais, and he wrote Jonathan not to continue the siege but to meet him for a conference at Ptolemais as quickly as possible. When Jonathan heard this, he gave orders to continue the siege. He chose some of the elders of Israel and some of the priests and put himself in danger. For he went to the king at Ptolemais, taking silver and gold and clothing and numerous other gifts, and he won his favor. Although certain renegades of his nation kept making complaints against him, the king treated him as his predecessors had treated him. He exalted him in the presence of all his friends. He confirmed him the high priesthood and in as many other honors as he had formerly had, and caused him to be reckoned among his chief friends. Then Jonathan asked the king to free Judea and the 3 districts of Samaria from tribute and promised him 300 talents. The king consented and wrote a letter to Jonathan about all these things. Its contents were as follows: King Demetrius to his brother Jonathan and to the nation of the Jews, greetings. This copy of the letter that we wrote concerning you to you our king's men, Lasthenes, we have written to you also, so that you may know what it says. King Demetrius, to his father, Lasthenes, greetings. We have determined to do good to the nation of the Jews, who are our friends, and fulfill their obligation to us, because of the goodwill they show toward us. We have confirmed as their possession both the territory of Judea and the three districts of Aphraim and Lydda and Rathamim. The latter, with all the region bordering them, were added to Judea from Samaria. To all those who offer sacrifice in Jerusalem, we have granted release from the royal taxes that the king formerly received from them each year. From the crops of the land and the fruit of the trees and the other payments, henceforth due to us of the tithes, and the taxes due to us, and the salt pits and the crown taxes due to us. From all this we shall grant them release. And not one of these grants shall be cancelled from this time on forever. Now therefore take care to make a copy of this and let it be given to Jonathan and put up in a conspicuous place on the holy mountain. When King Demetrius saw that the land was quiet before him and that there was no opposition to him, he dismissed all his troops, all of them to their own homes, except the foreign troops that he had recruited from the islands of the nation. So all the troops who had served under his precedence hated him. A certain Tryphon had formerly been one of Alexander's supporters. He saw that all the troops were grumbling against Demetrius, so he went to Imalcu the Arab, who was bringing up Antiochus, the young son of Alexander, and insistently urged him to hand Antiochus over to him to become king in place of his father. He also reported to Imalcu when Demetrius had done and told of the hatred that the troops of Demetrius had for him, and he stayed there many days. Now Jonathan sent to King Demetrius the request that he remove the troops of the citadel from Jerusalem and the troops in the strongholds, for they kept fighting against Israel. And Demetrius sent this message back to Jonathan: Not only will I do these things for you and your nation, but I will confer great honor on you and your nation, if I find an opportunity. Now then, you will do well to send me men who will help me, for all my troops have revolted. So Jonathan sent 3,000 stalwart men to him at Antioch, and when they came to the king rejoiced at their arrival. Then the people of the city assembled within the city to the number of 120,000, and they wanted to kill the king. But the king fled into the palace. Then the people of the city seized the main streets of the city and began to fight. So the king called the Jews to his aid, and they all rallied around him and then spread out through the city. And they killed on that day about 100,000. They set fire to the city and seized a large amount of spoil on that day and saved the king. When the people of the city saw that the Jews had gained control of the city, as they pleased, their courage failed and they cried out to the king with this entreaty: Grant us peace and make the Jews stop fighting against us and our city. And they threw down their arms and made peace. So the Jews gained glory in the sight of the king and of all the people in his kingdom. And they returned to Jerusalem with a large amount of spoil. So King Demetrius sat on the throne of his kingdom, and the land was quiet before him. But he broke his word about all that he had promised. He became estranged from Jonathan and did not repay the favors that Jonathan had done him, but treated him very harshly. After this, Trypho returned, and with him the young boy Antiochus, who began to reign and put on the crown. All the troops that Demetrius had discharged gathered around him. They fought against Demetrius, and he fled and was routed. Trypho captured the elephants and gained control of Antiochia. Then the young Antiochus wrote to Jonathan, saying, I confirm you in the high priesthood and set you over the 4 districts and make you one of the king's friends. He also sent him gold plate and a table service and granted him the right to drink from gold cups and dress in purple and wear gold buckle. He appointed Jonathan's brother Simon governor from the ladder of Tyre to the borders of Egypt. Then Jonathan set out and traveled beyond the river and among the towns, and all the army of Syria gathered to him as allies. When he came to Ascalon, the people of the city met him and paid him honor. From there he went to Gaza, but the people of Gaza shut him out. So he besieged it and burned its suburbs with fire and plundered them. Then the people of the Gaza pleaded with Jonathan, and he made peace with them, and took the son of the rulers as hostages, and sent them to Jerusalem. And he passed through the country as far as Damascus. Then Jonathan heard that the officers of Demetrius had come to Kadesh in Galilee with a large army, intending to remove him from office. He went to meet him, but left his brother Simon in the country. Simon encamped before Bethsur and fought against it for many days and hemmed it in. Then they asked him to grant them terms of peace, and he did so. He removed them from there, took possession of the town, and set a garrison over it. Jonathan and his army encamped by the waters of Gennesaret. Early in the morning they marched to the plain of Hazor, and there in the plain of the army of the foreigners met him. They had set an ambush against him in the mountains, but they themselves met him face to face. Then the men in ambush emerged from their places and joined battle. All the men with Jonathan fled. Not one of them was left except Mattathias, son of Absalom, and Judas, son of Chalphi, commanders of the force of the army. Jonathan tore his clothes, put dust on his head, and prayed. Then he turned back to the battle against the enemy and routed them, and they fled. When his men who were fleeing saw this, they returned to him and joined him in the pursuit as far as Kadesh to their camp, and there they encamped. As many as 3,000 of the foreigners fell that day, and Jonathan returned to Jerusalem. 1 Maccabees chapter 12. Now, when Jonathan saw that the time was favorable for him, he chose men and sent them to Rome to confirm and renew the friendship with them. He also sent letters to the same effect to the Spartans and to other places. So they went to Rome and entered the Senate chamber and said, "The high priest Jonathan and the Jewish nation have sent us to renew the former friendship and alliance with them." And the Romans gave them letters to the people in every place, asking them to provide for the envoys safe conduct to the land of Judah. This is a copy of the letter that Jonathan wrote to the Spartans. The high priest Jonathan, the senate of the nation, the priest, and the rest of the Jewish people, to their brothers the Spartans, greetings. Already in time past, a letter was sent to the high priest Onias from Arius, who was king among you, stating that you are our brothers, as the appended copy shows. Onias welcomed the envoy with honor and received the letter, which contained a clear declaration of alliance and friendship. Therefore, though we have no need of these things, since we have as an encouragement the holy books that are in our hands, we are undertaken to send to renew our family ties and friendship with you, so that we may not become estranged from you. For considerable time has passed since you sent your letter to us. We therefore remember you constantly on every occasion, both at our festivals and on other appropriate days, other sacrifices that we offer, and in our praise, as it is right and proper to remember brothers. And we rejoice in your glory. But as for ourselves, many trials and many wars have encircled us. The kings around us have waged war against us. We were unwilling to annoy you and our other allies and friends with these wars. For we have the help that comes from heaven for our aid, and so we were delivered from our enemies, and our enemies were humbled. We therefore have chosen Nomenius, son of Antiochus, and Antipater, son of Jason, and have sent them to Rome to renew our former friendship and alliance with them. We have commanded them to go also to you and greet you, and deliver to you this letter from us concerning the renewal of our family ties. And now please send us a reply to this. This is a copy of the letter that they sent to Onias, King Arius of the Spartans, the high priest Onias, greetings. It has been found in writing concerning the Spartans and the Jews that they are brothers and are of the family of Abraham. And now that we have learned this, please write us concerning your welfare. We, on our part, write to you that your livestock and your property belong to us, and ours belong to you. We therefore command that our envoys report to you accordingly. Now Jonathan heard that the commanders of Demetrius had returned with a larger force than before to wage war against him. So he marched away from Jerusalem and met them in the region of Hamath, for he gave them no opportunity to invade his own country. He sent spies to the camp, and they returned and reported to him that the enemy were being drawn up in formation to attack the Jews by night. So when the sun had set, Jonathan commanded his troops to be alert and to keep their arms at hand so as to be ready all night for battle, and he stationed outposts around the camp. When the enemy heard that Jonathan and his troops were prepared for battle, they were afraid and were terrified at heart. So they kindled fires in the camp and withdrew. But Jonathan and his troops did not know it until morning, for they saw the fires burning. Then Jonathan pursued them, but he did not overtake them, for they had crossed the Eleutherus river. So Jonathan returned So Jonathan turned aside against the Arabs who were called Sabdians, and he crushed them and plundered them. Then he broke camp and went to Damascus and marched through all that region. Simon also went out and marched through the country as far as Ascalon and the neighboring strongholds. He turned aside to Joppa and took it by surprise, for he had heard that they were ready to hand over the stronghold to those whom Demetrius had sent, and he stationed a garrison there to guard it. When Jonathan returned, he convened the elders of the people and planned with them to build strongholds in Judea, to build the walls of Jerusalem still higher, and to erect a high barrier between the citadel and the city to separate it from the city, in order to isolate it so that its garrisons could neither buy nor sell. So they gathered together to rebuild the city. Part of the wall on the valley to the east had fallen, and he repaired the section called Shafenatham. Simon also built Adida in the Shephelah. He fortified it and installed gates with walls. Then Tryphon attempted to become king in Asia and put on the crown and to raise his hand against King Antiochus. He feared that Jonathan might not permit him to do so, but might make war on him. So he kept seeking to seize and kill him, and he marched out and came to Bethshan. Jonathan met to meet him with 40,000 picked warriors, and he came to Bethshan. When Tryphon saw that he had come with a large army, he was afraid to raise his hand against him. So he received him with honor, and he commended him to all his friends. And he gave him gifts, and commanded his friends and his troops to obey him, as they would himself. Then he said to Jonathan, "Why have you put all these people to so much trouble when we are not at war? Dismiss them now to their homes, and choose for yourselves a few men to stay with you, and come with me to Ptolemais. I will hand it over to you as well as the other strongholds, and the remaining troops and all the officials, and will turn around and go home, for that is why I am here." Jonathan trusted him and did as he said. He sent away the troops, and they returned to the land of Judah. He kept with himself 3,000 men, 2,000 of whom he left in Galilee, while 1,000 accompanied him. But when Jonathan entered Ptolemais, the people of Ptolemais closed the gates and seized him, and they killed with the sword all who had entered with him. Then Tryphon sent troops and cavalry into Galilee and the great plain to destroy all Jonathan's soldiers. But they realized that Jonathan had been seized and had perished along with his men, and they encouraged one another and kept marching in close formation, ready for battle. When their pursuers saw that they would fight for their lives, they turned back. So they all reached the land of Judah safely, and they mourned for Jonathan and his companions and were in great fear, and all Israel mourned deeply. All the nations around them tried to destroy them, for they said, "They are no leader or helper. Now therefore let us make war on them and blot out the memory of them from humankind." 1 Maccabees chapter 13. Simon heard that Tryphon had assembled a large army to invade the land of Judah and destroy it, and he saw that the people were trembling with fear. So he went up to Jerusalem and gathering the people together, he encouraged them, saying to them, "You yourselves know what great things my brothers and I and the house of my father have done for the laws and the sanctuary. You know also the wars and the difficulties that my brothers and I have seen. By reason of this all, my brothers have perished for the sake of Israel, and I alone am left. And now, far be it from me to spare my life in any time of distress, for I am not better than my brothers. But I will avenge my nation and the sanctuary and your wives and children, for all the nations are gathered together out of hatred to destroy us." The spirit of the people was rekindled, and when they heard this verse, and they answered in loud voice, "You are our leader in place of Judas and your brother Jonathan. Fight our battles, and all that you say to us we will do." So he assembled all the warriors and hurried to complete the walls of Jerusalem, and he fortified it on every side. He sent Jonathan, son of Absalom, to Joppa, and with him a considerable army. He drove out its occupants and remained there. Then Trypho left Ptolemais with a large army to invade the land of Judah, and Jonathan was with him under guard. Simon encamped in Adida, facing the plain. Trypho learned that Simon had risen up in the place of his brother Jonathan, and that he was about to join battle with him. So he sent envoys to him and said, "It is for the money that your brother Jonathan owed the royal treasury, in connection with the offices he held, that we are detaining him. Send now 100 talents of silver and 2 of his sons as hostages, so that when released he will not revolt against us, and we will release him." Simon knew that they were speaking deceitfully to him, but they sent to get the money and the sons, so that he would not arouse great hostility among the peoples, who might say, "It was because of Simon did not send him the money and the sons that Jonathan perished." So he sent the sons and the 100 talents, but Trypho broke his word and did not release Jonathan. After this, Trypho came to invade the country and destroy it, and he circled around by the way to Adora. But Simon and his army kept marching along opposite him to every place he went. Now the men in the citadel kept sending envoys to Trypho, urging him to come to them by way of the wilderness and to send them food. So Trypho got all his cavalry ready to go, but that night a very heavy snow fell, and he did not go because of the snow. He marched off and went to the land of Gilead. When he approached Basgamam, he killed Jonathan, and he was buried there. Then Trypho turned and he went back to his own land. Simon sent and took the bones of his brother Jonathan and buried him in Modian, the city of his ancestors. All Israel bewailed him with great lamentations and mourned him for many days. And Simon built a monument over the tomb of his father and his brothers. He made it high so that it might be seen, with polished stone at the front and back. He also erected 7 pyramids opposite one another for his father and mother and 4 brothers. For the pyramids, he devised an elaborate setting, erecting about them great columns, and on the columns he put suits of armor for a permanent memorial. And beside the suits of armor, he carved ships so that they could be seen by all who sail the sea. This is the tomb that he built in Modian. It remains to this day. Trypho dealt treacherously with the young king Antiochus. He killed him and became king in his place, putting on the crown of Asia, and he brought great calamity on the land. But Simon built up the strongholds of Judea and walled them all around with high towers and great walls and gates and walls, and he restored food in the strongholds. Simon also chose emissaries and sent them to King Demetrius with a request to grant relief to the country. For all that Trypho did was to plunder. King Demetrius sent him a favorable reply to his request and wrote him a letter as follows: King Demetrius, to Simon the high priest and friend of kings, and to the elders and to the and nations of the Jews, greetings. We have received the gold crown and the palm dish that you sent, and we are ready to make a general peace with you and to write to our officials to grant you
Stop.
release from treaty.
സുസൻ ടൈം ആയിട്ടോ
Ha,
വായിച്ച ഭാഗം പറയാമോ?
1 Maccabees chapter 13 verses 36.
1:13.
1:3 verses 36.
Okay, thank you.
1 Maccabees chapter 13, verse 37. We have received the gold crown and the palm branch that you sent, and we are ready to make a general peace with you and to write to our officials to grant you release from the tribute. All the grants that we have made to you remain valid, and let the strongholds that you have built be in your possession. We pardon any errors and offenses committed to this day and cancel the crown tax that you owe, and whatever other tax has been collected in Jerusalem shall be collected no longer. And if any of you are qualified to be enrolled in our bodyguard, let them be enrolled, and let there be peace between us. In the 170th year, the yoke of the Gentiles was removed from Israel, and the people began to write in their documents and contracts. In the first year of Simon, the great high priest and commander and leader of the Jews. In those days, Simon encamped against Gaza and surrounded it with troops. He made a siege engine, brought it up to the city, and battered and captured one tower. The men in the siege engine leaped out into the city, and a great tumult arose in the city. The men in the city, with their wives and children, went up on the wall with their clothes torn, and they cried out with a loud voice, asking Simon to make peace with them. They said, "Do not treat us according to our wicked acts, but according to your mercy." So Simon reached an agreement with them and stopped fighting against them. But he expelled but he expelled them from the city and cleansed the houses in which the idols were located, and then entered it with hymns and praise. He removed all uncleanness from it and settled in it those who observed the law. He also strengthened its fortifications and built in it a house for himself. Those who were in the citadel at Jerusalem were prevented from going in and out to buy and sell in the country. So they were very hungry, and many of them perished from the famine. Then they cried to Simon to make peace with them, and he did so. But he expelled them from there and cleansed the citadel from its pollutions. On the 23rd day of the second month, in the 171st year, the Jews entered it with praise and palm branches, and with harps and cymbals, and stringed instruments, and with hymns and songs, because a great enemy had been crushed and removed from Israel. Simon decreed that every year they should celebrate this day with rejoicing. He strengthened the fortifications of the temple hill alongside the citadel, and he and his men lived there. Simon saw that his son John had reached manhood, and so he made him commander of all the forces, and he lived at Gazara. 1 Maccabees chapter 14. In the 172nd year, King Demetrius assembled his forces and marched into Media to obtain help, so that he could make war against Trypho. When King Arsaces of Persia and Media heard that Demetrius had invaded his territory, he sent one of his generals to take him alive. The general went and defeated the army of Demetrius and seized him and took him to Arsaces, who put him under guard. The land had rest all the days of Simon. He sought the good of his nation. His rule was pleasing to them, as was the honor showed him all the days. To crown all his honors, he took Joppa for a harbor, and opened a way to the isles of the sea. He extended the borders of his nation and gained full control of the country. He gathered a host of captives. He ruled over Gazara and Bethzer and the citadel, and he removed its uncleanness from it, and there was none to oppose him. They tilled his land in peace, and ground gave its increase, and the trees of the plains their fruit. Old men sat in the street, they all talked together of good things, and the youth put on splendid military attire. He supplied the town with food, and furnished them with the means of defense, until his renown spread to the ends of the earth. He established peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy. All the people sat under their own vines and fig trees, and there was none to make them afraid. No one was left in the land to fight them, and the kings were crushed in those days. He gave help to all the humble among his people. He sought out the law and did away with all the renegades and outlaws. He made the sanctuary glorious and added to the vessels of the sanctuary. It was heard in Rome and as far as Sparta that Jonathan had died, and they were deeply grieved. When they heard that his brother Simon had become the high priest in his stead, and that he was ruling over the country and the towns in it, they wrote to him on bronze tablets to renew with him the friendship and alliance that they had established with his brothers Judas and Jonathan. And these were read before the assembly in Jerusalem. This is a copy of the letter that the Spartans sent, the rulers and the city of the Spartans, to the high priest Simon, and to the elders and the priests, and the rest of the Jewish people, our brothers, greetings. The envoys who were sent to our people have told us about your glory and honor, and we rejoiced at their coming. We have recorded what they said in our public decrees as follows: Numenius, son of Antiochus, and Antipater, son of Jason, envoys of the Jews, have come to us to renew their friendship with us. It has pleased our people to receive these men with honor and to put a copy of their words in the public archives, so that the people of Spartans may have a record of them. And they have sent a copy of this to the high priest Simon. After this, Simon sent Numenius to Rome with a large gold shield weighing 1,000 minas to confirm the alliance with the Romans. When the people heard these things, they said, "How shall we thank Simon and his sons? For he and his brothers and the house of his father have stood firm. They have fought and repulsed Israel's enemies and established its freedom." So they made a record on bronze tablets and put it on the pillars of Mount Zion. This is a copy of what they wrote. On the 18th day of Elul, in the 172nd year, which is the third year of the great high priest Simon, in Asaramel, in the great assembly of the priests and the people and the rulers of the nation and the elders of the country, the following was proclaimed to us. Since wars often occurred in the country, Simon, son of Mattathias, a priest of the sons of Zoarib, and his brothers exposed themselves to danger and resisted the enemies of their nation, in order that their sanctuary and their law might be preserved, and they brought great glory to their nation. Jonathan rallied the nation, became their high priest, and was gathered to his people when their enemies decided to invade their country and lay hands on their sanctuary. Then Simon rose up and fought for his nation. He spent great sums of his own money. He armed the soldiers of his nation and paid them wages. He fortified the towns of Judea and Bethzer on the borders of Judea, where formerly the armies of the enemy had been stored, and he placed there a garrison of the Jews. He also fortified Joppa, which is by the sea, and Gazara, which is on the borders of Azotus, where the enemy formerly lived. He settled Jews there and provided in those towns whatever was necessary for their restoration. The people saw Simon's faithfulness and the glory that he had resolved to win for his nation, and they made him the leader and the high priest because he had done all these things and because of the justice and loyalty that he maintained towards his nation. He sought in every way to exalt his people. His days things prospered in their hands. So the Gentiles were put out of the country, as were also those in the city of David in Jerusalem, who had built themselves a citadel from which they used to sally forth and defile the environs of the sanctuary, doing great damage to its purity. He settled Jews in it and fortified it for the safety of the country and of the city, and built the walls of Jerusalem higher. In view of these things, King Demetrius confirmed him in the high priesthood, made him one of his friends, and paid him high honors, for he had heard that the Jews were addressed by the Romans as friends and allies and brothers, and that of the Romans had received the envoys of Simon with honor. The Jews and their priests have resolved that Simon should be their great leader and high priest forever, until a trustworthy prophet should arise, and that he should be governor over them, and that he should take charge of the sanctuary and appoint officials over its tasks and over the country and the weapons and the strongholds, and that he should take charge of the sanctuary, and that should be obeyed by all, and that all contracts in the country should be written in his name, and that he should be clothed in purple and wear gold. None of the people or priests shall be permitted to nullify any of these decisions, or to oppose what he says, or to convene an assembly in the country without his permission, or to be clothed in purple, or put on a gold buckle. Whoever acts contrary to these decisions, or rejects any of them, shall be liable to punishment. All the people agreed to grant Simon the right to act in accordance with these decisions. So Simon accepted and agreed to be high priest, to be commander, and the ethnarch of the Jews and priests, and to be protector of them all. And they gave orders to inscribe his decree on bronze tablets, to put them up in a conspicuous place in the precincts of the sanctuary, and to deposit copies of them in the treasury, so that Simon and his sons might have them. 1 Maccabees chapter 15. Antiochus, son of King Demetrius, sent a letter from the islands of the sea to Simon, the priest and the ethnarch of the Jews, and to all the nation. Its contents were as follows: King Antiochus, to Simon, the high priest and ethnarch, and to the nation of the Jews, greetings. Whereas certain scoundrels have gained control of the kingdom of our ancestors, and I intend to lay claim to the kingdom, so that I may restore it as it formerly was, and have recruited a host of mercenary troops, and have equipped warships, and intend to make a landing in the country, so that I may proceed against those who have destroyed our country, and those who have devastated many cities in my kingdom. Now therefore I confirm to you all the tax remissions that the kings before me have granted you, and a release from all the other payments from which they have released you. I permit you to mint your own coinage as money for your country, and I grant freedom to Jerusalem and the sanctuary. All the weapons that you have prepared and the strongholds that you have built and now hold shall remain yours. Every debt you owe to the royal treasury and any such future debts shall be cancelled for you from henceforth and for all time. When we gain control of our kingdom, We will bestow great honor on you and your nation and the temple, so that your glory will become manifest in all the earth. In the 174th year, Antiochus set out and invaded the land of his ancestors. All the troops rallied to him, so that there were only a few with Trypho. Antiochus pursued him, and Trypho became in his flight to Dor, which is by the sea, for he knew that the troubles had converged on him, and his troops had deserted him. So Antiochus encamped against Dor, and with him were 120,000 warriors and 8,000 cavalry. He surrounded the town, and the ships joined battle from the sea. He pressed the town hard from the land and sea, and permitted no one to leave or enter it. Then Numenius and his companions arrived from Rome with letters to the kings and countries, in which the following was written: Lucius, consul of the Romans, to King Ptolemy, greetings. The envoys of the Jews have come to us as our friends and allies to renew our ancient friendship and alliance. They had been sent by the high priest Simon and by the Jewish people, and have brought a gold shield weighing 1,000 minas. We therefore have decided to write to the kings and the countries that they should not seek to their harm or make war against them and their cities and their country, or make alliance with those who war against them. And it has seemed good to us to accept the shield from them. Therefore, if any scoundrels have fled to you from their country, hand them over to the high priest Simon, so that he may punish them according to their law. The council wrote the same thing to King Demetrius, and to Attalus, and Ariarathes, and Arsaces, and to all the countries, and to the Samnians, and to the Spartans, and to Delos, and to Mindos, and to Sicyon, and to Caria, and to Samos, and to Pamphylia, and to Lycia, and to Halicarnassus, and to Rhodes, and to Phasaelis, and to Cos, and to Side, and to Arades, and Gortania, and Cnidus, and Cyprus, and Cyrene. They also sent a copy of these things to the high priest Simon. King Antiochus besieged Dor for the second time, continually throwing his forces against him, and making engines of war. He shut Trypho up, and kept him from going out or in. And Simon sent to Antiochus 2,000 picked troops to fight for him, and silver and gold, and a large amount of military equipment. But he refused to receive them, and broke all the agreements he formerly had made with Simon, and became estranged from him. He sent to him Athenobius, one of his friends, to confer with him, saying, You hold control of Joppa and Gazara, and the citadel in Jerusalem. They are cities of my kingdom. You have devastated their territory. You have done great damage in the land, and you have taken possession of many places in my kingdom. Now then, hand over the cities that you have seized, and the tribute money of the places that you have conquered outside the borders of Judea, or else pay me 500 talents of silver for the destruction that you have caused, and 500 talents more for the tribute money of these cities. Otherwise, we will come and make war on you. So Athenobius, the king's friend, came to Jerusalem, and when he saw the splendor of Simon, and the sideboard with its gold and silver plate, and his great magnificence, he was amazed. When he reported to him the king's message, Simon said to him in reply, We have neither taken foreign land nor seized foreign property, but only the inheritance of our ancestors, which at one time had been unjustly taken by our enemies. Now that we have the opportunity, we are firmly holding the inheritance of our ancestors. As for Joppa and Gazara, which you demand. They were causing great damage among the people to our land. For them, we will give you 100 talents. Athanasius did not answer him in word, but returned in wrath to the king and reported to him these words, and also the splendor of Simon and all that he had seen. And the king was very angry. Meanwhile, Tryphon embarked on a ship and escaped to Orthosia. Then the king made Sendebus commander in chief of the coastal country and gave him troops of infantry and cavalry. He commanded him to encamp against Judea, to build up Kedron and fortify its gates, and to make war on the people. But the king pursued Tryphon. So Sendebus came to Gemnia and began to provoke the people and invade Judea and take the people captive and kill them. He built up Kedron and stationed horsemen and troops there, so that they may go out and make raids along the highways of Judea as the king had ordered him. 1 Maccabees chapter 16. John went up from Gozara and reported to his father Simon what Sendebius had done. And Simon called in his two eldest sons, Judas and John, and said to them, My brothers and I and my father's house have fought the wars of Israel from our youth until this day, and things have prospered in our hands. So that we have delivered Israel many times. But now I have grown old, and you, by heaven's mercy, are matured in the years. Take my place and my brothers, and go out and fight for our nation, and may the help that comes from heaven be with you. So John chose out of the country 20,000 warriors and cavalry, and they marched against Sendebis and camped for the night in Modane. Early in the morning, they started out and marched into the plain, where a large force of infantry and cavalry was coming to meet them, and a stream lay between them. Then he and his army lined up against them. He saw that the soldiers were afraid to cross the stream, so he crossed over first, and when his troops saw him, they crossed over after him. Then he divided the army and placed the cavalry in the center of the infantry, for the cavalry of the enemy were very numerous. They sounded the trumpets, and Sendebes and his army were put to flight. Many of them fell wounded, and the rest fled into the stronghold. At that time, Judas, the brother of John, was wounded, but John pursued them until Sendebes reached Kedron, which he had built. They also fled into the towers that were in the fields of Azotus, and John burned it with fire, and about 2,000 of them fell. He then returned to Judea safely. Now Ptolemy, son of Abubus, had been appointed governor over the plain of Jericho. He had a large store of silver and gold, for he was the son in law of the high priest. His heart was lifted up. He determined to get control of the country and made treacherous plans against Simon and his sons to do away with them. Now Simon was visiting the towns of the country and attending to their needs, and he went to Jericho with his sons Matthias and Judas in the 177th year, in the 11th month, which is the month of Shebat. Then son of Abubus received them treacherously in the little stronghold called Dok, which he had built. He gave them a great banquet and hid men there. When Simon and his sons were drunk, Ptolemy and his men rose up, took their weapons, and rushed in against Simon in the banquet hall and killed him and his two sons, as well as some of his servants. So he committed an act of great treachery and returned evil for good. Then Ptolemy wrote a report about these things and sent it to the king asking him to send troops to aid him to turn over to him the towns and the country. He sent other troops to Gazara to do away with John. He sent letters to the captains asking them to come to him so that he might give them silver and golds and gifts. And he sent other troops to take possession of Jerusalem and the temple hill. But someone ran ahead and reported to John at Gazara that his fathers and brothers had perished, and that he has sent men to kill you also. When he heard this, he was greatly shocked. He seized the men who came to destroy him and killed them, for he had found out that they were seeking to destroy him. The rest of the acts of John and his wars, and the brave deeds that he did, and the building of the walls that he completed, and his achievements are written in the annals of his high priesthood from the time that he became high priest after his father. 2 Maccabees 1. The Jews in Jerusalem and those in the land of Judah, to their Jewish kindred in Egypt, greetings and true peace. May God do good to you, and may He remember His covenant with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, His faithful servants. May He give you all a heart to worship Him and to do His will with a strong heart and a willing spirit. May He open your heart to His law and His commandments, and may He bring peace. May He hear your prayers and be reconciled to you, and may He not forsake you in the time of evil. We are now praying for you here. In the reign of Demetrius, in the 169th year, we Jews wrote to you in the critical distress that came upon us in those years after Jason and his company revolted from the Holy Land and the kingdom and burned the gate and shed innocent blood. We prayed to the Lord and were heard, and we offered sacrifice and grain offering, and we lit the lamps and set out the loaves. And now see that you keep the festival of booths in the month of Shislev in the 188th year. The people of Jerusalem and of Judea and the Senate and Judas, to Aristobulus, who is the family of the anointed priests, teacher of the king Ptolemy, and to the Jews in Egypt, greetings and good health. Having been saved by God out of grave dangers, we thank Him greatly for taking our side against the king, for He drove out those who fought against the holy city. When the leader reached Persia with a force that seemed irresistible, they were cut to pieces in the temple of Nanea by a deception employed by the priests and the goddess Nanea. On the pretext of intending to marry her, Antiochus came to the place together with his friends to secure most of its treasures as a dowry. When the priests of the temple of Nanea had set out treasures, and Antiochus had come with a few men inside the wall of the sacred precinct, they closed the temple as soon as he entered it. Opening a secret door in the ceiling, they threw stones and struck down the leader and his men. They dismembered them and cut off their heads and threw them to the people outside. Blessed in every way be our God, who has brought judgment on those who have behaved impiously. Since on the 25th day of Shislev we shall celebrate the purification of the temple, we thought it was necessary to notify you in order that you also may celebrate the festival of booths and the festival of the fire given when Nehemiah, who built the temple and the altar, offered sacrifices. For when our ancestors were being led captive to Persia, the pious priests of that time took some of the fire of the altar and secretly hid it in the hollow of a dry cistern, where they took such precautions that the place was unknown to anyone. But after many years had passed, when it pleased God, Nehemiah, having been commissioned by the king of Persia, sent the descendants of the priests who had hidden
Shlomo.
the fire. To
Time ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Maccabees chapter 1, verse 19.
Second Maccabees.
2 Maccabees chapter 1, verse 19 completed.
Okay, thank you.
Barakimon, 2 Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 20. And when they reported to us that they had not found fire, but only a thick liquid, he ordered them to dip it out and bring it. When the materials for the sacrifices were presented, Nehemiah ordered the priest to sprinkle the liquid on the wood and on the things laid upon it. When this had been done, and some time had passed, and when the sun, which had been clouded over, shone out, a great fire blazed up, so that all marveled. And while the sacrifice was being consumed, the priest offered prayer. The priest and everyone, Jonathan led, and the rest responded, as did Nehemiah. The prayer was to this effect: O Lord, Lord God, creator of all things, you are inspiring and strong and just and merciful. You alone are King and are kind. You alone are bountiful, and you alone are just and almighty and eternal. You rescue Israel from every evil. You chose, you chose the ancestors and consecrated them. Accept this sacrifice on behalf of all your people, Israel, and preserve your portion and make it holy. Gather together our scattered people, set free those who are slaves among the Gentiles. Look on those who are rejected and despised, and let the Gentiles know that you are our God. Punish those who oppress and are insolent with pride. Plant your people in your holy place, as Moses promised. Then the priest sang the hymns. After the materials of the sacrifice had been consumed, Nehemiah ordered that the liquid that was left should be poured on large stones. When this was done, a flame blazed up, but when the light from the altar shone back, it went out. When this matter became known, and it was reported to the king of the Persians that in the place where the exiled priest had hidden the fire, the liquid had appeared with which Nehemiah and his associates had burned the materials of the sacrifice. The king investigated the matter and enclosed the place and made it sacred. And with those persons whom the king favored, he exchanged many excellent gifts. Nehemiah and his associates called this Nephthah, which means purification, but by most people it is called Naphtha. 2 Maccabees chapter 2. One finds in the records that the prophet Jeremiah ordered those who were being deported to take some of the fire, as has been mentioned, and that the prophet, after giving them the law, instructed those who were being deported not to forget the commandments of the Lord or to be led astray in their thoughts on seeing the gold and silver statues and their adornment. And with other similar words, he exhorted them that the law should not depart from their hearts. It was also in the same document that the prophet, having received an oracle, ordered that the tent and the ark should follow with him, and that he went out to the mountains where Moses had gone up and had seen the inheritance of God. Jeremiah came and found a cave dwelling, and he brought that the tent and the ark and the altar of incense. Then he sealed up the entrance. Some of those who followed him came up intending to mark the way, but could not find it. When Jeremiah learned of it, he rebuked them and declared, "The place shall remain unknown until God gathers his people together again and shows his mercy. Then the Lord will disclose these things, and the glory of the Lord and the cloud will appear, as they were shown in the case of Moses, and as Solomon asked that the place should be specially consecrated." It was also made clear that, being possessed of wisdom, Solomon offered sacrifice for the dedication and completion of the temple. Just as Moses prayed to the Lord, and fire came down from heaven and consumed the sacrifices, so also Solomon prayed, and the fire came down and consumed the whole burnt offerings. And Moses said, "They were consumed because the sin offering had not been eaten." Likewise, Solomon also kept the 8 days. The same things are reported in the records and in the memories of Nehemiah, and also that he founded a library and collected the books about the kings and prophets and the writings of David and the letters of kings about votive offerings. In the same way, Judas also collected all the books that had been lost on account of the war that had come upon us, and they are in our possession. So if you have need of them, send people to get them for you. Since, therefore, we are about to celebrate the purification, we write to you. Will you therefore please keep the days? It is God who has saved all his people and has returned the inheritance to all, and the kingship, and the priesthood, and the consecration, as he promised through the Lord. We have hope in God that he will soon have mercy on us and will gather us from everywhere under heaven into his holy place. For he has rescued us from great evils and has purified the place. The story of Judas, Maccabeus, and his brothers, and the purification of the great temple, and the dedication of the altar, and further the wars against Antiochus, Epiphanes, and his son Eupator, and the appearances that came from heaven to those who fought bravely for Judaism, so that, though few in number, they seized the whole land and pursued the barbarian borders, and regained possession of the temple, famous throughout the world, and liberated the city, and re-established the laws that were about to be abolished, while the Lord with great kindness became gracious to them. All this, which has been set forth by Jason of Syrian in 5 volumes, we shall attempt to condense into a single book. For considering the flood of statistics involved and the difficulty there is for those who wish to enter upon the narratives of history because of the mass of material, we have aimed to please those who wish to read, to make it easy for those who are inclined to memorize, and to profit all readers. For us who have undertaken the toil of abbreviating, it is no light matter, but calls for sweat and loss of sleep. Just as it is not easy for one who prepares a banquet and seeks the benefit of others. Nevertheless, to secure the gratitude of many, we will gladly endure the uncomfortable toil, leaving the responsibility for exact details to the compiler, while devoting our effort to arriving at the outlines of the condensation. For us, the master builder of a new house must be concerned with the whole construction, while the one who undertakes its painting and decoration has to consider only what is suitable for its adornment. Such, in my judgment, is the case with us. It is the duty of the original historian to occupy the ground, to discuss matters from every side, and to take the trouble with the details. But the one who recasts the narrative should be allowed to strive her brevity of expression and to forego exhaustive treatment. At this point, therefore, let us begin our narrative without adding any more to what has already been said, for it would be foolish to lengthen the preface while cutting short the history itself. 2 Maccabees chapter 3. While the holy city was inhabited in unbroken peace and the laws were strictly observed because of the piety of the high priest, Onias and his hatred of wickedness, it came about that the kings themselves honored the place and glorified the temple with the finest presents, even to the extent that King Seleucus of Asia defrayed from his own revenues all the expenses connected with the service of the sacrifices. But a man named Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who had been made captain of the temple, had a disagreement with the high priest about the administration of the city market. Since he could not prevail over Onias, he went to Apollonius of Tarsus, who at that time was governor of Coelicia and Phoenicia, and reported to him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of untold sums of money, so that the amount of the fund could not be reckoned, and that they did not belong to the account of the sacrifices, but that it was possible for them to fall under the control of the king. When Apollonius met the king, he told him of the money about which he had been informed. The king chose Heliodorus, who was in charge of his affairs, and sent him with the commands to effect the removal of the reported wealth. Heliodorus at once set out on his journey, ostensibly to make a tour of inspection of the cities of Coelicia and Phoenicia, but in fact to carry out the king's purpose. When he had arrived at Jerusalem and had been kindly welcomed by the high priest of the city, he told about the disclosure that had been made and stated why he had come, and he inquired whether this really was the situation. The high priest explained that there were some deposits belonging to widows and orphans, and also some money of Hyrcanus, son of Tobias, a man of very prominent position, and that it totaled in all 400 talents of silver and 200 of gold. To such an extent, the impious Simon had misrepresented the facts, and he said that it was utterly impossible that wrong should be done to those people who had trusted in the holiness of the place and in the sanctity and inviolability of the temple that is honored throughout the whole world. But Heliodorus, because of the orders he had from the king, said that this money must in any case be confiscated for the king's treasury. So he get a day and went to the direct the instruction of these funds. There was no little distress throughout the whole city. The priests prostrated themselves before the altar in their priestly vestments and called toward heaven upon him who had given the law about deposits, that he should keep them safe for those who had deposited them. To see the appearance of the high priest was to be wounded at the heart, for his face and the change in his color disclosed the anguish of his soul. For terror and bodily trembling had come over the man, which plainly showed to those who looked at him the pain lodged in his heart. People also hurried out of their houses in crowd to make a general supplication because the holy place was about to be brought into dishonor. Women, girded with sackcloth under their breasts, thrown to the streets, Some of the young women who were kept indoors ran together to the gates and some to the walls, while others peered out of the windows. And holding up their hands to heaven, they all made supplication. There was something pitiable in the prostration of the whole populace and the anxiety of the high priest in his great anguish. While they were calling upon the Almighty Lord that he would keep what had been entrusted safe and secure for those who had entrusted it, Helodorus went on with what had been decided. But when he arrived at the treasury with his bodyguard, then and there the sovereign of spirits and of all authority caused so great a manifestation that all who had been so bold as to accompany him were astounded by the power of God and became faint with terror. For there appeared to them a magnificently caparisoned horse with a rider of frightening mien. It rushed furiously at Heliodorus and struck at him with its front force. Its rider was seen to have armor and weapons of God. Two young men also appeared to him, remarkably strong, gloriously beautiful, and splendidly dressed, who stood on either side of him and flogged him continuously, inflicting many blows on him. When he suddenly fell to the ground and a deep darkness came over him, his men took him up, put him on a stretcher, and carried him away. This man who had just entered the aforesaid treasury with a great retinue and all his bodyguard, but was now unable to help himself. They recognized clearly the sovereign power of God. While he lay prostrate, speechless because of the divine intervention and deprived of any hope of recovery, they praised the Lord who had acted marvelously for his own place. And the temple, which a little while before was full of fear and disturbance, was filled with joy and gladness now that the Almighty Lord had appeared. Some of the Helodorus friends quickly begged the Onion to call upon the Most High to grant life to one who was lying quite at his last breath. So the high priest, fearing that the king might get the notion that some foul play had been perpetrated by the Jews with regard to Heliodorus, offered sacrifice for the man's recovery. While While the high priest was making an atonement, the same young men appeared again to Heliodorus, dressed in the same clothing, and they stood and said, "Be very grateful to the high priest of Onions, since for his sake the Lord has granted you your life. And see that you, who have been flogged by heaven, report to all people the majestic power of God, having said this they vanished. Then Heliodorus offered sacrifice to the Lord and made very great vows to the Savior of his life, and having bidden Onias farewell, he marched off with his forces to the king. He bore testimony to all concerning the deeds of the supreme God, which he had seen with his own eyes. When the king asked Heliodorus what sort of person would be suitable to send on another mission to Jerusalem, he replied, "If you have any enemy or plotter against your government, send him there, for you will get him back thoroughly flogged. If he survives at all, for there is certainly some power of God about the place. For he who has his dwelling in heaven watches over that place himself and brings it to aid and strikes and destroys those who come to do it injury." This was the outcome of the episode of Heliodorus and the protection of the treasury. Second Maccabees chapter 4. The previously mentioned Simon, who had informed about the money against his own country, slandered Onias, saying that it was he who had incited Heliodorus and had been the real cause of the misfortune. He dared to designate as a plotter against the government the man who was the benefactor of the city, the protector of his compatriots, and a zealot for the laws. When his hatred progressed to such a degree that even murders were committed by one of Simon's approved agents, Onias recognized that the rivalry was serious and that Apollonius, son of Menestius and governor of Coelius and Phoenicia, was intensifying the malice of Simon. So he appealed to the king, not accusing his compatriots, but having in view the welfare, both the public and private, of all the people. For he saw that without the king's attention, public affairs could not again reach a peaceful settlement, and that Simon would not stop his fall. When Seleucus died and Antiochus, who was called Epiphanes, succeeded to the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, obtained the high priesthood by corruption, promising the king at an interview 360 talents of silver and from another source of revenue 80 talents. In addition to this, he promised to pay 150 more if permission were given to establish by his authority a gymnasium and a body of youth for it, and to enroll the people of Jerusalem as citizens of Antioch. When the king ascended and Jason came to office, he at once shifted his compatriots over to the Greek way of life. He set aside the existing royal concessions to the Jews, secured through John, the father of Eupolemus, who went on the mission to establish friendship and alliance with the Romans, and he destroyed the lawful ways of living and introduced the new customs contrary to the law. He took delight in establishing a gymnasium right under the citadel, and he induced the noblest of the young men to wear the Greek hat. There was such an extreme of Hellenization and increase in the adoption of foreign ways because of the surpassing wickedness of Jason, who was ungodly and no true high priest, that the priests were no longer intent upon their service at the altar, despising the sanctuary and neglecting the sacrifices. They hurried to take part in the unlawful proceedings in the wrestling arena after the signal for the discus throwing, disdaining the honors prized by their ancestors and putting the highest value upon Greek forms of prestige. For this reason, heavy disaster overtook them, and those whose ways of living they admired and wished to imitate completely became their enemies and punished them. It is no light thing to show irreverence to the divine laws, a fact that later events will make clear. When the quadrennial games were being held at Tyre and the king was present, the will Jason sent envoys chosen as being Antiochian citizens from Jerusalem to carry 300 silver drachmas for the sacrifice to Hercules. Those who carried the money, however, thought best not to use it for sacrifice because that was inappropriate, but to expend it for another purpose. So this money was intended by the sender for the sacrifice to Hercules, but by the decision of its carriers, it was applied to the construction of Tyrannus. When Apollonius, son of Menestius, was sent to Egypt for the coronation of Philometor as king, Antiochus learned that Philometor had become hostile to his government, and he took measures for his own security. Therefore, upon arriving at Joppa, he proceeded to Jerusalem. He was welcomed magnificently by Jason and the city, and ushered in with a blaze of torches and with the shouts. Then he marched his army into Phoenicia. After a period of 3 years, Jason sent Menaeus, the brother of the previously mentioned Simon, to carry the money to the king and to complete the records of essential business. But he, when presented to the king, extolled him with an air of authority and secured the high priesthood for himself, outbidding Jason by 300 talents of silver. After receiving the king's orders, he returned, possessing no qualification for the high priesthood, but having the hot temper of a cruel tyrant and the rage of savage wild beasts. So Jason, who after supplanting his own brother, was supplanted by another man, was driven as a fugitive into the land of Ammon. Although Menelaus continued to hold the office, he did not pay regularly any of the money promised to the king. When Sostratus, the captain of the citadel, kept requesting payment, for the collection of the revenue was his responsibility, the two of them were summoned by the king on account of his issue. Menelaus left his own brother Lysimachus as deputy in the high priesthood, while Sostratus left Crates, the commander of the Cyprian troops. While such was the state of affairs, it happened that the people of Tarsus and the Malus revolted because their cities had been given as a present to Antiochus and the king's concubine. So the king went hurriedly to settle the trouble, leaving Andronicus, a man of high rank, to act as his deputy. But many lovers, thinking he had obtained a suitable opportunity, stole some of the gold vessels of the temple and gave them to Andronicus. Other vessels, as it happened, he had sold to Tyre and the neighboring cities. When Onias became fully aware of this act, he publicly exposed them, having first withdrawn to a place of sanctuary at a Daphne near Antioch. Therefore, Menelaus, taking Andronicus aside, urged him to kill Onias. Andronicus came to Onias and, resorting the treachery, offered him sworn pledges and gave him his right hand. He persuaded him, though still suspicious, to come out from the place of sanctuary. Then, with no regard for justice, he immediately put him out of the way. For this reason, not only Jews, but many also of other nations were grieved and displeased at the unjust murder of the man. When the king returned from the region of Cilicia, the Jews in the city appealed to him with regard to the unreasonable murder of Onias, and the Greeks shared their hatred of the crime. Therefore, Antiochus was grieved at the hurt and filled with pity and wept because of the moderation and good conduct of the deceased. Inflamed with anger, he immediately stripped off his clothes from Andronicus, tore off his purple robe, and led him around the whole city to that very place where he had committed the outrage against Onias, and there he dispatched the bloodthirsty fellow. The Lord thus repaid him with the punishment he deserved. When many acts of sacrilege had been committed in the city by Lysiantus with the connivance of Menelaus, and when report of them had spread abroad, the populace gathered against Lysiantus because many of the gold vessels had already been stolen. Since the crowd were becoming aroused and filled with anger. Lysimachus armed about 3,000 men and launched an unjust attack under the leadership of a certain Auranus, a man advanced in years and no less advanced in folly. But when the Jews became aware that Lysimachus was attacking them, some picked up stones, some blocks of wood, and others took a handful of the ashes that were lying around and threw them in wild confusion of Lysimachus and his men. As a result, they wounded many of them and killed some and put all the rest to flight. The temple robber himself they killed close by the treasury.
Slow-mo, Andy, time is up.
Barachimore, 2nd Maccabees, chapter 4, verse 43 to be started.
Barikmore, 2 Maccabees 43, 43. Charges were brought us about this incident. When the king came to Tyre, 3 men sent by Senate presented the case before him. But Menelaus, already as good as beaten, promised a substantial bribe to Ptolemy, son of Dorymenes, to win over the king. Therefore, Ptolemy, taking the king aside into colonnade as if for refreshment, induced the king to change his mind. Menelaus, the cause of all the trouble, he acquitted of the charges against him, while he sentenced to death those unfortunate men who would have been freed uncondemned if they had pleaded even before Cynthias. And so those who had spoken for the city and the villages and the holy vessel quickly suffered the unjust penalty. Therefore, even the Tyrians, showing the hatred of the crime, provided magnificently for their funeral. But Menelaus, because of the greed of those in power, remained in office, growing in wickedness, having become the chief plotter against his compatriots. 2 Maccabees 5. About this time, Antiochus made his second invasion of Egypt, and it happened that for almost 40 days there appeared over all the city golden clad cavalry charging through the air in companies, fully armed with lances and drawn swords. Troops of cavalry drawn up, attacks and counterattacks made on this side, on that brandishing side of shield, massing of spears, hurling of missiles, and flash of golden trappings, and armor of all kinds. Therefore, everyone prayed that apparition might prove to have been a good omen. When a false rumor arose that Antiochus was dead, Jason took no fewer than 1,000 men and suddenly made an assault on the city. When the troops on the wall had been forced back, and at the last the city was being taken, Menelaus took refuge in the citadel. But Jason kept relentlessly slaughtering his compatriots, not realizing that success at the cost of one's kindred is greatest misfortune, but imagining that he was setting up trophies of victory over enemies and not over compatriots. He did not, however, gain control of the government. In the end, he got only disgrace from his conspiracy and fled again into the country of Ammonites. Finally, met a miserable end, accursed because before Aretas, the ruler of Arabs, fleeing from the city to city, pursued by everyone. Hated as a rebel against the law, and abhorred as executioner of his country and his compatriots, he was cast ashore in Egypt. There he who had driven many from their own country into exile died in exile, having embarked to go to Lacedaemon in hope of finding protection because of their king's kingship. He who had cast off many to lie unburied had no one to mourn for him. He had no funeral of any sort and no place in the tomb of his ancestors. When the news of what had happened reached the king, he took it mean that the Judea was in revolt. So, raging inwardly, he left Egypt and took the city by storm. He commanded his soldiers to cut down relentlessly everyone that he met and to kill those who went into their house. Then there was massacre of young and old, destruction of boys, women, and children, and slaughter of young girls and infants. Within the total of 3 days, 80,000 were destroyed, 40,000 in hand-to-hand fighting, and as many were sold into slavery as were killed. Not content with this, Antiochus dared to enter the most holy temple in all the world, guided by Menelaus, who had become a traitor both to the laws and to his country. He took the holy vessels with his polluted hands and swept away with profane hands the votive offerings that other kings had made to enhance the glory and honor of the place. Antiochus was elated in spirit and did not perceive the Lord was angered for a little while because of the sins of those who lived in the city, and that this was the reason he was disregarded the holy place. But if it had not happened that they were involved in many sins, this many would have been flogged and turned back from his rash act as soon as he came forward, just as Heliodorus had been, whom King Seleucus sent to inspect the treasury. But the Lord did not choose the nation for the sake of the holy place, but the place for the sake of the nation. Therefore, the place itself shared in the misfortunes that befell the nation and afterward participated in its benefits. And what was forsaken in the wrath of the Almighty was restored again in all its glory, and the Lord became reconciled. So Antiochus carried off 18,000 talents from the temple and hurried away to Antioch, thinking in his arrogance that he could sail on the land and walk in the sea. Because his mind was elated, he left governors to appraise the people at Jerusalem. Philip, by birth, is Phrygian and in character more barbarous than man who appointed him, and at Gerizim and Androchius, and besides this Menelaus, who lorded it over his compatriots, worse than the others did, in his malice towards the Jewish citizens. Antiochus sent Apollonius, the captain of Messenius, with an army of 22,000 and commanded him to kill all the grown men and to sell the women and boys as slaves. When this arrived in Jerusalem, he pretended to be peaceably disposed and waited until the Holy Sabbath day. Then, finding the Jews not at work, he ordered his troops to parade under arms. He put to sword all those who came out to see them, then rushed into the city with his armed warriors and killed great numbers of people. But Judas Maccabeus, with about 9 others, got away to the wilderness and kept himself and his companions alive in the mountain, as wild animals do. They continued to live on what grew wild, so that they might not share in defilement. Maccabees 2 Maccabees 6. Not long after this, the king sent as Anthian, senator, to compel the Jews to forsake the law of their ancestor and no longer to live by the law of God, also to pollute the temple in Jerusalem and to call it in the temple of Olympian Zeus, and to call the one in Gerizim the temple of Zeus, the friend of strangers, as did the people who lived in that place. Harsh and utterly grievous was onslaught of the evil, for the temple was filled with debauchery and reveling by the Gentiles, who dallied with the prostitutes and intercourse with the women, with the sacred prayer precepts, and besides brought in things for sacrifice that were unfit. The altar was covered with abominable offerings that were forbidden by the law. People could neither keep the Sabbath nor observe the festivals of their ancestors, nor so much as confess themselves to be Jews. On the monthly celebration of the king's birthday, the Jews were taken under bitter constraint to partake of the sacrifice, and when a festival of Dionysus was celebrated, they were compelled to wear wreaths of ivy and to walk in the procession in honor of Dionysus. At the suggestion of the people of Ptolemy, a decree was issued to the neighboring Greek cities that they should adopt the same policy toward Jews and make them partake of the sacrifice, and should kill those who did not choose to change over to Greek custom. One could see, therefore, the misery that had come upon them. For example, 2 women were brought in for having circumcised their children. They have publicly paraded them around the city with the babies hanging at their breasts, and then hurried them down headlong from the wall. Others who had assembled in the caves nearby in order to observe the seventh day secretly were betrayed to Philip and were all burned together, because their piety kept them from defending themselves in view for their regard for that most holy day. Now I urge those who read this book not to be depressed by such calamities, but to recognize that these punishments were designed not to destroy, but to discipline our people. In fact, it is a sign of great kindness to not let the impious alone for long, but to punish them immediately. For in the case of the other nation, the Lord waits patiently to punish them until they have reached the full measure of their sins. But he does not deal in this way with us, in order that he might not take vengeance on us afterward when our sins have reached their height. Therefore, he never withdraws his mercy from us. Although he disciplines us with calamities, he does not forsake his own people. That what we have said serve as reminder. We must go on briefly with the story. Eleazar, one of the scribes in the high position, a man now advanced in the age and of noble presence, was being forced to open his mouth to eat swine's flesh, but he, welcoming death with honor rather than the life with pollution, went up to the rack of his own accord, spitting out the flesh, and asked all out to go, who have the courage to refuse things that is not right to taste, even for the natural love of life. Those who were in charge of that unlawful sacrifice took the man aside because of their long acquaintance with him, and privately urged him to bring meat of his own providing, proper for him to use, and pretend that he was eating the flesh of sacrificial meat that had been commanded by the king, so that by doing this he might be saved from death, and that he be treated kindly on account his old friendship with them, but making a high resolve worthy of his years and dignity of his old age and grey hairs, that he had reached with his distinction and his excellent life even from childhood, and moreover according to the holy God given law. He declared himself quickly, telling them to send him to Hades. Such pretense is not worthy of our time of life, he said. For many of the young might suppose that Eliezer is in his 90th year and had gone over to the alien religion, and through my pretense, for the sake of living a brief moment longer, they would be led astray because of me, while I defile and disgrace my old age. Even if for the disgrace of my old age, the present I would avoid the punishment of mortals, yet whether I live or die, I shall not escape the hands of the Almighty. Therefore, by bravely giving up my life now, I will show myself the worthy of my old age, and leave to the young a noble example of how to die a good death, willingly and nobly, for the revered and holy laws. When he had said this, he went at once to the rack. Those who little before had acted toward him with goodwill now changed to ill will, because the words he had uttered were in their opinion sheer madness. When he was about to die under the blows, he groaned aloud and said, "It is clear to the Lord in his holy knowledge that though I might have been saved from the death, I am enduring terrible sufferings in my body under this beating, but in my soul I am glad to suffer these things because I fear him." So in this way he died, leaving in his death an example of nobility and a memorial of courage, not only to the young, but to the great body of his nation. 2 Maccabees 7. It happened also that 7 brothers and their mother were all arrested and were being compelled by the kings under torture with whips and thongs to partake of unlawful swine's flesh. One of them, acting as their spokesman, said, "What do you intend to ask and learn from us? For we are ready to die rather than transgress the law of our ancestor." The king fell into a rage and gave orders to have pans and cauldrons heated. These were heated immediately, and he commanded that the tongue of the spokesman be cut off, and they scalp him and cut off his hands and feet, while the rest of the brother and mother looked on. When he was utterly helpless, the king ordered them to take him to the fire, still breathing, and to fry him in pan. The smoke from the pan spread widely, but the brothers and their mother encouraged to one another to die nobly, saying, "The Lord God is watching over us, and in truth has compassion on us," as Moses declared in his song that bore witness against the people to their faces, when he said, "And he will have compassion on his servants." After the first brother he had died in this way, they brought forward the second for the sport. They tore off the skin of his head with the and asked him, "Will you eat rather than have your body punished limb by limb?" He replied in the language of ancestors sent to them. No, therefore he returned, underwent no tortures, as the first brother had done. When he was last breath, he said, "You accursed wretch, you dismiss from the present life, but the King of the universe will raise us up to an everlasting renewal of life, because we have died for his love." After him, the third was the victim of their sport. When it was demanded, he quickly put out his tongue and courageously stretched forth his hands and said nobly, "I got this from heaven, and because of his loss, I disdained him. From him, I hope to get them back again." As a result, the king himself and those with him were astonished at the young man's spirit, for he regarded his suffering as nothing. After he too had died, they maltreated and tortured the fourth in the same way. When he was near death, he said, "One cannot but choose to die at the hands of mortals and to cherish the hope God gives of being raised again by him. But for you, there will be no resurrection to life." Next, they brought forward the fifth and maltreated him. But he looked at the king and said, "Because you have authority among mortals, though you also are immortal, that the God had forsaken our people, Keep on and see how this mighty power will torture you and descendants. After him, they brought forward the sixth. When he was about to die, he said, "Do not deceive yourselves in vain, for we are suffering these things on our account because of our sins against our own God. Therefore, astounding things have happened. But do not think that you will go unpunished for having tried to fight against God." The mother was especially admirable and worthy of honorable memory. Although she saw her 7 sons perish within a single day, she bore it with good courage because of her hope in the Lord. She encouraged each of them in the language of their ancestors. Filled with noble spirit, she reinforced her woman's reasoning with a man's courage and said to them, "I do not know how you came into being in my womb. It was not I who gave you my life and breath, nor I who set in order the elements within each of you. Therefore, the Creator of the world who shaped the beginning of humankind and devised the origin of all things will in His mercy give life and breath back to you again, since you now forget yourself for the sake of His law." Antiochus felt that he was being treated with contempt. He was suspicious of a reproachful tone. The youngest brother being still alive, Antiochus not only appealed to him in his words, but promised with oaths that he would make him rich and inviolable if he would turn from the ways of his ancestor, and that he would take him for his friend and entrust him with public affairs. Since the young man would not listen to him at all, the king called the mother to him and urged her to advise the youth to save himself. After much arguing on his part, she undertook to persuade her son, but leaning close to him, she spoke in their native language, as follows: "Deriding the cruel tyrant, my son, have pity on me. I carried you 9 months in my womb, and nursed you for 3 years, and have reared you and brought you up to this point in your life, and have taken care of you. I beg you, my child, to look at the heaven and earth and see everything that is in them, and recognize that God did not make them out of things that existed. In the same way, the human race came into being. Do not fear this butcher, but prove worthy of your brothers and accept death, so that in God's mercy I may get you back again along with your brother." While she was still speaking, the young man said, What are you waiting for? I will not obey the king's command, but I obey the command of the law that was given to our ancestor through Moses. But you, who have contrived all sorts of evil against the Hebrews, will certainly not escape the hands of God, for we are suffering because our own sins. And if our living Lord is angry with for a little while to rebuke and discipline us, he will again be reconciled with his own servants. But you, unholy wretch, you most defiled of all mortals, do not be elected in vain, and puffed up by uncertain hopes, when you raise your hand against the children of heaven. You are not yet escaped the judgment of the Almighty, all-seeing God. For our brothers, after enduring a brief suffering, have drunk of ever-flowing life under God's covenant. But you, by the judgment of God, will receive just punishment for your arrogance. I, like my brothers, give up body and life for the law of our ancestors, appealing to God to show mercy soon to our nation, and by trials and plagues, to make you confess that He alone is good, God, and though through me and my brother to bring to an end the wrath of Almighty. That justly fallen on our whole nation. The king fell into rage and handled him worse than the others. Being expressed at this point, so he died in his integrity, putting his whole trust in the Lord. Last of all, mother died after her sins. Let this be enough then about the eating of sacrifice and the extreme tortures. 2 Maccabees 8. Meanwhile, Judas, who was also called Maccabees, and his companions secretly entered the villages and summoned their kindred and enlisted those who had continued in the Jewish faith. So they gathered about 6,000. They implored the Lord to look upon the people who were oppressed by all, and to have pity on the temple that had been profaned by the godless, to have mercy on the city that was being destroyed and about to level to the ground. To hearken to the blood, they cried out to him, to remember also the lawless destruction of the innocent babies and blasphemies committed against his name, and to show his hatred of evil. As soon as Maccabees got his army organized, the Gentiles could not withstand him, for the wrath of the Lord had turned to mercy. Coming without warning, he would set fire to towns and villages. He captured strategic positions and put to flight not a few of the enemy. He found nights most advantageous for such attacks, and talk of his valor spread everywhere. When Philip saw that man, was gaining around little by little, and that he was pushing ahead with more frequent successes. He wrote to Ptolemy, the governor of Cloesyria and Phoenicia, to come to aid of the king's government. Then Ptolemy promptly appointed Nicanor, son of Patroclus, one of king's chief friends, and sent him in command of no fewer than 20,000 Gentiles of all nations to wipe out the whole race of Judea. He associated with whom Progias, a general, a man of experience in military service. Nicanor determined to make up for the king the tribute due to the Romans, 2,000 talents, by selling the captured Jews into slavery. He immediately sent to the towns in the seacoast, inviting them to buy Jewish slaves and promising to hand over 90 slaves for a talent, not expecting the judgment from Almighty that was about to overtake him. Word came to Judas concerning Nicanor's invasion, and when he told his companions of the arrival of the army, those who were cowardly and distrustful of God's justice ran off and got away. Others sold all their remaining property and at the same time implored the Lord to rescue those who had been sold by ungodly Nicanor before he ever met them. If not for their own sake, then for the sake of convenience, made them with their ancestor, and because he had called them by his holy and glorious name. But Maccabees gathered his force together to the number 6,000 and exhorted them not to be frightened by the enemy, not to fear the great multitude of Gentiles who were wickedly coming against them, but to fight nobly, keeping before their eyes the lawless outrage that Gentiles are committed against the holy place and torture of the derided city, and besides the overthrow of their ancestral way of life, for they trust to arms and act of daring. He said, "But we trust in the Almighty God, who is able to withstand, who is able with a single Lord to strike down those who are coming against us, and even if necessary, the whole world." Moreover, he told them of the occasions when he help came to their ancestors, how in the time of Sennacherib, when 185,000 perished, and time of battle against Galatians that took place in Babylonia, when 8,000 Jews fought along with 4,000 Macedonians. Yet, when the Macedonians were hard pressed, the 8,000 by the help that came to them from the heaven destroyed 120,000 Galatians and took a great amount of booty. With this word, he filled them with courage and made them ready to die for their law and their country. Then he divided his army into four parts. He appointed his brothers also, Simon and Joseph and Jonathan, each to command a division, putting 1,500 men under each. Besides, he appointed Eleazar to read aloud from the holy book and gave the watchword. The help of God, then leading the first division himself, he joined the battle with Nicanor, and the Almighty as their ally. They killed more than 9,000 of the enemy and wounded and disabled most of Nicanor's army and forced them all to flee. They captured the money of those who had come to buy them as slaves. After pursuing them for some distance, they were obligated to return because the hour was late. It was the day before the Sabbath, and for that reason they did not continue their pursuit. When they had collected the arms of the enemies and stripped them of their spoils, they kept the Sabbath, giving great praise and thanks to the Lord, who had preserved them for that day and allotted it to them as the beginning of the mercy. After the Sabbath, they gave some of the spoils to those who had been tortured, and to the widows and orphans, and distributed the rest among themselves and their children. When they had done this, they made a common supplication and implored the merciful Lord to be wholly reconciled with his servants. Encounters with the forces of Timothy and Bathsheba, they killed more than 20,000 of them and got possession of some exceedingly high strongholds. They divided a very large amount of plunder, giving to those who had been tortured, and to the orphans and widows, and also to the aged, shares equal to their own. They collected the arms of the enemy and carefully stored all of them in strategic places. The rest of the spoils they carried to Jerusalem. They killed the commander of Timothy's force, a most wicked man, and one who had greatly troubled and Jews. While they were celebrating the victory in the city of their ancestors, they burned those who had set fire to the secret gates, Callisthenes and some others who had fled into one little house. So they received the proper reward for their impiety. The thrice accursed Nicanor, who had brought the 1,000 merchants by the Jews, having been humbled with the help of the Lord by opponents whom he regarded as of the least account, took off his splendid uniform and made his way alone like a runaway slave across the country until he reached Antioch. having succeeded chiefly in the destruction of his own army. So he who had undertaken to secure tribute for the Romans by the capture of the people of Jerusalem proclaimed that the Jews had defender, and therefore Jews were invulnerable because they followed the laws ordained by him. 2 Maccabees 9. About that time, as it happened, Antiochus had retreated in disorder from the region of Persia. He had entered a city called Persimolius and attempted to rob the temples and control the city. Therefore, the people rushed the rescue with arms, and Antiochus and his army were defeated. With the result that Antiochus was put to flight by the inhabitants and beat a shameful retreat. While he was in Ecbatana, news came to him of what had happened to Nicanor and forces of Timothy. Transported with a rage, he conceived the idea of turning upon the Jews, the injury done by those who had put him to flight. So he ordained his charioteer to drive without stopping until he completed the journey. But the judgment of heaven rode with him. For in his arrogance he said, "When I get there, I will make Jerusalem a cemetery of Jews." But the all-seeing Lord, the God of Israel, struck him with an incurable and invisible blow. As soon as he stopped speaking, he was seized with a pain in his bowels, for which there was no relief, and with sharp internal tortures, and that very justly, for he had tortured the bowels of others, and with many and strange inflictions. Yet he did not in any way stop his insolence, but was even more filled with arrogance, breathing fire in his rage against the Jews, and giving orders to drive even faster. And so it came about that he fell out of his chariot, and it was rushing along, and the fall was so hard as to torture every limb of his body. Thus, he was only a little while before had thought in his superhuman arrogance that he could command the waves of the sea, and had imagined that he could weigh the high mountains in balance, and was brought down to earth and carried in litter, making the power of God manifest to all. And so, ungodly man's body swarmed with worms, while he was still living in anguish and pain. His flesh rotted away, and because of the stench, the whole army felt repulsion at his decay. Because of his intolerable stench, no one was able to carry the man who had a little while before had thought that he could touch the stars of heaven. Then it was that, the broken in spirit, he began to lose much of his arrogance and to come to his senses under the scourge of God, for he was tortured with pain every moment. And when he could not endure his own stench, he uttered this word: "It is right to be subject to God. Mortal sons should not think that they are equal to God." Then the abominable fellow made war to the Lord, who would no longer have mercy on him, stating that the holy city, which he was hurrying to level to the ground and to make a cemetery, he was now declaring to be free, and the Jews whom he had not considered worth buying, but had planned to throw out with their children for the wild animals and then for birds to eat, he would make all of them equal to the citizen of Athens in the holy sanctuaries, which he had formerly plundered. He would adorn with the finest offerings, and all the holy vessels he would give back many times over, and the expenses incurred for the sacrifices he would provide from his own revenues. And in addition to all this, he also would be become a Jew and would visit every inhabited places to proclaim the power of God. When his sufferings did not in any way abate, for the judgment of God had justly come upon him. He gave up all hope for himself and wrote to all Jews following letter in the form of supplication. This was its content. To his worthy Jewish citizen Antiochus the king and general, sends heartily greetings and good wishes for their health and prosperity. If you and your children are well, and your affairs are as you wish, I am glad as my hope is in heaven. I remember with affection your esteem and goodwill. On my way back from the region of Persia, I suffered an annoying illness, and I have deemed it necessary to take thought for the general security of all. I do not despair of my condition, for I have good hopes of recovery from illness. But I observed that my father, on the occasion when he made expeditions into the upper country, appointed his successor, so that if anything unexpected happened or any unwelcome news came, the people throughout the realm would not be troubled, for they would know to whom the government was left. Moreover, I understand how the princes along the borders and the neighbors of my kingdom keep watching of opportunities and waiting to see what will happen. So I have appointed my son Antiochus to be king, for I have often entrusted and commended to most of you when I hurried off to upper provinces, and have written to him what is written here. I therefore urge and beg you to remember the public and private services rendered to you, and to maintain your present goodwill, each of you toward me and my son. For I am sure that he will follow my policy and will treat you with the moderation and kindness. So the murderer and blasphemer and have endured the more intense suffering such as the he had inflicted on others, came to the end of his life by most pitiable fate among the mountains in strange land. And the Philip, one of his courtiers, took his body home, and then fearing the son of Antiochus, he withdrew to Ptolemy, a kilometer in Egypt.
Slow-mo. Emmanuel, Temesa.
2 Maccabees 10, chapter 10.
Next verse.
2 Maccabees chapter 10, Barkmore. Now Maccabees and his followers, the Lord leading them on, recovered the temple and the city. They tore down the altar that had been built in the public square by the foreigners and also destroyed the sacred precincts. They purified the sanctuary and made another altar of sacrifice. Then, striking fire out the flame, they offered sacrifices after the lapse of 2 years, and they offered incense and light lamp and set out the bread of the presence. When they had done this, they fell prostrate and implored the Lord that they might never again fall into such misfortunes, but that if they should ever sin, they might be claimed by him with forbearances and not handed over the blasphemous and barbarous nations. It was the same day on which the sanctuary had been the purification of the sanctuary took place, that is from the day of the which was slave. It is celebrated in rejoicing in the manner of the festival of booths, remembering how not long before, during the festival of booths, they had been wandering in the mountains and caves like wild animals, therefore carrying ivy wands and beautiful branches and also fronds of palm. They offered hymns of thanksgiving to him who had given success to the purifying of his own holy place. They decreed by public edict, rain-fed by vote, that the whole nation of the Jews should observe these days every year. Such then was the end of Antiochus, who was called Epiphanes. Now we will tell that took place under Antiochus Eupator, who was the son of that ungodly man, and will give a brief summary of the principal calamities of wars. This man, when he succeeded to kingdom, appointed one Lysias to have charge of the government and to be chief governor of Coelesyria and Phoenicia. Ptolemy, who was called Macron, took the lead in showing justice to the Jews because of the wrong that had been done to them, and attempted to maintain peaceful relations with them. As a result, he was accused before Eupator by the King France. He heard himself called a traitor at every turn because he had abandoned Cyprus, which Philometor had entrusted to him, and had gone over to Antiochus Epiphanes, unable to command the respective duties of his. He took poison and ended his life. When Georgias became governor of the region, he maintained a force of mercenaries and at every turn kept attacking the Jews. Besides this, the Dumens, who had control of important strongholds were harassing the Jews. They received those who were banished from Jerusalem and endeavored to keep up the war. But Maccabees and his forces, after making solemn supplication and imploring God to fight on their side, rushed to the strongholds of the Idumeans, attacking them vigorously. They gained possession of the place and beat off into 20,000. Men took refuge in two strong towers. They stand easily. Maccabees left Simon and Joseph, and also Zacchaeus and his troops a force sufficient to beside them, and he gives places where he was more than lead. Simon, were money hungry, were over in the towers, and on receiving 70,000 drachms, let some of them slip away. And word of what came of Maccabees, he gathered the leaders of people and accused these men of having Maccabees left Simon Joseph and also Zacchaeus and his troops a before sufficient to besiege them, and he himself set for places where he was more urgently needed. But those with Simon who were money hungry were bribed by some of those who were in the towers, and on receiving 70,000 drachmas, let some of the slip away. When word of what had happened came to Maccabees, he gathered the leaders of the people and accused them of having sold their kindred for money by setting their enemies free to fight against them. Then he killed these men who had turned traitor and immediately captured the towers. Having success at arms in everything he undertook, he destroyed more than 20,000 in two strongholds. Now Timothy, who had been defeated by the Jews before, gathered a tremendous force of mercenaries and collected the cavalry from Asia into small number. He came on intending to take Judea by storm. As he drew near Maccabees, and his men sprinkled dust on their heads and girded their loins with sackcloth in supplication to God. Falling upon the steps before the altar, they implored him to be gracious to them and to be an enemy to their enemies and an adversary to their adversaries, as the law declares. And rising from their prayers, they took up their arms and advanced a considerable distance from the city. And when they came near the enemy, they halted. Just as dawn was breaking, the two armies joined battle. The one having as pledge of success and victory not only their valor but also their claims on the Lord, while the other made rage their leader in the fight. When the battle became fierce, there appeared to the enemy from heaven 5 resplendent men on horses with golden bridles, and they were leading the Jews. 2 of them took Maccabees between them, and shielding him with their own armor and weapons, they kept him from being wounded. They showered arrows and thunderbolts on the enemy, so that confused and blinded, they were thrown into disorder and cut to pieces. 20,500 were slaughtered, besides 600 cavalry. Timothy himself fled to a stronghold called Gazzara, especially well garrison where Chirias were commander. Then Maccabees and his men were glad, and they besieged the fort for 4 days. Then men within, relying on the strength of the place, kept blaspheming terribly and uttering wicked words. But at dawn of the 5th day, 20 young men in an army of Maccabees, fired with anger because of the blasphemies, bravely stormed the wall and with savage Ferry cut down everyone they met. Others who came up in the same way killed around against the defenders and set fire to the towers. They kindled fires and burned the blasphemers alive. Others broke open the gates and let in the rest of the force, and they occupied the city. They killed Timothy, who was hiding in a cistern, and his brother and the Apollo fence. When they had accomplished things with their hands, and they blessed the Lord who shows great kindness to Israel and give them the victory. Very soon after Lysias, the king's guardian and kinsman, who was in charge of the government, being fixed at that had happened, gathered about 80,000 infantry and all his cavalry and came against the Jews. He intended to make the city home for Greeks and to levy tributes on the temple as he did on the sacred places of the other nations, and put up the high priesthood for sale every year. He took no account whatever of the power of God, but was elated with his 10,000 of infantry and his thousands of cavalry and his 80 enemies. Invading Judea, he approached Bethsar, which was fortified place about 5 stadia from Jerusalem, and pressed it ahead. When Maccabees and his men got word that Lysias was besieging the strongholds, they and all the people with lamentations and tears prayed Lord to send a good angel to save Israel. Maccabees himself was the first to take arms, and he urged the others to risk their lives with him to aid their kindred. Then they eagerly rushed off together, and there, while they were still near Jerusalem, the horseman appeared at their head, clothed in white and brandishing weapons of gold. And together they all praised the merciful God and were strengthened in heart, ready to assail not only humans but the wildest animal or walls of iron. They advanced in battle order, having their heavenly ally, for the Lord had mercy on them. They hurled themselves like lions against the enemy, and laid low 11,000 of them and 1,600 cavalry, and forced all the rest to flee. Most of them got away stripped and wounded, and Lysias himself escaped by disgraceful flight. As he was not without intelligence, he pondered over the defeat that had befallen him, and realized that the Hebrews were invincible because the mighty God fought on their side. So he sent to them and persuaded them to settle everything on just terms, promising that he would pursue the king, constraining him to be their friend. Maccabees, having regard for the common good, agreed to all that Lysias urged, for the king granted every request in behalf of the Jews, which Maccabees delivered to Lysians in writing. The letter written to the Jews by Lysias was to this effect: Lysias, to be the people of the Jews, greeting. John and Absalom, who were sent by you, have delivered your sign communication and have asked about the matters indicated in it. I have informed the king of everything that needed to be brought before him, and he has agreed to what was possible. If you will maintain your goodwill towards the government, I will endeavor in the future to help promote your welfare. And concerning such matters and their details, I have ordered these men and my representatives to confer with you. Farewell, the 148 years. Days Cortes 24th. The king's letter ran thus: King Antiochus to his brothers Lysias, greetings. Now that our father has gone on to the gods, we desire that the subject of the kingdom be undisturbed in caring for their own affairs. We have heard that the Jews do not consent to our father's change to Greek customs, but prefer their own way of living and ask their own custom be allowed them. Accordingly, since we choose that these nations also should be free from disturbance, our decision is their temple be restored to them and that they shall live according to the custom of their ancestors. You will do will therefore to send word to them and give them pledges of friendship, so that they may know our policy and be of good cheer, and go on happily in the conduct of their own affairs. To the nations, the king's letter was follows. King Antiochus, Senate of the Jews, and to the other Jews greetings. If you are well, it is as we desire, we also are in good health. Good health. Menelaus has informed us that you wish a return home and took after your own affairs. Therefore, those who are home by the 30th of Santicus will have our pledge of friendship and full permission for the Jews to enjoy their own food and laws just as formerly, and none of them shall be molested in any way for what may have been done in ignorance. And I have also sent Menelaus to encourage you. Farewell, the 148 year Sandiacus 15. The Roman also sent them a letter which read thus: Quintus Memmius and Titus Manius, envoys of the Romans, to the people of the Jews greetings. With regard to what Lysias the kinsman of king has granted you, we also consent. But as to the matters that he desired are to be referred to the king, as soon as you have considered them, send someone promptly, so that we may make proposals appropriate for you. For we are in our way to Duke. Therefore, make haste and send messengers, so that we may have your judgment. Farewell, the 100 Sandiacus 15. When his had been reached, Lysias returned to the king, and the Jews went about their farming. But some of the in various places, Apollonius, son of Genesius, as well as his Hieronymus and Demophon, and the addition to this, Nicanor, the governor of Cyprus, would not let them live quietly and in peace. And the people of Joppa did so ungodly a deed as this. They invited to the Jews who lived among them to embark with their wives and children on boats that they had provided, as though there were no ill will to the Jews. And this was done by the public vote of the city, when they accepted, because they live peaceably and suspected nothing. The people of Joppa took them out to sea and drowned them, at least 200. When Judas heard of the cruelty visited to his compatriots, he gave order to his men, and calling upon God, the righteous judge, attacked the murderers of his kindred. He set fire to the harbor by night, burned the boats, and massacred those who had taken refuge there. Because of the city's gates were closed, he withdrew, intending to come again and root out of the whole community of Joppa. But learning that the people in Jamnia mean in the same way to wipe out the Jews who were living among them, he attacked the Jamnites by night and set fire to the harbor and the fleet, so that the glow of the light was seen in Jerusalem 30 miles distant. When they had gone more than a mile from there, on their march against Timothy, at least 5,000 Arabs with 500 cavalry attacked them. After a hard fight, Judas and his companions, with God's help, were victorious. The defeated Normans begged Judas to grant them pledges of friendship, promising to give him livestock and help his people in all others other ways. Judas, realizing that they might indeed be useful in many ways, agreed to make peace with them. And after receiving his pledges, they went back to their tents. He also attacked a certain town that was strongly fortified with earthworks and walls, and inhabited by all sorts of Gentiles. Its name was Capsin. Those who were within, relying on the strength of the walls and on their supply of provisions, behaved most insolently towards Judas and his men, railing at them and even blaspheming and saying unholy things. But Judas and his men, calling upon the great sovereign of the world, who without battering rams of engine of war overthrew Jericho in the days of Joshua, rushed furiously upon the walls. They took the town by the will of God and slaughtered untold numbers, so that the adjoining lake, a quarter of a mile wide, appeared to be running over with blood. When they had gone 95 miles from there, they came to Charas, to the Jews who owned Tobiani. They did not find Timothy in that region, for he had by the left there without accomplishing anything. In one place he had left a very strong garrison. Dosinos and Sosipater, who were captains under Maccabees, marched out and destroyed those whom Timothy had left in the stronghold, more than 10,000 men. But Maccabees arranged his army in divisions, set men in command of that division, and hurried after Timothy, who had with him 120,000 infantry and 2,500 cavalry. When Timothy learned to the approaches of Judas, he sent off the woman and the children and also baggage to place called Carne. For that place was hard to place and difficult to access because of the narrowness of all the approaches. But when Judas' first division appeared, terror and fear came over the enemy at the manifestation to them of him who sees all things. In their flight, they rushed headlong in every direction, so that often they were injured by their own men and pierced by the points of their own swords. Judas pressed a pursuit with the utmost vigor, putting in the sinners to the sword, and destroyed as many as 30,000. Timothy himself fell in the hands to those Destimos and Sosipater and their men. With great will he begged them and let him to go to safely, because he held the parents of most of them, and the brothers of some, to whom no consideration would be shown. And when with many words he had confirmed his solemn promise to restore them unharmed, they let him go for the sake of saving their kindred. Then Judas marched against Karnaim and the temple of Atargatis and slaughtered 25,000 people. After the rout and destruction of these, he marched also against Ephraim, a Lycia with multitudes of people of all nationalities. Slavat young men took their stand before the walls and made vigorous, and great stores of war engines and missiles were there. But who with power shatters the might of the enemies, and they got the town in their hands and killed many as 25,000 of those who were in it. Setting out from there, they hastened to Scythopolis, which is 75 miles from Jerusalem. But when the Jews who lived there bore witness to the goodwill that the people of Scythopolis and had shown them and their kind treatment of them in times of misfortune, they thanked them and exhorted them to be disposed their race in the future also. Then they went to Jerusalem as the festival of week was close at hand. After the festival called Pentecost, they hurried against Georgias, the governor of Idumea, who came out with the 3rd infantry and 400 cavalry. When he joined battle, it happened that a few of the Jews fell. But a certain Diocese, one of Basina's men, who was the horseback and was a strong man, caught hold of Georgias and grasping his cloak, was dragging him off by main strength. Wishing to take a accused man alive with one of the Thracian cavalry, bore down on him and cut off his arm. So Georgias escaped and reached Marissa. As Esdras and his men had been fighting for a long time and were very Judas called upon the Lord to show himself their ally and leader in the battle. In the language of their ancestors, he raised the battle cry with hymns. Then he charged against Georgia's troops when they were not expecting it and put them to fight. Then Judas assembled his army and went to the city of Adullam as the 7th day was coming on. They purified themselves according to the custom and kept the Sabbath there. On the next day, as had now become necessary, Judas and his men went to take up the bodies of all fallen and to bring them back to life with their kindred in the sepulchres of their ancestors. Then under the tunic of each one of the dead they found sacred tokens of the idols Jamnia, which the Jews forbids Jews of wear, and it became clear to all that this was the reason these men had fallen. So they are blessed the ways of the Lord, the righteous judges who reveals the things that are hidden. And they turned to supplication, praying that the sin that had been committed might be wholly blotted out. The noble Judas exhorted the people to keep themselves free from sin, from they had seen with their own eyes what had happened as the result of the sin of those who had fallen. He also took up collection, many by man, to the amount of 2,000 drachmas of silver, and sent to Jerusalem to provide for a sin offering. In doing this, he acted very well and honorably, taking out account of the resurrection. For it, he were not expecting that those who had fallen would rise again. It would have been superfluous and foolish to pray for the dead. But if he was looking to the splendid reward that is laid up for those who fall asleep in godliness, it was a holy and pious thought. Therefore, he made atonement for the dead, so that they might be delivered from their sin. In the 149th year, word came to Judas and his men that Antiochus Peter was coming with a great army against Judea. And with him, Lysias is guardian who had charge in the government. Each of them had a great force to 110,000 infantry, 5,300 cavalry, 22 elephants, and 300 chariots armed with scythes. Menelaus also joined them, and with utter hypocrisy urged Antiochus on, not for the sake of his country's welfare, but because he thought that he would be established in office. But the king of kings aroused the anger of Antiochus against the scoundrel, and when the Lycians informed him that this man was blamed for all the trouble, he ordered them to take him.
സ്ലോമോ സമയേ മൈക്ക് നിർത്തിയിട്ട് പറയാമോ? സ്ലോമോ
2 Maccabees 5 verses 5.
2 Maccabees
Chapter 13
Chapter?
verses 5.
Okay.
13 verses 5.
നദാൻ വായിച്ചോട്ടോ. നദാൻ.
Okay. 2 Maccabees chapter 13 verses 5. For there is a tower there, 50 cubits high, full of ashes, and it has a rim running around it that on all sides inclines precipitously into the ashes. There they all push to destruction anyone guilty of sacrilege or notorious for other crimes. By such a fate, it came about that Menelaus, the lawbreaker, died without even burial in the earth. And this was eminently just, because he had committed many sins against the altar, whose fire and ashes were holy. He met his death in ashes. A battle near the city of Modane. The king was with barbarous arrogance, was coming to show the Jews things far worse than those that had been done in his father's time. But when Judas heard of this, he ordered the people to call upon the Lord day and night, now if ever to help those who were on the point of being deprived of the law and their country and the holy temple, not to let the people who had just begun to revive fall into the hands of blasphemous Gentiles. When they had all joined in the same petition and had implored the merciful Lord with weeping and fasting and lying prostrate for 3 days without ceasing, Judas exhorted them and ordered them to stand ready. After consulting privately with the elders, he determined to march out and decide the matter by the help of God before the king's army could enter Judea and get possession of the city. So, committing the decision to the Creator of the world and exhorting his troops to fight bravely to the death for the laws, temple, city, country, and commonwealth, he pitched his camp near Modane. He gave his troops the watchword God's victory, and with a picked force of the bravest young men, he attacked the king's pavilion at night and killed as many as 2,000 men in the camp. He stabbed the leading elephant and its rider. In the end, they filled the camp with terror and confusion and withdrew in triumph. This happened just as the day was dawning because the Lord's help protected him. Antiochus made a treaty with the Jews. That king, having had a taste of the daring of the Jews, tried strategy in attacking their positions. He advanced against Bethser, a strong fortress of the Jews, was turned back, attacked again, and was defeated. Judas sent into the garrison whatever was necessary. But Rhodocus, a man from the ranks of the Jews, gave secret information to the enemy. He was caught and put in prison. The king negotiated a second time with the people in Bethel, gave pledges, received theirs, withdrew, attacked Judas and his men, was defeated. He got word that Philip, who had been left in charge of the government, had revolted in Antioch. He was dismayed, called in the Jews, pleaded and swore to uh, observe all their rites, settled with them, and offered sacrifice, honored the sanctuary, and showed generosity to the holy place. He received Maccabeus, left Simonides, as governor from Ptolemais to Gerar, and went to Ptolemais. The people of Ptolemais were indignant over the treaty. In fact, they were so angry that they wanted to annul its terms. Lysias took the public platform, made the best possible defense, convinced them, appeased them, gained their goodwill, and set out for Antioch. This is how the king's attack and withdrawal turned out. Alcimus speaks against Judas. 3 years later, word came to Judas and his men that Demetrius, son of Seleucus, had sailed into the harbor of Tripolis with a strong army and a fleet, and had taken possession of the country, having made away with Antiochus and his guard in Lysias. Now a certain Alcimus, who had formerly been high priest but had wilfully defiled himself in the times of separation, realized that there was no way for him to be safe or to have access again to the holy altar, and went to King Demetrius in about the 151st year, presenting to him a crown of gold and a palm. Besides these, some of the customary olive branches from the temple. During that day he kept quiet, but he found an opportunity that furthered his mad purpose when he was invited by Demetrius to a meeting of the council and was asked about the attitude and intentions of the Jews. He answered, "Those of the Jews who are called Hasidians," they asked, "whose leader is Judas Maccabeus, are keeping up war and stirring up sedition, and will not let kingdom attain tranquillity. Therefore, I have laid aside my ancestral glory, I mean the high priesthood, and have now come here. First, because I am genuinely concerned for the interests of the king, and second, because I have regard also for my compatriots. For through the folly of those whom I mentioned, our whole nation is now in no small misfortune. Since you are acquainted, O king, with the details of this matter, may it please you to take thought for our country and our hard pressed nation with the gracious kindness that you so show to all. For as long as Judas lives, it is impossible for the government to find peace. When he had said this, the rest of the king's friends, who were hostile to Judas, quickly inflamed Demetrius still more. He immediately chose nor Nicanor, who had been in command of the elephants, appointed him governor of Judea, and sent him off with orders to kill Judas and scatter his troops, and to install Alcimus as high priest of the great temple. And the Gentiles throughout Judea who had fled before Judas flocked to join Nicanor, thinking that the misfortunes and calamities of the Jews would mean prosperity for themselves. Nicanor makes friends with Judas. When the Jews heard of Nicanor's coming and the gathering of the Gentiles, they sprinkled dust on their heads and prayed to him who established his own people forever, and always upholds his own heritage by manifesting. At the command of their leader, they set out from there immediately and engaged them in a battle at a village called the South. Simon, the brother of Judas, had encountered Nicanor, but had been temporarily checked because of the sudden consternation created by the enemy. Nevertheless, Nicanor, hearing of the valor of Judas, troops, their courage in battle for their country, shrank from deciding the issue by bloodshed. Therefore, he sent Posi- Posidonius the Odotus and Martati as to give and receive pledges of friendship. When the terms had been fully considered, and the leader had informed the people, and it had appeared that they were of one mind, they agreed to the covenant. The leaders set a day on which to meet by themselves. A chariot came forward from each army. Seats of honor were set in place. Judas posted armed men in readiness at key places to prevent sudden treachery on the part of the enemy. So they duly held the consultation. Nicanor stayed on in Jerusalem and did nothing out of the way, but dismissed the flocks of people that had gathered, and he kept Judas always in his presence. He was warmly attached to the man. He urged him to marry and have children. So Judas married, settled down, had shared the company. Nicanor turns against Judas. But when Alcimus noticed their goodwill for one another, he took the covenant that had been made and went to Demetrius. He told him that Nicanor was disloyal to the government, since he had appointed that conspirator against the kingdom, Judas, to be his successor. The king became excited and provoked by the false accusations of that depraved man. Wrote to Nicanor, stating that he was displeased with the covenant and commanding him to send Maccabeus to Antioch as a prisoner without delay. When this message came to Nicanor, he was troubled and grieved that he had to annul their agreement when the man had done no wrong. Since it was not possible to oppose the king, he watched for an opportunity to accomplish this by stratagem. But Maccabeus, noticing that Nicanor was more austere in his dealings with him and was meeting him more rudely than had been his custom, concluded that this austerity did not spring from the best motives. So he gathered not a few of his men and went into hiding from Nicanor. When the latter became aware that he had been cleverly outwitted by the man, he went to the great and holy temple while the priests were offering the customary sacrifice, and commanded them to hand the man over. When they declared an oath that they did not know where the man was whom he wanted, he stretched out his right hand toward the sanctuary and swore his oath. If you do not hand Judas over to me as a prisoner, I will level this shrine of God to the ground and tear down the altar and build here a splendid temple to Dionysus. Dionysus. Having said this, he went away. Then the priests stretched out their hands towards heaven and called upon the constant defender of our nation in these words: O Lord of all, though you have a need of nothing, you were pleased that there should be a temple for your habitat among us. So now, O Holy One, Lord of all holiness, keep undefiled forever this house that has been so recently purified. The Aziz died for his country. A certain Raziz, one of the elders of Jerusalem, was denounced to Nicanor as a man who loved his compatriots and was very well thought of, and for his goodwill was called father of the Jews. In the former times, when there was no mingling with the Gentiles, he had been accused of Judaism, and he had most zealously risked body and life for Judaism. Nicanor, wishing to exhibit the enmity that he had for Jews, sent more than 500 soldiers to arrest him, for he thought that by arresting him he would do them an injury. When the troops were about to capture the tower and were forcing the door of the courtyard, they ordered that fire be brought and the doors burned. Being surrounded, Aziz fell upon his own sword, preferring to die nobly than to fall into the hands of sinners and to suffer outrages unworthy of his noble birth. But in the heat of this struggle, he did not hit exactly. The crowd was now rushing through the doors. He courageously ran onto the wall and bravely threw himself down in the crowd. As they quickly drew back, a space opened and he fell in the middle of the empty space, still alive and aflame with anger. He rose and though his blood gushed forth and his wounds were severe, He ran through the crowd and standing upon steep rock, with his blood now completely drained from him, he tore out his entrails, took them in both hands, and hurled them at the crowd, calling upon the Lord of life and spirit to give them back to him again. This was the man. This was the manner of his death, Nicanor's arrogance. When Nicanor heard that Judas and his troops were in region of Samaria, he made plans to attack them with complete safety on the day of rest. When the Jews who were compelled to follow him said, "Do not destroy so savagely and barbarously, but show respect for the day that he who sees all things and has honored and hallowed about the other days." The thrice accursed wretch asked if there was a sovereign in heaven who had commanded the keeping of the Sabbath day. When they declared, "It is the living Lord Himself, the sovereign in heaven, who ordered us to observe the seventh day," he replied, "But I am a sovereign also on earth, and I command you to take up arms and finish the task." Nevertheless, he did not succeed in carrying out his abominable design. Judas prepares the Jews for battle. This Nicanor, in his utter boastfulness and arrogance, had determined to erect a public monument of victory over Judas and his forces. But Maccabeus did not cease to trust with all the confidence that he would get help from the Lord. He exhorted his troops not to fear the attack of the Gentiles, but to keep in mind the former times when help had come to them from victory, and so look for victory that the Almighty would give them, encouraging them from the law and the prophets and reminding them also of the struggles they had won. He made them more eager. When he had aroused their courage, this, he issued his orders at the same time, pointing out the perfidy of the Gentiles and their violation of oath. He armed each of them not so much with confidence in shields and spears as with the inspiration of brave words, and he cheered them all by relating a dream, a sort of vision which was worthy of belief. What he saw was this: Onias, who had been high priest, a noble and a good man of modest bearing and gentle manner, one who spoke fittingly and had been trained from childhood in all that belongs to excellence, was praying with outstretched hands. For the same fashion another appeared, distinguished by his grey hair and dignity and of marvelous majesty and authority. And Onias spoke, saying, "This is a man who loves the family of Israel and prays much for the people." And the Holy Spirit said to Jeremiah, the prophet of God, Jeremiah, stretched out his right hand and gave to Judas a golden sword. And as he gave it to him, he addressed him thus: "Take this holy sword, a gift from God, with which you will strike down your adversaries." Encouraged by the words of Judas, so noble and so effective in arousing valor and awakening courage in the souls of the young, they determined not to carry on a campaign, but to attack bravely and to decide the matter by fighting hand to hand with all courage, because the city and the sanctuary and the temple were in danger. Their concern for wives and children, also for brothers and sisters and relatives, lay upon them less heavily. Their greatest and first fear was that what for the consecrated sanctuary, and those who had to remain in the city were in no little distress, being anxious over the encounter in the open country, the defeat and death of Nicanor. And all were now looking forward to the coming issue, and the enemy was already close at hand, with their army drawn up for battle, the elephants strategically stationed, and the cavalry deployed on flanks. Maccabeus, observing the masses that were in front of him, and the varied supply of arms and the savagery of the elephant, stretched out his hands toward heaven and called upon the Lord, who works wonders, for he knew that it is not by arm, but as the Lord decides, that he gains the victory for those who deserve it. He called upon him in these words, O Lord, you sent your angel in time, of King Hezekiah of Judea, and he killed fully 185,000 in the camp of Sennacherib. So now, O sovereign of the heavens, send a good angel to spread terror and trembling before us. By the might of your arm may be these blasphemers who come against your holy people be struck down. With these words he ended his prayer. Nicanor and his troops advanced with trumpets and battle songs, but Judas and his troops met the enemy in battle with invocations to God and prayer. So fighting with their hands and praying to God in their heart, they laid low at least 35,000, and were greatly gladdened by God's manifest. When the action was over and they were returning with joy, they reorganized Nicanor line in full armor. Then there was shouting and tumult, and they blessed the sovereign Lord, the language of their ancestors. Then the man who was ever in body and soul, the defender of his people, the man who maintained his youthful goodwill towards his compatriots, ordered them to cut off Nicanor's head and arm, and carried them to Jerusalem. When he arrived there, and called his compatriots together and sessioned with the priests before the altar, he sent for those who were in citadel, showed them that while Nicanor's head and that profane man's arm, who had been boastfully stretched out against the holy house of the Almighty, he cut out the tongue of the ungodly Nicanor and said that he would feed it piecemeal to the birds and would hang up these rewards of his folly opposite the sanctuary. And they all looking up to heaven blessed the Lord who had manifested himself, saying, Blessed is he who has kept his own place undefiled. Judas hung Nicanor's head from the citadel, clear and conspicuous sign to everyone of the help of the Lord. They all decreed by public vote, never to let this day go unobserved, but to celebrate the 13th day of the 12th month, which is called Adar in the Aramaic language, the day before Mordecai's day. Then this is how matters turned out with Nicanor, and from that time the city has been in the possession of the Hebrews. So I will here end my story. The compiler's epilogue. If it is well told and to the point, that is what I myself decide. What if it is poorly done and mediocre? That was the best I could do, for just as it is harmful to drink wine alone, or again, to drink water alone, while wine mixed with water is sweet and delicious and enhances one's enjoyment. So also the style of the story delights the ears of those who read the work. And here will be the end. Job, chapter 1. Job and his family. There was once a man in the land of Uz, whose name was Job. That man was blameless and upright, one who feared God and turned away from evil. There was born to him 7 sons and 3 daughters. He had 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, 500 donkeys, and very many servants. So that this man was the greatest of all the people of the East. His sons used to go and hold feasts in one another's houses in turn, and they would send and invite their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. And when the feast days had run their course, Job would send and sanctify them, and he would rise early in the morning and offer burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, "It may be that my children have sinned and cursed God in their hearts." This is what Job always did. Attack on Job's character. One day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord and Satan, and also came among them. The Lord and Satan also came among them. The Lord said to Satan, "Where have you come from?" Answered the Lord, "From going." Satan answered the Lord, "From going to and fro on earth, and from walking up and down on it." The Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil." Then Satan answered the Lord, "Does Jacob fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house, and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in land. But stretch out your hand now, and touch all that he has, he will curse you to your face." The Lord said to Satan, "Very well, all that he is in your power, only do not stretch your hand against him." So Satan went out from the presence of the Lord. Job loses property and children. One day, when his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the eldest brother's house, a messenger came to John and said, "The oxen were plowing and the donkeys were feeding beside them, and the Sabaeans fell on them and carried them off and killed the servants with the edge of the sword. I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another came and said, "The fire of God fell from the heaven and burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another came and said, "The Chaldeans formed 3 columns, made a raid on the camels, and carried them off and killed the servants with the edge of the sword. I alone have escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another came and said, "Your sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house." Suddenly, a great wind came across the desert, struck the 4 corners of the house, and it fell on the young people, and they are dead. I alone have escaped to tell you." Then Job arose, tore his robe, shaved his head, fell on the ground, and worshipped. He said, "Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked shall I return there. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." In all this, Job did not sin or charge God with wrongdoing. One day, attack on Job's health. One day, the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them to present himself before the Lord. The Lord said to Satan, "Where have you come from, Satan?" Satan answered the Lord, "From going to and fro on earth, and from walking up and down on it." The Lord said, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on earth, a blameless and upright man. He who fears God, turns away from evil. He still persists in integrity. The Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. He still persists in his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason." Then Satan answered the Lord, "Skin for skin, all that people have they will give to save their lives. But stretch out your hand now and touch his bone and flesh, and he will curse you to your face." Lord said to Satan, very well, he is in your power, only spare his life." So Satan went out from the presence of the Lord and inflicted loathsome sores on Job, from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head. Job took a potsherd with which to scrape himself and sat among the ashes. Then his wife said to him, "Do you still persist in your integrity? Curse God and die." But he said to her, "You speak as any foolish woman would speak. Shall we receive the good at the hand of God, and not receive the bad?" In all this, Job did not sin with his lips. Job's three friends. Now, when Job's three friends heard of all these troubles that had come upon him, each of them set out from his home: Eliphaz the Temanite, Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite. They met together and to go and console and comfort him. When they saw him from a distance, they did not recognize him. They raised their voices and wept aloud. They tore their robes and threw dust in the air upon their heads. They
Shlomo,
sat with him.
time ആയല്ലോ.
Job chapter 2, verse 13.
Barikmo, Job chapter 2, verses 13. They sat with him on the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and no one spoke a word to him, for they saw that his suffering was very great. Job chapter 3. After this, Job opened his mouth and cursed the day of his birth. Job said, "Let the day perish in which I was born, and the night that said, a man child is conceived. Let that day be darkness. May God above not seek it, or light shine on it. Let gloom and deep darkness claim it. Let clouds settle upon it. Let the blackness of the day terrify it. That night, let thick darkness seize it. Let it not rejoice among the days of the year. Let it not come into the number of the months. Yes, let that night be barren. Let no joyful cry be heard in it. Let those curse it who curse the sea, those who are skilled to roast up Leviathan. Let the stars of its dawn be dark. Let it hope for the light, but have none. May it not see the eyelids of the morning, because it did not shut the doors of my mother's womb, and hide trouble from my eyes. Why did I not die at birth, come forth from the womb and expire? Why were there knees to receive me, or breasts for me to suck? Now I would be lying down and quiet. I would be asleep, then I would be at rest, with kings and counselors of the earth, who rebuild ruins of themselves for themselves, or with princes who have gold, who fill their houses with silver. Or why was I not buried like a stillborn child, like an infant that never sees the light? There the wicked cease from the troubling, and there the weary are at rest. There the prisoners are at ease together. They do not hear the voice of the taskmaster. The small and the great are there, and the slaves are free from their masters. Why is light given to one in misery, and life to the bitter in soul, who long for death, but it does not come, and dig for it more than for hidden treasures, who rejoice exceedingly, and are glad when they find the grave? Why is light given to one who cannot see the way, whom God has fenced in? For my sighing comes like my bread, and my groanings are poured out like water. Truly, the thing that I fear comes upon me, and what I dread befalls me. I am not at ease, nor am I quiet. I have no rest, but trouble comes. Chapter 4. Then Eliphaz the Temanite answered, "If one ventures a word with you, will you be offended? But who can keep from speaking? See, you have instructed many, you have strengthened the weak hands. Your words have supported those who were stumbling, and you have made firm the feeble knees. But now it has come to you, and you are impatient. It touches you, and you are dismayed. Is it not your fear of God, your confidence, and the integrity of your words, your hope? Think now who that was innocent ever perished, or were the upright cut off, as I have seen those who plow iniquity and sow trouble reap the same. By the breath of God they perish, and by the blast of his anger they are consumed. The roar of the lion, the voice of the fierce lion, and the teeth of the young lions are broken. The strong lion perishes for lack of prey, and the whelps of the lioness are scattered. Now a word came stealing to me, my ear received the whisper of it. Amid thoughts from visions of the night, when deep sleep falls on mortals, dread came upon me and trembling, which made all my bones shake. A spirit glided past my face, the hair of my flesh bristled. It stood still, but I could not discern its appearance. A form was before my eyes, there was silence, then I heard a voice. Can mortals be righteous before God? Can human beings be pure before their Maker? Even in his servants he puts no trust, and his angels he charges with error. How much more those who live in houses of flame, whose foundation is in the dust, who are crushed like a moth. Between morning and evening they are destroyed. They perish forever without any regarding it. Their tenth cord is plucked up within them, and they die devoid of understanding. Job chapter 5. Call now. Is there anyone who will answer you? To which of the holy ones will you turn? Surely vexation kills the fool, and jealousy slays the simple. I have seen fools taking root, but suddenly I curse their dwelling. Their children are far from safety, they are crushed in the gate, and there is no one to deliver them. The hungry eat their harvest, and they take it even out of the thorns, and the thirsty pant after their wealth. For misery does not come from the earth, nor does trouble sprout from the ground. But human beings are born to trouble, just as sparks fly upward. As for me, I would seek God, and to God I would commit my cause. He does great things and unsearchable, marvelous things without number. He gives rain on the earth and sends waters on the fields. He sets on high those who are lowly, and those who mourn are lifted to safety. He frustrates the devices of the crafty so that their hands achieve no success. He takes the wise in their own craftiness, and the schemes of the wily are brought to a quick end. They meet with darkness in the daytime and grope at noonday as in the night. But he saves the needy from the sword of the mouth, from the hand of the mighty. So the poor have hope, and injustice shuts its mouth. How happy is the one whom God reproves. Therefore, do not despise the discipline of the Almighty. Therefore, do not despise the discipline of the Almighty. For he wounds, but he binds up. He strikes, but his hands heal. He will deliver you from 6 troubles. In 7, no harm shall touch you. In famine, he will redeem you from death, and in war, from the power of the sword. You shall be hidden from the scourge of the tongue, and shall not fear destruction when it comes. When destruction and famine you shall laugh, and shall not fear the wild animals of the earth. For you shall be in league with the stones of the field, and the wild animals shall be at peace with you. You shall know that your tent is safe. You shall inspect your fold and miss nothing. You shall know that your descendants will be many, and your offspring like the grass of the earth. You shall come to your grave in ripe old age, as the shock of grain comes up to the threshing floor in its season. See, we have searched this out, it is true. Hear and know it for yourself. Job chapter 6. Then Job answered, Oh, that my vexation were weighed, and all my calamity had in the balance, laid in the balances. For then it would be heavier than the sand of the sea. Therefore, my words have been rash. For the arrows of the Almighty are in me, my spirit brings their poison. The terrors of God are arrayed against me. Does the wild ass bray over his grass, or the ox low over its fodder? Can that which is tasteless be eaten without salt? Or is there any flavor in the juice of mallows? My appetite refuses to touch them. They are like food that is loathsome to me. Oh, that I might have my request, and that God would grant my desire, that it would please God to crush me, that He would let loose His hand and cut me off. This would be my consolation. I would even exult in unrelenting pain, for I have not denied the words of the Holy One. What is my strength that I should wait? And what is my end that I should be patient? Is my strength the strength of the stones, or is my flesh bronze? In truth, I have no help in me, and any resource is driven from me. Those who withhold kindness from a friend forsake the fear of the Almighty. My companions are treacherous, like a torrent bed, like treasures that pass away, that run dark with ice, turbid with melting snow. In time of heat, they disappear. When it is hot, they vanish from the place. The caravans turn aside from their course. They go up into the waste and perish. The caravans of Temalok, the travelers of Sheba hope. They are disappointed because they were confident. They come there and are confounded. Such you have now become to me. You see my calamity and are afraid. Have I said, make me a gift, or from your wealth offer a bribe for me, or save me from an opponent's hand, or ransom me from the hand of oppressors? Teach me, and I will be silent. Make me understand how I have gone wrong. How forceful are honest words, but your reproof, what does it reprove? Do you think that you can reprove words as if the speech of the desperate were wine? You would even cast lots over the orphan and bargain over your friend. But now be pleased to look at me, for I will not lie to your face. Turn, I pray. Let no wrong be done. Turn now, my vindication is at stake. Is there any wrong on my tongue? Cannot my taste discern calamity? Job chapter 7. Do not human beings have a hard service on earth, and are not their days like the days of a laborer? Like a slave who longs for the shadow, and like laborers who look for their wages, so I am allotted months of emptiness, and nights of misery are apportioned to me. When I lie down, I say, when shall I rise? But the night is long, and I am full of tossing until dawn. My flesh is clothed with worms and dirt, and my skin hardens, then breaks out again. My days are swifter than a weaver's shuttle, and come to their end without hope. Remember that my life is a breath, my eye will never again see good. The eye that beholds me will see me no more. While your eyes are upon me, I shall be gone. As the cloud fades and vanishes, so those who go down to Sheol do not come up. They return no more to their houses, nor do the places know them anymore. Therefore, I will not restrain my mouth. I will speak in the anguish of my spirit. I will complain in the bitterness of my soul. Am I the sea or the dragon that you set a guard over me? When I say, my bed will comfort me, my couch will ease my complaint, then you scare me with dreams and terrify me with visions, so that I would choose strangling and death rather than this body. I loathe my life. I would not live forever. Let me alone, for my days are well bred. What are human beings that you make so much of them, that you set your mind on them? Visit them every morning, test them every moment. Will you not look away from me for a while? Let me alone until I swallow my spittle. If I sin, what do I do to you, you archer of humanity? What have you made me your target? Why have you made me your target? Why have I become a burden to you? Why do you not pardon my transgression and take away my iniquity? For now I shall lie in the earth. You will seek me, but I shall not be. Job chapter 8. Then Bildad the Shuhite answered, how long will you say these things, and the words of your mouth be a great wine? Does God pervert justice, or does the Almighty pervert the right? If your children sinned against him, he delivered them into the power of the transgression. If you will seek God and make supplication to the Almighty, if you are pure and upright, surely then he will rouse himself for you and restore to you your rightful place. Though your beginning was small, your latter days will be very great. So inquire now of bygone generations and consider what their ancestors have found. For we are but of yesterday, and we know nothing. For our days on earth are but a shadow. Will they not teach you and tell you, and utter words out of the understanding? Can papyrus grow where there is marsh? Can reeds flourish where there is no water? While yet in flower and not cut down, they wither before any other plant. Such are the paths of all who forget God. The hope of the godless shall perish. Their confidence is a gossamer, a spider's house they trust. If one leans against his house, it will not stand. If one lays hold of it, it will not endure. The wicked thrive before the sun, and their shoots spread over the garden. Their roots twine around the stone heap. They live among the rocks. If they are destroyed from the place, then it will deny them, saying, I have never seen you. See, these are their happy ways, and out of the earth still others will spring. See, God will not reject a blameless person, nor take the hand of evildoers. He will yet fill your mouth with laughter and your lips with shouts of joy. Those who hate you will be clothed with shame, and the tenth of the wicked will be no more. Job chapter 9. Then Job answered, Indeed, I know that this is so, but how can a mortal be just before God? If one wished to contend with him, or one could not answer him once in 1,000. He is wise in heart and mighty in strength, who has resisted him and succeeded. He who removes mountains and they do not know it, when he overturns them in his anger, who shakes the earth out of its place and its pillars tremble, who commands the sun and it does not rise, who seals up the stars, who alone stretched out the heavens and trampled the waves of the sea, who made the Bear and Orion, the Pleiades and the chambers of the south, who does great things beyond understanding, and marvelous things without number. Look, he passes by me, and I do not see him. He moves on, but I do not perceive him. He snatches away. Who can stop him? Who will say to him, What are you doing? God will not turn back his anger. The helpers of Rahab bowed beneath him. How then can I answer him, choosing my words with him? Though I am innocent, I cannot answer him. I must appeal for mercy to my accuser. If I summoned him and he answered me, I do not believe that he would listen to my voice. For he crushes me with the tempest and multiplies my wounds without cause. He will not let me get my breath, but fills me with bitterness. If it is a contest of strength, he is the strong one. If it is a matter of justice, who can summon him? Though I am innocent, my own mouth would condemn me. Though I am blameless, he would prove my perverse. I am blameless, I do not know myself. I loathe my life. It is all one, therefore I say, he destroys both the blameless and the wicked. When disaster brings sudden death, he mocks at the calamity of the innocent. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covers the eyes of his judges. If it is not he, who then is it? My days are swifter than a runner. They flee away. They see no good. They go by like skips of wind, like an eagle swooping on the prey. If I say I will forget my complaint, I will put up my sad countenance and be of good cheer. I become afraid of all my suffering, for I know you will not hold me innocent. I shall be condemned. Why then do I labor in vain? If I wash myself with soap and cleanse my hands with lye, yet you will plunge me into filth, and my own clothes will abhor me. For he is not a mortal as I am, that I might answer him, that we should come to trial together. There is no umpire between us who might lay his hand on us both. If he would take his rod away from me and not let dread of him terrify me, then I would speak without fear of him, for I know I am not what I am thought to be. Job chapter 10. I loathe my life. I will give free utterance to my complaint. I will speak in the bitterness of my soul. I will say to God, do not condemn me. Let me know why you contend against me. Does it seem good to you to oppress, to despise the work of your hands, and favor the schemes of the wicked? Do you have eyes of flesh? Do you see as humans see? Are your days like the days of mortals, or your years like human years? That you seek out my iniquity and search for my sin. Although you know that I am not guilty, and there is no one to deliver out of your hand. Your hands fashioned and made me, and now you turn and destroy me. Remember that you fashioned me like clay, and will you turn me to dust again? Did you not pour me out like milk and curdle me like cheese? You clothe me with skin and flesh and knit me together with bones and sinews. You have granted me life and steadfast love, and has preserved my spirit. Yet these things you hid in your heart. I know that this was your purpose. If I sin, you watch me, and do not acquit me of my iniquity. If I am wicked, woe to me. If I am righteous, I cannot lift up my head, for I am filled with disgrace, and look upon my affliction. Bold as a lion, you hunt me. You repeat your exploits against me. You renew your witnesses against me and increase your vexation toward me. You bring fresh troops against me. Why did you bring me forth from the womb? Would that I had died before any eye had seen me, and whereas though I had not been carried from the womb to the grave, are not the days of my life few? Let me alone that I may find a little comfort. Before I go, never to return. The land of gloom and deep darkness, the land of gloom and chaos, where light is like darkness. Job chapter 11. Then Zophar the Naamathite answered, should a multitude of words go unanswered, and should one full of talk be vindicated? Should your babble put others silence, and when you mock, shall no one shame you? For you say, my conduct is pure, and I am clean in God's sight. But oh, that God would speak and open his lips to you, and that he would tell you the secrets of wisdom. For wisdom is many-sided. Know then that God exacts of you less than your gift deserves. Can you find out the deep things of God? Can you find out the limit of the Almighty? It is higher than heaven. What can you do? Deeper than sure. What can you know? Its measure is longer than the earth and broader than the sea. If he passes through and imprisons and assembles for judgment, who can hinder him? For he knows those who are worthless. When he sees iniquity, will he not consider it? But a stupid person will get understanding when a wild ass is born human. If you direct your heart rightly, you will stretch out your hands toward him. If iniquity is in your hand, put it far away, and do not let wickedness reside in your tents. Surely then you will lift up your face without blemish. You will be secure and will not fear. You will forget your misery. You will remember it as waters that are passed away, and your life will be brighter than the noonday. Its darkness will be like the morning, and you will have confidence because there is hope. You will be protected and take your rest in safety. You will lie down and no one will make you afraid. Many will entreat your favor, but the eyes of the wicked will fail. All way of escape will be lost to them, and their hope is to breath their last. Job chapter 12. Then Job answered, no doubt you are the people, and wisdom will die with you. But I have understanding as well as you. I am not inferior to you. Who does not know such things as this? I am a laughing stock to my friends. I who called upon God, and he answered me. A just and blameless man, I am a laughing stock. Those at ease have contempt for misfortune, but it is ready for those whose feet are unstable. The tents of robbers are at peace, and those who provoke God are secure, who bring their God in their hands. But ask the animals, and they will teach you, the birds of the air, and they will tell you. Ask the plants of the earth, and they will teach you, and the fish of the sea will declare to you. Who among all this does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this? In his hand is the life of every living thing, and the breath of every human being. Does not the ear test words as the palate tests food? Is wisdom with the age, and understanding in length of days? With God are wisdom and strength, he has counsel and understanding. If he tears down, no one can rebuild. If he shuts someone in, no one can open up. If he withholds the waters, they dry up. If he sends them out, they overwhelm the land. With him are strength and wisdom. The deceived and the deceiver are his. He leads counselors away stripped and makes fools of judges. He looses the sash of kings and binds the waistcoat on the loins. He leads priests away stripped and overthrows the mighty. He deprives of speech those who are trusted and takes away the discernment of the elders. He pours contempt on princes and looses the belt of the strong. He uncovers the deeps out of the darkness and brings deep darkness to light. He makes nations great, then destroys them. He enlarges nations, then leads them away. He strips understanding from the leaders of the earth and makes them wander in pathless waste. They grope in the dark without light. He makes them stagger like a drunkard. Job chapter 13. Look, my eyes has seen all this, my ear has heard and understood it. But you know, I also know I am not inferior to you. But I would speak to the Almighty, and I decide to argue my case with God. As for you, you whitewash with lies, all of you are worthless physicians. If you would only keep silent, that would be your wisdom. Hear now my reasoning and listen to the pleadings of my lips. Will you speak falsely for God and speak deceitfully for Him? Will you show partiality toward Him? Will you plead the case for God? Will it be well with you when He searches you out? Or can you deceive Him as one person deceives another? He will surely rebuke you, if in secret you show partiality. Will not His majesty terrify you and the dread of Him fall upon you? Your maxims are proverbs of ashes, your defenses are defenses of clay. Let me have silence and I will speak, and let come on me what may. I'll take my flesh in my teeth and put my life in my hand. See, he will kill me. I have no hope, but I will defend my ways to his face. This will be my salvation, that the godless shall not come before him. Listen carefully to my words, and let my declaration be in your ears. I have indeed prepared my case. I know that I shall be vindicated. Who is there that will contend with me? For then I would be silent and die. Only grant two things to me, then I will not hide myself from your face. Withdraw your hand far from me, and do not let dread of you terrify me. Then call, and I will answer, or let me speak, and you reply to me. How many are my iniquities and my sins? Make me know my transgressions and my sin. Why do you hide your face and count me as your enemy? Will you frighten a wind-blown leaf and pursue dry chaff? For you write bitter things against me, and make me reap the iniquities of my youth. You put my feet in the stocks and watched all my paths. You set a bound to the soles of my feet. One wastes away like a rotten thing, like a garment that is not eaten. Job chapter 14. A mortal born of woman, few of days and full of trouble, comes up like a flower and withers, flees like a shadow and does not last. Do you fix your eyes on such a one? Do you bring me into judgment with you? Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? No one can. Since the days are determined and the numbers of their months is known to you, and you have appointed the bounds that they cannot pass, look away from them and desist, that they may enjoy like laborers their days. For there is hope for a tree, if it is cut down, that it will sprout again, and that its shoots will not cease. Though its roots grows old in the earth and its stumps dies in the ground, yet at the scent of water it will bud, and put forth branches like a young plant. But mortals die and are laid low. Humans expire, and where are they? As water fails from the lake, and the river wastes away and dries up. So mortals lie down and do not rise again, until the heavens are no more. They will not awake or be roused out of their sleep. Oh, that you would hide me in Sheol, that you would conceal me until your wrath is past, that you would appoint me a set time and remember me. If mortals die, will they live again? All the days of my service I would wait, until my release should come. You would call and I would answer you. You would long for the work of your hands, for then you would not number my steps. You would not keep my watch over my sin. My transgressions would be sealed up in a bag, and you would cover over my iniquity. But the mountain falls and crumbles away, and the rock is removed from its place. The waters Wear away the stones. The torrents wash away the soil of the earth, so you destroy the hope of the mortals. You prevail forever against them, and they pass away. You change their countenance and send them away. Their children come to honor, and they do not know it. They are brought low, and it goes unnoticed. They feel only the pain of their own bodies and mourn only for themselves.
Rama.
Job chapter 14 completed.
Barakmar, Job chapter 15. Then Eliphaz the Temanite answered, should the wise answer with windy knowledge and fill themselves with the east wind? Should they argue in unprofitable talk or in words with which they can do no good? But you are doing away with the fear of God and hindering meditation before God. For your iniquity teaches your mouth, and you choose the tongue of the crafty. Your own mouth condemns you, and not I, your own lips testify against you. Are you the firstborn of the human race? Were you brought forth before the hills? Have you listened in the counsel of God, and do you limit wisdom to yourself? What do you know that we do not know? What do you understand that is not clear to us? The gray haired and the aged are on our side, those older than your father. Are the consolations of God too small for you, or the word that deals gently with you? Why does your heart carry you away, and why do your eyes flash? So that you turn your spirit against God, and let such words go out of your mouth. What are mortals that they can be clean, or those born of women that they can be righteous? God puts no trust even in his holy ones, and the heavens are not clean in his sight. How much less one who is abominable and corrupt, and who drinks iniquity like water? I will show you, listen to me. What I have seen, I will declare, what sages have told, and their ancestors have not hidden, to whom alone the land was given, and no stranger passed among them. The wicked writhe in pain all the days, through all the years that are laid up for the ruthless. Terrifying sounds are in their ears. In prosperity, the destroyer will come upon them. They despair of returning from darkness, and they are destined for the sword. They wander abroad for bread, saying, where is it? They know that a day of darkness is ready at hand. Distress and anguish terrify them. They prevail against them, like a king prepared for battle, because they stretched out their hands against God and bid defiance to the Almighty, running stubbornly against him with a thick bossed shield, because they have covered their faces with their fat and gathered fat upon their loins. They will live in desolate cities, in houses that no one should inhabit, houses destined to become heaps of ruins. They will not be rich, and their wealth will not endure, nor will they strike root in the earth. They will not escape from darkness. The flame will dry up their shoots, and their blossom will be swept away by the wind. Let them not trust in emptiness, deceiving themselves, for emptiness will be their recompense. It will be paid in full before their time, and their branch will not be green. They will shake off their unripe grape like the wine, and cast off their blossoms like the olive tree. For the company of godless is barren, and fire consumes the tents of bribery. They conceive mischief and bring forth evil, and their heart prepares deceit. Job chapter 16. Then Job answered, I have heard many such things. Miserable comforters are you all. Have windy words no limit? Or what provokes you that you keep on talking? I also could talk as you do. If you were in my place, I could join words together against you and shake my head at you. I could encourage you with my mouth, and the solace of my lips would assuage your pain. If I speak, my pain is not assuaged, and if I forbear, how much of it leaves me? Surely now God has worn me out. He has made desolate all my company, and he has shriveled me up, which is a witness against me. My leanness has risen up against me, and it testifies to my face. He has torn me in his wrath and hated me. He has gnashed his teeth at me. My adversary sharpens his eyes against me. They have gaped at me with their mouths. They have struck me insolently on the cheek. They mass themselves together against me. God gives me up to the ungodly and casts me into the hands of the wicked. I was at ease, and he broke me in two. He seized me by the neck and dashed me to pieces. He set me up as his target. His archers surround me. He slashes open my kidneys and shows no mercy. He pours out my gall on the ground. He bursts upon me again and again. He rushes at me like a warrior. I have sewed sackcloth upon my skin and have laid my strength in the dust. My face is red with weeping, and deep darkness is on my eyelids. Though there is no violence in my hands, and my prayer is pure. O earth, do not cover my blood. Let my outcry find no resting place. Even now, in fact, my witness is in heaven, and he that vouches for me is on high. My friends scorn me, my eye pours out tears to God, that he would maintain the right of a mortal with God as one does for a neighbor. For when a few years have come, I shall go the way from which I shall not return. Job chapter 17. My spirit is broken, my days are extant, the grave is ready for me. Surely there are mockers around me, and my eye dwells on their provocation. Lay down a pledge for me with yourself, who is there that will give surety for me. Since you have closed their minds to understanding, therefore you will not let them triumph. Those who denounce friends for reward, the eyes of their children will fail. He has made me a byword of the peoples, and I am one before whom people spit. My eye has grown dim from grief, and all my members are like a shadow. The upright are appalled at this, and the innocent stir themselves up against the godless. Yet the righteous hold to their way, and they have clean hands grow stronger and stronger. But you come back now, all of you, and I shall not find a sensible person among you. My days are past, my plans are broken off, the desires of my heart. They make night into day. The light, they say, is near to the darkness. If I look for Sheol as my house, if I spread my couch in darkness, if I say to the pit, you are my father, and to the worm, you are my mother or my sister, where then is my hope? Who will see my hope? Will it go down to the bars of Sheol? Shall we descend together into the dust? Job chapter 18. Then Bildad the Shuhite answered, how long will you hunt for words? Consider, and then we shall speak. Why are we counted as cattle? Why are we stupid in your sight? You who tear yourself in your anger, shall the earth be forsaken because of you, or the rock be removed out of its place? Surely the light of the wicked is put out, and the flame of their fire does not shine. The light is dark in their tent, and the lamp above them is put out. Their strong steps are shortened, and their own schemes throw them down. For they are thrust into a net by their own feet, and they walk into a pitfall. A trap seizes them by the heel, a snare lays hold of them. A rope is hid for them in the ground, a trap for them in the path. Terrors frighten them on every side and chase them at their heels. Their strength is consumed by hunger, and calamity is ready for their stumbling. By disease the skin is consumed, the firstborn of death consumes their limbs. They are torn from the tent in which they trusted, and are brought to the king of terrors. In their tents nothing remains, sulphur is scattered upon their habitations. Their roots dry up beneath, and their branches wither above. Their memory perishes from the earth, and they have no name in the street. They are thrust from light into darkness and driven out of the world. They have no offspring or descendant among the people, and no survivor where they used to live. They of the west are appalled at their fate, and horror seizes those of the east. Surely such are the dwellings of the ungodly, such is the place of those who do not know God. Job chapter 19. Then Job answered, how long will you torment me and break me in pieces with words? These 10 times you have cast reproach upon me. Are you not ashamed to wrong me? And even if it is true that I have erred, my error remains with me. If indeed you magnify yourselves against me and make my humiliation an argument against me, know then that God has put me in the wrong and closed his net around me. Even when I cry out violence, I am not answered. I call aloud, but there is no justice. He has walled up my way so that I cannot pass, and he has set darkness upon my paths. He has stripped my glory from me and taken the crown from my head. He breaks me down on every side, and I am gone. He has uprooted my hope like a tree. He has kindled his wrath against me and counts me as his adversary. His troops come on together, They have thrown up siege works against me and encamped around my tent. He has put my family far from me, and my acquaintances are wholly estranged from me. My relatives and my close friends have failed me. The guests in my house have forgotten me. My serving girls count me as a stranger. I have become an alien in their eyes. I call to my servant, but he gives me no answer. I must myself plead with him. My breath is repulsive to my wife. I am loathsome to my own family. Even young children despise me. When I rise, they talk against me. All my intimate friends abhor me, and those whom I loved have turned against me. My bones cling to my skin and to my flesh, and I have escaped by the skin of my teeth. Have pity on me, O you, my friends, for the hand of God has touched me. Why do you, like God, pursue me, never satisfied with my flesh? Oh, that my words were written down. Oh, that they were inscribed in a book. Oh, that with an iron pen and with lead they were engraved on a rock forever. For I know that my Redeemer lives, and that at the last he will stand upon the earth. And after my skin has been thus destroyed, then in my flesh as I shall see God, whom I shall see on my side, and my eyes shall behold and not another. My heart faints within me. If you say, how will we persecute him? And the root of the matter is found in him. Be afraid of the sword, for wrath brings the punishment of the sword, so that you may know there is a judgment. Job chapter 20. Then Zophar the Naamathite answered, pay attention, my thoughts urge me to answer. Because of the agitation within me, I hear censure that insults me, and the spirit beyond my understanding answers me. Do you not know this from of old, ever since mortals were placed on earth, that exulting of the wicked is short, and the joy of the godless is but for a moment? Even though they mount up high as the heavens, and their head reaches to the clouds, they will perish forever like their own dung. Those who have seen them will say, where are they? They will fly away like a dream and not be found. They will be chased away like a vision of the night. The eye that saw them will see them no more, nor will that place behold them any longer. The children will seek the favor of the poor, and their hands will give back their wealth. Their bodies, once full of youth, will lie down in the dust with them. Though wickedness is sweet in their mouth, though they hide it under their tongues, though they are loath to let it go and hold it in their mouths, yet their food is turned in their stomach. It is the venom of asps within them. They swallow down riches and vomit them up again. God cast them out of their bellies. They will suck the poison of asps. The tongue of a viper will kill them. They will not look on the rivers, the streams flowing with honey and curds. They will give back the fruit of their toil and will not swallow it down. From the profit of their trading, they will get no enjoyment. For they have crushed and abandoned the poor. They have seized a house that they did not build. They knew no quiet in their bellies. In their greed, they let nothing escape. There was nothing left after they had eaten. Therefore, their prosperity will not endure. In full sufficiency, they will be in distress. All the force of misery will come upon them. To fill their belly to the full, God will send his fierce anger into them and rain it upon them as their food. They will flee from an iron weapon, a bronze arrow will strike them through. It is drawn forth and comes out of their body, and the glittering point comes out of their gall. Terrors come upon them. Utter darkness is laid up for their treasures. A fire fanned by no one will devour them. What is left in their tent will be consumed. The heavens will reveal their iniquity, and the earth will rise up against them. The possessions of their house will be carried away, dragged off in the day of God's wrath. This is the portion of the wicked from God, the heritage decreed for them by God. Job chapter 21. Then Job answered, listen carefully to my words, and let this be your consolation. Bear with me, and I will speak. Then, after I have spoken, mock on. For as for me, is my complaint addressed to mortals. Why should I not be impatient? Look at me and be appalled, and lay your hand upon your mouth. When I think of it, I am dismayed, and shuddering seizes my flesh. Why do the wicked live on? Reach old age and grow mighty in power. Their children are established in their presence, and their offspring before their eyes. Their houses are safe from fear, and no rod of God is upon them. Their bull breeds without fail, their cow calves and never miscarries. They send out their little ones like a flock, and the children dance around. They sing to the tambourine and the lyre and rejoice to the sound of the pipe. They spend their days in prosperity, and in peace they go down to Sheol. They say to God, leave us alone. We do not desire to know your ways. What is the Almighty that we should serve him? And what profit do we get if we pray to him? Is not their prosperity indeed their own achievement? The plans of the wicked are repugnant to me. How often is the lamp of the wicked put out? How often does calamity come upon them? How often does God distribute pains in his anger? How often are they straw before the wind, and like chaff the storm carries away? You say God stores up the iniquity for their children. Let it be paid back to them so that they may know it. Let their own eyes see their destruction, and let them drink of the wrath of the Almighty. For what do they care for their household after them, when the number of their months is cut off? Will any teach God knowledge, seeing that he judges those that are on high? One dies in full prosperity, being wholly at ease and secure, his loins full of milk, and the marrow of his bones moist. Another dies in bitterness of soul, never having tasted of good. They lie down alike in the dust, and the worms cover them. Oh, I know your thoughts and your schemes to wrong me. For you say, where is the house of the prince? Where is the tent in which the wicked lived? Have you not asked those who travel the roads, and do you not accept their testimony, that the wicked are spared in the day of calamity, and are rescued in the day of wrath? Who declares their way to their face, and who repays them for what they have done? When they are carried to the grave, a watch is kept over their tomb. The clods of the valley are sweet to them. Everyone will follow after. And those who went before are innumerable. How then will you comfort me with empty nothings? There is nothing left of your answers but falsehood. Job chapter 22. Then Eliphaz the Temanite answered, can a mortal be used to God? Can even the wisest be of service to him? Is it any pleasure to the Almighty if you are righteous, or is it gain to him if you make your way blameless? Is it for your pity that he reproves you and enters your judgment with you? Is it not your wickedness? Is not your wickedness great? There is no end to your iniquities, for you have exacted pledges from your family for no reason, and stripped the naked of their clothing. You have given no water to the weary to drink, and you have withheld bread from the hungry. The powerful possesses the land, and the favored live in it. You have sent widows away empty handed, and the arms of the orphans you have crushed. Therefore, snares are around you, and sudden terror overwhelms you. Or darkness so that you cannot see, a flood of water covers you. Is not God high in the heavens? See the highest stars, how lofty they are. Therefore you say, what does God know? Can he judge through the deep darknesses? Thick clouds enwrap him so that he does not see, and he walks on the dome of heaven. Will you keep to the old way that the wicked have trod? They were snatched away before their time. Their foundation was washed away by a flood. They said to God, leave us alone, and what can the Almighty do to us? Yet he filled their house with good things. But the plans of the wicked are repugnant to me. The righteous see it and are glad. The innocent laugh them to scorn, saying, surely our adversaries are cut off, and what they left the fire has consumed. Agree with God and be at peace. In this way, good will come to you. Receive instruction from his mouth and lay up his words in your heart. If you return to the Almighty, you will be restored. If you remove unrighteousness from your tents, if you treat gold like dust and gold of Ophir like the stones of the torrent bed, and if the Almighty is your gold and your precious silver, then you will delight yourself in the Almighty and lift up your face to God. You will pray to him, and he will hear you, and you will pay your vows. You will decide on a matter, and it will be established for you, and the light will shine on your ways. When others are humiliated, you say it is pride, for he saves the humble. He will deliver even those who are guilty. They will escape because of the cleanliness of your hands. Job chapter 23. Then Job answered, today also my complaint is bitter. His hand is heavy despite my groaning. Oh, that I knew where I might find him, that I might come even to his dwelling. I would lay my case before him and fill my mouth with arguments. I would learn what he would answer me and understand what he would say to me. Would he contend with me in the greatness of his power? No, but he would give heed to me. There an upright person could reason with him, and I should be acquitted forever by my judge. If I go forward, he is not there, or backward, I cannot perceive him. On the left he hides, and I cannot behold him. I turn to the right, but I cannot see him. But he knows the way that I take. When he tested me, I shall come out like gold. My foot has held fast to his steps. I have kept his way and have not turned aside. I have not departed from the commandment of his lips. I have treasured in my bosom the words of his mouth. But he stands alone, and who can dissuade him? What he desires, that he does, for he will complete what he appoints for me. And many such things are in his mind. Therefore, I am terrified at his presence. When I consider, I am in dread of him. God has made my heart faint. The Almighty has terrified me. If only I could vanish in darkness, and thick darkness would cover my face. Job chapter 24. Why are times not kept by the Almighty? And why do those who know him never see his days? The wicked remove landmarks. They seize flocks and pasture them. They drive away the donkey of the orphan. They take the widow's ox for a pledge. They thrust the needy off the road. The poor of the earth all hide themselves. Like wild asses in the desert, they go out to their toil, scavenging in the wasteland food for the young. They reap in a field not their own, and they glean in the vineyard of the wicked. They lie all night naked without clothing and have no covering in the cold. They are wet with the rain of the mountains and cling to the rock for want of a shelter. There are those who snatch the orphan child from the breast and take as pledge the infant of the poor. They go about naked without clothing. Though hungry, they carry the sheaves between their terraces, they press out oil. They tread the wine presses, but suffer thirst. From the city the dying groan, and the throat of the wounded cries for help. Yet God pays no attention to their prayer. There are those who rebel against the light, who are not acquainted with its ways and do not stay in its paths. The murderer rises at dusk to kill the poor and needy, and the night is like a thief. The eye of the adulterer also waits for the twilight, saying, "No eye will see me," and he disguises his face. In the dark, they dig through the houses. By day, they shut themselves up. They do not know the light, for deep darkness is morning to all of them, for they are friends with the terrors of deep darkness. Swift are they on the face of the waters, their portion in the land is cursed. No treader turns toward the vineyards. Drought and heat snatch away the snow waters. So does Sheol those who have sinned. The womb forgets them, the worm finds them sweet. They are no longer remembered, so wickedness is broken like a tree. They harm the childless woman and do no good to the widow. Yet God prolongs the life of the mighty by his power. They rise up when they despair of life. He gives them security and they are supported. His eyes are upon their ways. They are exalted a little while and then are gone. They wither and fade like the mallow. They are cut off like the heads of grain. If it is not so, who will prove me a liar and show that there is nothing in what I say? Job chapter 25. Then Bildad the Shuhite answered, Dominion and fear are with God. He makes peace in his high heaven. Is there any number to his armies? Upon whom does his light not arise? How then can a mortal be righteous before God? How can one born of a woman be pure? Even the moon is not bright, and the stars are not pure in his sight. How much less a mortal who is a maggot and a human being who is a womb? Job chapter 26. Then Job answered, How you have helped one who has no power, how you have assisted the arm that has no strength, how you have counseled one who has no wisdom, and given much good advice, with whose help have you uttered words, and whose spirit has come forth from you. The shades below tremble, the waters and the inhabitants, Sheol is naked before God, and Abaddon has no covering. He stretches out Zaphon over the void and hangs the earth upon nothing. He binds up the water in his thick clouds, and the cloud is not torn open by them. He covers the face of the full moon and spreads over it his cloud. He has described a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astounded at his rebuke. By his power he stilled the sea, by his understanding he struck down Rahab. By his wind the heavens were made fair, his hand pierced the fleeing serpent. These are indeed but the outskirts of his ways, and how small a whisper do we hear of him. But the thunder of his power, who can understand? Job chapter 27. Job again took up his discourse and said, As God lives, who has taken away my right, and the Almighty, who has made my soul bitter, as long as my breath is in me, and the Spirit of God is in my nostrils, my lips will not speak falsehood, and my tongue will not utter deceit. Far be it from me to say that you are right. Until I die, I will not push away my integrity from me. I hold fast my righteousness and will not let it go. My heart does not reproach for me any of my days. May my enemy be like the wicked, and may my opponent be like the unrighteous. For what is the hope of the godless when God cuts them off? When God takes away their lives, will God hear their cry? When trouble comes upon them, will they take delight in the Almighty? Will they call upon God at all times? I will teach you concerning the hand of God, that which is the that which is with the Almighty, I will not conceal. All of you have seen it yourselves. Why then have you become altogether vain? This is the portion of the wicked with God, and the heritage that oppressors receive from the Almighty. If the children are multiplied, it is for the sword, and the offspring have not enough to eat. Those who survive them, the pestilence buries, and the widows make no lamentation. Though they heap up silver like dust and pile up clothing like clay, they may pile it up, but the just will wear it, and the innocent will divide the silver. They build their houses like nests, like booths made by sentinels of the vineyard. They go to bed with wealth, but will do so no more. They open their eyes, and it is gone. Terrors overtake them like a flood. In the night, a whirlwind carries them off. The east wind lifts them up, and they are gone. It sweeps them out of the place. It hurts at them without pity. They flee from its power in headlong flight. It claps its hands at them and hisses at them from its place. Job chapter 28. Surely there is a mine for silver and a place for gold to be refined. Iron is taken out of the earth, and copper is melted from ore. Miners put an end to darkness and search out to the farthest bound the ore in gloom and deep darkness. They open shafts in a valley away from human habitation. They're forgotten by travelers. They sway suspended, remote from people. As for the earth, out of it comes bread, but underneath it is turned up by fire. Its stones are the place of sapphires, and its dust contains gold. That path no bird of prey knows, and the falcon's eyes has not seen it. The proud wild animals have not trodden it. The lion has not passed over it. They put their hands to the flinty rock and overturn mountains by the roots. They cut out channels in the rocks, and the eye see every precious thing. The sources of the rivers they probe, hidden things they bring to light. But where shall wisdom be found, and where is the place of understanding? Mortals do not know the way to it, and it is not found in the land of the living. The deep says, It is not in me, and the sea says, It is not with me. It cannot be gotten for gold, and silver cannot be weighted out as its price. It cannot be valued in the gold of Ophir, in precious onyx or sapphire. Gold and glass cannot equal it, nor can it be exchanged for jewels of fine gold. No mention shall be made of coral or of crystal. The price of wisdom is above pearls. The crystallite of Ethiopia cannot compare with it, nor can it be valued in pure gold. Then does wisdom come from, and where is the place of understanding? It is hidden from the eyes of all living and concealed from the birds of the air. Abaddon and Death say, we have heard a rumor of it with our ears. God understands the way to it and he knows its place. For he looks to the ends of the earth and sees everything under the heavens. When he gave to the wind its weight and apportioned out the waters by measure, when he made a decree for the rain and a way for the thunderbolt, then he saw it and declared it, he established it and searched it out, and he said to humankind, truly the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. Barack.
Shlomo.
Job chapter 28 completed.
Job chapter 29. Job again took up his discourse and said, "O that I were as in the months of old, as in the days when God watched over me, when this lamp shone over my head, and by his light I walked through darkness, when I was in my prime, when the friendship of God was upon my tent, when the Almighty was still with me, when my children were around me, when my steps were washed with milk, and the rock poured out for me streams of oil. When I went out to the gate of the city, when I took my seat in the square, the young men saw me and withdrew, and the aged rose up and stood. The nobles refrained from talking and laid their hands on their mouths. The voices of princes were hushed, and their tongues stuck to the roof of their mouth. When the ear heard it, commanded me, and when the eye saw it, approved, because I delivered the poor who cried, and the orphan who had no helper. The blessing of the wretched came upon me, and I caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. I put on righteousness, and it clothed me. My justice was like a robe and a turban. I was eyes I was eyes to the blind and feet to the lame. I was a father to the needy, and I championed the cause of the stranger. I broke the fangs of the unrighteous and made them drop their prey from their teeth. Then I thought, I shall die in my nest, and I shall multiply my days like the phoenix. My roots spread out to the waters with the dew all night on my branches. My glory was fresh with me, and my bow ever new in my hand. They listened to me and waited, and kept silence for my counsel. After I spoke, they did not speak again, and my words dropped upon. Job chapter 30. But now they make sport of me. Those who are younger than I, whose fathers I would have disdained to set with the dogs of my flock. What could I gain from the strength of their hands? All their vigor is gone. Through what through want and hard hunger they grew the dry and desolate ground. They pick mallow and the leaves of bushes, and to warm themselves the roots of broom. They are driven out from society. People shout after them as after a thief. In the galleries of the worlds they must live, in holes in the ground and in the rock. Among the bushes they bray, under the nettles they huddle together. A senseless, disputable brood. They have been whipped out of the land, and now they mock me in song. I am a byword to them. They abhor me, they keep aloof from me. They do not hesitate to spit at the sight of me, because God has loosed my bowstring and humbled me. They have cast off restraints in my presence. On my right hand the rabies rise up. They sent me sprawling and build roads for my ruin. They break up my path, they promote my calamity, no one restrains them.
as though a wide breach they come, and the crash they roll on. Terrors are turned upon me, my honor is pursued as by the wind, and my prosperity has passed away like a cloud. And now my soul is poured out within me. Days of affliction have taken hold of me. The night racks my bones, and the pain that knew me takes no rest. With violence he seized my garment, he grabs me by the collar of my tunic. He has cast me into the mire, and I have become like dust and ashes. I cry to you, and you do not answer me. I stand, and you merrily look at me. You have turned cruel to me. With the might of your hand, you persecute me. You lift me up on the wind, you make me ride on it, and you toss me about in the roar of the storm. I know that you will bring me to death and to the house appointed for all living. Surely one does not turn against the needy. When in disaster they cry for help. Did I not weep for those whose day was hard? Was not my soul grieved for the poor? But when I looked for good, evil came, and when I waited for light, darkness came. My inward parts are in turmoil and are never still. Days of affliction came to meet me. I go about in sunless gloom. I stand up in the assembly and I cry for help. I am a brother of jackals and a companion of ostriches. My skin turns black and falls from me, and my bones burn with heat. My ire is turned to mourning, and my pipe to the voice of those who weep. Job chapter 31. I have made a covenant with my eyes. How then could I look upon a virgin? When what would be my portion from God above, and my heritage from the Almighty on high? Does not calamity befall the unrighteous, and disaster the workers of iniquity? Does he not see my ways and number all my steps? If I have walked with falsehood, and my foot has hurried to deceit, let me be weighed in a just balance, and let God know my integrity. If my step has turned aside from the way, and my heart has followed my eyes, and if my spot has clung to my hands, and let me sow and another eat, and let what grows for me be rooted out. If my heart has been enticed by a woman, and I have lain in wait at my neighbor's door, then let my wife grind for another, and let other men kneel over her. For that would be a heinous crime. That would be a criminal offense. For that would be a fire consuming down to abandon, and it would burn to the root all my harvest. If I have rejected the cause of my male or female slaves, when they brought a complaint against me, when what then shall I do when God rises up? When he makes inquiry, what shall I answer him? Did not he who made me in the womb make them? And did not one fashion up in the womb? If I have withheld anything that the poor desired, or have caused the eyes of the widow to fall, or have eaten my morsels alone, and the orphan has not eaten from it, for from my youth I reared the orphan like a father, and from my mother's womb I guided the widow. If I have seen anyone perish for lack of clothing, or a poor person without covering, whose loins have not blessed me, and who was not warmed with the fleece of my sheep, if I have raised my hand against the orphan because I saw had supporters at the gate, then let my shoulder blade fall from my shoulder, and let my arm be broken from its socket. For I was in terror of calamity from God, and I could not have faced this majesty. If I have made gold my trust, or called fine gold my confidence, if I have rejoiced because my was great, or because my hand had gotten much, if I have looked at the sun when it shone, or the moon moving in splendor, and my heart has been secretly entitled, and my mouth has kissed my hand, then this also would be an iniquity to be punished by the judges, for I should have been false to God above. If I have rejoiced at the ruin of those who hated me, or exulted when evil overtook them, I have not let my mouth sin by asking for their lives with a curse. If I have rejoiced at the ruin of those who hated me, or exulted when evil overtook them, I have not let my mouth sin by asking for their lives with a curse. If those of my rent ever said, "Oh, that we might be sated with this flesh," the stranger has not lodged in the street. I have opened my doors to the traveler. If I have concealed my transgression as others do by hiding my iniquity in my bosom, because I stood in great fear of the multitude, and the contempt of families terrified me, so that I kept silence and did not go out of doors. Oh, that I had one to hear me. Here is my signature. Let the Almighty answer me. Oh, that I had the indictment written by my adversary. Surely I would carry it on my shoulder. I would bind it on me like a crown. I would give him an account of all my steps. Like a prince, I would approach him. If my land has cried out against me, and its furrows have wept together, if I have even eaten its yield without payment, and caused the death of its owner, let thorns grow instead of wheat, and foul weeds instead of barley. The words of Job are ended. Job chapter 32. So those three men ceased to answer Job, because he was righteous to his own eyes. Then Elihu, son of Barachel, the Buzite of the family of Ram, became angry. He was angry at Job because he justified himself rather than God. He was angry also at Job's three friends because they had found no answer, though they had declared Job to be in the wrong. Now Elihu had waited to speak to Job because they were older than him. But when Elihu saw that there was no answer in the mouth of these three men, he became angry. Elihu, son of Barachel the Buzite, answered, I am young in years, and you are aged. Therefore, I was timid and afraid to declare my opinion to you. I said, Let days speak, and many years teach wisdom. But truly, it is the spirit in the mortal, the breath of the Almighty, that makes for understanding. It is not the old that are wise, nor the aged that understand what is right. Therefore I say, Listen to me, let me also declare my opinion. See, I waited for your words, I listened for your wise saying, while you searched out what to say. I gave you my attention, but there was in fact no one that confuted Job. No one among you that answered his words, yet did not say, We have found wisdom. God may vanquish him, not a human. He has not directed his words against me, and I will not answer him with your speeches. They are dismayed, they answer no more. They have not a word to say, and am I to wait because they do not speak, because they stand there and answer no more? I also will give my answer. I also will declare my opinion, for I am full of words, and the spirit within me constrains me. My heart is indeed like wine that has no vein, like new wineskins in it is ready to burst. I must speak so that I may find relief. I must open my lips and answer. I will now show partiality to any person or use flattery towards anyone. For I do not know how to flatter, or my maker would soon put an end to me. Job chapter 33. But now hear my speech, O Job, and listen to all my words. See, I open my mouth, the tongue in my mouth speaks, my word declare the uprightness of my heart, and what my lips know they speak sincerely. The Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the Almighty gives me life. Answer me if you can. Set your words in order before me. Take your stand. See before God I am as you are. I too was formed from a place of piece of clay. No fear of me need terrify you. My pressure will not be heavy on you. Surely you have spoken in my hearing, and I have heard the sound of your words. You say, I am clean without transgression. I am pure, and there is no iniquity to me. Look, he finds occasion against me. He counts me as his enemy. He puts my feet in the stocks and watches all my paths. But in this you are not right. I will answer you. God is greater than my mortal. Why do you contend against me, saying, He will answer none of my words? For God spoke in one way and in two, though people do not perceive it, in a dream, in a vision of the night when deep sleep falls on mortals. While they slumber on their beds, then he opens their ears and terrifies them with warnings, that he may turn them aside from their deeds, and keep them from pride, to spare their souls from the fight. Their lives from traversing the river, they are also chastened with pain upon their beds, and with continual strife in their bones, so that their lives loathe bread and their appetite den- dainty food. Their flesh is so wasted away that it cannot be seen, and their bones, once invisible, now stick out. Their souls draw near the pit, and their lives to those who bring death. Then, if there should be for one of them an angel, a mediator, one of thousand, one who declares a person upright, and he is gracious to that person and say, Deliver him from going down into the pit. I have found a ransom. Let his flesh become fresh with youth. Let him return to the days of the youthful vigor. Then he prays to God and is accepted by him. He comes into his presence with joy, and God repays him for the righteousness. That person sings to other and say, I sinned and perverted what was right, and it was not paid back to me. He has redeemed my soul from going down to the pit, and my life shall see the light. God indeed does all these things twice, thrice times with mortal, to bring back their souls from the pit, so that they may see the light of life. Pray, head Job, listen to me, be silent, and I will speak. If you have anything to say, answer me. Speak, for I desire to justify you. If not, listen to me, be silent, and I will teach you wisdom. Job chapter 34. Then Elihu continued and said, Hear my word, you wise men, and give ears to me, you who know. For the ear tests words as the palate tests food, Let us choose what is right. Let us determine among ourselves what is good. For Job has said, I am innocent, and God has taken away my right. In spite of being right, I am counted a liar. My wound is incurable, though I am without transgression. Who is there like Job, who drinks up scoffing like water? Who goes in company with evildoers and walks with the wicked. For he has said, if profit were nothing, to take delight in God. Therefore, hear me, you who have seen sense. For far be it from God that he should be do wickedness, and from the Almighty that he should do wrong. For according to their deeds he will repay them, and according to their ways he will make it befall them. For truth, God will not do wickedly, and the Almighty will not prevent justice, who gave him charge over the earth, and who laid on him the whole works. If he should take back his spirit to himself and gather to himself his breath, all flesh would perish together, and all mortals return to dust. If you have understanding, hear this. Listen to what I say. Shall one who hates justice govern? Will you condemn one who is righteous and mighty, who says to king, you scoundrel? And to princes, you wicked men, you show no partiality to nobles, nor regard the rich men than the poor, for they are all the work of the hands. In a moment they die. At midnight the people are shaken and pass away, and the mighty are taken away by the human hand. For his eyes are upon the ways of mortal, and he sees all their steps. There is no gloom or deep darkness where evildoers may hide themselves, for he has not appointed a time for any more to go before God in judgment. He shatters the mighty without investigation and sets other in their place. Then, thus knowing their works, he overturns them in the right, and they are crushed. He strikes them for their wickedness, while others look on, because they turned aside from following him, and has no regret for any of his way, so that they cause the cry of the poor to come to him, and he heard the cry of the afflicted. When he is quiet, when can condemn? When he hides his face, who can behold him? Whether it be a nation or an individual, so that the godless should not reign, or those who ensnare the people. For has anyone said to God, I have endured punishment, I will not offer any more? Teach me what I do not see. If I have done iniquity, I will do it no more. Will he then pay back to suit you? Because you reject it, for you must choose and not it. Therefore declare what you know. Those who have sense will say to me, and the wise who hears me will say, Job speak without knowledge, his words are without insight. Would that Job was were tired to the limit, because these answers are those of the wicked. For he adds rebellion to his sins, he claps his hands among us, and multiplies his words against God. Job chapter 35. Elihu continued and said, do not think this is to be just. You say, I am in the right before God. If you ask, what advantage have I? How am I better off than if I had sinned? I will answer you and your friends with you. Look at the heaven and see. Observe the clouds which are higher than you. If you have sinned, what do you accomplish against him? And if your transgressions are multiplied, what do you do to him? If you are righteous, what do you give to him? Or what does he receive from your hands? Your wickedness affects other like you, and your righteousness other than other human beings. Because of the multitude of oppression, people cry out, they call for help because of the arm of the mighty. But no one says, where is God my maker? Who gives strength in the night, who teaches us more than the animals of the earth, and makes us wiser than the birds of the air. There they cry out, but he does not answer because of the pride of evildoers. Surely God does not hear an empty cry, nor does the Almighty regard. How much less when you say that you do not see him, that the case is before him and you are waiting for him, and now because his anger does not punish and he does not greatly hate transgression. Job opens his mouth is in empty talk, he multiplies words without knowledge. Job chapter 36. Elihu continued and said, bear with me a little, and I will show you. For I have yet something to say on God's behalf. I will bring my knowledge from far away and ascribe righteousness to my Maker. For truly my words are not false. One who is perfect in knowledge is wise is with you. Surely God is mighty and does not despise me any. He is mighty in strength of understanding. He does not keep the wicked alive, but gives the afflicted their right. He does not withdraw his eyes from the righteous, but with kings on the throne he sees them forever, and they are exiled. And if they are bound in fetters and caught in the cords of affection, then he declares to them their work and the transgressions, that they are behaving arrogantly. He opens their ears to instruction and commands that they return from iniquity. If they listen and serve him, they complete their days in prosperity and their years in pleasantness. But if they do not listen, they shall perish by the sword and die without knowledge. The godless in heart cherishes anger. They do not cry for help when he blinds them. They die in their youth and their life and in shame. He delivers the afflicted by the affliction and opens their ears by adversity. He also lured you out of the distress and into a broad place where there was no constraints, and when what we set on your table was full of fatness. But you are obsessed with the case of the wicked. Judgment and justice seize you. Be aware that wrath does not entice you into scoffing, and do not let the greatness of the damson turn you aside. Will you cry able to keep you from distresses, or will all the force of your strength? Do not long for the right when people are cut off in their place. Be aware. Do not turn to iniquity, because of that you have been tried by affection. See, God is exalted in this power. Who isn't a teacher like him, who has prescribed for him this way, or who can say you have done wrong? Remember to extol his work, of which mortals have sung. All people have looked on it. Everyone watches it from far away. Surely God is great, and we do not know him. The number of his years is unsearchable, for he drew up the drops of water. He distills his mist in rain, which the skies pour down and drop upon mortals abundantly. Can anyone understand the spreading of the cloud, the thundering of his pavilion? See, he scatters his lightning around him and covers the roots of the sea. For by these he governs people, he gives food in abundance, he covers his hands with the lightning and commands it to strike the mark. Its crashing tells him about him. He is jealous with anger against iniquity. Chapter 37. At this also my heart trembles and leaps out of the place. Listen, listen to the thunder of his voice and the rumbling that comes from his mouth. Under the whole heaven he lets it look, and his lighting to the corners of the earth. After it his voice roars, he thunders with his majestic voice, and he does not restrain the lightnings when his voice is heard. God thunders wondrously with his voice. He does great things that we cannot comprehend. For to the snow, he says, fall on earth, and the shower of rain, his heavy showers of rain, serves as a sign on everyone's land, so that all whom he has made may know it. Then the animals go into their lairs and remain in the dens. From its chamber comes the whirlwind, and cold from the scattering winds. By the breath of God ice is given, and the broad waters are frozen fast. He loads the thick cloud with moisture. The clouds scatter his lighting. They turn round and round by his guidance, to accomplish all that he commands him. On the face of
Slow mo, time up molo. Job chapter 37, verses what?
13, from 13.
From 13, 1 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Link.
Yeah.
Can you read?
Whether for correction or for his land or for love, he causes it to happen. Hear this, O Job. Stop and consider the wondrous works of God. Do you know how God lays his command upon them and causes the lightning of his cloud to shine? Do you know the balancings of the clouds, the wondrous works of the one whose knowledge is perfect? You whose garments are hot when the earth is still because of the south wind. Can you like him spread out the skies, hard as a molten mirror? Teach us what we shall say to him. We cannot draw up our case because of darkness. Should he be told that I want to speak? Did anyone ever wish to be swallowed up? Now no one can look on the light when it is bright in the skies, when the wind has passed and cleared them. Out of the north comes golden splendor. Around God is awesome majesty. The Almighty, we cannot find him. He is great in power and justice, and abundant righteousness he will not violate. And therefore mortals fear him. He does not regard any who are wise in their conceit. Job chapter 38. Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind. Who is this that darkens counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up your loins like a man. I will question you, and you shall declare to me. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding. Who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? On what were his bases sunk? Or who laid his cornerstone when the morning stars sang together and all the heavenly beings shouted for joy? Or who shut in the sea with doors when it burst out from the womb? When I made the clouds its garment and thick darkness its swaddling band, and prescribed bounds for it, and set bars and doors, and said, thus far shall you come and no further, and here shall you your proud days be stopped. Have you commanded the morning since your days began, and caused the dawn to know its place, so that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth, and the wicked be shaken out of it? It is changed like clay under the seal, and it is dyed like a garment. Light is withered from the wicked, and their uplifted arm is broken. Have you entered into springs of the sea, or walked in the recesses of the deep? Have the gates of death been revealed to you, or have you seen the gates of deep darkness? Have you comprehended the expanse of the earth? Declare if you know all this. Where is the way to the dwelling of light, and where is the place of darkness, that you may take it to its territory, and that you may discern the paths to its home? Surely you know, for you were born then, and the number of your days is great. Have you entered the storehouses of the snow, or have you seen the storehouses of the hail, which I have reserved for the time of trouble, for the day of battle and war? What is the way to the place where the light is distributed, or where the east wind is scattered upon the earth? First, cut a channel for the torrents of rain and a way for the thunderbolt to bring rain on a land where no one lives. On the desert, which is empty of human life, to satisfy the waste and desolate land, and to make the ground put forth grass. As they rain, a father or who has begotten the drops of dew, from whose womb did the ice come forth, and who has given birth to the frost of heaven. The water become hard like stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. Can you bind the chains of the Pleiades or loose the cords of Orion? Can you lead for the Mazzaroth in the season, or can you guide the bear with his children? Do you know the ordinances of the heavens? Can you establish their rules on the earth? Can you lift up your voice to the clouds so that a flood of waters may cover you? Can you send forth lightnings so that they may go and say to you, here we are? Who has put wisdom in the inward parts, or given understanding to the mind? Who has the wisdom to number the clouds, or who can tell the water skins of the heavens? When the dust runs into a mass and the clouds cling together, can you hunt the prey for the lion, or satisfy the appetite of the young lions when they crouch in their dens, or lie in wait in their covert? Who provides for the raven its prey when its young ones cry to God and wonder about for lack of food? Job chapter 39. Do you know when the mountain goats give birth? Do you observe the carving of the deer? Can you number the months that they fulfill? And do you know the time when they give birth? When they crouch to give birth to their offspring and are delivered of their young. Their young ones become strong, they grow up in the open, they go forth and do not return to them. Who has let the wild ass go free? Who has loosed the bonds of the swift ass? To which I have given the step for its home, the salt land for its dwelling place. It scorns the tumult of the city. It does not hear the shouts of the driver. It ranges the mountains as its pasture, and it's searching after every green thing. Is the wild ox willing to serve you? Will it spend the night at your crib? Can you tie it in the furrow with ropes, or will it harrow the valleys after you? Will you depend on it because its strength is great, or will you hand over your labor to it? Do you have faith in it that it will return and bring your grain to your threshing floor? The ostrich wings flap widely, though its pinions lack plumage, for it lays its eggs to the earth and lets them be warmed on the ground, forgetting that a foot may crush them and that a wild animal may trample them. It deals cruelly with its young as if they were not its own. Though its labor should be in vain, yet it has no fear, because God has made it forget wisdom and given it no share in the understanding. When it spreads its plumes aloft, it laughs at the horse and its rider. Do you give the horse its might? Do you clothe its neck with a mane? Do you make it leap with like the locust? Its majestic snorting is terrible. It paws violently, exalts mightily. It goes out to meet the weapons. It laughs at fear and is not dismayed. It does not turn back from the sword. Upon it rattle the quiver, the flashing spear, and the javelin. With fierceness and rage, it swallows the ground. It cannot still at the sound of the trumpet. When the trumpet sounds, it says, Aha! From a distance, it smells the battle, the thunder of captains, and the shouting. Is it by your wisdom that the hawk soars and spreads its wings towards the south? Is it at your command that the eagle mounts up and makes its nest on high? It lives on the rock and makes its home in the fastness of the rocky crag. From there it spies the prey, its eyes see it from far away. Its young ones suck up blood, and where the slain are, there it is. Job chapter 40. And the Lord said to Job, shall a fault finder contend with the Almighty? Anyone who argues with God must respond. Then Job answered the Lord, see, I am of small account. What shall I answer you? I lay my hand on my mouth. I have spoken once, and I will not answer twice, but will proceed no further. Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind, gird up your loins like a man, and I will question you, and you declare to me. Will you even put me in the wrong? Will you condemn me that you may be justified? Have you an arm like God, and can you thunder with a voice like this? Deck yourself with majesty and dignity. Clothe yourself with glory and splendor. Pour out the overflowings of your anger, and look on all who are proud and abase them. Look on all who are proud and bring them low. Tread down the wicked where they stand. Hide them all in the dust together. Bind their faces in the world below. Then I will also acknowledge to you that your own right hand can give you victory. Look at me, Behemoth, which I made just as I made you. It eats grass like an ox. Its strength is in its loins, and its power in the muscles of its belly. It makes its tall stiff like a cedar, and sinews of its thighs are knit together. Its bones are tubes of bronze, its limbs like bars of iron. It is the first of the great acts of God. Only its maker can approach it with a sword. For the mountains yield food for it, where all the wild animals play. Under the lotus plants it lies, in the covert of the reeds and in the marsh. The lotus trees cover it for shade. The willows of the wadi surround it. Even if the river is turbulent, it is not frightened. It is confident through though Jordan rushes against its mouth. Can one take it with hooks or pierce its nose with a snare? Can you draw out Leviathan with a fish hook or press down its tongue with a cord? Can you put a rope in its nose or pierce its jaw with a hook? Will it make many supplications to you? Will it speak soft words to you? Will it make a covenant with you to be taken as your servant forever? Will you play with it as with a bird, or will you put it on leash for your girls? Will traders bargain over it? Will they divide it among the merchants? Can you fill its skin with harpoons or its head with fishing spears? Lay hands on it, think of the battle. You will not do it again. Any hope of capturing it will be disappointed, where not even the gods overwhelmed at the sight of it. No one is so fierce as to dare to stir it up. Who can stand before it? Who can confront it and be safe under the whole heaven? Who? I will not keep silence concerning its limbs, or its mighty strength, or its splendid frame. Who can strip off its outer garment? Who can penetrate its double coat of mail? Who can open the doors of its face? There is terror all around its state. Its back is made of shields in rows, shut up closely as with a seal. One is so near to another that no air can come between them. They are joined one to another. They clasp each other and cannot be separated. Its sneezes flash forth light, and its eyes are like the eyelids of the dawn. From its mouth go flaming torches, sparks of the fire leap out. Out of its nostrils comes smoke as from a boiling pot and burning rushes. Its breath kindles coals, and a flame comes out of its mouth. In its neck abides strength, and terror dances before it. The folds of its flesh cling together. It is firmly cast and immovable. Its heart is as hard as stone, as hard as the lower millstone. When it raises itself up, the gods are afraid. At the crashing, they are beside themselves. Though the sword reaches it, it does not avail, not as the spear, the dart, or the javelin. It counts iron as straw and bronze as rotten wood. The arrow cannot make it flee. Slingstones for it are turned to chaff. Clubs are counted as chaff. It laughs at this rattle of javelins. Its underparts are like sharp potsherds. It spreads itself like a threshing sledge on the mire. It makes the deep boil like a pot. It makes the sea like a pot of ointment. It leaves a shining wake behind it. One would think the deep to be white hair. On earth, it has no equal, a creature without fear. It surveys everything that is lofty. It is king over all that are proud. Then Job answered the Lord, I know that you can do all things, and that no purpose of yours can be thwarted. Who is this that hides counsel without knowledge? Therefore I have uttered what I did not understand, things too wonderful to me, which I did not know. Here and I will speak. I will question you, and you declare to me. I had heard of you by the hearing of the ear. But now my eye sees you. Therefore I despise myself and repent in dust and ashes. After the Lord had spoken these words to Job, the Lord said to Eliphaz the Temanite, my wrath is kindled against you and against your two friends, for you have not spoken of me what is right, as my servant Job has. Now therefore take 7 bulls and 7 rams and go to my servant Job and offer up for yourself a burnt offering. And my servant Job shall pray for you, for I will accept his prayer, not to deal with you according to your folly, for you have not spoken of me what is right, as my servant Job has done. So Eliphaz the Temanite and Bildad the Shuhite and Zophar the Namathite went and did what the Lord had told them, and Lord accepted Job's prayer. And the Lord restored for the fortunes of Job when he had prayed for his friends, and the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before. Then there came to him all his brothers and sisters and all who had known him before, and they ate bread with him in his house. They showed him sympathy and comforted him for all the evil that the Lord had brought upon him. And each of them have given him a piece of money and a gold ring. The Lord blessed the latter days of Job more than his beginning, and he had 14,000 sheep, 6,000 camels, 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 donkeys. He also had 7 sons and 3 daughters. He named the first Jeremiah, the second Keziah, and the third Karen Hapoj. In all the land, there were no women so beautiful as Job's daughters, and their father gave them an inheritance along with their brothers. After this, Job lived 140 years and saw his children and his children's children, 4 generations. And Job died old and full of days. Psalms chapter 1. Happy are those who do not follow the advice of the wicked, or take the path that sinners tread, or sit in the seat of scoffers, but their delight is in the law of the Lord. And on his law they meditate day and night. They are like trees planted by streams of water, which yield their fruit in its season, and their leaves do not wither. In all that they do, they prosper. The wicked are not so, but are like chaff that the wind drives away. Therefore, the wicked will not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord watches over the way of righteous, but the way of the wicked will perish. Psalms chapter 2. Why do the nations conspire and the peoples plot in vain? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and his anointed, saying, Let us burst their bonds asunder and cast their cords from us. He who sits in the heavens laughs, and the Lord has them in derision. Then he will speak to them in his wrath and terrify them in his fury, saying, I have set my king on Zion, my holy hill. I will tell of the decree of the Lord. He said to me, You are my son. Today I have forgotten you. Ask of me, and I will make the nations your heritage, and the ends of the earth your possession. You shall break them with a rod of iron, and dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Now therefore, O kings, be wise, be warned, O rulers of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, the trembling kiss his fate, or he will be angry and you will perish in the way, for his wrath is quickly kindled. Happy are all who take refuge in him. Psalms chapter 3. A psalm of David when he fled from his son Absalom. O Lord, how many are my foes? Many are rising against me. Many are saying to me, There is no help for you in God. But you, O Lord, are a shield around me, my glory, and the one who lifts up my head. I cry aloud to the Lord, and he answers me from his holy hill. I lie down and sleep. I wake again, for the Lord sustains me. I'm not afraid of 10,000s of people who have set themselves against me all around. Rise up, O Lord, deliver me, O my God. For you strike all my enemies on the cheek and break the teeth of the wicked. Deliverance belongs to the Lord. May your blessings be on your people. Psalms chapter 4. Answer me when I call, O God of my right. You gave me room when I was in distress. Be gracious to me and hear my prayer. How long, you people, shall my honor suffer shame? How long will you love vain words and seek after lives? But know that the Lord has set apart the faithful for himself. The Lord hears when I call to him. When you are distributed, do not sin. Disturb, do not sin. Ponder it on your beds and be silent. Offer right sacrifices and put your trust in the Lord. There are many who say, Oh, that we might see some good. Let the light of your face shine on us, O Lord. You have put gladness in my heart more than when the grain and wine abound. I will both lie down and sleep in peace. For you alone, O Lord, make me lie down in safety. Psalms chapter 5. Give ear to my words, O Lord. Give heed to my sighing. Listen to the sound of my cry, my King and my God. For to you I pray, O Lord. In the morning you hear my voice. In the morning I plead my case to you and watch. For you are not a God who delights in wickedness. Evil will not sojourn with you. The boastful will not stand before your eyes. You hate all evildoers. You destroy those who speak lies. The Lord abhors the bloodthirsty and deceitful. But I, through the abundance of your steadfast love, will enter your house. I will bow down towards your holy temple in awe of you. Lead me, O Lord, in your righteousness. Because of my enemies, make your way straight before me. For there is no truth in their mouths. Their hearts are destruction. Their throats are open graves. They flatter with their tongues. Make them bear guilt, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Because of their many transgressions, cast them out. For they have rebelled against you. But let all who take refuge in you rejoice. Let them ever sing for joy. Spread your protection over them, so that those who love your name may exult in you. For you bless the righteous, O Lord. You cover them with favor as with a shield. Psalms chapter 6. O Lord, do not rebuke me in your anger or discipline me in your wrath. Be gracious to me, O Lord, for I am languishing. O Lord, heal me, for my bones are shaking with terror. My soul also is struck with terror, while you, O Lord, how long? Turn, O Lord, save my life. Deliver me for the sake of your steadfast love. For in death there is no remembrance of you. In Sheol, who can give you praise? I am weary with my mourning. Every night I flood my bed with tears. I drench my couch with my weeping. My eyes waste away because of grief. They grow weak because of all my foes. Depart from me, all you workers of evil, for the Lord has heard the sound of my weeping. The Lord has heard my supplication. The Lord accepts my prayer. All my enemies shall be ashamed and struck with terror. They shall turn back and in a moment be put to shame. Psalms chapter 7. O Lord my God, in you I take refuge. Save me from my pursuers and deliver me, or like a lion they will tear me apart. They will drag me away with no one to rescue. O Lord, my God, if I have done this, if there is wrong in my hands, if I have repaid my ally with harm, or plundered my foe without cause, then let the enemy pursue and overtake me, trample my life to the ground, and lay my soul in the dust. Rise up, O Lord, in your anger, lift yourself up against the fury of my enemies. Awake, O my God, you have appointed a judgment. Let the assembly of the peoples be gathered around you, and over it takes your seat on high. The Lord judges the peoples. Judge me, O Lord, according to my righteousness and according to the integrity that is in me. O let the evil of the wicked come to an end and establish the righteous, you who test the minds and hearts. O righteous God. God is my shield, who saves the upright in heart. God is a righteous judge and a God who has indignation every day. If one does not repent, God will whet his sword. He has bent and strung his bow. He has prepared his deadly weapons, making his arrow fiery shafts. See how they conceive evil and are pregnant with mischief and bring forth lies. They make a pit, digging it out, and fall into the hole they have made. Their mischief returns upon their own heads, and on their own heads their violence descends. I will give to the Lord the thanks due to his righteousness, and sing praise to the name of the Lord, the Most High. Psalms chapter 8. O Lord, our sovereign, how majestic is your name in all the earth. You have set your glory above the heavens. Out of the mouths of babes and infants, you have founded the bulwark because of your foes, to silence the enemy and the avenger. When I look at your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars that you have established, what are human beings that you are mindful of them, mortals that you care for them? Yet you have made them a little lower than God, and crowned them with glory and honor. You have given them dominion over the works of your hands. You have put all things under in their feet, all sheep and oxen, and also the beasts of the field and birds of the air, and the fish of the sea, whatever passes along the paths of the seas. O Lord, our sovereign, how majestic is your name in all the earth. Psalms chapter 9. I will give thanks to the Lord with my whole heart. I will tell of all your wonderful deeds. I will be glad and exult in you. I will sing praise to your name, O Most High. When my enemies turn back, they stumble and perish before you. For you have maintained my just cause. You have sat on the throne, giving righteous judgment. You have rebuked the nations. You have destroyed the wicked. You have blotted out their name forever, blotted out their name forever and ever. The enemies have vanished in everlasting ruins. In their cities you have rooted out. The very memory of them has perished. But the Lord sits enthroned forever. He has established his throne for judgment. He judges the world with righteousness. He judges the people with equity. The Lord is a stronghold for the oppressed, a stronghold in times of trouble. And those who know your name put their trust in you. For you, O Lord, have not forsaken those who seek you. Sing praises to the Lord who dwells in Zion. Declare his deeds among the peoples. For he who avenges blood is mindful of them. He does not forget the cry of the afflicted. Be gracious to me, O Lord. See what I suffer from those who hate me. You are the one who lifts me up from the gates of death, so that I may recount all your praises, and in the gates of daughter Zion rejoice in your deliverance. The nations have sunk in the pit that they made. In the net that they have hid their own foot been caught. The Lord has made himself known, he has executed judgment. The wicked are snared in the work of their own hands. The wicked shall depart to Sheol, all the nations shall forget God. For the needy shall not always be forgotten, nor the hope of the poor perish forever. Rise up, O Lord, do not let mortals prevail. Let the nations be judged before you. Put them in fear, O Lord. Let the nations know that they are only human. Psalms chapter 10. Why, O Lord, do you stand far off? Why do you hide yourself in times of trouble? In the arrogance of the wicked, persecute the poor. Let them be caught in the schemes they have devised. For the wicked boast of the desires of their heart, those greedy for gain curse and renounce the Lord. In the pride of their countenance, the wicked say, God will not seek it out. And all their thoughts are, there is no God. Their ways prosper at all times. Your judgments are on high, out of their sights. As for their foes, they scoff at them. They think in their heart, we shall not be moved. Throughout all generations, we shall not meet adversity. Their mouths are filled with cursing and deceit and oppression. Under their tongues are mischief and iniquity. They sit in ambush in the villages, in hiding places, they murder the innocent. Their eyes stealthily watch for the helpless. They look in secret, uh, like a lion in its covert. They lurk that they may seize the poor. They seize the poor and drag them off in their net. They stoop, they crouch, and the helpless fall by their might. They think in their heart, God has forgotten. He has hidden his face, he will never see it. Rise up, O Lord, O God, lift up your hand. Do not forget the oppressed. Why do the wicked renounce, O God, and say in their hearts, you will not call us to account? But you do see, indeed, you note trouble and grief, that you may take it into your hands. The helpless commit themselves to you. You have been the helper of the orphan. Break the arm of the wicked and evildoers. Seek out their wickedness until you find none. The Lord is king forever and ever. The nations shall perish from his land. O Lord, you will keep the desires of the meek. You will strengthen their heart. You will incline your ear to do justice for the orphan and the oppressed, so that those from the earth may strike terror no more. Psalms chapter 11. In the Lord I take refuge. How can you say to me, flee like a bird to the mountains? For look, the wicked bend the bow. They have fitted their arrow to the string to shoot in the dark at the upright in heart. If the foundations are destroyed, what can the righteous do? The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold, his gaze examines humankind. The Lord tests the righteous and the wicked, and his soul hates the lover of violence. On the wicked he will rain coals of fire and sulfur. A scorching wind shall be the portion of their cup. For the Lord is righteous, he loves righteous deeds. The upright shall behold his face. Psalms chapter 12. Help, O Lord, for there is no longer anyone who is godly. The faithful have disappeared from humankind. They utter lies to each other. With flattering lips and a double heart they speak. May the Lord cut off all flattering lips, the tongue that makes great boast. Those who say, with our tongues we will prevail. Our lips are our own. Who is our master? Because the poor are despoiled, because the needy groan, I will now rise up, says the Lord. I will place them in the safety for which they long. The promises of the Lord are promises that appear. Silver refined in a furnace on the ground, purified 7 times. You, O Lord, will protect us. You will guard us from this generation forever. On every side, the wicked prowl as a wildness is exalted among humankind. Psalms chapter 13. How long, O Lord, will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me? How long must I bear pain in my soul and have sorrow in my heart all day long? How long shall my enemies be exalted over me? Consider and answer me, O Lord my God. Give light to my eyes, or I will sleep the sleep of death, and my enemy will say, I have prevailed. My foes will rejoice because I am shaken. But I trusted in your steadfast love. My heart shall rejoice in your salvation. I will
End of
sing.
Shlomo. Time
Uh,
up.
uh,
Psalms chapter 13, verses what?
chapter 6. Chapter 13, verse 6.
Joel, can you continue, please?
Yes, yes. Barak more. I will sing to the Lord because he has dealt bountifully with me. Psalms chapter 14. Fools say in their hearts, there is no God. They are corrupt, they do abominable deeds. There is no one who does good. The Lord looks down from heaven on humankind to see if there are any who are wise, who seek after God. They have all gone astray. They are all alike perverse. There is no one who does good, no, not one. Have they no knowledge? All the evildoers who eat my who eat up my people as they eat bread and do not call upon the Lord. There they shall be in great terror, for God is with the company of the righteous. You would confound the plans of the poor, but the Lord is their refuge. Oh, that deliverance from Israel would come from Zion. When the Lord restores the fortunes of his people, Jacob will rejoice, Israel will be glad. Psalms chapter 15. O Lord, who may abide in your tent, who may dwell on your holy hill, those who walk blamelessly and do what is right, and speak the truth from their heart, who do not slander with their tongue, and do no evil to their friends, nor heap shame upon their neighbors, in whose eyes the wicked are despised, but who honor those who fear the Lord, who stand by their oath even to their heart, who do not lend money at interest and do not take a bribe against the innocent. Those who do things shall never be moved. Psalms chapter 16. Protect me, O God, for in you I take refuge. I say to the Lord, you are my Lord. I have no good apart from you. As for the holy ones in the land, they are the noble ones, in whom is all my delight. Those who choose another God multiply their sorrows. Their drink offerings of blood I will not pour out, or take their names upon my lips. The Lord is my chosen portion and my cup. You hold my Lord. The boundary lines have fallen for me in pleasant places. I have a goodly heritage. I bless the Lord who gives me counsel. In the night also my heart instructs me. I keep the Lord always before me, because he is at my right hand. I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my soul rejoices. My body also rests secure. For you do not give me up to Sheol, or let your faithful one see the pit. You show me the path of life. In your presence there is fullness of joy. In your right hand are pleasures forevermore. Psalms chapter 17. Hear a just cause.
O Lord, attend to my cry. Give ear to my prayer from lips free of deceit. From you let my vindication come. Let your eyes see the right. If you try my heart, if you visit me by night, if you test me, you will find no wickedness in me. My mouth does not transgress. As for what others do by the word of your lips, I have avoided the ways of the violent. My steps have held fast to your paths. My feet have not slipped. I call upon you, for you will answer me. O God, incline your ear to me. Hear my words. Wondrously show your steadfast love, O Savior of those who seek refuge from their adversaries at your right hand. Guard me as the apple of the eye. Hide me in the shadow of your wings from the wicked who despoil me, my deadly enemies who surround me. They close their hearts to pity. With their mouths they speak arrogantly. They flush me out, now they surround me. They set their eyes to cast me to the ground. They are like a lion eager to tear, like a young lion lurking in ambush. Rise up, O Lord, confront them, overthrow them. By your sword, deliver my life from the wicked, from mortals by your hand, O Lord, from mortals whose portion in life is in this world. May their bellies be filled with what you have stored up for them. May their children have more than enough. May they leave something over to their little ones. As for me, I shall behold your face in righteousness. When I awake, I shall be satisfied beholding your likeness. Psalms chapter 18. I love you, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer. My God, my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold. I call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. So I shall be saved from my enemies. The cords of death encompassed me, the torrents of perdition assailed me. The cords of Sheol entangled me, the snares of death confronted me. In my distress, I called upon the Lord. To my God, I cried for help. From his temple, he heard my voice, and my cry to him reached his ears. Then the earth reeled and rocked, the foundations also of the mountains trembled and reeled because he was angry. Smoke went up from his nostrils, and devouring fire from his mouth. Glowing coals flamed forth from him. He bowed the heavens and came down. Thick darkness was under his feet. He rode on a cherub and flew. He came swiftly upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness his covering around him, his canopy thick clouds dark with him. Water. Out of the brightness before him there broke through his clouds hailstones and coals of fire. The Lord also thundered in the heavens, and the Most High uttered his voice. And he sent out his arrows and scattered them. He flashed forth lightnings and routed them. Then the channels of the sea were seen, and the foundations of the world were laid bare. At your rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of the breath of your nostrils. He reached down from on high. He took me. He drew me out of mighty waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy and from those who hated me, for they were too mighty for me. They confronted me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my support. He brought me out into a broad place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands. He recompensed me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his ordinances were before me, and his statutes I did not put away from me. I was blameless before him, and I kept myself from guilt. Therefore, the Lord has recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands in his sight. With the loyal, you show yourself loyal. With the blameless, you show yourself blameless. With the pure, you show yourself pure. And with the crooked, you show yourself shrewd. For you deliver a humble people, but the haughty eyes you bring down. It is you who light my lamp, the Lord my God, lights up my darkness. But you I can outrun a troop, and by my God I can leap over a wall. This God, his way is perfect. The promise of the Lord proves true. He is a shield for all who take refuge in him. For who is God except the Lord, and who is a rock besides our God? Then the God who has gifted me with strength and made my way safe. He made my feet like the feet of a deer and set me secure on the heights. He trains my hands for war so that my arms can bend a bow of bronze. You have given me the shield of your salvation, and your right hand has supported me. Your help has made me great. You gave me a wide place for my steps under me, and my feet did not slip. I pursued my enemies and overtook them, and I did not turn back until they were consumed. And I struck them down so that they were unable to rise. They fell under my feet. For you guided me with strength for the battle. You made my assailants sink under me. You made my enemies turn their backs to me, and those who hated me I destroyed. They cried for help, but there was no one to save them. They cried to the Lord, but he did not answer them. I beat them fine, like dust before the wind. I cast them out like the mire of the streets. You delivered me from strife with the peoples. You made me head of the nations. People whom I had not known served me. As soon as they heard of me, they obeyed me. Foreigners came clinging to me. Foreigners lost hearts and came trampling out of their strongholds. The Lord lives, blessed be my rock, and exalted be the God of my salvation. The God who gave me weakness and subdued peoples under me, who delivered me from my enemies. Indeed, you exalted me above my adversaries. You delivered me from the violent. For this I will extol you, O Lord, among the nations, and sing praises to your name. Great triumphs he gives to his king and shows steadfast love to his anointed, to David and his descendants forever. Psalms chapter 19. The heavens are telling the glory of God, and the firmament proclaims his handiwork. Day to day pours forth speech, and night to night declares knowledge. There is no speech, nor are there words. Their voice is not heard, yet their voice goes out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In the heavens he has set a tent for the sun, which comes out like a bridegroom for his wedding canopy, and like a strong man runs its course with joy. Its rising is from the end of the heavens, and its circuit to the end of them, and nothing is hid from its heat. The law of the God is perfect. The law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. The decrees of the Lord are sure, making wise the simple. The precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is clear, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the God is pure, enduring forever. The ordinances of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, even much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and drippings of the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is your servant warned. In keeping them there is great reward. But who can detect one's own errors? Clear me from hidden faults. Keep back your servant also from the insolent. Do not let them have dominion over me. Then I shall be blameless and innocent of great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable to you, O Lord, my rock and my redeemer. Psalms chapter 20. The Lord answer you in the day of trouble. The name of the God of Jacob protect you. May he send you help from the sanctuary and give you support from Zion. May he remember all your offerings and regard with favor your burnt sacrifices. Selah. May he grant you your heart's desire and fulfill all your plans. May we shout for joy over your victory and in the name of our God set up our banners. May the Lord fulfill all your petitions. Now I know that the Lord will help his anointed. He will answer him from his holy heaven with mighty victories by his right hand. Some take pride in chariots and some in horses, but our pride is in the name of the Lord our God. They will collapse and fall, but we shall rise and stand upright. Give victory to the King, O Lord, answer us when we call. Psalms chapter 21. In your strength the king rejoices, O Lord, and in your help how greatly he excels. You have given him his heart's desire, and have not withheld the request of his lips. For you meet him with rich blessings. You set a crown of fine gold on his head. He asked you for life. You gave it to him. Length of days forever and ever. His glory is great through your help. Splendor and majesty you bestow on him. You bestow on him blessings forever. You make him glad with the joy of your presence. For the king trusts in the Lord, and through the steadfast love of the Most High he shall not be moved. Your hand will find out all your enemies. Your right hand will find out find out those who hate you. You will make them like a fiery furnace when you appear. The Lord will swallow them up in his wrath, and fire will consume them. You will destroy their offspring from the earth, and their children from among humankind. If they plan evil against you, if they devise mischief, they will not succeed. For you will not for you will put them to flight. You will aim at their faces with your bows. Be exalted, O Lord, you in your strength. We will sing and praise your power. Psalms chapter 22. My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from helping me from the words of my groaning? O my God, I cry by day, but you do not answer, and by night, but find no rest. Yet you are holy, enthroned on the praises of Israel. In you our ancestors trusted. They trusted, and you delivered them. To you they cried and were saved. In you they trusted and were not put to shame. But I am a worm and not human, scorned by others and despised by the people. All who see me mock me, and they sneer at me. They shake their heads. Commit your cause to the Lord. Let him deliver. Let him rescue the one in whom he delights. Yet it was you who took me from the womb. You kept me safe on my mother's breast. O you, I was cast from my birth, and since my mother bore me, you have been my God. Do not be far from me, for trouble is near, and there is no one to help. Many bulls encircle me, strong bulls of Bashan surround me. They open wide their mouths at me like a ravening and roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax. It is it is melted with my breast. My mouth is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue sticks to my jaws. You lay me in the dust of death. For dogs are all around me. A company of evildoers encircles me. They bound my hands and feet. I can count all my bones. They stare and gloat over me. They divide my clothes among themselves, and for my clothing they cast lots. But you, O Lord, do not be far away. O my help, come quickly to my aid. Deliver my soul from the sword, my life from the power of the dog. Save me from the mouth of the lion, from the horns of the wild oxen. You have rescued me. I will tell of your name to my brothers and sisters. In the midst of the congregation, I will praise you. You, you who fear the Lord, praise him. All you offspring of Jacob, glorify him. Stand in awe of him, all you offspring of Israel. For he did not despise or abhor the affliction of the afflicted. He did not hide his face from me, but heard when I cried to him. From you comes my praise in the great congregation. My vows I will pay before those who fear him. The poor shall eat and be satisfied. Those who seek him shall praise the Lord. May your hearts live forever. All the ends of the earth shall remember and turn to the Lord, and all the families of the nations shall worship before him. For dominion belongs to the Lord, and he rules over the nations. To him indeed shall all who sleep in the earth bow down. Before him shall bow all who go down to the dust, and I shall live for him. Posterity will serve him. Future generation will be told about the Lord and proclaim his deliverance to a people yet unborn, saying that he has done it. Psalms chapter 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in right paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord my whole life long. Psalms chapter 24. The earth is in the Lord's, the earth is in the Lord's and all that is in it, the world and those who live in it, for he has founded it on the seas and established it on the rivers. Who shall ascend the hill of the Lord, and who shall stand in his holy place? Those who have clean hands and pure hearts, who do not lift up their souls to what is false, and do not swear deceitfully. They will receive blessing from the Lord and vindication from the God of their salvation. Such is the company of those who seek him, who seek the face of the God of Jacob. Lift up your heads, O gates, and be lifted up, O ancient doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O gates, and be lifted up, O ancient doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Psalms chapter 25. To you, O Lord, I lift up my soul. O my God, in you I trust. Do not let me be put to shame. Do not let my enemies exult over me. Do not let those who wait for you be put to shame. Let them be ashamed who are mentally treacherous. Make me to know your ways, O Lord. Teach me your paths. Lead me in your truth and teach me. For you are the God of my salvation. For you I wait all day long. Be mindful of your mercy, O God, O Lord, and of your steadfast love. For they have been from of old. Do not remember the sins of my youth or my transgressions. According to your steadfast love, remember me for the sake of your goodness, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord, therefore he instructs sinners in the way. He leads, he leads the humble in what is right and teaches the humble his way. All the paths of the Lord are steadfast love and faithfulness for those who keep his covenant and his decrees. For your name's sake, O Lord, pardon my guilt, for it is great. Who are they who fear the Lord? He will teach them the way that they should choose. They will abide in prosperity, and their children shall possess the land. The friendship of the Lord is for those who fear him, and he makes his covenant known to them. My eyes are over, my eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he will pluck my feet out of the net. Turn to me and be gracious to me, for I am lonely and afflicted. Relieve the troubles of my heart and bring me out of my distress. Consider my affliction and my trouble, and forgive all my sins. Consider how many are my foes, and with what violent hatred they hate me. O guard my life and deliver me. Do not let me be put to shame, for I take refuge in you. May integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait for you. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all its troubles. Psalms chapter 26. Vindicate me, O Lord, for I have walked in my integrity, and I have trusted in the Lord without wavering. Prove me, O Lord, and try me. Test my heart and mind, for your steadfast love is before my eyes, and I walk in faithfulness to you. I do not sit with the worthless, nor do I consort with hypocrites. I hate the company of evildoers and will not sit with the wicked. I wash my hands in innocence and go around your altar, O God, O Lord, singing aloud a song of thanksgiving and telling all your wondrous deeds. O Lord, I love the house in which you dwell and the place where your glory abides. Do not sweep me away with sinners, nor my life with the bloodthirsty, those in whose hands are evil devices and whose right hands are full of bribes. But as for me, I walk in my integrity. Redeem me and be gracious to me. My foot stands on level ground in the great congregation. I will bless the Lord. Psalms chapter 27. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When evildoers assail me to devour my flesh, my adversaries and foes, they shall stumble and fall. Though an army encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war rise up against me, yet I will be confident. One thing I asked of the Lord, this I seek to live in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to behold the beauty of the Lord and to inquire in his temple. For he will hide me in his shelter in the day of trouble. He will conceal me under the cover of his tent. He will set me high on a rock. Now my head is lifted up above my enemies all around me, and I will offer in his tent sacrifices with shouts of joy. I will sing and make melody to the Lord. Hear, O Lord, when I cry aloud, be gracious to me and answer me. Come, my heart says, seek his face. Your face, Lord, do I seek. Do not hide your face from me. Do not turn your servant away in anger. You who have been my help. Do not cast me off. Do not forsake me. O God of my salvation, if my father and mother forsake me, the Lord will take me up. Teach me in your way, O Lord, and lead me on a level path because of my enemies. Do not give me up to the will of my adversaries, for false witnesses have risen against me, and they are breathing out violence. I believe that I shall see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and let your heart take courage. Wait for the Lord. Psalms chapter 28. To you, O Lord, I call, my rock, do not refuse to hear me, for if you are silent to me, I shall be like those who go down to the pit. Hear the voice of my supplication as I cry to you for help, as I lift up my hands toward your most holy sanctuary. Do not drag me away with the wicked, with those who are workers of evil, who speak peace with their neighbors, while mischief is in their hearts. Repay them according to their work and according to the evil of their deeds. Repay them according to the work of their hands. Render them their due reward, because they do not regard the works of the Lord or the work of his hands. He will break them down and build them up no more. Blessed be the Lord, for he has heard the sound of my pleadings. The Lord is my strength and my shield. In him my heart trusts. So I am helped and my heart exalts, and with my song I give thanks to him. The Lord is the strength of his people. He is the saving refuge of his anointed. Oh, save your people and bless your heritage. Be their shepherd and carry them forever. Psalms chapter 29. Ascribe to the Lord, O heavenly beings. Ascribe to the Lord glory and strength. Ascribe to the Lord the glory of his name. Worship the Lord in holy splendor. The voice the voice of the Lord is over the waters. The God of glory thunders. The Lord over mighty waters. The voice of the Lord is powerful. The voice of the Lord is full of majesty. The voice of the Lord breaks the cedars. The Lord breaks the cedars of Lebanon. He makes Lebanon skip like a calf and Syrian like a young wild ox. The voice of the Lord flashes forth flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shakes the wilderness. The Lord shakes the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord causes the ox to whirl and, and strip the forest bare, and in his temple all say glory. The Lord sits enthroned over the flood. The Lord sits enthroned as king forever. May the Lord give strength to his people. May the Lord bless his people with peace. Psalms chapter 30. I will extol you, O Lord, for you have drawn me up and did not let my foes rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I cried to you for help, and you have healed me. O Lord, you brought up my soul from Sheol, restored me to life from among those gone down to the pit. Sing praises to the Lord, O you his faithful ones, and give thanks to his holy name. For his anger is but for a moment, his favor is for a lifetime. Weeping may linger for the night, but joy comes from
Lorna,
the morning.
Lorna, സമയം
Psalms chapter 30, verse 5.
ഓക്കെ അടുത്തയാൾ വായിക്കണേ.
Psalms chapter 30, verse 5. For his anger is but for a moment, his favor is for a lifetime. Weeping may linger for the night, but joy comes with the morning. As for me, I said in my prosperity, I shall never be moved. By your favor, O Lord, you had established me as a strong mountain. You hid your face, I was dismayed. To you, O Lord, I cried, and to the Lord I made supplication. What profit is there in my death? If I go down to the pit, will the dust praise you? Will it tell of your faithfulness? Hear, O Lord, and be gracious to me. O Lord, be my helper. You have turned my mourning into dancing. You have taken off my sackcloth and clothed me with joy, so that my soul may praise you and not be silent. O Lord my God, I will give thanks to you forever. Psalms chapter 31. In you, O Lord, I seek refuge. Do not let me ever be put to shame. In your righteousness, deliver me. Incline your ear to me, rescue me speedily. Be a rock of refuge for me, a strong fortress to save me. You are indeed my rock and my fortress. For your name's sake, lead me and guide me. Take me out of the net that is hidden for me. For you are my refuge. Into your hand I commit my spirit. You have redeemed me, O Lord, faithful God. You hate those who pay regard to worthless idols. But I trust in the Lord. I will exult and rejoice in your steadfast love. Because you have seen my affliction, you have taken heed of my adversities. You have not delivered me into the hand of the enemy. You have set my feet in a broad place. Be gracious to me, O Lord, for I am in distress. My eye wastes away from grief, my soul and body also. For my life is spent with sorrow, and my ears with sighing. My strength fails because of my misery, and my bones waste away. I am the scorn of all my adversaries, a horror to my neighbors, an object of dread to my acquaintances. Those who see me in the street flee from me. I have passed out of mind like one who is dead. I have become like a broken vessel, for I hear the whispering of many. Terror all around, as they scheme together against me, as they plot to take my life. But I trust in you, O Lord. I say, you are my God. My times are in your hand. Deliver me from the hand of my enemies and persecutors. Let your face shine upon your servant. Save me in your steadfast love. Do not let me be put to shame, O Lord, for I call on you. Let the wicked be put to shame. Let them go dumbfounded to Sheol. Let the lying lips be stilled that speak insolently against the righteous, with pride and contempt. Oh, how abundant is the goodness that you have laid up for those who fear you, and accomplished for those who take refuge in you. In the sight of everyone, in the shelter of your presence, you hide them. From human plots, you hold them safe under your shelter. From contentious tongues. Blessed be the Lord, for he has wondrously shown his steadfast love to me. When I was beset as a city under siege, I had said in my alarm, I am driven far from your sight. But you heard my supplications when I cried out to you for help. Love the Lord, all you his saints. The Lord preserves the faithful, but abundantly repays the one who acts haughtily. Be strong and let your heart take courage, all you who wait for the Lord. Psalms 32. Happy are those whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Happy are those to whom the Lord imputes no iniquity, and in whose spirit there is no deceit. While I kept silence, my body wasted away through my groaning all day long. For day and night your hand was heavy upon me. My strength was dried up as by the heat of summer. Then I acknowledged my sin to you, and I did not hide my iniquity. I said, I will confess my transgressions to the Lord, and you forgave the guilt of my sin. Therefore, let all who are faithful offer prayer to you. At a time of distress, the rush of mighty waters shall not reach them. You are a hiding place for me. You preserve me from trouble. You surround me with glad cries of deliverance. I will instruct you and teach you the way you should go. I will counsel you with my eye upon you. Do not be like a horse or a mule without understanding, whose temper must be curbed with bit and bridle, else it will not stay near you. Many are the torments of the wicked, but steadfast love surrounds those who trust in the Lord. Be glad in the Lord and rejoice, O righteous, and shout for joy, all you upright in heart. Psalms 33. Rejoice in the Lord, O you righteous. Praise befits the upright. Praise the Lord with the lyre. Make melody to him with the harp of 10 strings. Sing to him a new song. Play skillfully on the strings with loud shouts. For the word of the Lord is upright, and all his work is done in faithfulness. He loves righteousness and justice, and the earth is full of the steadfast love of the Lord. By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and all their host by the breath of his mouth. He gathered the waters of the sea as in a bottle. He put the deeps in storehouses. Let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. For he spoke, and it came to be. He commanded, and it stood firm. The Lord brings the counsel of the nations to nothing. He frustrates the plans of the people. The counsel of the Lord stands forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Happy is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people whom he has chosen as his heritage. The Lord looks down from heaven. He sees all humankind. From where he sits enthroned, he watches all the inhabitants of the earth. He who fashions the hearts of them all and observes all their deeds. A king is not saved by his great army. A warrior is not delivered by his great strength. The war horse is a vain hope for victory, and by its great might it cannot save. Truly, the eye of the Lord is on those who fear him, on those who hope in his steadfast love, to deliver their soul from death, and to keep them alive in famine. Our soul waits for the Lord. He is our help and shield. Our heart is glad in him, because we trust in his holy name. Let your steadfast love, O Lord, be upon us, even as we hope in you. Psalms 34. I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul makes its boast in the Lord. Let the humble hear and be glad. Oh, magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord, and he answered me, and delivered me from all my fears. Look to him and be radiant, so your faces shall never be ashamed. This poor soul cried and was heard by the Lord, and was saved from every trouble. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him, and delivers them. O taste and see that the Lord is good. Happy are those who take refuge in him. O fear the Lord, you his holy ones, for those who fear him have no want. The young lions suffer want and hunger, but those who seek the Lord lack no good thing. Come, O children, listen to me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. Which of you desires life and covets many days to enjoy good? Keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit. Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are open to their cry. The face of the Lord is against evildoers to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. When the righteous cry for help, the Lord hears and rescues them from all their troubles. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord rescues them from them all. From them, from them all. He keeps all their bones, not one of them will be broken. Evil brings death to the wicked, and those who hate the righteous will be condemned. The Lord redeems the life of his servants. None of those who take refuge in him will be condemned. Psalms 35. Contend, O Lord, with those who contend with me. Fight against those who fight against me. Take hold of shield and buckler, and rise up to help me. Draw the spear and javelin against my pursuers. Say to my soul, I am your salvation. Let them be put to shame and dishonor, who seek after my life. Let them be turned back and confounded, who devise evil against me. Let them be like chaff before the wind, with the angel of the Lord driving them on. Let their way be dark and slippery, with the angel of the Lord pursuing them. For without cause they hid their nets for me. Without cause they dug a pit for my life. Let ruin come on them unawares, and let the net that they hid ensnare them. Let them fall in it to their ruin. Then my soul shall rejoice in the Lord, exulting in his deliverance. All my bones shall say, O Lord, who is like you? You deliver the weak from those too strong for them, the weak and needy from those who despoil them. Malicious witnesses rise up. They ask me about things I do not know. They repay me evil for good. My soul is forlorn. But as for me, when they were sick, I wore sackcloth. I afflicted myself with fasting. I prayed with head bowed down on my bosom, as though I grieved for a friend or a brother. I went about as one who laments for a mother, bowed down and in mourning. But at my stumbling, they gathered in glee. They gathered together against me. Ruffians whom I did not know tore at me without ceasing. They impetuously mocked more and more, gnashing at me with their teeth. How long, O Lord, will you look on? Rescue me from the ravages, my life from the lions. Then I will thank you in the great congregation. In the mighty throng I will praise you. Do not let my treacherous enemies rejoice over me, or those who hate me without cause wink the eye. For they do not speak peace, but they conceive deceitful words against those who are quiet in the land. They open wide their mouths against me. They say, Aha, aha, ah, our eyes have seen it. You have seen, O Lord, do not be silent. O Lord, do not be far from me. Wake up, be still yourself for my defense. For my cause, my God and my Lord. Vindicate me, O Lord, my God, according to your righteousness. Do not let them rejoice over me. Do not let them say to themselves, Aha, we have our hearts decided. Do not let them say, We have swallowed you up. Let all those who rejoice at my calamity be put to shame and confusion. Let those who exalt themselves against me be clothed with shame and dishonor. Let those who desire my vindication shout for joy and be glad, and say evermore, Great is the Lord who delights in the welfare of his servant. Then my tongue shall tell of your righteousness and of your praise all day long. Psalms 36. Transgression speaks to the wicked. Deep in the hearts there is no fear of God for the eyes, for they flatter themselves in their own eyes, that their iniquity cannot be found out and hatred. The words of their mouths are mischief and deceit. They have ceased to act wisely and do good. They plot mischief while on their beds. They are set on a way that is not good. They do not reject evil. Your steadfast love, O Lord, extends to the heavens, your faithfulness to the clouds. Your righteousness is like the mighty mountains. Your judgments are like the deep, great deep. You save humans and animals alike, O Lord. How precious is your steadfast love, O God! All people may take refuge in the shadow of your wings. They feast on the abundance of your house, and you give them drink from the river of your delights. For with you is the fountain of life. In your light we see light. O continue your steadfast love to those who know you, and your salvation to the upright of heart. Do not let the foot of the arrogant tread on me, or the hand of the wicked drive me away. There the evildoers lie prostrate. They are thrust down, unable to rise. Psalms 37. Do not fret because of the wicked. Do not be envious of wrongdoers, for they will soon fade like the grass and wither like the green herb. Trust in the Lord and do good, so you will live in the land and enjoy security. Take delight in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your ways to the Lord. Trust in him, and he will act. He will make your vindication shine like the light, and the justice of your cause like the noonday. Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Do not fret over those who prosper in their way, over those who carry out evil devices. Refrain from anger, and forsake wrath. Do not fret, it leads only to evil. For the wicked shall be cut off, but those who wait for the Lord shall inherit the land. Yet a little while, and the wicked will be no more. Though you look diligently for their place, they will not be there. But the meek shall inherit the land and delight themselves in abundant prosperity. The wicked plot against the righteous and gnash their teeth at them. But the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he sees that their day is coming. The wicked draw the sword and bend their bows to bring down the poor and needy, to kill those who walk uprightly. Their sword shall enter their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. Better is the little that the righteous person has than the abundance of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholds the righteous. The Lord knows the days of the blameless, and their heritage will abide forever. They are not put to shame in evil times. In the days of famine they have abundance. But the wicked perish, and the enemies of the Lord are like the glory of the pastures. They vanish like smoke, they vanish away. The wicked borrow and do not pay back, but the righteous are generous and keep giving. For those blessed by the Lord shall inherit the land, but those cursed by him shall be cut off. Our steps are made firm by the Lord. When he delights in our way, though we stumble, we shall not fall headlong, for the Lord holds us by the hand. I have been young and now I am old, yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken, or the children begging bread. They are ever giving liberally and lending, and the children become a blessing. Depart from evil and do good, so you shall abide forever. For the Lord loves justice, he will not forsake his faithful ones. The righteous shall be kept safe forever, but the children of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land and live in it forever. The mouths of the righteous utter wisdom, and the tongues speak justice. The law of their God is in their hearts. Their steps do not slip. The wicked watch for the righteous and seek to kill them. The Lord will not abandon them to their power, or let them be condemned when they are brought to trial. Wait for the Lord and keep to his way, and he will exalt you to inherit the land. You will look on the destruction of the wicked. I have seen the wicked oppressing and towering like a cedar of Lebanon. Again, I passed by and they were no more. Though I sought them, they could not be found. Mark the blameless and behold the upright, for there is posterity for the peaceable. But transgressors shall be altogether destroyed. The posterity of the wicked shall be cut off. The salvation of the righteous is from the Lord. He is their refuge in the time of trouble. The Lord helps them and rescues them. He rescues them from the wicked and saves them because they take refuge in him. Psalms 38. O Lord, do not rebuke me in your anger or discipline me in your wrath, for your arrows have sunk into me, your hand and your hand has come down on me. There is no soundness in my flesh because of your indignation. There is no health in my bones because of my sin. My iniquities have gone over my head. They weigh like a burden too heavy for me. My wounds grow foul and fester because of my foolishness. I am utterly bowed down and prostrate. All day long I go around mourning, for my loins are filled with burning, and there is no soundness in my flesh. I am utterly spent and crushed. I groan because of the tumult of my heart. O Lord, all my longing is known to you. My sighing is not hidden from you. My heart throbs, my strength fails me. As for the light of my eyes, it also has gone from me. My friends and companions stand aloof from my affliction, and my neighbors stand afar off and my neighbors stand far off. Those who seek my life lay their snares. Those who seek to hurt me speak of ruin and meditate treachery all day long. But I am like the deaf, I do not hear, like the mute who cannot speak. Truly, I am like the one who does not hear and in whose mouth is no retort. But it is for you, O Lord, that I wait. It is you, O Lord my God, who will answer. For I pray, only do not let them rejoice over me, those who boast against me when my foot slips. For I am ready to fall, and my pain is ever with me. I confess my iniquity and am sorry for my sin. Those who are my foes without cause are mighty, and many are those who hate me wrongfully. Those who render me evil for good are my adversaries because I follow after good. Do not forsake me, O Lord. O my God, do not be far from me. Make haste to help me, O Lord, my salvation. Psalms 39. I said, I will guard my ways that I may not sin with my tongue. I will keep a muzzle on my mouth. As long as the wicked are in my presence, I was silent and still. I held my peace to no avail. My distress grew worse. My heart became hot within me. While I mused, the fire burned. Then I spoke with my tongue. Lord, let me know my end, and what is the measure of my days. Let me know how fleeting my life is. You have made my days a few handbreadths, and my lifetime is as nothing in your sight. Surely everyone stands as a mere breath. Surely everyone goes about like a shadow. Surely for nothing they are in turmoil. They heap up and do not know who will gather. And now, O Lord, what do I wait for? My hope is in you. Deliver me from all my transgressions. Do not make me the scorn of the fool. I am silent. I do not open my mouth, for it is you who have done it. Remove your stroke from me. I am worn down by the blows of your hand. You chastise mortals in punishment for sin, consuming like a moth what is dear to them. Surely everyone is a mere breath. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and give ear to my cry. Do not hold your peace at my tears, for I am your passing guest, an alien like all my forebears. Turn your gaze away from me. Turn your gaze away from me, that I may smile again before I depart and am no more. Psalms 40. I waited patiently for the Lord. He inclined to me and heard my cry. He drew me up from the desolate pit, out of the miry bog, and set my feet upon a rock, making my steps secure. He put a new song in my mouth, a song of praise to our God. Many will see and fear and put their trust in the Lord. Happy are those who make the Lord their trust, who do not turn to the proud, to those who go astray after false gods, who have multiplied, O Lord my God, your wondrous deeds and your thoughts toward us. None can compare with you. When I to proclaim and tell of them, they would be more than can be counted. Sacrifice and offering you do not desire, but you have given me an open ear. Burnt offering and sin offering you have not required. Then I said, here I am. In the scroll of the book it is written of me. I delight to do your will, O my God. Your law is within my heart. I have told the glad news of deliverance in the great congregation. See, I have not restrained my lips, as you know, O Lord. I have not hidden your saving help within my heart. I have spoken of your faithfulness and your salvation. I have not concealed your steadfast love and your faithfulness from the great congregation. Do not, O Lord, withhold your mercy from me. Let your steadfast love and your faithfulness keep me safe forever. For evils have encompassed me without number. My iniquities have overtaken me until I cannot see. They are more than the hairs of my head, and my heart fails me. Be pleased, O Lord, to deliver me. O Lord, make haste to help me. Let all those be put to shame and confusion who seek to snatch away my life. Let those be turned back and brought to dishonor who desire my hurt. Let those be appalled because of their shame, who say to me, aha, aha. But may all who seek you rejoice and be glad in you. May those who love your salvation say continually, great is the Lord. As for me, I am poor and needy, but the Lord takes thought for me. You are my help and my deliverer. Do not delay, O my God. Psalms 41. Happy are those who consider the poor. The Lord delivers them in the day of trouble. The Lord protects them and keeps them alive. They are called happy in the land. You do not give them up to the will of their enemies. The Lord sustains them on their sick bed. In the illness you heal all their infirmities. As for me, I said, O Lord, be gracious to me. Heal me, for I have sinned against you. My enemies wonder in malice. When I will die and my name perish, and when they come to see me, they utter empty words, while their hearts gather mischief. When they go out, they tell it abroad. All who hate me whisper together about me. They imagine the worst for me. They think that a deadly thing has fastened on me, that I will not rise again from where I lie. Even my bosom friend, in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me. But you, O Lord, be gracious to me, and raise me up that I may repay them. By this I know that you are pleased with me, because my enemy has not triumphed over me. But you have upheld me because of my integrity, and set me in your presence forever. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. Amen and Amen. Psalms 42. As a deer longs for flowing streams, so my soul longs for you, O God. My soul thirsts for you, my soul thirsts for God, for the living God. When shall I come and behold the face of God? My tears have been my food at day and night, while people say to me continually, where is your God? These things I remember. As I pour out my soul, how I went with the throng and led them in procession to the house of God with glad shouts and songs of thanksgiving. a multitude keeping festival. Why are you cast down, O my soul? And why are you disquieted within me? Hope in God, for I shall again praise him, my help and my God. My soul is cast down within me. Therefore I remember you from the land of Jordan and of Hermon, from Mount Mizar. Deep calls to deep, at the thunder of your cataracts. All your waves and your billows have gone over me. By day the Lord commands his steadfast love, and at night his song is with me. A prayer to the God of my life. I say to God, my rock, why have you forgotten me? Why must I walk about mournfully? Because the enemy oppresses me, as with a deadly wound in my body, my adversaries taunt me, while they say to me continually, where is your God? Why are you cast down, O my soul, and why are you disquieted within me? Hope in God, for I shall again praise him, my help and my God. Psalms 43. Vindicate me, O God, and defend my cause against an ungodly people. From those who are deceitful and unjust, deliver me. For you are the God in whom I take refuge. Why have you cast me off? Why must I walk about mournfully? Because of the oppression of the enemy? O send out your light and your truth. Let them lead me. Let them bring me to your holy hill and to your dwelling. And then I will go to the altar of God, to God my exceeding joy. And I will praise you with the harp, O God my God. Why are you cast down, O my soul? And why are you disquieted within me? Hope in God, for I shall again praise him, my help and my God. Psalms 44. We have heard with our ears, O God. Our ancestors have told us what deeds you performed in their days, in the days of old. You with your own hand drove out the nations, but them you planted. You afflicted the peoples, but then them you set free. For not by their own sword did they win the land, nor did their own arm give them victory, but your right hand and your arm, and the light of your countenance, for you delighted in them. You are my King and my God. You command victories for Jacob. Through you we push down our foes. Through your name we tread down our assailants. For not in my bow do I trust, nor can my sword save me. But you have saved us from our foes, and have put to confusion those who hate us. In God we have boasted continually, and we will give thanks to your name forever. Yet you have rejected us and abased us, and have not gone out with our armies. You made us turn back from the foe, and our enemies have gotten spoil. You have made us like sheep for slaughter, and have scattered us among the nations. You have sold your people for a trifle, demanding no high price for them. You have made us the taunt of our neighbors, the derision and scorn of those around us. You have made us by word among the nations, a laughing stock among the people. All day long my disgrace is before me, and shame has covered my face. At the words of the taunters and revilers, at the sight of the enemy and the avenger, all this has come upon us, yet we have not forgotten you, or been false to your covenant. Our heart has not turned back, nor have our steps departed from your way. Yet you have broken us in the haunt of jackals and covered us with deep darkness. If we had forgotten the name of a God or spread out our hands to a strange God, would not God discover this? For he knows the secret of the heart. Because of you, we are being killed all day long and acquainted as sheep for the slaughter. Arouse yourself. Why do you sleep, O Lord? Awake, do not cast us off forever. Why do you hide your face? Why do you forget our affliction and oppression? For we sink down to the dust, our bodies clinch to the ground. Rise up, come to our help. Redeem us for the sake of your steadfast love. Psalms 45. My heart overflows with a goodly theme. I address my verses to the king. My tongue is like the pen of a ready scribe. You are the most handsome of men. Grace is poured upon your lips. Therefore God has blessed you forever. Gird your sword on your thigh, O mighty one, in your glory and majesty. In your majesty ride on victoriously. For the cause of truth and to defend it right, let your right hand teach you dread deeds. Your arrows are sharp in the heart of the king's enemies. The peoples fall under you. Your throne, O God, endures forever and ever. Your royal scepter is a scepter of equity. You love righteousness and hate wickedness. Therefore, God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of gladness beyond your companions. Your robes are all fragrant with myrrh and aloes and cassia. From ivory palaces, strange instruments make you glad. Daughters of kings are among your ladies of honor. At your right hand stands the queen in gold of Ophir. Hear, O daughter, consider and incline your ear. Forget your people and your father's house, and the king will desire your beauty, since he is your Lord. Woe to him. The people of Tyre will seek your favor with gifts, the richest of the people with all kinds of wealth. The princess is decked in her chamber with gold woven robes. In many colored robes she is led to the king. Behind her the virgins, her companions, follow with joy and gladness. They are led along as they enter the palace of the king. In the place of ancestors, you, O king, shall have sons. You will make them princes in all the earth. I will cause your name to be celebrated in all generations. Therefore, the peoples will praise you forever and ever. Psalms 46. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear, though the earth should change, though the mountains shake in the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, though the mountains tremble with its tumult. There is a river whose stream makes glad the city of God, the holy habitation of the Most High. God is in the midst of the city, it shall not be moved. God will help it when the morning dawns. Slow mo. Psalms chapter 46, verse 6.
നമുക്ക് പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കാം. പിതാവിനും പുത്രനും പരിശുദ്ധരുമായിരിക്കും സ്തുതി. അത് നന്നേക്കും ആമേൻ. എൻ്റെ സ്തുതികൾ ആകാശം ഭൂമിയിൽ നിറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നവരവാനായത് തമ്പുരാൻ. പരിശുദ്ധൻ 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 ഉയരങ്ങൾ ഉശാന. ദൈവമായ കർത്താവിൻ്റെ നാമത്തിൽ വന്നവനും വരുവാനിരിക്കുന്നവനുമായ ഉയരങ്ങൾ സ്തുതി. ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകുന്നു. ലവാനെ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാവുന്ന ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കുരിശുമട്ടവനെ ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാവുന്ന ഭഗവാനെ നീ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കുരിശുമട്ടവനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേര് അനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യും. ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാവുന്ന ഭഗവാനെ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാവുന്നവനെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കുരിശുമട്ടവനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേര് അനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യണം. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേര് അനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യണം. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ കൃപയുണ്ടായി. ദൈവമേ നിനക്ക് എടിയാരോട് കർമ്മരാതാവേ നിനക്ക് ദേവാറ് സ്വർഗസ്ഥനായ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പിതാവേ നിന്റെ ഒരു പരിശുദ്ധപ്പെടണമേ. നിന്റെ തലപെട്ട സ്വർഗത്തിലെ പോലെ ഭൂമിയിലും ആകണമേ. നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ള ആഹാരം തരണം. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കാരോട് ക്ഷമിച്ചോലെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കടങ്ങളും പാവം ഞങ്ങളോട് ക്ഷമിക്കണമേ. പരീക്ഷയിലെ ഞങ്ങളെ നീ പ്രവേശിപ്പിക്കരുത്. പിന്നെ അതൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങളെ രക്ഷിച്ചോളണമേ. എന്തുകൊണ്ടും ആരാധ്യവും ശക്തിയും മാത്രം എന്നേക്കും നിനക്കുള്ളതാവുന്നു. അറിയാമേ നിനക്ക് സമാധാനം നമ്മുടെ കർത്താവിനോടുകൂടെ വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടവളാകും. എന്റെ ഉദരവരായ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവായ യേശുവിനെ വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടവനാണ്. ഇല്ലമഴ തന്നെയാണ് നമുക്ക് പറയാം. നമ്പുരാന്റെ ഭാവികളായ നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി മരണസമയത്തിലും ദൈവം തമ്പുരാണ്ട് ഞാൻ അപേക്ഷിച്ചോളണമേ. മരിച്ചവരെ ജയിപ്പിക്കുന്നവനായല്ലോ നിനക്കസുതി. അവരടക്കപ്പെട്ടവരെ ഉയർത്തെഴുന്നേൽപ്പിക്കുന്നവനെ നിനക്കസുതി. നിനക്കസുതി. നിന്നെ അയച്ച പിതാവിനും പരിശുദ്ധർ വായിക്കും. പോഴ്ച ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കട്ടെ. പാറയ്ക്കുമോ കരുണ നിറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നവനെ അർപ്പതകണമേ. കർത്താവേ നിന്നുള്ള ആശാബന്ധത്തോടുകൂടെ പ്രാപിച്ചവരായ നിന്റെ ദാസരെ അബ്രഹാമിന്റെ ഇസ്ഹാക്കിന്റെ യാക്കോബിനെയും മടിയിൽ വസിപ്പിക്കണമേ. ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകുന്നു. നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകുന്നു. മഹത്വനെ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കൊടുക്കണമേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കൊടുക്കണമേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ വേലനുഗ്രഹം ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കൊടുക്കണമേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ വേലനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യണമേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേരിൽ അനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യണമേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ കൃപയുണ്ടായി ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേരിൽ അനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യണം ദൈവമേ നിനക്കത്ത് കർത്താവേ നിനക്കത്ത് കൃപയെന്ന മനുഷ്യരാധാവേ സ്വർഗസ്ഥനായ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പിതാവേ നിന്റെ നാമം പരിശുദ്ധമാകണം നിന്റെ ദൈവം സ്വർഗത്തിലെ പോലെ ഭൂമിയിൽ വാങ്ങണമേ ആവശ്യമുള്ള ഞങ്ങളുടെ കടക്കാരോട് ക്ഷമിച്ച പോലെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കടങ്ങളും പരീക്ഷയിലെ ഞങ്ങളെ ഞാൻ പ്രയത്നിക്കരുത് പിന്നെ അതൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങളെ രക്ഷിച്ചുകൊള്ളണം എന്നോട് നാരാജ്യം ശക്തിയും മാറ്റേക്ക് നിനക്കുള്ളാവുന്ന പ്രമാറമറിയാമേ നിനക്ക് സമാധാനം നമ്മുടെ കർത്താവിനോടുകൂടെ എന്റെ ഉദരവലോ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവായ അർത്ഥമറിയാം നമ്പർ എന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി എപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങളുടെ വണ്ട സമയത്തിലും നമ്പരാണ് നീ അപേക്ഷിച്ചു കൊള്ളണമേ കർത്താവേ നിന്റെ കർത്താവേ നിന്നെ ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചല്ലോ എന്നോട് വിളിച്ചു ചെയ്യണമേ എന്റെ വചനങ്ങളെ സൂക്ഷിച്ചു കേട്ട് കൈക്കൊള്ളുകയും ചെയ്യണമേ
സത്യയുടെ വഴിപാട് പോലെ എന്റെ പ്രവർത്തിക്കാതെ ഇരിക്കത്തക്കവണ്ണം എന്റെ വായ്ക്ക് ആൾക്കാരുടെയും സൂക്ഷിപ്പുകാരനെയും നിയമിക്കണമേ.
മനുഷ്യരോടുകൂടി ഞാൻ ചെയ്യണം മാറാതെ എന്നെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുകയും പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യട്ടെ ദുഷ്ടന്മാരുടെ നല്ലതൊക്കെ ഒഴിപ്പാകാതിരിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് എന്റെ പ്രാർത്ഥന അവരുടെ തോട്ടത്തെ കുറിച്ചാകുന്നു അവരുടെ വിധിയർത്ഥങ്ങൾ പറയും ഇവിടെ മനയാൽ തടയപ്പെട്ടുമ്പോൾ എന്റെ വചനങ്ങൾ അവർ കേട്ടു
കർത്താവേ ഞാൻ നിന്റെ കണ്ണുകളെ നിന്റെ അടുക്കലേക്ക് ഉയർത്തി
എനിക്കായി ഞങ്ങളെ മറച്ചു വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ള കടകയിൽ നിന്നെ കാത്തുകൊള്ളണമേ ഞാൻ കടന്നു പോകുന്നവരെ എന്നെക്കാൾ തങ്ങളുടെ വിലകളിൽ ഒരുമിച്ച് വീഴട്ടെ
എന്റെ ശബ്ദത്താനോട് പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചു ഞാൻ എന്റെ സങ്കടം ബോധിപ്പിച്ചു പോകാൻ ഞാൻ എന്റെ ഞെരുക്കം അറിയിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു നീ എന്റെ വഴികളെ അറിയുന്നു
എന്റെ നടപ്പുകളുടെ വഴി എനിക്കായി നിങ്ങളെ മറച്ചു വെച്ചു ഞാൻ വലത്തോട്ട് നോക്കി എന്നെ അറിയുന്നില്ല എന്ന് ഞാൻ കണ്ടു സങ്കേതസ്ഥലം എനിക്കില്ലാതെയായി എന്റെ ദയക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഭാരം ചോദിക്കുന്നതിനുമില്ല കർത്താവെ ഞാൻ നിന്റെ അടുത്ത് വിളിച്ചു കർത്താവെ ജീവിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന ദേശത്തെ എന്റെ ആശ്രയം എന്റെ ഓരെ നീ ആകുന്നു എന്ന് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു
എന്നെ പീഡിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിനേക്കാൾ ബലവാന്മാരായി ഞാൻ നാമത്തെ സ്തോത്രം ചെയ്യുവാനായിട്ട് എന്റെ ആത്മാവിനെ കരാകുക നീ എന്നോട് ദ്രവങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ എന്റെ നീക്കാൻ
എന്റെ വചനം എന്റെ കാലുകൾക്ക് വിളക്കും എന്റെ ഓടുകൾക്ക് പ്രകാശമാകുന്നു എന്റെ നീതിയുള്ള വിധികളെ ആചരിക്കുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ അണയിട്ട് നിശ്ചയിച്ചു കർത്താവ് എന്റെ വചനപ്രകാരം എന്നെ ജയിപ്പിക്കണേ കർത്താവ് എന്റെ വായിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്ന വചനങ്ങൾ നേട്ടപ്പെടണം നിന്റെ ന്യായങ്ങൾ എന്നെ പഠിപ്പിക്കണമേ
എന്നാലും ഞാൻ നിന്റെ കൽപ്പനകളിൽ നിന്ന് മാറിപ്പോയില്ല ഞാൻ നിന്റെ സാക്ഷിയേക്ക് അവകാശമായി സ്വീകരിച്ചു എന്നാൽ അതിന്റെ ഹൃദയത്തിന് ആനന്ദമാകുന്നു എന്റെ കൽപ്പനയിലേക്ക് സത്യമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ എന്റെ ഹൃദയം തിരിച്ചു
അവന്റെ കുറവ് നമ്മുടെ മേഖലപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നതാണ് സത്യമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ കർത്താവാകുന്നു ദൈവമേ സുതേ നിനക്ക് യോഗ്യമാകുന്നു പാറയ്ക്കുമോ
ഞങ്ങളോട് ഉത്തരവാദം ചെയ്യണമേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ സൂക്ഷിയും പ്രാർത്ഥനയും ദൈവോടെ കൈക്കൊള്ളുവാൻ എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമുണ്ടാവുകയും ചെയ്യണമേ
കർത്താവേ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രാർത്ഥന നിന്റെ സന്നിധി സ്വന്തവർഗം പോലെ ഇമ്പമായി ഭവിക്കണമേ. സ്വന്തവർഗം പോലെ അത് നിന്റെ സന്നിധിയിലേക്ക് വരുമാറാകണമേ. സ്വന്തവർഗങ്ങളുടെ മുഖം നിനക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമായിരിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ നമസ്കാരങ്ങളിലും പ്രാർത്ഥനകളും അപേക്ഷകളിലും സ്തോത്രങ്ങളും നേഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ യോഗ്യതയെ ഓർക്കാതെ അവയെ കൈക്കൊള്ളുകയും ഞങ്ങളുടെ യാതനകൾക്ക് ഉത്തരവുകയും ചെയ്യണമേ. പാറിക്കുമോ
ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വന്നു കൊടുത്ത ഭക്ഷണങ്ങളെയും ഓണങ്ങളെയും ചുഴികളെയും നീ തടയണമേ. മാതാവേ, ധൈര്യമായ പ്രവേശനം മൂലം ദൈവം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞു. പാപമോചനവും രോഗികൾക്ക് സൗഖ്യവും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ആശ്വാസവും അകലെ പോയിരിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് തിരിച്ചു നൽകുവാനായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി അപേക്ഷിക്കണമേ.
സഹോദരന്മാരെ, ജലപ്രകാരത്തെ നീതിമാനോടോടുകൂടെ പെട്ടകത്തിനകത്ത് പ്രവേശിച്ച് ബന്ധുക്കളെ എന്നോട് മറച്ചുകൊണ്ട് പ്രകാരം നിങ്ങൾ ലോകത്തെ ചുറ്റിയിരിക്കുന്ന തിരമാലകളിൽ ചുടകളിൽ നിന്നും ഞങ്ങളെ മറച്ചുകൊള്ളണമേ.
ശോഭമേലുള്ളവരെ വിസ്മയിപ്പിച്ചതിന് ശ്രേഷ്ഠമായും താടിയവരുടെ ഇടയിൽ പുകഴ്ത്തപ്പെടുന്നു. ദേവമാരനായ നിന്റെ നല്ല നടപടികളെ കണ്ടതിന്റെ ഓർമ്മയെ ബഹുമാനിച്ച നിന്റെ പ്രാർത്ഥന ഞങ്ങളോട് കൂടെ ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം.
പരമാർത്ഥികളെ സ്നേഹിക്കാൻ നിർമ്മലായിരിക്കും ദൈവമായ കർത്താവ്, ഞങ്ങൾക്കല്ല എപ്പോഴും നിർമ്മല ഹൃദയത്തെ തരണമേ. നിനക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമില്ലാത്ത കുറച്ച് വിചാരങ്ങളെയും കുറച്ച് തെന്തകളെയും ഞങ്ങൾ നീക്കിക്കളയണമേ. കർത്താവ്, കള്ളന് തുറന്നെടുത്ത് പ്രകാരം നിന്റെ കരുണയുടെ വാദം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തുറന്നു തരണമേ. ചുങ്കക്കാരൻ്റെയും ഭാവിയാശയുടെ അനുതാപത്തെ കൈക്കൊണ്ടതുപോലെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ അനുതാപത്തെയും കൈക്കൊള്ളണമേ. മാനസാന്തരപ്പെട്ട് അനുദപിച്ചതിൻ്റെ അടുക്കിലേക്ക് വരുന്നവരെ എഴുതപ്പെടുന്നു. കരുണാപൂർണനായി കർത്താവ്, നിന്നെ അപേക്ഷിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം സമയവനെ നീ പുണ്യപ്പെടുത്തിയ പ്രകാരം ഞങ്ങളുടെ കടങ്ങളെയും പാവങ്ങളെയും പരിഹരിക്കണമേ.
ഞങ്ങളെ ദുഃഖിക്കുന്നു. ഭയങ്കര ഞങ്ങളുടെ കുറ്റങ്ങൾ വായിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന സമയത്ത് ബലപ്പെട്ട് നിന്റെ നീതിയാൽ ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കണമേ. കുറ്റക്കാരായ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പാപമോചനം ലഭിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുവാനമേ. കർത്താവേ, പാപം ചെയ്തു പോയി എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ സമ്മതിക്കുന്നു. ദൈവോടെ ഞങ്ങളോട് കരുതി
കർത്താവെ, പുണ്യപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതായ നിന്റെ വിശുദ്ധ ശരീരത്തെയും രക്തത്തെയും അനുഭവിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള വിശ്വാസികളായ മരിച്ചുപോയവരെ കുറിച്ച് നല്ല മരണയുണ്ടാകുമാറാകണമേ. കർത്താവെ, നിന്റെ മാലാഖമാരോടുകൂടെ മഹത്വത്തിൽ നീ വരുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ മരിച്ചുപോയ മോഹപ്രസാദത്തോടുകൂടി നിന്റെ വലതുഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് നിന്റെ ദൈവത്തെ സ്തുതിക്കുമാറാകണമേ. മുറിയോറാകെ മേലേനോ ആധാരയും
ദൈവമാതാവായ വിശുദ്ധ കന്യകമറിയത്തിന്റെ പുകഴ്ചകളെ വിവരിപ്പാൻ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് സാധിക്കില്ല. സർവ്വനാഥനായവന്റെ മാതാ വായിത്തീർന്ന നിന്റെ ചരിത്രമാണ്. എന്റെ പ്രവർത്തനം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് സഹായമായിരിക്കണമേ.
കർത്താവെ, നിന്നെ പ്രസവിച്ച കന്യകയായ മാതാവിന്റെ പ്രാർത്ഥനകളാൽ നിന്റെ സഭയിൽ നിന്ന് മാസിട്ടകളും റോഹത്തിന്റെ വടികളും നീക്കിക്കളയണമേ. കർത്താവെ, കന്യാവ്രതത്തിൽ നിന്നെ പ്രസവിച്ചോളായ നിശ്ചിത കന്യകയോടുകൂടെ നിനക്ക് സ്തുതി പാടുവാൻ ഞങ്ങളെ യോഗ്യരാക്കി തീർക്കുകയും ചെയ്യണമേ. അറിയാറാകെ മേലനും ആധാരയും
തന്റെ നിരപ്പും സമാധാനവും വസിപ്പിക്കാനും ഭൂതലത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ക്രോധത്തിന്റെ വഴികളെ നീക്കുവാനുമായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളോടുകൂടെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി അവരോട് പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കണമെന്ന് നിന്നോട് അപേക്ഷിക്കുന്നു.
ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവായ യേശുമിശിഹാ, നിന്റെ കരുണയുടെ വാദം ഞങ്ങളുടെ നേരെ നീ അടയ്ക്കരുത്. കർത്താവ്, ഞങ്ങൾ പാപികളാകുന്നു ഞങ്ങളെ ഏറ്റുപറയുന്നു, ഞങ്ങളോട് കരുണയുണ്ടാകണമേ.
സ്നേഹത്തിന്റെ സാന്നിധ്യം ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുക്കലേക്ക് നിന്നിറക്കി കൊണ്ടുവന്നു ഞങ്ങളോട് കരുണയുണ്ടാകണമേ.
ദൈവമേ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകുന്നു. അലവാനെ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകുന്നു. വർണ്ണമില്ലാത്തവനെ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാ. വിശുദ്ധമാപ്പെട്ടവനെ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ വേദന ദൈവമേ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാവും. ഭഗവാനെ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കുരിശുമാപ്പെട്ടവനെ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ വേദന ഗ്രഹിഞ്ഞ് ദൈവമേ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകുന്നു. ഭഗവാനെ, നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാകുന്നു. വർണ്ണമില്ലാത്തവനെ, നീ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കുരിശുമാപ്പെട്ടവനെ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ വേദന ഗ്രഹിഞ്ഞ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേര് അനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യണമേ. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ കൃപയുണ്ടാകണം. ദൈവമേ നിനക്ക് സ്തുതി. കർത്താവേ നിനക്ക് സ്തുതി. ഭാവിയിലായ കേടിയാരോട് രാജാവേ നിനക്ക് സ്തുതി. സ്വർഗസ്ഥനായ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പിതാവേ നിന്റെ നാമം പരിശുദ്ധമാക്കപ്പെടട്ടെ. സ്വർഗത്തിലെ പോലെ ഭൂമിയിൽ പോകണമേ. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ള ആഹാരം തരണമേ. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കാരോട് ക്ഷമിച്ച പോലെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കടങ്ങളും പാവം ഞങ്ങളോട് ക്ഷമിക്കണമേ. പരീക്ഷയിലെ ഞങ്ങളെ പ്രവേശിക്കരുത്. പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങളെ രക്ഷിച്ചോളണമേ. രാജ്യം ശക്തിയും മഹത്വമേക്ക് നിനക്കുള്ളാവുന്നു. ആമേൻ. ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ. നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ. കുരിശുമോട്ടവനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേരനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യണം. ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ. നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കുരിശുമോട്ടവനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേരനുഗ്രഹം. ദൈവമേ നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ. നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ. നീ പരിശുദ്ധനാമേ. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കുരിശുമോട്ടവനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേരനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യണമേ. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവ് കൈക്കൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേരനുഗ്രഹം ചെയ്യണമേ. ദൈവമേ നിനക്ക് സ്തുതി. ഞങ്ങളുടെ പിതാവേ നിന്റെ നാമം പരിശുദ്ധമാക്കപ്പെടണമേ. നിന്റെ രാജ്യം വരണമേ. നിന്റെ സ്വർഗ്ഗത്തിലെ പോലെ ഭൂമിയിലും ആകണമേ. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ള ആഹാരം നീ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തരണമേ. ഞങ്ങൾ ക്ഷമിച്ച പോലെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കടങ്ങളും പാവങ്ങളും ക്ഷമിക്കണമേ. പരീക്ഷയെ ഞങ്ങളെ നീ പ്രവേശിക്കരുത്. ഞങ്ങളെ രക്ഷിച്ചോളണം. രാജ്യം ശക്തിയും മഹത്വമേക്ക് നിനക്കുള്ളാവും. അറിയാമേ നിനക്ക് സമാധാനം. നമ്മുടെ കർത്താവ് നിന്നോടുകൂടെ വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടവളാകുന്നു. എന്റെ ഉദരഫലമായ കർത്താവ് യേശുമിശിഹാ വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടവനാം. ശുദ്ധമുള്ളവനെ ഭാവിയുടെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി എപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങളുടെ വന്നസമയത്തിലും കർത്താവേ നിന്റെ സർവ്വാത്മയുടെയും വഴി ഞങ്ങളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കണമേ. ഞങ്ങളെ ആചരിച്ച് നിന്റെ കൃപയാൽ ജീവിക്കുമാറാകണമേ. നിന്റെ നൽകരത്തിന്റെ ഭണ്ഡാരം കവർച്ച ചെയ്യപ്പെടാതിരിക്കാൻ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തുറക്കപ്പെട്ട വാതുകൾക്ക് നീ ആൾക്കാരെ നിയമിക്കണമേ. പാറയ്ക്കുന്നു ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ ഞങ്ങളോട് തന്നെ ഉണ്ടായി ഞങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തനം തന്നെ കോപിപ്പുണ്ടാക്കുകയാകുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ നീ കോപത്തിന് ആഗ്രഹമില്ലാത്തവനാകുന്നു. നീ കരുണാപൂർണനായിരിക്കും. നിന്റെ ശാന്തത കലങ്ങാത്തതുമാകുന്നു. പ്രാർത്ഥനകളെ കേൾക്കുന്നവനെ യാതനയെ നൽകുന്നവനുമായുള്ളവനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രാർത്ഥന കേട്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ മേൽ പെയ്തു തോന്നി. ഞാൻ നിന്റെ കരുണയെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ യാതനയെ നൽകണമേ. കർത്താവേ കൃപ ചെയ്യണമേ. പ്രാർത്ഥന നീ കൈക്കൊള്ളണമേ. നിന്റെയും നിന്മാതനവും നിന്നറയും നേടണമേ. പിന്നെ നിന്നടിയ ഞാൻ ആകണമേ. ഉറക്കം നിന്നറിയോട്ടം കൂടാതാകണമേ. താഴ്മയെഴുതും കുറിച്ചാലെ നല്ല ഉറക്കം നൽകണമേ. മായ ദോഷാദ്യമേ വാസന കാണാറാകരുത്. നിന്നടിയ ഞാൻ എന്നോടെല്ലാം കാവലും എൻവിളവന്റെ ദൂതന നീ എന്നെ അത്താക്കിടണമേ. രാവിലെ ഉറങ്ങുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കേൾക്കാവില്ല. എനിക്ക് രക്തങ്ങളുടെ രൂപത്തിന് സദാമേ ഇവിടെ കാത്താൻ നേടണമേ. എന്നെ കേടാതെ മാറ്റിയിടണമേ. കാണിച്ചതിന് ഞാൻ ഉണരുമ്പോ നിങ്ങളെ ഓർത്ത് പൊഴുത്താറാകണമേ. അവനെ എന്നോട് അനാമിഷായ നിന്നോട് ഞങ്ങൾ കേൾക്കണമേ. മാനവരക്ഷകനെ സുഖേന്താത്തല്ലെന്ന് നിങ്ങളുടെ എന്നതുപോലെ ആ ലോകത്തിന് നേടണമേ. പ്രാർത്ഥന കേൾക്കുന്നവനെ യാതനെ നൽകുന്നവനെ പ്രാർത്ഥന കേട്ടതാസുരുടെ യാതനെ നൽകിയിടണമേ. മുറിയലായുസം 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 പാറയ്ക്ക് മാത്രം എന്നെ മറിയിരിക്കുന്നു. ദൈവത്തിന്റെ നിഴലിൽ മഹത്വപ്പെടുന്നതായ മനുഷ്യ നാലാം വിരുദ്ധത്തിന്റെ ഗണം രക്ഷിക്കും. നീരാത്തിലെ ഭയത്തൊന്നും പിറക്കുന്ന സ്ഥലത്തൊന്നും എടുത്ത് സഞ്ചരിക്കുന്ന വലത്തൊന്നും കുത്തേറുന്ന കാറ്റൊന്നും ഭയപ്പെടുകയില്ല. അടുക്കുകയില്ല എന്നെ കണ്ണോ കൊണ്ട് കാണും ഹൃദയത്തെ നീ കാണും. ദോഷം നിന്നോട് അടുക്കുകയില്ല ജീവിക്കുകയില്ല. എന്റെ കാലം നിന്നെ കേടാതെ നിന്നെ വഹിക്കും. അവനെ എന്നെ അടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എന്നെ രക്ഷിച്ച് കൊലപ്പെടുത്തേണ്ടത് ആ പറഞ്ഞു എന്നെ വിളിക്കും. ദീർഘായുസുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എന്നെ തൃപ്തിപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന രക്ഷയെ കാണിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. എന്റെ സഹായ അവകാശവും ഭൂമി ഇട്ട് ചേർക്കാവുന്നത് തന്നെ ആവുന്നു. എന്റെ നാശം എന്നെ കാവൽക്കാൻ ഉറക്കം തോന്നുന്നില്ല ഉറങ്ങുന്നില്ല. പൗലാത്ത ജനങ്ങളും രാത്രി ചന്ദ്രനങ്ങളും എന്നെ ഉപദ്രവിക്കുകയില്ല. അവൻ നിന്റെ ഗമനത്തെ നിന്റെ ആഗമനത്തെ കാത്തോളം ദൈവമേ ഹൃദയം നിനക്ക് യോഗ്യമാണെന്നും പറയ്ക്കും. മഹോരതന്റെ മറിയിരിക്കുന്നവനായ കർത്താവേ നിന്റെ കരുണയുടെ ചെറിയം കീഴ് ഞങ്ങളെ മറച്ച് ഞങ്ങളോട് കരുണ ചെയ്യണമേ. മഹത്വമുള്ള രാജാവ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ രക്ഷകനുമായ സന്ധ്യ പുണ്യമുള്ള രാവും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് നീ തരണമേ. കർത്താവേ എന്റെ കരുണ ഞങ്ങളെ അമറച്ച് എന്റെ കൃപ ഞങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ നിൽക്കണമേ. എന്റെ സേവാദുഷ്ടനും അവന്റെ സൈന്യങ്ങളും ഞങ്ങളെ കാത്തോളണമേ. എന്റെ സമാധാനം ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഇടയിൽ വാഴും. കഴിക്കുന്ന ആത്മാക്കൾ കരുണയും രക്ഷയുണ്ടാകണമേ. കർത്താവിന്റെ ബഹുമാനം നൽകാനും നന്നേക്കും വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടതാകുന്നു. കർത്താവിന്റെ ബഹുമാനം നൽകാനും നന്നേക്കും വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടതാകുന്നു. കർത്താവിന്റെ ബഹുമാനം നൽകാനും നന്നേക്കും വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടതാകുന്നു. നീ എന്നേക്കും വിശ്വയമാത്തുള്ളവനാവുന്നു. നീയേക്കും വിശ്വയമാ നാം വാഴ്ത്തപ്പെട്ടതാകുന്നു. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവേ നിനക്ക് സ്തുതി. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കർത്താവ് നിനക്ക് സ്തുതി. പാറയ്ക്കുന്ന സ്വർഗസ്ഥനായ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പിതാവേ, നിന്റെ തിരുവിഷ്ടം സ്വർഗത്തിലെ പോലെ ഭൂമിയിലും ആകണമേ. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തരണമേ. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കടക്കാരോട് ക്ഷമിച്ച പോലെ കടങ്ങളും പാവം ഞങ്ങളോട് ക്ഷമിക്കണമേ. പരീക്ഷയിലേക്ക് ഞങ്ങളെ രക്ഷിച്ചോളണമേ. സർവശക്തിയുള്ളതായ ആകാശത്തിന്റെയും ഭൂമിയുടെയും ഞങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. പ്രകാശത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ള പ്രകാശവും സത്യദൈവവും ജനിച്ചവനും സൃഷ്ടിയല്ലാത്തവനും സാരാംശത്തിൽ എന്നാൽ സാരവും നിർമ്മിക്കപ്പെട്ടവനും മനുഷ്യരായ വേണ്ടി തിരുവിഷ്ടപ്രകാരം സ്വർഗത്തിൽ നിന്നിറങ്ങുകയും ദൈവമാതാവായ വിശുദ്ധ കന്യക മറിയാമിൽ ശരീരയായി തീർന്നു ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കുരിശിൽ തറയ്ക്കപ്പെട്ട് കഷ്ടത അനുഭവിച്ച് മരിച്ചടക്കപ്പെട്ട് മൂന്നാം ദിവസം എഴുന്നേറ്റ് സ്വർഗത്തിലേക്ക് പിതാവിന്റെ വലുതുപായത്തിനെയും ഇരിപ്പാൻ തന്റെ വലിയ മാറ്റത്തോടെ ഇനിയും വരുവാനിരിക്കുന്നവനും രാജ്യത്തിന് അവസാനമില്ലാത്തവനുമായ ഞങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. ദിവ്യന്മാരും സ്ത്രീയന്മാരും മുഖാന്തരം സംസാരിച്ചവരുമായി ജീവനും വിശുദ്ധിയുമുള്ള ഏകവും കാതോലികവും സ്നേഹികവുമായ സഭയിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. പാപമോചനത്തിന് മാമോദീസ കൊണ്ട് മാത്രമേ ഞങ്ങളെ മരിച്ചോടെ വരുവാനിരിക്കുന്ന ലോകത്തിലെ പുതിയ ജീവനുമായി ഞങ്ങൾ നോക്കി പാർക്കുന്നു. ആമേൻ. ഭക്തപുകഴ്ച ഭോജനമേ നിങ്ങളുടെ ചോരേതത്വ ഞങ്ങളുടെ വാഴ്ത്താൻ നിർത്തിയിടരുത് മാതാവേ. ഞങ്ങൾക്കായുള്ള ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരുടെ ഒരുപോലെ മാർഗേ വർഗേ സാധാ ഉണ്ട് മേലും പരിശുദ്ധന്മാരെ നിങ്ങൾ പ്രാർത്ഥിപ്പേൻ. വഴികളെയും നിൻകാവത്തിൽ വഴികളെയും ആരോഗ്യമാം ദൈവത്തിന്റെ സ്നേഹവും ഏകജാതനായ പുത്രന്റെ കൃപയും പരിശുദ്ധ റൂഹായുടെ സംബന്ധവും സഹവാസവും എന്റെ വാത്സല്യ സഹോദരങ്ങളെ, ഈ വേദവായനെ സംബന്ധിക്കുന്ന നിന്റെ മക്കൾ ഓരോരുത്തരുടെ മേലും അവരുടെ ഭവനങ്ങളിൽ മേലും നേതൃത്വം നൽകുന്ന നിന്റെ മക്കളുടെ മേലും അവരുടെ ഭവനങ്ങളിൽ മേലും വിശുദ്ധയുടെ മേലും നിന്റെ കരുണയും മനോഗുണവും എന്നും എന്നാളും രണ്ട് ലോകങ്ങളിലും പെരുകപ്പെടുമാറാകണമേ. ആമീൻ.
Psalms 46 verses 7. Barikmot. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Come, behold the works of the Lord. See what desolations he has brought on the earth. He makes wars cease to the end of the earth. He breaks the bow and shatters the spear. He burns the shields with fire. Be still and know that I am God. I am exalted among the nations. I am exalted in the earth. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Psalms 47. Clap your hands, all your peoples. Shout to God with loud songs of joy. For the Lord the Most High is awesome, a great king over all the earth. He subdued peoples under us and nations under our feet. He chose our heritage for us, the pride of Jacob, whom he loves. God has gone up with a shout, the Lord with the sound of trumpet. Sing praises to God, sing praises. Sing praises to our King, sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing praises with a psalm. God is king over the nations. God sits on his holy throne. The prince of the people gather as the people of God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong to God. He is highly exalted. Psalms 48. Great is the God and greatly to be praised in the city of our God. His holy mountain, beautiful in elevation, is the joy of all the earth. Mount Zion, in the far north, the city of great King. Within its citadels, God has shown himself a sure defense. Then the kings assembled. They came on together. As soon as they saw it, they were astounded. They were in panic. They took to flight. Trembling took hold of them there. Pains as of a woman in labor, as when an east wind shatters the ships of Tarshish. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God, which God establishes forever. We ponder your steadfast love, O God, in the midst of your temple. Your name, O God, like your praise, reaches to the ends of the earth. Your right hand is filled with victory. Let Mount Zion be glad. Let the towns of Judah rejoice because of your judgments. Walk about Zion. Go all around it. Count its towers. Consider well its ramparts. Go through its citadels, that you may tell the next generation that this is God, our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever. Psalms 49. Hear this, all you peoples, give ear, all inhabitants of the world, both low and high, rich and poor together. My mouth shall speak wisdom, the meditation of my heart shall be understanding. I will incline my ear to a proverb, I will solve my riddle to the muscle of the harp, music of the harp. Why should I fear in times of trouble, when the iniquity of my persecutors surrounds me, those who trust in their wealth and boast of the abundance of their riches? Truly, no ransom avails for one's life. There is no price one can give to God for it. For the ransom of life is costly and can never surface, that one should live on forever and never see the grave. When we look at the wise, they die. Fool and dolls perish together and leave their wealth to others. Their graves are their homes forever, their dwelling places to all generations. Though they name lands their own, mortals cannot abide in their form. They are like the animals that perish. Such is the fate of the hardy, the end of those who are pleased with their lot. Like sheep, they are appointed for shear. Death shall be their shepherd. Straight to the grave they descend, and their form shall waste away. Sheol shall be their home, but God will ransom my soul from the power of Sheol, for he will receive me. Do not be afraid when some become rich, when the wealth of their houses increases, for when they die they will carry nothing away. Their wealth will not go down after them, though in their lifetime they count themselves happy. For you are praised when you do well for yourself. They will go to the company of their ancestors who will never again see the light. Mortals cannot abide in their form. They are like animals that perish. Psalms 50. The mighty one, God the Lord, speaks and summons the earth from the rising of the sun to its setting. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, God shines forth. Our God comes and does not keep silence. Before him is the devouring fire and a mighty tempest all around him. He calls to the heavens above and to the earth that he may judge his people. Gather to me, my faithful ones, who made a covenant with me by sacrifice. The heavens declare his righteousness, for God himself is judge. Hear, O my people, and I will speak. O Israel, I will testify against you. I am God, your God. Not for your sacrifices do I rebuke you. Your burnt sacrifices are continually before me. I will not accept a bull from your house or goats from your folds. For every wild animal of the forest is mine, the cattle on 1,000 hills. I know all the birds of the air, and all that moves in the field is mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell you, for the world and all that is in it is mine. Do I eat the flesh of bulls or drink the blood of goats? Offer to God a sacrifice of thanksgiving and pay your vows to the Most High. Call on me in the day of trouble. I will deliver you, and you shall glorify me. But to the wicked, God says, what right have you to recite my statutes or take my covenant on your lips? For you hate discipline, and you cast my words behind you. You make friends with a thief when you see one, and you keep company with adulterers. You give your mouth free rein for evil, and your tongue frames deceit. You sit and speak against your kin. You slander your own mother's child. These things you have done, and I have been silent. You thought that I was one just like yourself. But now I rebuke you and lay charge before you. Mark this, then, you who forget God, or I will tear you apart, and there will be no one to deliver. Those who bring thanksgiving as their sacrifice honor me. To those who go to the right way, I will show the salvation of God. Psalms 51. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love, according to your abundant mercy. Blot out my transgressions, wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you alone have I sinned, and done what is evil in your sight, so that you are justified in your sentence, and blameless when you pass judgment. Indeed, I was born guilty, a sinner when my mother conceived me. You desire truth in the inward being. Therefore, teach me wisdom in my secret heart. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Let me hear joy and gladness. Let the bones that you have crushed rejoice. Hide your face from my sins, and blot out all my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and put a new and right spirit within me. Do not cast me away from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and sustain in me a willing spirit. Then I will teach transgressions your ways, and sinners will return to you. Deliver me from bloodshed, O God. O God of my salvation, and my tongue will sing aloud of your deliverance. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth will declare your praise. For you have no delight in sacrifice. If I were to give a burnt offering, you would not be pleased. The sacrifice acceptable to God is a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. O God, you will not despise. Do good to Zion in your good pleasure. Rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. Then you will delight in sacrifices, in burnt offerings and whole burnt offerings. Then bulls will be offered on your altar. Psalms 52. Why do you boast, O mighty one, of mischief done against the godly? All day long you are plotting destruction. Your tongue is a sharp razor, you worker of trickery. You love evil more than good, and lying more than speaking the truth. You love all words that devour a deceitful tongue, but God will break you down forever. He will snatch and tear you from your tent. He will uproot you from the land of living. The righteous will see and fear and will laugh at the evildoer, saying, see the one who would not take refuge in God, but trusted in abundant riches and sought refuge in wealth. But I am like a green olive tree in the house of God. I trust in the steadfast love of God forever and ever. I will thank you forever because of what you have done. In presence of faithful, I will proclaim your name, for it is good. Psalms 53. Fools say in their hearts, there is no God. They are corrupt. They commit abominable acts. There is no one who does good. God looks down from heaven on humankind to see if there are any who are wise, who seek after God. They have all fallen away. They are all alike passive. There is no one who does good. No, not one. Have they no knowledge, those evildoers who eat up my people as they eat bread, and do not call upon God? There they shall be in great terror, in terror such as has not been. For God will scatter the bones of the ungodly. They will put they will be put to shame, for God has rejected them. Oh, that deliverance for Israel would come from Zion. When God restores the fortunes of his people, Jacob will rejoice, Israel will glad. Psalms 54. Save me, O God, by your name, and vindicate me by your might. Hear my prayer, O God. Give ear to my mouth, words of my mouth. For the insolent have risen against me. The ruthless seek my life, and they do not set God before them. But surely God is my helper. The Lord is my upholder of my life. He will repay my enemies for their evils. In your faithfulness, put an end to them. With a free will offering, I will sacrifice to you. I will give thanks to your name, O God, for it is good. For he has delivered me from every trouble, and my eye has looked in triumph on my enemies. Psalm 55. Give ear to my prayer, O God. Do not hide yourself from my supplication. Attend to me and answer me. I am troubled in my complaint. I am distraught by the noise of the enemy, because of the clamor of the wicked. For they bring trouble upon me, and in anger they cherish enmity against me. My heart is in anguish within me. The terrors of death have fallen upon me. Fear and trembling come upon me, and on horror overwhelms me. And I say, oh, that I had wings like a dove. I would fly away and be at rest. Truly, I would flee far away. I would lodge in the wilderness. I would hurry to find a shelter for myself from the raging wind and tempest. Confuse, O Lord, confound their speech. For I see violence and strife in the city. Day and night they go around it on its walls, and iniquity and trouble are within it. Sin is in its midst. Oppression and fraud do not depart from its marketplace. It is not enemies who taunt me, I could bear that. It is not the adversaries who deal insolently with me. I could hide from them, but it is you, my equal, my companion, my familiar friend, with whom I kept pleasant company. We walked in the house of God with the throng. Let death come upon them, let them go down alive to Sheol, for evil is in their homes and in their hearts. But I call upon God, and the Lord will save me. Evening and morning, and at noon, I utter my complaint and moan, and he will hear my voice. He will redeem me unharmed from the battle that I wage. For many are arrayed against me. God, who is enthroned from of old, he will hear and will humble them, because they do not change and do not fear God. My companion laid hands on a friend and violated a covenant with me, with speech smoother than butter, but with a heart set and walled, with words that were softer than oil, but in fact were drawn swords. Cast your burden on the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never permit the righteous to be moved, but you, O God, will cast them down into the lowest pit. The bloodthirsty and treacherous shall not live out half their days, but I will trust in you. Psalms 56. Be gracious to me, O God, for people trample on me all day long, foes oppress me. My enemies trample on me all day long, for many fight against me. O Most High, when I am afraid, I put my trust in you. In God, whose word I praise, in God I trust. I am not afraid what can a flesh do to me. All day long they seek to inquire my cause. All their thoughts are against me for evil. They stir up strife, they lurk, they watch my steps, as they hoped to have my life. So repay them for their crime. And wrath cast down the peoples, O God. You have kept count of my tossing. Put my tears in your bottle. Are they not in your record? Then my enemy will retreat in the day when I call. This I know, that God is for me, and God whose word I praise, and the Lord whose word I praise, in God I trust. I'm not afraid what can a mere mortal do to me. My vows to you I must perform, O God. I will render thank offerings to you, for you have delivered my soul from death, and my feet from falling, so that I may walk before God in the light of life. Psalm 57. Be merciful to me, O God, be merciful to me, for in you my soul takes refuge. In the shadow of your wings I will take refuge, until the destroying storms pass by. I cried to God Most High, to God who fulfills his purpose for me. He will come down from heaven and save me. He will put to shame those who trample on me. God will send forth his steadfast love and his faithfulness. I lie down among lions that greedily devour human prey. Their teeth are spears and arrows, their tongues sharp swords. Be exalted, O God, above the heavens. Let your glory be all over the earth. They set a net for my steps. My soul was bowed down. They dug a pit in my path, but they have fallen into themselves. My heart is steadfast, O God, my heart is steadfast. I will sing and make melody. Awake, my soul. Awake, O harp and lyre. I will awake the dawn. I will give thanks to you, O God, among the peoples. I will sing praises to you among the nations, for your steadfast love is as high as the heavens. Your faithfulness extends to the clouds. Be exalted, O God, above the heavens. Yet let your glory be all over the earth. Psalm 58. Do you indeed decree that what is right, you gods? Do you judge people fairly? No, in your hearts you devise wrongs, and your hands deal out violence on earth. The wicked go astray from the womb. They err from their birth, speaking lies. They have venom like the venom of a serpent, like the deaf adder that stops its ear, so that it does not hear the voice of charmers or the cunning enchanter. O God, break the teeth in your mouths. Tear out the fangs of the young lions, O Lord. Let them vanish like water that runs away. Like grass, let them be trodden down and wither. Let them be like the snake that dissolves into slime, like the untimely bird that never sees the sun. Sooner than your pots can feel the heat of thrones, whether green or ablaze, may he sweep them away. Then the righteous will rejoice when they see vengeance done. They will bathe their feet in the blood of the wicked. People will say, surely there is a reward for the righteous, surely there is God who judges on earth. Psalms 59. Deliver me from my enemies, O my God. Protect me from those who rise up against me. Deliver me from those who work evil, from the bloodthirsty. Save me. Even now they lie in wait for my life. The mighty stir them strife against me. For no transgression or sin of mine, O Lord, for no fault of mine, they run and make ready. Rouse yourself, come to my help and see. You, Lord God of hosts, are God of Israel, awake to punish all the nations. Spare none of those who put treacherously plot evil. Each evening they come back howling like dogs and prowling about the city, where they are bellowing with their mouths, with sharp words on their lips, for who they think will hear us. But you laugh at them, O Lord. You hold all the nations in derision. O my strength, I will watch you, for you, O God, are my fortress. My God, in his steadfast love, will meet me. My God will let me look into triumph on my enemies. Do not kill them, or my people may forget. Make them totter by your power and bring them down, O Lord, a shield. For the sin of their mouths, the words of their lips, let them be trapped in their pride. For cursing and lies they utter, consume them in wrath. Consume them until they are no more. Let it be known to ends of the earth that God rules over Jacob. Each evening they come back howling like dogs and prowling about the city. They roam about for food and growl if they do not get their fill. But I will sing of your might, I will sing aloud of your steadfast love and warning. For you have been a fortress for me and a refuge in the day of my distress. O my strength, I will sing praises to you, for you, O God, are my fortress, the God who shows me steadfast love. Psalm 60. O God, you have rejected us, broken our defenses. You have been angry, now restore us. You have caused the land to quake. You have torn it open. Repair the cracks in it, for it is tottering. You have made your people suffer hard things. You have given us wine to drink that made us reel. You have set up a banner for those who fear you, to rally to it out of bowshot. Give victory with your right hand and answer us, so that those who you love may be rescued. God has promised in his sanctuary this with exultation I will divide up Sejam and portion out of the vale of Sukkot. Gilead is mine and Manasseh is mine. Ephraim is my helmet. Judah is my scepter. Moab is my wash basin. On Edom I hurl my shoe. Over Philistia I shout in triumph. Who will bring me into the fortified city? Who will lead me to Edom? Have you not rejected us, O God? You do not go out, O God, with our armies. O grant us help against the foe, for human help is worthless. With God we shall do valiantly. It is He who will tread down our foes. Psalm 61. Hear my cry, O God, listen to my prayer. From the end of the earth I will call you when my heart is faint. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I, for you are my refuge, a strong tower against the enemy. Let me abide in your tent forever. Find refuge under the shelter of your wings. For you, O God, have heard my vows. You have given me those heritage of those who fear your name. Prolong the life of the king. May his years endure to all generations. Maybe May he be enthroned forever before God. Appoint steadfast love and faithfulness to watch over him. So I will always sing praises to your name as I pay my vows day after day. Psalm 62. For God alone my soul waits in silence. From him comes my salvation. He alone is my rock and my salvation, my fortress, I shall never be shaken. How long will you assail a person? Will you batter your victim, all of you, as you as you would a leaning wall, a tottering fence? Their only plan is to bring down a person of prominence. They take pleasure in falsehood. They bless with their mouths, and inwardly they curse. For God alone my soul waits in silence, for my hope is from him. He alone is my rock and my salvation, my fortress, I shall not be shaken. On God rests my deliverance and my honor. My mighty rock, my refuge is in God. Trust in him at all times, O people. Pour out your heart before him. God is a refuge for us, for those of low estate are but a breach. Those of high estate are a delusion. In the balances they go up. They are together, lighter than a breath. Put no confidence in extortion, and set no vain hopes on robbery. If riches increase, do not set your heart on them. Once God has spoken, twice have I heard this, that power belongs to God, and steadfast love belongs to you, O Lord, for you repay to all according to their work. Psalm 63. O God, you are my God, I seek you. My soul thirsts for you, my flesh pains for you, as in a dry and weary land where there is no water. So I have looked upon you in the sanctuary, beholding your power and glory. Because your steadfast love is better than life, my lips will praise you. So I will bless you as long as I live. I will lift up my hands and call on your name. My soul is satisfied as with a rich feast, and my mouth praises you with a joyful lips. When I think of you on my bed and meditate on you in the watches of the night, for you have been my help, and in the shadow of your wings I sing for joy. My soul clings to you. Your right hand upholds me, but those who seek to destroy my life into the depths of the earth, they shall be given over to the power of the sword. They shall be prey for jackals. But the king shall rejoice in God. All those who swear by him shall exult, for the mouth of liar will be stopped. Psalm 64. Hear my voice, O God, and my complaint. Preserve my life from the dread enemy. Hide me from the secret plots of the wicked, from the scheming of the evildoers, who whet their tongues like swords, who aim bitter words like arrows, shooting from ambush at the blameless. They shoot suddenly without fear. They hold fast to their evil purpose. They talk of their laying snares secretly, thinking, who can see us? Who can search out our crimes? We have thought out a cunningly conceived plot, for the human heart and mind are deep. But God will shoot his arrow at them. They will be wounded suddenly. Because of their tongue, he will bring them to ruin. All who see them will shake with horror. Then everyone will fear. They will tell what God has brought about and ponder what he has done. Let the righteous rejoice in the Lord and take refuge in him. Let all the upright in the heart glory. Psalm 65. Praise is due to you, O Lord, in Zion, and to you shall vows be performed. O you who answer my prayer, to you all flesh can come. When deeds of iniquity overwhelm us, you forgive transgressions. Happy are those whom you choose and bring near to live in your courts. We shall be satisfied with the goodness of your house, your holy temple. By awesome deeds you answer us with deliverance. O God of our salvation, you are the hope of all the ends of the earth and of the farthest seas. By your strength you established the mountains. You are guided with in night. You silence the roaring of the seas, the roaring of their waves, the tumult of the peoples. Those who live at earth's farthest bounds are awed by your signs. You make the gateways of the morning and the evening shout for joy. You visit the earth and water it. You greatly enrich it. The river of God is full of water. You provide the people with grain, for so you have prepared it. You water its furrows abundantly, settling its ridges, softening it with showers, and blessing its growth. You crown the year with your bounty. Your vegan tracts overflow with richness. Your pastures of the wilderness overflow. The hills gird themselves with joy, the meadows clothe themselves with flocks, the valleys deck themselves with greens, they shout and sing together for joy. Psalm 66. Make a joyful noise to God, all the earth, sing the glory of his name, give to him glorious praise, say to them, how awesome are your deeds. Because of your great power, your enemies cring, cringe before you. All the earth worships you. They sing praises to your name. Come and see what God has done. He is awesome in his deeds among mortals. He turned the sea into dry land. They passed through the river on foot. They, there we rejoiced in him who rules by his might forever, whose eyes keep watch on the nations. Let the rebellious not exalt themselves. Bless our God, O peoples, let the sound of his praise be heard, who has kept us among the living and has not let our feet slip. For you, O God, have tested us. You have tried us as silver is tried. You brought us into the net. You laid burdens on our backs. You let people ride over our heads. We went through fire and through water. Yet you have brought us out to a spacious place. I will come into your house with burnt offerings. I will pay you my vows, those that my lips uttered, and my mouth promised when I was in trouble. I will offer to you burnt offerings of fatlings with the smoke of the sacrifice of rams. I will make an offering of bulls and goats. Come and hear, all you who fear God, and I will tell them what He has done for me. I cried aloud to him, and he was extolled with my tongue. If I cherished iniquity in my heart, the Lord would have not listened. But truly God has listened. He has given heed to my words, to the words of my prayer. Blessed be God, because he has not rejected my prayer or removed his steadfast love from me. Psalms 67. May God be gracious to us and bless us and make his face to shine upon us, that your way may be known upon earth, your saving power all among all nations. Let the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you. Let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For you judge the peoples with equity and guide the nations upon earth. Let the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you. The earth has yielded its increase. God, our God, has blessed us. May the God continue to bless us. Let all the ends of the earth revere him. Psalm 68. Let God rise up, let his enemies be scattered. Let those who hate him flee before him. As smoke is driven away, so drive them away. As wax melts before the fire, let the wicked perish before God. But let the righteous be joyful. Let them exult before God. Let them be jubilant with joy. Sing to God, sing praises to his name. Lift up a song to him who rides upon the clouds. His name is the Lord. Be exultant before him. Father of orphans and protector of widows is God and his holy habitation. God gives the desolate a home to live in. He leads out the prisoners to prosperity. But the rebellious live in a parched land. O God, when you went out before your people, when you marched through the wilderness, the earthquake, the heavens poured down rain at the presence of God, the God of Sinai. At the presence of God, the God of Israel, rain in abundance, O God, you shout abroad. You restored your heritage when it languished. Your flock found a dwelling in it. In your goodness, O God, you provided for the needy. The Lord gives the command. Great is the company of those who bore the tidings. The kings of the army, they flee. The women at home divide the spoil. Though they stay among the sheepfolds, the wings of the dove its great gold.
He scattered. King
O fell on Zalman. O mighty mountain, mountain of Bashan. O many peaked mountain, mountain of Bashan. Why do you look with envy, O many peaked mountain, at the mountain that God desired for his abode, where the Lord will reside forever? With mighty chariot twice 10,000, thousands upon thousands. Then the Lord came from Sinai into the holy place. You ascended the high mount, leading the captives in your train and receiving gifts from people, even from those who rebel against the Lord. God's abiding there. Blessed be the Lord who daily bears us up. God is our salvation. Our God is a God of salvation, and to God the Lord belongs escape from death. But God will shatter the heads of his enemies, the hairy crown of those who walked in their guilty ways. The Lord said, I will bring them back from Bashan. I will bring them back from the depths of the sea, so that you may bathe your feet in blood, so that the tongues of the dogs may have their share from the foe. Your solemn processions are seen, O God, the procession of my God. My king in the sanctuary, the singers in front of the musicians, last between them, girls playing the tambourines. Bless God and the great congregation, the Lord. O you are the one of Israel's fountain. There is Benjamin, the least of them, in the lead, the prince of Judah in a body, the prince of Zebulun, the prince of Naphtali. Summon your might, O God. Show your strength, O God, as you have done for us before. Because of your temple at Jerusalem, kings bear gifts to you. Rebuke the wild animals that live among the reeds, the herd of wolves, with the calves of the people. Trample underfoot those who lust after tribute. Scatter the peoples who delight in war. Let bronze be brought from Egypt. Let Ethiopia hasten to stretch out its hands to God. Sing to God, O kingdoms of the earth. Sing praises to Lord, O rider in heaven, the ancient heavens. Listen, he sends out his mighty voice, ascribe power to God, whose majesty is over Israel, and whose power is in the skies. Awesome is the Lord in his sanctuary, the God of Israel. He gives power and strength to his people. Blessed be God. Psalm 69.
Save me, O God, from the waters. I have come up to my neck. I sink in deep mire, where there is no foothold. I have come into deep waters, and the flood sweeps over me. I am weary with my crying. My throat is parched. My eyes grow dim with waiting for my God. More in number than the hairs of my head are those who hate me without cause. Many are those who would destroy me, my enemies who accuse me falsely. What I did not steal, must I now restore? O God, you know my folly. The wrongs I have done are not hidden from you. Do not let those who hope in you be put to shame because of me. O Lord, God of us, do not let those who seek you be dishonored because of me, O God of Israel. It is for your sake that I have borne reproach, that shame has covered my face. I have become a stranger to my kindred, and alien to my mother's children. It is zeal for your house that has consumed me. The insults of those who insult you have fallen on me. When I humbled my soul with fasting, they insulted me for doing so. When I made sackcloth my clothing, I became a byword to them. I am the subject of gossip for those who sit in the gate, and the drunkards make songs about me. But as for me, my prayer is to you, O Lord. At an acceptable time, O God, in the abundance of your steadfast love, answer me. With your faithful love, rescue me. From sinking in the mire, let me be delivered from my enemies and from the deep waters. Do not let the flood sweep over me, or the deep swallow me up, or the pit close its mouth over me. Answer me, O Lord, for your steadfast love is good. According to your abundant mercy, turn to me. Do not hide your face from your servant, for I am in distress. Make haste to answer. Draw near to me, redeem me, set me free because of my enemies. You know the insults I receive, and my shame and dishonor, my foes are all known to you. Insults have broken my heart, so that I am in despair. I looked for pity, but there was none, and for comforters, but I found none. They gave me poison for food, and for my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. Let their table be a trap for them, a snare for their allies. Let their eyes be darkened so that they cannot see, and make their loins tremble continually. Pour out your indigenous eh, indignation upon them, and let them bring burning anger overtake them. May their camp be a desolation. Let no one live in their tents, for they persecute those whom you have struck down, and those whom you have wounded. They attack still more. Add guilt to their guilt. May they have no acquittal from you. Let them be blotted out of the book of living. Let them not be enrolled among the righteous. But I am lowly and in pain. Let your salvation, O God, protect me. I will praise the name of God with a song. I will magnify him with thanksgiving. This will please the Lord more than an ox, or a bull with horns and hoofs. Let the oppressed see it and be glad. You who seek God, let your hearts revive. For the Lord hears the needy, and does not despise his own that are in bones. Let heaven and earth praise him, the seas and everything that moves in them. For God will save Zion, and rebuild the cities of Judah, and his servants shall live there and possess it. The children of his servants shall inherit it, and those who love his name shall live in it. Psalm 70. Be blessed, O God, to deliver me. O Lord, make haste to help me. Let those be put to shame and confusion who seek my life. Let those be turned back and brought to dishonor who desire to hurt me. Let those who say, ha, ha, turn back because of their shame. Let all who seek you rejoice and be glad in you. Let those who love your salvation say evermore, God is great. But I am poor and needy. Hasten to me, O God. You are my help and my deliverer. O Lord, do not delay. Psalm 71. In you, O Lord, I take refuge. Let me never be put to shame. In your righteousness, deliver me and rescue me. Incline your ear to me and save me. Be to me a rock of refuge, a strong fortress to save me, for you are my rock and my fortress. Rescue me, O my God, from the hand of the wicked, from the grasp of the unjust and cruel. For you, O Lord, are my hope, my trust, O Lord, from my youth. Upon you I have leaned from my birth. It was you it was you who took me from my mother's womb. My praise is continually of you. I have been like a portent to many, but you are my strong refuge. My mouth is filled with your praise and with your glory all day long. Do not cast me off in the time of old age. Do not forsake me when my strength is spent. For my enemies speak concerning me, and those who watch for my life consult together. They say, pursue and seize that person whom God has forsaken, for there is no one to deliver. O God, do not be far from me. O my God, make haste to help me. Let my accusers be put to shame and consumed. Let those who seek to hurt me be covered with scorn and disgrace. But I will hope continually and will praise you yet more and more. My mouth will tell of your righteous acts, of your deeds of salvation all day long. Though their number is past my knowledge, I will come praising the mighty deeds of the Lord God. I will praise your righteousness, yours alone. O God, from my mouth you have taught me, and I still proclaim your wondrous deeds. So even to old age and grey hairs, O God, do not forsake me, until I proclaim your might to all the generations to come. Your power and your righteousness, O God, reach the high heavens. You who have done great things, O God, who is like you? You who have made me see many troubles and calamities, will revive me again. From the depths of the earth, you will bring me up again. You will increase my honor and comfort me once again. I will also praise you with the harp for your faithfulness. O my God, I will sing praises to you with the lyre. O Holy One of Israel, my lips will shout for joy when I sing praises to you. My soul also, which you have rescued. All day long, my tongue will talk of your righteous help. For those who tried to do me harm, I have been put to shame and disgrace. Psalm 72. Give the king your justice, O God, and your righteousness to a king's son. May he judge your people with righteousness and your poor with justice. May the mountains yield prosperity for the people and the hills in righteousness. May he defend the cause of the poor of the people. Give deliverance to the needy and crush the oppressor. May he live while the sun endures, and as long as the moon throughout all generations. May he be like rain that falls on the mountain grass, like showers that water the earth. In his days may righteousness flourish and peace abound until the moon is no more. May he have dominion from sea to sea and from river to the ends of the earth. May his foes bow down before him and his enemies lick the dust. May the kings of Tarshish of the Isles render him tribute. May the kings of Sheba and Seba bring gifts. May all kings fall down before him, all nations give him service. For he delivers the needy when they call, the poor and those who have no helper. He has no pity on the weak and the needy, and saves the lives of the needy. From oppression and violence, he redeems their life, and precious is their blood in his sight. Long may he live. May gold of Sheba be given to him. May prayer be made for him continually, and blessings invoked for him all day long. May there be abundance of rain in the land. May it wave on the tops of the mountains. May its fruit be like Lebanon, and may people blossom in the cities like the grass of the field. May his name endure forever, his fame continue as long as the sun. May all nations be blessed in him. May them pronounce him happy. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who alone does wondrous things. Blessed be his glorious name forever. May his glory fill the whole earth. Amen and amen. The prayers of David, son of Jesse, are ended. Psalms Psalm 73. Truly God is good to the upright, to those who are pure in heart. But as for me, my feet had almost stumbled. My steps had nearly slipped, for I was envious of the arrogant. I saw the prosperity of the wicked, for they have no pain. Their bodies are sound and sleek. They are not in trouble as others are. They are not plagued like other people. Therefore, pride is their clothes. Violence covers them like a garment. Their eyes swell out with fatness, their hearts overflow with follies. They scoff and speak with malice. Loftily, they threaten oppression. They set their mouths against heaven, and their tongues range over the earth. Therefore, the people turn and praise them, and find no fault in them. And they say, how can God know? Is there knowledge in the Most High? Such are the wicked always at ease. They increase in riches. All in vain. I have kept my heart clean, and washed my hands in innocence. For all day long I have been plagued, and am punished every morning. If I had said, I will talk on in this way, I would have been untrue to the circle of your children. But when I thought how to understand this, it seemed to me a wearisome task, until I went into the sanctuary of God. Then I perceived their end. Truly you set them in slippery places, you make them fall to ruin. How they are destroyed in a moment, swept away utterly by terrors. They are like a dream when one awakes. Awaking, you despise their phantoms. When my soul was embittered, when I was pricked in heart, I was stupid and ignorant. I was like a brute beast toward you. Nevertheless, I am continually with you. You hold my right hand. You guide me with your counsel, and afterward you will receive me with honor. Whom have I in heaven but you? And there is nothing on earth that I desire other than you. My flesh and my heart may fail, but God is the strength of my heart and my portion forever. Indeed, those who are far from you will perish. You put an end to those who are false to you. But for me, it is good to be near God. I have made the Lord God my refuge to tell of all your works. Psalm 74. O God, why do you cast us off forever? Why does your anger smoke against the sheep of your pasture? Remember your congregation, which you acquired long ago, which you redeemed to be the tribe of your heritage. Remember Mount Zion, where you came to dwell. Direct your steps to the perpetual ruins. The enemy has destroyed everything in the sanctuary. Your foes have rode within your holy place. They set up their emblems there. At the upper entrance they hide. The, the wooden trellis with axes. And then, with hatchets and hammers, they smashed all its carved work. They set your sanctuary on fire. They discredited the dwelling place of your name, bringing it to the ground. They said to themselves, we will utterly subdue them. They burned all the meeting places of God in the land. We do not see our emblems. There is no longer any prophet, and there is no one among us who knows how long. How long, O God, is the foe to scoff? Is the enemy to reveal your name forever? Why do you hold back your hand? Why do you keep your hand in your bosom? Yet God, my King, is from of working salvation in the earth. You divided the sea by your might. You broke the heads of the dragons in the waters. You crushed the heads of Leviathan. You gave him as food for the creatures of the wilderness. You cut openings for springs and torrents. You dried up ever flowing streams. Yours is the day, yours also the night. You established, you established the luminaries and the sun. You have fixed all the bounds of the earth. You have made summer and winter. Remember this, O Lord. How the enemy scoffs and an ambitious people reviles your name. Do not deliver the soul of your dove to the wild animals. Do not forget the life of your poor forever. Have regard for your covenant, for the dark places of the land are full of haunts of violence. Do not let the downtrodden be put to shame. Let the poor and needy praise your name. Rise up, O God. Plead your cause. Remember how the impetuous scoff at you all day long. Do not forget the clamor of your foes, the uproar of your adversaries that goes up continually. Psalm 75. We give thanks to you, O God. We give thanks, your name is here. People tell of your wondrous deeds. At the set time that I appoint, I will judge with equity. When the earth totters with all its inhabitants, it is I who keep its pillar steady. I said to the boastful, do not boast, and to the wicked, do not lift up your horn. Do not lift up your horn on high or speak with insolent neck. For not from the east or from the west, and not from the wilderness comes lifting up, but it is God who executes judgment, putting down one and lifting up another. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, with foaming wine, well mixed, he will pour a draught from it, and all the wicked of the earth shall drain it down to dregs. But I will rejoice forever. I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked I will cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted. Psalm 76. In Judah, God is known. His name is great in Israel. His abode has been established in Salem, his dwelling place in Zion. There he broke the flashing arrows, the shield, the sword, and the weapons of war. Glorious are you, more majestic than the everlasting mountains. The south-hearted were stripped of their spoil. They sank into sleep. None of the troops was able to lift a hand. At your rebuke, O God of Jacob, both rider and horse lay stunned. But you indeed are awesome. Who can stand before you when once your anger is roused? From the heavens you uttered judgment. The earth feared and was still when God rose up to establish judgment, to save all the oppressed of the earth. Human breath serves only to praise you. When you bend the last bit of your right around you, make vows to the Lord your God and perform them. Let all who are around him bring gifts to the one who is awesome, who cuts off the spirit of princes, who inspires fear in the kings of the earth. Psalm 77. I cry aloud to God, aloud to God, that he may hear me. In the end of my trouble, I seek the Lord. In the night, my hand is stretched out without wearing. My soul refuses to be comforted. I think of God and I mourn. I meditate and my spirit faints. You keep my eyelids from closing. I am so troubled that I cannot speak. I consider the days of old and remember the years of long ago. I commune with my heart in the night. I meditate and search my spirit. Will the Lord spurn forever and never again be favorable? As his steadfast love sit forever, are his promises an end for all time? Has God forgotten to be gracious? Has he in anger shut up his compassion? And I say, it is my grip that the right hand of the Most High has changed. I will call to mind the deeds of the Lord. I will remember your wonders of old. I will meditate on all your work and muse on your mighty deeds. Your way, O God, is holy. What God is so great as our God? You are the God who works wonders. You have displayed your might among the peoples. With your strong arm, you redeem your people, the descendants of Jacob and Joseph. When the waters saw you, O God, when the waters saw you, they were afraid. The very deep trembled. The clouds poured out water. The skies thundered. Your arrows flashed on every side. The crash of your thunder was in the whirlwind. Your lightnings lit up the world. The earth trembled and shook. Your way was through the sea, your path through the mighty waters, yet your footprints were unseen. You led your people like a flock by the hand of Moses and Aaron. Psalm 78. Give ear, O my people, to my teaching. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings from of old, things that we have heard and known, that our ancestors have told us. We will not hide them from their children. We will tell to the coming generation the glorious deeds of the Lord and his might, and the wonders that he has done. He established a decree in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our ancestors to teach to their children, that the next generation might know them, the children yet unborn, and rise up and tell them to their children, so that they should set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments, and that they should not be like their ancestors, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation whose heart was not steadfast, whose spirit was not faithful to God. The Ephraimites, armed with the bow, turned back on the day of battle. They did not keep God's covenant, but refused to walk according to his law. They forgot what he had done and the miracles that he had shown them. In the sight of the ancestor, he worked marvels in the land of Egypt, in the fields of Zoan. He divided the sea and let them pass through it, and made the water stand like a heap. In the daytime, he led them with a cloud, and all night long with a fiery light. He split rocks open in the wilderness and gave them drink abundantly as from the deep. He made streams come out of the rock and caused waters to flow down like rivers. Yet they sinned still more against him, rebelling against the Most High in the desert. They tested God in their heart by demanding the food they craved. They spoke against God, saying, can God spread a table in the wilderness? Even though he struck the rock so that water gushed out and torrents overflowed, can he also give bread or provide meat for his people? Therefore, when the Lord heard, he was full of rage. A fire was kindled against Jacob. His anger mounted against Israel, because they had no faith in God and did not trust his saving power. Yet he commanded the skies above and opened the doors of heaven. He rained down on them manna to eat and gave them the grain of heaven. Mortals ate of the bread of angels. He sent them food in abundance. He caused the east wind to blow in the heavens, and by his power he led out the south wind. He rained flesh upon them like dust, winged birds like the sand of the seas. He let them fall within their camp, all around their dwellings, and they ate and were well filled, for he gave them what they craved. But before they had satisfied their craving, while the food was still in their mouths, the anger of God rose against them, and he killed the strongest of them, and laid low the flower of Israel. In spite of all this, they still sinned. They did not believe in his wonders. So he made their days vanish like a breath, and their years in terror. When he killed them, they sought for him. They repented and sought God earnestly. They remembered that God was their own, the Most High God, their Redeemer. But they flattered him with their mouths. They lied to him with their tongues. Their heart was not steadfast toward him. They were not true to his covenant. Yet he, being compassionate, forgave their iniquity and did not destroy them. Often he restrained his anger and did not stir up all his wrath. He remembered that they were but flesh, the wind that passes and does not come again. How often they rebelled against him in the wilderness and grieved him in the desert. They tested God again and again and provoked the Holy One of Israel. They did not keep in mind his power, nor the day when he redeemed them from the foe. When he displayed his signs in Egypt and his miracles in the fields of Zoan, he, he turned their rivers to blood so that they could not drink of the streams. He sent among them swarms of flies, which devoured them, and frogs, which destroyed them. He gave their crops to the caterpillar and the fruit of their labor to the locust. He destroyed their vines with hail and their sycamores with frost. He gave over their cattle to the hail and their flocks to thunderbolts. He let loose on them his fierce anger, wrath, indignation, and distress, a company of destroying angels. He made a path for his anger. He did not spare them from death, but gave their lives over to the plague. He struck all the firstborn in Egypt, the first issue of their strength in the tents of Ham. Then he led out his people like sheep, and guided them in the wilderness like a flock. He led them in safety so that they were not afraid, but the sea overwhelmed their enemies. And he brought them to his holy hill, to the mountain that his right hand had won. He drove out nations before them. He apportioned them for a possession and settled the tribes of Israel in their tents. Yet they tested the Most High God and rebelled against him. They did not observe his decrees, but turned away and were faithless like their ancestors. They twisted like a treacherous bow, for they provoked him to anger with their high places. They moved him to jealousy with their idols. When God heard, he was full of wrath, and he utterly rejected Israel. He abandoned his dwelling at Shiloh, the tent where he dwelt among mortals, and delivered his power to captivity, his glory to the hand of the foe. He gave his people to the sword and vented his wrath on his heritage. Fire devoured their young men, and their girls had no marriage song. Their priests fell by the sword, and their widows made no lamentation. Then the Lord awoke us from sleep, like a warrior shouting because of wine. He put his adversaries to rout. He put them to everlasting disgrace. He rejected the tent of Joseph. He did not choose the tribe of Ephraim, but he chose the tribe of Judah, Mountain Zion, which he loves. He built his sanctuary like the high heavens, like the earth which he has founded forever. He chose his servant David and took him from the sheepfolds. From tending the nursing ewes, he brought him to be the shepherd of his people Jacob, of Israel, his inheritance. With upright heart, he tended them and guided them with skillful hand. Psalm 79. O God, the nations have come into your inheritance. They have defiled your holy temple. They have laid Jerusalem in ruins. They have given the bodies of your servants to the birds of the air for food, the flesh of your faithful to the wild animals of the earth. They have poured out their blood like water all around Jerusalem, and there was no one to bury them. We have become a taunt to our neighbors, mocked and derided by those around us. How long, O Lord? Will you be angry forever? Will your jealous wrath burn like fire? Pour out your anger on the nations that do not know you, and on the kingdoms that do not call on your name. For they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his habitation. Do not remember against us the iniquities of our ancestors. Let your compassion come speedily to meet us, for we are brought very low. Help us, O God of our salvation, for the glory of your name. Deliver us and forgive our sins, for your name's sake. Why should the nations say, where is their God? Let the avenging of the outpoured blood of your servants be known among the nations before our eyes. Let the groans of the prisoners come before you. According to your great power, preserve those doomed to die. Return sevenfold into the bosom of, of our neighbors, the taunts with which they taunted you, O Lord. Then we, your people, the flock of your pasture, will give thanks to you forever. From generation to generation, we will recount your praise. Psalm 80. Give ear, O shepherd of Israel, you who led Joseph like a flock, you who are enthroned upon the cherubim, shine forth before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh. Stir up your might and come to save us. Restore us, O God. Let your face shine, what we may be saved. O Lord, God of hosts, how long will you be angry with your people's prayers? You have fed them with the bread of tears, and given them tears to drink in full measure. You make us the scorn of our neighbors, our enemies laugh among themselves. Restore us, O God of hosts, let your face shine, that we may be saved. You brought our vine out of Egypt, you drove off the nations and planted it. You cleared the ground for it, it took deep root and filled the land. The mountains were covered with its shade, the mighty cedars with its branches. It sent out its branches to the sea and its shoots to the river. Why then have you broken down its wall, so that all who pass along the way pluck its fruit? The boar from the forest ravages it, and all that move in the field feed on it. Turn again, O God of hosts. Look down from heaven and see. I have regard for this vine, the stock that you right and planted. They have burned it with fire, they have cut it down, and may they perish at the rebuke of your countenance. But let your hand be upon the one at your right hand, the one whom you made strong for yourself. Then we will never turn back from you. Give us life, and we will call on your name. Restore us, O Lord God of hosts. Let your face shine, that we may be saved. Psalms 81. Sing aloud to God our strength. Shout for joy to the God of Jacob. Raise a song. Sound the tambourine, the sweet lyre with the harp. Blow the trumpet at the new moon, at the full moon, on a feastal day. For it is a statute for Israel, an audience of the God of Jacob. He made it a decree in Joseph when he went out over the land of Egypt. I hear a voice I had not known. I relieved your shoulder of the burden. Your hands were freed from the basket. In distress you called, and I rescued you. I answered you in the secret place of thunder. I tested you at the waters of Meribah. Hear, O my people, while I admonish you. O Israel, if you would but listen to me, there shall be no strange God among you. You shall not bow down to a foreign God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt. Open your mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people did not listen to my voice. Israel would not submit to me. So I gave them over to their stubborn hearts to follow their own counsels. Oh, that my people would listen to me, that Israel would walk in my ways. Then I would quickly subdue their enemies and turn my hand against their foes. Those who hate the Lord would cringe before him, and their doom would last forever. I would feed you with the finest of the wheat, and with honey from the rock I would satisfy you. Psalms 82. God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. How long will you judge unjustly and show partially to the wicked? Give justice to the weak and the orphan. Maintain the right of the lowly and the destitute. Rescue the weak and the needy. Deliver them from the hand of the wicked. They have neither knowledge nor understanding. They walk around in darkness, and all the foundations of the earth are shaken. I say, you are gods, children of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, you shall die like mortals, and fall like my prince. Rise up, O God, judge the earth, for all the nations belong to you. Psalms 83. O God, do not keep silence, do not hold your peace or be still. O God, even now your enemies are in tumult. Those who hate you have raised their heads. They lay craftily plans against your people. They consult together against those you protect. They say, come, let us wipe them out as a nation. Let the name of Israel be remembered no more. They conspired with one accord. Against you, they make a covenant. The tents of Edom and the Ishmaelites, Moab and the Agrites, Gebel and Ammon and Amalek, Philistia with the inhabitants of Tyre. Assyria also has joined them. They are the strong arm of the children of Lot. Do to them as you did to Midian, as to Sisera and Jabin at the Wadi Kishon, who were destroyed at Endor, who became dung for the ground. Make their nobles like Oreb and Zeheb, all their princes like Zehabeth and Zalmunna, who said, let us take the pastures of God for our own possession. O my God, make them like whirling dust, like chaff before the wind. As fire consumes the forest, as the flame sets the mountains ablaze, so pursue them with your tempest, and terrify them with your hurricane. Fill their faces with shame, so that they may seek your name. O Lord, let them be put to shame and dismayed forever. Let them perish in disgrace. Let them know that you are alone, whose name is the Lord, are the most high over all the earth. Psalms 84. How lovely is your dwelling place, O Lord of hosts! My soul longs, indeed it faints for the courts of the Lord. My heart and my flesh sing for joy to the living God. Even the sparrow finds a home, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she may lay her young at your altars. O Lord of hosts, my King and my God, happy are those who live in your house, ever singing your praise. Happy are those whose strength is in you, in whose heart are the highways to Zion. As they go through the valley of Baca, they make it a place of springs. The early rain also covers it with pools. They go from strength to strength. The God of gods will be seen in Zion. O Lord God of hosts, hear my prayer. Give ear, O God of Jacob. Behold our shield, O God. Look on the face of your anointed. For a day in your courts is better than 1,000 elsewhere. I would rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than live in the tents of wickedness. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. He bestows favor and honor. No good thing does the Lord withhold from those who walk uprightly. O Lord of hosts, happy is everyone who trusts in you. Psalms 85. Lord, you were favorable to your land. You restored the fortunes of Jacob. You forgave the iniquity of your people. You pardoned all their sin. You withdrew all your wrath. You turned from your hot anger. Restore us again, O God of our salvation, and put away your indignation toward us. Will you be angry with us forever? Will you prolong your anger to all generations? Will you not revive us again, so that your people may rejoice in you? Show us your steadfast love, O Lord, and grant us your salvation. Let me hear what God the Lord will speak, for he will speak peace to his people, to his faithful, to those who turn to him in their hearts. Surely his salvation is at Psalms 85, verse 9.
Surely salvation is at hand for those who fear him, that his glory may dwell in our land. Steadfast love and faithfulness will meet righteousness, and peace will kiss each other. Faithfulness will spring up from the ground, and righteousness will look down from the sky. The Lord will give what is good, and our land will yield its increase. Righteousness will go before him and will make a path for his steps. Psalms 86. Incline your ear, O Lord, and answer me, for I am poor and needy. Preserve my life, for I am devoted to you. Save your servant who trusts in you. You are my God. Be gracious to me, O Lord, for to you do I cry all day long. You, O Lord, are good and forgiving, abounding in steadfast love to all who call on you. Give ear, O Lord, to my prayer. Listen to my cry of supplication. In the day of my trouble, I call on you, for you will answer me. There is none like you among the gods, O Lord, nor are there any works like yours. All the nations you have made shall come and bow down before you, O Lord, and shall glorify your name. For you are great and do wondrous things. You alone are God. Teach me your way, O Lord, that I may walk in your truth. Give me an undivided heart to revere your name. I give thanks to you, O Lord my God, with my whole heart, and I will glorify your name forever. For great is your steadfast love towards me. You have delivered my soul from the depths of Sheol. O God, the insolent rise up against me. A band of ruffians seeks my life, and they do not set you before them. But you and O Lord are a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness. Turn to me and be gracious to me. Give your servant to your servant. Give the child of your serving girl. Show me a sign of your favor, so that those who hate me may see it and be put to shame, because you, Lord, have helped me and comforted me. Psalms 87. On the holy mount stands the city he founded. The Lord loves the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of you, of O city of God. Among those who know me, I mention Rahab and Babylon, Philistinos, two and Tyre with Ethiopia. This one was born there, they say. And of Zion it shall be said, this one and that one were born in it. For the Most High Himself will establish it. The Lord records as He registered the peoples. This one was born there, Selah. Singers and dancers alike say, all my springs are in you. Psalms 88. O Lord, God of my salvation, when at night I cry out in your presence, let my prayers come before you. Incline your ear to my cry, for my soul is full of troubles and my life draws near to Shiloh. I am counted among those who go down to the pit. I am like those who have no help, like those forsaken among the dead, like the slain that lie in the grave, like those who remember you no more, for they are cut off from your hand. You have put me in the depths of the pit, the regions dark and deep. Your wrath lies heavy upon me, and you overwhelm with all my waves. You have caused my compassion to shun me. You have made me a thing of horror to them. I am shut in so that I can't escape. My eyes grow dim through sorrow. Every day I call on you, O Lord. I spread out my hands to you. Do you work wonders for the dead? Do the shades rise up to praise you? It's your steadfast love declared in the grave, or your faithfulness in Abaddon. Are you wonder known in the darkness, or your savings help in the land of forgetfulness? But I, O Lord, cry out to you the morning. My prayer comes before you. O Lord, why do you cast me off? Why do you hide your face from me? Wretched and close to death from my youth up. I suffer your terrors. I am desperate. Your wrath has swept over me. Your dread assault destroyed me. They surrounded me like a flood all day long. From all sides they close in on me. You have caused friend and neighbor to shun me. My compassion are in darkness. Psalms 9:89. I will sing of your steadfast love, O Lord. Forgive with my mouth. I will proclaim your faithfulness to all generations. I declare that your steadfast love is established forever. Your faithfulness is as firm as the heaven. You said, I have made a covenant with my chosen one. I have sworn to my servant David, I will establish your descendant forever and build your throne for all generation. Let the heavens praise you, wonder, O Lord, your faithfulness in the assembly of the holy ones. For who in the skies can be compared to the Lord? Who among the heavenly beings is like the Lord? A God feared in the council of the holy ones and great and awesome above all that are around me. O Lord, God of hosts, who is a mighty as you, O Lord. Your faithfulness surrounds you. You rule the raging of the sea when it waves rise. You shall, you still them. You crush Rahab like a crassus and scared your enemy with your mighty arm. The heavens are yours, the earth also is yours. The world and all that is in it, you have founded them. The north and the south, you created them. Tabor and Hermon, joyously praise your name. You have a mighty arm, strong in your hand, high your right hand. Righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. Sadfish, love, and faithfulness go before you. Happy are the people who know the feast will shout, who walk, O Lord, in the light of your countenance. They exult in your name all the day long and exalt your righteousness. For you are the glory of their strength. By your favor, our horn is exalted. For our shield belongs to the Lord, our King, to the Holy One of Israel. Then you spoke in a vision to a faithful one, and shall said, I have set the crown on one who is mighty. I have exalted one chosen from the people. I have found my servant David with my holy oil. I have anointed him. My hand shall always remain with him. My arm also shall strengthen him. The enemy shall not outwit him. The wicked shall not humble him. I will crush his foes before him and strike down those who hate him. My faithfulness and steadfast love be with him, and in my name his own shall be exalted. I will set his hands on the sea and his right hand on the rivers. He shall cry to me, You are my Father, my God, and the rock of my salvation. I will make him the firstborn, the highest of the kings of the earth. Forever I will keep my steadfast love for him, and covenant with him will stand firm. I will establish his line forever and his throne as long as the heaven endure. If his children forsake my law and do not walk according to my ordinance, if they violate my status and do not keep my commandments, then I will push their transition with a rod and their iniquity with scourge. But I will not remove from him my steadfast love or be false to my faithfulness. I will not violate my covenant or alter the word that went forth from my lips. Once and for all, I have sworn by my holiness, I will not lie to David. His line shall continue forever, and his throne endure before me like the sun. It shall be established forever like a moon, an enduring witness in skies. But now you have serpent and rejected him. You are full of wrath against your anointed. You have renounced with covenant with your servant. You have defiled his crown in the dust. You have broken through all his walls. You have laid his strongholds in ruins. All who passes the by plunder him. He has become the scorn of his neighbor. You have exalted the right hand of his foes. You have made all his enemy rejoice. Moreover, you have turned back the edges of his sword, and you have not supported him in battle. You have removed the scepter from his hand and hurled his throne to ground. You have cut short the days of your youth. You have covered him with shame. How long, O Lord, will you hide yourself forever? How long will your wrath burn like fire? Remember how short my time is. For what vanity you have created all mortals. For who can live and never see death? Who can escape the power of Sheol? Lord, where is your steadfast love of old, which by faithfulness you showed to David? Remember, O Lord, how your servant is taunted, how I bear in my bosom the insult of peoples, which enemy taunt, O Lord, with which they taunted the footsteps of your anointed. Blessed be the Lord forever. Amen and amen. Psalms 90. Lord, you have been our dwelling place before the mountains were brought forth, or ever you had from the earth and the world, from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. You turn us back to dust and say, Turn back to your morals. For 1,000 years in your sight are like yesterday when it is past, or like a watch in the night. You sweep them away, they are like a dream, like grass that is renewed in the morning. In the morning it flourishes, and renewed in evening it fades and withers. For we are consumed by your anger, by your wrath, we are overwhelmed. You have set our iniquities before you, our secret sin in the light of your countenance. For all our days passes away under your wrath. Our years come to an end like a sigh. The days of our life are 70 years or perhaps 80 if we are strong. Even then, their span is only toil and trouble. They are soon gone and we fly away. Who consider the power of your anger? Your wrath is as great as fear that is due you. So teach us to count our days that we may gain a wise heart. Turn, O Lord, how long have compassion on your servant, satisfy us in the morning with your steadfast love, so that we may rejoice and be glad all our days. Make us glad as many days you have afflicted us, and as many years as we have seen evil. Let your work be manifest to your servant and glorify forward to their children. Let the favor of Lord our God be upon us and prosper for us the work of our hands. O prosper the work of our hands. Refuge and my fortress in whom I trust. For he will deliver you from the snares of the flower and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and buckler. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrow that flies by day, or the pestilence that stalks in darkness, or the destruction that wastes at noonday. 1,000 will fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only look with your eyes and see the punishment of the wicked, because you have made the Lord your refuge, the Most High your dwelling place. No evil shall befall you, no scourge come near your tent. For he will command the angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. On their hands they will bear you up, so that you will not dash your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent you will trample underfoot. Those who love me, I will deliver. I will protect those who know my name. When they call to me, I will answer them. I will be with them in trouble. I will rescue them and honor them. With long life, I will satisfy them and show them my salvation. Psalms 92. It's good to give thanks to the Lord, to praise to the Most High, to declare your steadfast love in the morning and your faithfulness in the morning and faithfulness by night, to music of your lute and harp, to melody of your lyre. For you, O Lord, have made me glad by your work. At the work of your hand, I sing for you. How great are your works, O God, O Lord! Your thoughts are very deep, and the alert cannot know. The stupid cannot understand this. Through this wicked sport like grass, and all evil doers flourish. They are doomed to destruction forever, but you, O Lord, are on the forever high. For your enemies, O Lord, for your enemies shall perish. All evil doers shall be scattered. But you have exalted my horn like that of the wild oaks. You have poured over me a fresh oil. My eyes have seen the downfall of my enemy. My ear have heard the doom of my evil assailants. The Edens flourish like a palm tree and grow like a cedar in Lebanon. They are planted in the house of the Lord. They flourish in the court of our God. In old age, they still produce food. They are always green and full of sleep, showing that the Lord is upright, he is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Psalms 93. The Lord is king, he robed in majesty, the Lord is robed, he is girded with strength. He has established the word in it shall never be moved. The throne is established from of old, and you are from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the flood lift up their roaring. More majesty than the thunders of mighty water, more majesty than the waves of the sea. Majesty on the high is the Lord. Your decrees are very sure. Holiness befits your house, O Lord, forevermore. Psalms 94. O Lord, you God of ignorance, you God of ignorance, shine forth. Rise up, O Judge of the earth, give to the proud that what they deserve. O Lord, how long shall the wicked How long shall the wicked exult? They pour out arrogant word, all the evildoers boast. They crush your people, O Lord, and afflicate your heritage. They kill the widow and strain. They murder the orphan, and they say, the Lord does not see. The God of Jacob does not perceive. Understand, O dullest of the people, fools, when will you be wise? He who planted the ear, does he not hear? He who formed the eyes, does he not see? He who disciplines the nation, he who teaches knowledge to humankind, does he not sayest? The Lord knows our thoughts, that they are but an empty breath. Happy are those whom you discipline, O Lord, and whom you teach out of your law, giving them respite from days of the trouble until a pit is dug for the wicked. For the Lord will not forsake his people, he will not abandon his heritage. For justice will return to the righteousness, and all the upright in the heart will follow it. O rise up, O rises up for me against the wicked, who stands up for me against evildoers. If the Lord has not been my help, my soul would soon have lived in the land of silence. When I thought my foot is slipping, your steadfast love, O Lord, held me up. When the cares of my heart are many, and consolation cheers my soul. Can wicked rule be allied with you? Those who contrive mischief by statute. They band together against the life of the righteousness. and condemn the innocent to death. But the Lord has become my stronghold and my God, the rock of my refuge. He may repay them for their iniquity and wipe them out for their wickedness. The Lord our God will wipe them out. Psalms 95. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let come into the presence with thanksgiving. Let us make a joyful noise to him with the songs of praise. For the Lord is the great of God and great king above all gods. In his hands are depths of the earth. The heights of mountains are his also. The sea is his, for he made it, and the dry land which his hands have formed. O come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord, our Maker, for he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture and the sheep of his hand. Oh, that today you would listen to his voice. Do not harden your hearts as at Meribah, as on the day at Messiah in wilderness, when your ancestor tested me and put me to the proof, though they had seen my work. For 40 years I loathed that generation and said, they are a people whose heart go astray, and they do not regard my way. Therefore, in my anger, I swore they shall not enter my rest. Psalms 96. Oh, sing to the Lord a new song, sing to the Lord all the earth, sing to the Lord, bless his name, tell of his salvation from day to day, declare his glory among all people. For great is the Lord and greatly to praised, he is to be revered above all gods. For all the gods of people are idle, but the Lord made heaven. Honor and majesty are before him, strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Ascribe to the Lord, O families of the peoples. Ascribe to the Lord glory and strength. Ascribe to the Lord the glory due his name. Bring an offering and come into his court. Worship the Lord in holy splendor. Tremble before him, all the earth. Say among the nations, the Lord is king. The world is firmly established. It shall never be moved. He will judge the peoples with equity. Let the heaven be glad and the earth be rejoiced. Let the sea roar and all that fills it. Let the field exult and everything in it. Then shall all the trees of the forest sing for joy before the Lord, for he is coming to judge the earth. He will judge the world with righteousness and the people with his truth. Psalms 97. The Lord is king, let the earth rejoice, let the many coastland be glad. Clouds and thick darkness are all around him. Righteousness and justice are the foundation of his throne. Fire goes before him and consume his adversaries on every side. His lightning light up the Lord. The earth sees it tremble. The mountain melt like wax before the Lord of all the earth. The heaven proclaim his righteousness, and all the people behold his glory. All worships of the image are put to the shame. Those who make their boast in worthless idols. All gods go down before him. Zion hears and is glad, and the towns of Judah rejoice because of judgment, O God. For you, O Lord, are the most high all over the earth, over all the earth. You are exalted far above all the gods. The Lord loves those who hate evil. He guards the life of his faithful. He rescues them from the land of the wicked. Light dawns for the righteous and joy for the upright in heart. Joys in the Lord, O you righteous, and give thanks to his holy name. Psalms 98. O sing to the Lord a new song, for he has done marvelous thing. His right hand and his holy arm have gotten him victory. The Lord has made known his victory. He has revealed his vindication in the sight of the nation. He has remembered his steadfast love and faithfulness to the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the victory of our God. Make a joyful noise to the Lord, all the earth. Break forth into joyous song and sing praises. Sing praises to the Lord with ire, with the air and the sound of melody, the trumpets and the sounds of the horn. Make a joyful noise before the King, the Lord. Let us see roar and all that fills it, the world and those who lives in it. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills sing together for joy. The presence of the Lord, for he is coming to judge the earth. He will judge the world with righteousness and the people with equity. Psalms 99. The Lord is the King. Will the people tremble? He sits enthroned upon the cherubim like the earth quake. The Lord is great in Zion. He exalted over all the people. Let them praise your great and awesome name. Holy is he. Mighty King, lover of justice, you have established equality. You have executed justice and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt the Lord our God. Worship at his footstool. Holy is he. Moses and Aaron were among his priests. Samuel also was among those who called on his name. They cried to the Lord and he answered them. He spoke to them in the pillar of the loud cloud. They kept his decrees and the statutes that he gave them. O Lord our God, you answered them. You were a forgiving God to them, but an avenger for their wrongdoing. Exalt the Lord our God and worship at his holy mountain, for the Lord our God is holy. Psalms 100. Make a joyful noise to the Lord, all the earth. Worship the Lord with gladness. Come into his presence with singing. Know that the Lord is God. It is he that made us, and we are his people and the sheep of his pasture. Enter his gate with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him, bless his name. For the Lord is good, his steadfast love endures forever, and his faithfulness to all generation. Psalms 101. I will sing of loyalty and of justice to you, O Lord. I will sing. I will study the way that is blameless. When shall I attain it? I will walk with integrity of heart within my house. I will not set before my eyes anything that is base. I hate the work of those who fall away. It shall not cling to me. Perseverance of the heart shall be far from me. I will know nothing of evil. One who secretly slanders a neighbor, I will destroy. A haughty look and an arrogant heart, I will not tolerate. I will look with a favor on the faithful in the land, so that they may live with me. Moreover, whoever walks in the way that is blameless shall minister to me. No one who practices deceit shall remain in my house. No one who utters lies shall continue in my presence. Morning by morning, I will destroy all the wicked in the land, cutting off all the evil doers from the city of the Lord. Psalms 102. Hear my prayers, O Lord, let my cry come to you. Do not hide your face from me the day of my distress. Incline your ear to me. Answer me speedily in the